Chapter 146 Honey is targeted. Just as the company's internal memo had been released and the news of Lu Yu's promotion to team leader was spreading, everyone was congratulating him. This time the department manager personally came to find Lu Yu, and their envious looks almost dripped with moisture. What made it worse was that they learned Lu Yu's promotion was due to outstanding work and keen insight. He had signed the god-tier streamer Guohua to the company. Those colleagues who once had similar thoughts and were ready to sign this extraordinarily talented newcomer felt such regret. Back then, for various reasons, they gave up signing Guohua, while Lu Yu was constantly posting in the livestream chat and sending huge gifts, all just to get a contact. In the end, guided by fans, they found Wu Shizi, this beauty influencer, even tracked down the streamer's home, waged a battle of wits, made countless concessions, and only then signed her. Not to mention that since signing Guohua, Lu Yu's fame in the company has grown, and his monthly bonuses have also leapt to become the highest in the entire department. Now, because he signed the streamer Guohua, he got a promotion and raise. Even the department manager personally came to see him. His prospects are clearly boundless. The colleagues truly regretted it to their core. If they'd known signing one streamer could bring so many benefits, no matter how hard it was back then, they would have gotten the person signed. But now it's water under the bridge. It's too late no matter what anyone says. However, having learned this lesson, everyone was full of drive. Missing out on such a great opportunity once was infuriating enough. They couldn't let it happen a second time. For a time, the entire department staff worked better than ever, full of vitality and fighting spirit. Other department heads who saw it were envious. When they went back to hold meetings with their subordinates, they emphasized it as an example. Other department staff are working this hard, why can't you? Manager Zhu, as department head, was praised again by Shan Rao, and the company's internal staff suddenly started competing intensely. Of course, that's all later. Lu Yu and Manager Zhu arrived at Shan Rao's office. Lu Yu held the lowest position among them, and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. When he heard that Niu Chong wanted to buy Tong Ranhua's family's honey, Lu Yu reflexively said, "That's a bit difficult. When we went over there this time, we didn't get to try any of their honey." Just a junior staff member, he didn't need big boss Niu Chong to speak up. Secretary Wen Tang stood up and smiled. "You can ask first. We won't be asking a low price." Seeing everyone looking at him, Lu Yu had no choice but to do as they expected. Wen Tang still wanted to see if this streamer had any other phone numbers, so he watched Lu Yu open WeChat, first explaining Niu Chang's identity and background, and then mentioning the other party's intention to buy honey. Tong Ranhua was in the middle of setting up a trellis. She had just planted 4 grapevines and planned to build a wooden pergola that could serve as both a support for the vines and a place to put a wooden table beneath. In summer they could have hot pot or barbecue there, and when the grapes fruit next year she could just stand on the table and snip off a bunch with scissors to eat. Very convenient. The phone's repeated vibrations interrupted her work. She glanced at the WeChat message from Lu Yu. Exclusive again, full supply again, and Tong Ranhua already didn't like it. She could sell her stuff to whoever she wanted and in whatever quantities she chose. Besides, she already had Guan Nanyan as a steady big client, and didn't lack partners willing to pay her contract fees. Too lazy to type, she sent a voice message. Just 2 words, simple and forceful. "Not for sale." The casual voice was particularly noticeable in the office. Lu Yu shrugged helplessly. Lao Huai doesn't care about money. She does things on a whim. She's not someone who cares about profit. Niu Chongkai didn't believe it. "Have my people talk to her in person." He thought Lu Yu hadn't made things clear. This person simply didn't understand the significance of representing Jiwei Tower. Lu Yu didn't argue with them either. Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she conveyed that the other party wanted to speak to her in person. Then she placed a video call. Tong Ranhua appeared in the frame wearing camouflage work clothes, one hand bracing a piece of wood to make it easier for Tong Dali to secure it. Is this the big streamer who never shows her face? When Zhang only zoned out for a moment before stating his purpose, first praising her for keeping bees, saying that was how she could cultivate such excellent quality honey. "Oh, then you probably misunderstood. I don't keep bees, I just put the hives on the mountain. The honey is good because the bees work hard." Tong Ranhua spoke in a flat tone. When Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then continued to speak according to the script. Jiwei Tower is an upscale Chinese restaurant. Our pricing is benchmarked against 3 Michelin star establishments, and we have 300 chain locations nationwide. We exercise extremely strict control over the market. Many vegetable supply bases nationwide come to us proactively, but we turn most of them down. Only a very small portion of high-quality vegetables and eggs can enter Jiwei Tower. Once a supplier can claim they provide to Jiwei Tower, buyers will swarm. When Zhang was making a blatant hint, fearing the other party might be a rural girl who wouldn't understand, he said it very plainly. In short, 2 things. 1, you should feel honored that your honey caught the eye of Jiweilu. 2, as long as you cooperate with Jiweilu, You won't have to worry about selling your other products either. Money will definitely start pouring in. If this had been said to anyone else, the effect would have been tremendous. They would have immediately agreed to the partnership without a doubt. But when Chang was unlucky, he ran into Tong Ranhua, who was completely zen about everything. She gave a slight smile. Finished speaking? When Zhang was momentarily stunned. This wasn't the scene he had imagined. No excitement, no ecstatic joy. Still, he answered instinctively. Finished. Tong Ranhua. Are you sure? Nothing else to add. When Zhang was puzzled but still replied, no, nothing. Tong Ranhua smiled even more brightly. That's fine. Our honey isn't exclusively supplied. After a sentence, the video feed immediately went black. Since it was said they probably wouldn't call her on video again, right? Even if he called, she wouldn't pick up, she was busy. Tong Ranhua was really very busy. He, Tong Deli, and second uncle Tong Degang were building a wooden frame corridor together. LV Jigua and his crew of workers were building a sunroom on the open-air balcony of the second floor of the wooden house. Inside the house, Tang Jia had already bought the appliances, and Li Yunjin and Tong Ransong were busily directing the movers to place them. There was no other way, the rooms were too many, and many of them were different sizes. Tong Ransong could only direct according to the blueprints, but she always worked methodically, taking it one step at a time. It looked quite proper. Li Yunjin had thought such a big matter would need her to oversee it, but it turned out her second daughter could handle everything completely. Even the counting was done by the youngest daughter. She wandered around and actually had nothing to do. It was Tong Ranhua who found her a task: go home and cook, then deliver the finished food to the Xing father and son. They were over by the cowshed and had nothing to eat. Li Yunjin found something she could do and went off happily. Meanwhile, things at Little Bear's livestream were, well, awkward as heck. Niu Chong has been in business for so many years, yet this is the first time he's met someone like Tong Ranhua. The more confident he had been before, the more his face hurt now. Niu Chong returned empty-handed, but he wasn't about to give up. He'd finally found such a good source of goods and spent so much time on it. Not getting his hands on this honey would be a disservice to the time he had invested in it. Chapter 147. The Guan family's summer-avoiding battalion has finally arrived. Niu Chong wanted to get Tong Ranhua's address from the Little Bear live streaming platform, so he decided to go in person. How could Shen Rao possibly give it to him? Even if we don't mention it, even if Jiwei Tower and Tong Ranhua collaborated, it wouldn't bring any real benefit to their platform. Even if it was for Tong Ranhua's sake, Shen Rao still couldn't agree. If they angered that ancestor and she refused to renew her contract with their platform, what would they do then? That's right, Tong Ranhua actually only signed a one-year contract. If she didn't want to do it, she could pull out at any time. Shen Rao hadn't said anything about it, but since Niu Chong had found Guohua's livestream and located Tong Ranhua's address, finding her wasn't difficult for him. When Shen Rao heard that the two of them were actually going to Tong Ranhua's house, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately sent Lu Yu and Manager Zhu to the Tong residence. If anything happened, they could help smooth things over. Manager Zhu's long-imagined business trip had finally come. Asterisk. Nanshan Town. Guan Nanyan came with his grandparents, the old Chinese Dr. Sun Bangxia, and little Do Ding Guan Nanshan. If it weren't to wait for him, this group would have arrived long ago. Guan Nanyan rejoined the project team. This was time he squeezed out, and he would return tomorrow. The rented house in the town was big enough, 2 rooms. The 2 elders and the little grandson took 1 room. Sun Bangxia had the other room, plenty of space. After a simple rest for a while, Guan Nanyan took a few people to get familiar with the small town. The town wasn't large, but though small it had everything one needed, fully adequate for daily life. Guan Nanyan emphasized Li Dajie's breakfast stall. They could come over for breakfast in the mornings. The food was good, inexpensive, and especially tasty. He glanced at Guan Nanshan. There's plenty of milk here. You can come every day for a bowl of fresh milk. The child's black eyes immediately lit up. Compared with formula, he still preferred fresh cow's milk. It was his first time going out, and Guan Nanshan's little friend was very excited. It was also his first time in the countryside, and he was curious about everything around him. The several elders also particularly liked the environment here. The air was fresh, the mountains and waters beautiful, without the noise and bustle of the city, just peaceful and quiet. After wandering around town enough, Guan Nanyan drove the car and took everyone to Tong Ranhua's home to buy vegetables. All the elders at home could cook. A big part of why they could bring their little grandson out was for the food. Before coming, Guan Nanyan had already informed Tong Ranhua. He didn't know that Tong Ranhua had already arranged the meal at home. Originally, Guan Nanyan had planned to buy groceries and cook at home himself. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Guan Nanyan was puzzled. You seem a bit too industrious, and isn't this the first time you're meeting my grandparents and my younger brother? Why is the reception so elaborate? Tong Ranhua spoke seriously. Look at you, what are you saying? What's our relationship? We've collaborated so many times. Your family came here to escape the heat. Of course I should give them a proper welcome. Do I have that much face? Are you that diligent? Guan Nanyan said skeptically. Tong Ranhua smiled and pointed at the 5 automatic formula dispensers. You went all the way from the capital to bring these to me. If I couldn't even be bothered to make a single meal, that would be absurd. Fine, Guan Nanyan understood. Had nothing to do with their relationship. This person was simply after the automatic formula dispensers. He was speechless but still handed her the blueprints. If they weren't enough, she could find someone else to make them. Actually, this little gadget isn't very technically sophisticated, but it does take some thought. When he learned she already had 40 dairy cows, he thoughtfully made an expanded version, so if she wanted to make milk powder she could produce more at once as needed. Tong Ranhua saw the blueprints and was very pleased. With a big wave of her hand she said to let them pick freely in the vegetable garden later, no charge. Dinner was eaten in the courtyard. There were 10 people at the table in total, and Tong Dali brought out a long table. The summer evening was very cool, with gusts of breeze one after another, making people feel refreshed in body and mind. Although everyone was meeting for the first time with Li Yunjin's social charisma, there was never any worry about awkward silences at the dinner table. Moreover, Sun Bangxia almost immediately noticed that Tong Dali had just recovered from a long illness. This revelation shocked the Tong family. One by one they looked at Sun Bangxia with admiring eyes. The elder then spoke at length about post-op care methods and some health-preserving habits, leaving everyone listening in stunned attention. On top of that, Tong Ranhua had really put her heart into arranging a tableful of dishes, so most people's focus was on the food. What fish-flavored shredded pork, slippery pork slices, disancien, soft-fried pork, and guabao roe, all of those she made. Worried the elders couldn't handle anything too greasy, she also made sauerkraut with pork and blood sausage stew, and cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Cold dressed with ear mushrooms, pickled radish, and dipping vegetables. She made plenty of those too, definitely letting everyone eat their fill. After this meal, even Sun Bangxia, the health-obsessed veteran doctor who normally eats until only 70% full, was stuffed. No rush anyway. Tong Ranyan and Tong Ransong cleared the table, and a few people stayed sitting chatting. As they talked, it turned into Sun Bangxia taking turns feeling the Tong family members' pulses. Tong Ranhua had wanted exactly this. This person is a national master, the veteran Chinese medicine doctor who treats the country's leaders. A genius you couldn't hire even with money. Let him examine the family thoroughly and she could rest easy. Chin. Although the secret realm contained many good things and the family's bodies had been nourished by spiritual energy recently, she wasn't a doctor herself, so it was still necessary to be cautious just in case. Fortunately, the results were very good. Aside from her father and mother having a bit of rheumatism due to their age, there was nothing else. As for Tong Ranyan and Tong Ransong's height, even the old Chinese doctor couldn't help. There's no medicine you can take that will make you grow taller overnight. That requires supplementing the nutrients needed for physical development. As for hair growth, there are indeed some prescriptions, but they vary from person to person. After all, medicine can be toxic in part. Sun Bangxia doesn't recommend taking medicine solely to grow hair. Instead, she suggested several medicinal dishes, such as black sesame porridge, spinach black sesame jujube kernel porridge, and goji black bean stewed lamb, among others. The downside of medicinal dishes is that they work particularly slowly. But Tong Ranhua wasn't afraid. If all these used ingredients from the secret realm, they shouldn't be so slow. She planned to have her 2 younger sisters try all these medicinal dishes, and tonight she would go to the secret realm to plant goji, black beans, and black sesame. I've really gone to a lot of trouble for your hair. You two better make an effort with it. Tong Ranhua sighed inwardly. A few people had digested a bit, then picked some vegetables in the field. Tong Ranhua went to the storeroom and carried out 3 straw baskets, each filled with 50 chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs respectively. In the end, 3 jars of sunflower honey were also given away. They are national-level masters. He took her pulse and gave dietary prescriptions, and Guan Nanyan even brought her an automatic milk powder dispenser and even gave her the blueprints. She couldn't be stingy, could she? However, she also understood Guan Nanyan's intentions. He had done so much and asked for no payment, simply wanting her to take better care of those elderly people and children. Tong Ranhua said it was completely fine. It's give and take after all. She understood. Exactly, except that when he was leaving there was a bit of a problem. Everyone was chatting so happily. Guananshan kid no see gone. Chapter 148. Taking photos costs extra. Everyone immediately became anxious. Guan Nanshan is only 10 years old and it's his first time going out. This is still the countryside. There isn't even a surveillance camera. How are we supposed to find him? Tong Ranhua immediately activated her outward perception, sensed where the little guy was, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Guan Nanyan took out his phone and immediately checked his younger brother's signal location. It turned out the children's watch Guan Nanshan was wearing had a locator. But before he could speak, he heard Tong Ransong say, "The child went over to the woodshed." "How do you know?" Li Yunjin asked instinctively. "Didn't Teacher Guan install surveillance on Yoshin Mountain before? Have you all forgotten?" Tong Ransong was exasperated. He'd set up so many cameras, did they not check them? Hadn't that been pointless? Her gaze fell on Tong Ranhua, and Tong Ranhua nervously rubbed her nose. Since she had intensified her practice of consciousness, she had gotten used to projecting it outward. If she wanted to know something, a sweep of her consciousness made everything clear. Isn't that much more convenient and simpler than checking surveillance or asking someone to look at the footage? I'm not saying I went to look. It's just that I didn't go over. How did Xiaoshan end up by the cabin? The kid seemed well behaved. He shouldn't run off. Tong Ranhua quickly changed the subject. Following the national treasure. If Tong Ransong hadn't checked the surveillance, she wouldn't have believed it herself. Their little dumpling actually took someone else's child and just left. People usually walk dogs. How did it become child kidnapping at their place? Tong Ranhua felt even more guilty. Luckily it was the log cabin and not somewhere else. Luckily it was Guan Nanyan's younger brother. If it had been anyone else and the child was missing and the parents had panicked and called the police, she'd probably have been treated as a kidnapper. The group marched grandly to the wooden house. Because it was already somewhat dark, from the outside one could only barely make out the outline of the wooden house. What it actually looked like wasn't very clear. Tong Ranhua quickened her pace a few steps and turned on the yard light, and the courtyard immediately brightened. "Xiaoshan? Xiaoshan!" Old Mrs. Guan called as she was about to enter the wooden house. She thought the child had been playing and gone into someone's new room. But Tong Ranhua said, "Not in the room." Then Tong Ranhua led several people to the blue and white wooden shed at the door. A wooden sign hung on the shed, carved with the National Treasure's hut. Little friend Guan Nanshan was sitting on the wooden floor, his blue chubby backpack set to one side. The national treasure was in his little aerial basket, wobbling its round body and still eating something in its mouth, looking quite content. "Ow ow!" After finishing what was in its mouth, the little dumpling gave 2 soft calls, reminding the child. The child immediately took a packet of pork jerky from the backpack, tore open the packaging, and while stroking the little dough ball's fur on its back, fed it to its mouth. The little dough ball closed its eyes as it ate the tasty treat, a face full of enjoyment. The child, having touched the panda, smiled with eyes curved into crescents, even more delighted than before. Both parties to the transaction were very satisfied. The adults all had different expressions watching the scene. The elders of the Guan family saw how happy the child was and felt relieved. They thought the trip had been worthwhile. But they also felt he should have told the adults before leaving. This needed to be taught. Tong Ranhua put a hand to her forehead, utterly unable to watch. Her national treasure not only kidnapped the child but also freeloaded food and drink. Only Tong Ranyan took a few steps to the little dumpling, frowning tightly. "You're abandoning me to go solo? Are we still partners or not? You should know it was her idea to start this business in the first place. Back then she could take the national treasure out for a walk and come back with 2 convenience store bags full of snacks." "Oh wow. You are the junior teacher now, not a partner." Zaichuanzi kicked its hind legs and with a whoosh, jumped out of the basket and walked over to Tong Ranhua's side. Tong Ranhua crouched down and patted its little head with one hand. Exasperated. "You have quite a lot of rules." Young Guan Nanshan looked very envious. He still hadn't had enough. His little eyes kept drifting this way. "Big brother, can you help me take a photo with the panda? I haven't taken a picture with a panda yet. I'll show it to my classmates when school starts." Guan Nanyan could only explain to him from every possible angle. "This is a dog, not a panda. They are completely different species." He even resorted to biology. Tong Ranhua had a headache listening to it. Anyone who didn't know might think he was giving some kind of academic lecture. She looked at the child with pity. "Is your brother a monster? Does he have to be so pedantic?" Who knew? The child crossed his arms over his chest, his little face pulled tight, and he nodded solemnly as if he truly understood Guan Nanyan's explanation. "Can you take a picture of me with the national treasure? When I get back I want to share my summer vacation with Chong Lily and Wang Pang." At the end, Guan Nanshan steered the topic back again. "Fine, in a child's eyes taking a photo is the most important thing, panda or dog, as long as there's a picture." Guan Nanyan was speechless. All his explanations were for nothing. What they wanted now was to take a photo. When he took out his phone, Guan Nanshan trotted over with his short little legs to the little bun's side, wanting to hold it for a photo. Who knew the little bun suddenly scooted over to Tong Ranhua's other side. avoiding him and jumping straight into Tong Ranhua's arms. Guan Nanshan's hands were empty, his head in a fog. He just stood there blankly watching the little bun curled up in Tong Ranhua's arms. Sister, can I take a photo with it? Oh wow. No, that's a different price. Ahem ahem ahem. Tong Ranhua stared in shock at the little bundle in her arms. It wasn't just watching TV anymore. Had it evolved to scrolling Weibo? But it should be illiterate at this stage, right? Guan Nanyan took a Dove chocolate from his pocket and handed it to his younger brother. You were quick to give snacks after grooming, so why didn't you give the national treasure a reward for the photo? Guan Nanshan's eyes lit up. After taking the chocolate his big brother offered, he didn't stop there. He pattered over to his backpack and pulled out a large jelly candy. One hand held a chocolate, the other a big jelly, both shoved into Little Bun's mouth. Seeing that, Little Bun opened his dog mouth and tossed them all, one by one, into his little basket to save for tomorrow. Paid up, Little Bun cooperated fully. Whether being held for photos or having his fur stroked for pictures, he was very obedient. It's just that, perhaps because Guanan Mountain rarely took photos, he didn't know how to pose, so Little Bun improvised. Squatting and offering a paw, squatting and waving his dog paw to greet, thoroughly a diligent, responsible worker. In the end, the little dumpling even plopped right onto the child's head. Guan Nanshan had to use a lot of effort not to bow his head. It was so heavy, that little dumpling was definitely solid. With the last photo taken, the group's first day in Nanshan village ended perfectly. Except for the little accident at the very end, Guan Nanshan liked the national treasure small wooden cottage and didn't plan to leave. He wanted to sleep in the doghouse. Everyone. Chapter 149 Lao Huai. Do you take care of people like this? The child even took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to Tong Ranhua as payment for the room, which made Tong Ranhua nearly laugh and cry. In the end, the big issue was handed over to Guan Nanyan, his younger brother. He was responsible. She definitely wasn't going to teach the child. It was unclear what method Guan Nanyan used, but in the end the child's eyes were red, reluctantly saying goodbye to the little round one. If you didn't know better, you'd think they'd never meet again in this lifetime. Truly both laughable and exasperating. Then you mustn't forget me. I'll come see you again tomorrow. The national treasure squatted in the basket, raised its front paw and waved it at him. Ow, ow. Just remember to bring good food next time. Always remembers the food but not the person. Tong Ranhua looked at Guan Nanshan with a face full of sympathy. With a heart like yours, it's bound to be misplaced. On the way back, Guan Nanshan kept muttering, Big brother, can we buy the national treasure and bring it home to keep me company? Guan Nanyan's mouth twitched. The kid isn't that little, yet his nerve is big. He even wants to buy a national treasure. No. The national treasure is raised by your sister Wan. Look at the house she's prepared for it. It's bigger than your room. She treasures that national treasure so much. How could she possibly sell it? Guan Nanshan sighed with regret. If only my health were a bit better, if I didn't get sick so easily, then I could live in the doghouse, right? Guan Nanyan felt somewhat at a loss for words. Although Guobao's doghouse was very luxurious, hardly any different from a house for adults, really. Are you sure it's a good idea to be so eager to live in a doghouse? Sun Bangxia smiled. You can play with Guobao during the day. Guan Nanshan reluctantly nodded. All right then, I just hope the snacks I brought are enough. He bounced on the spot twice, shook his much lighter backpack. Most of the snacks he brought from home were already gone. However, there was still pocket money from his parents in the backpack. He could take the national treasure to the supermarket to buy more. Realizing this, Guan Nanshan was happy again. The next day, Guan Nanyan went to the breakfast shop and ate his fill, knowing that once he returned to the project there wouldn't be such good meals. He bought 50 bottles of sunflower honey from Tong Ranhua, 20 gin of milk powder, and various eggs and vegetables. The elders were coming to spend the summer, and his parents were still at home. Plus the teachers and professors on the project team who mentored him. These researchers were all well up in years and still working hard. Their bodies needed more care. Tong Ranhua looked at the almost peeled bare vegetable garden. Even with 7 figures in her account, she couldn't feel happy. Rules had to be set. The family vegetable garden was only so big, so they couldn't keep buying things at will. She still wanted to dry some string beans, and in winter braised pork would smell heavenly. She also didn't make garlic eggplant. The tender eggplants had either been picked clean by Tang Jia and his men or taken by Guan Nanyan. She had planned to dry some red chilies to make chili powder and fry chili oil, but most of the big green peppers in the chili patch were gone, and they wouldn't last until they turned red. Tong Ranhua stood in front of the vegetable garden, pondering seriously. What are you thinking about staring like that? Wu Shizi asked as she came over, catching her in a daze. I'm thinking about how to sell a little less. Tong Ranhua said instinctively. I tell you girl, you're all set. You're selling vegetables so well it's like selling flowers now. telling buyers to go pick them in the field themselves. You don't even have to lift a finger. That's convenient enough. What, are you planning to go pick the vegetables for buyers yourself? Wu Shizi was at a loss for words. Tong Ranhua's eyes lit up. She suddenly thought of a perfect idea. Shizi, you're really a clever one. Caught off guard by the compliment, Wu Shizi rolled her eyes. Even if you didn't praise me, I'd still help you harvest the potatoes. How could you not believe me? I truly think you're smart. Tong Ranhua explained with a smile. Okay, I'm smart. Are the hoe in the basket ready? Let's go. Wu Shizi said perfunctorily. In the northeast, winter comes early, and there isn't much leafy green all winter, so every spring they plant a lot of potatoes. Potatoes store well and can be kept to eat during the winter. Every year when the hot season arrives they plant a patch of Chinese cabbages, radishes, carrots, and so on. These vegetables also store well. When the first frost comes they are brought into the cellar or the storehouse to be kept for winter. Every year the Tong family plants many potatoes. What they don't eat at home they sell, which is also a source of income. This year Li Yunjin also planted quite a bit, fully an acre. If it were just the family, pulling up the potato vines, digging the potatoes, picking them into baskets and hauling them back to the storage, that would surely take a whole day. Wu Shizi volunteered, wore a straw hat, and even bought a pair of work gloves, coming over by herself. Wait a little longer, there are others coming, Tong Ranhua said. The Tong family is well liked in the village, but work like this in the fields is done by every household, and it's basically done by family members, who would come over to help. Wu Shizi was just pondering when the two elders of the Guan family arrived with a little child, and the silver-haired son Bangxia. Right after Lu Zhigua and Tang Jia also came over. Tong Ranhua gave a brief introduction to everyone, and then the group set off in a grand procession to the fields. On the way, Wu Shizi looked at the three elderly people with great concern. What is Dr. Guan thinking? Is he having his grandparents come here for labor reform? Don't be ridiculous. Brother Guan just had them come to escape the heat. It's too hot in the capital. At most he asked me to look after them a bit, so they wouldn't be so bored. Tong Ranhua said. Wu Shizi widened her eyes in shock. You think that's looking after? Are you sure you're not just finding an excuse to get people to help with the work? Making 3 70-year-olds go out to do farm work, she felt she no longer recognized the word care. Tong Ranhua didn't mind. The older you get the more you need to move around. You can't just stay put. You need proper exercise. Harvesting potatoes isn't tiring. They just pull up the vines and pick the potatoes. No need for them to hoe and dig. Besides, it's not mandatory. They asked me what we were doing today, and I said harvesting potatoes, and they said they wanted to come help. Tong Ranhua protested innocently. Although I'm lazy, I'm not that bad as to exploit the elderly. Is that really the image you have of me? Are you even my friend anymore? Wu Shizi felt a little embarrassed. She thought it over and realized it made sense. She had misunderstood. Then she heard Tong Ranhua continue. Of course, having more laborers is also pretty good. Wu Shizi. So, it's still because of laziness. Guilt, my foot, what guilt? When they arrived, looking at the stretch of potatoes, Tang Jia walked over and asked with a smile. Lao Huai, can we buy all the potatoes we harvested from you? For the sake of the brothers' meals, a guy who's supposed to be doing tech work is coming over to sell his labor. Tong Ranhua smiled. That won't do. If you buy them all, we won't have anything to eat. I've decided to change the rules a bit. Tang Jia grew anxious with a bad feeling. Change them how? Chapter 150. Today old Huai refuses to be human again. No matter how many potatoes you collect, leave me 40%. You can buy the rest. Tong Ranhua said. Good grief. Wu Shizi exclaimed, good grief. Huai has reached a new level of laziness. Before she only refused to go to the fields to pick vegetables, making buyers pick in the fields themselves self-sufficient, buy as much as you pick. But now buyers still have to go into the fields to pick. Yet she takes 40% of the harvest, the buyers can only purchase 60%. Now, even the vegetables they eat themselves don't need her to be the one to pick them. She's treating the buyers as her free labor. Tang Jia naturally understood the deeper meaning, but it was a seller's market. What could he do? He was helpless too. The plan changed. With a single look from LV Zhigua, Tang Jia immediately understood and immediately made a phone call to round people up. Not long after, 10 more people arrived, leaving the few elderly members of the Guan family staring in stunned silence. How could you call these old folks here? They don't even look like they're from the village, do they? Old Master Guan isn't shy about asking when he doesn't understand. Although it was only the second day, he had already completely blended in with the other elderly countrymen. His Beijing accent now thickly tinged with a northeastern twang. LV Zhigua said he had bought a house in the village and was tearing it down to rebuild. These are all construction workers. Now that how many potatoes they can buy will be decided according to the amount of labor produced, Of course, the more people the better. A few fewer people won't matter for building the house, but how many potatoes they can buy affects their meal quality, so this side takes priority. Seeing another 10 strong laborers arrive, Tong Ranhua was very gratified. Indeed, this rule is good. Many hands make light work. She estimated they wouldn't need the whole morning. The potatoes for this plot could be handled quickly. Although Tong Ranhua was lazy when it came to work, every one of these people was, to her, a younger brother. Obviously, everyone had 2 furrows each and was pulling along the same path, so their speed should have been similar. However, Tong Ranhua, whose stamina had improved dramatically after days of training in the secret realm, in no time pulled far ahead of the others. Wu Shizi's forehead was covered in sweat, exhausted. Isn't it, Hua Hua? Are you being such an animal now? It would be one thing if it were the older people, but seeing someone like Tang Jia and those construction workers strong, full of endurance, being outperformed by a little girl was unbearable. How could a bunch of grown men be beaten by a young girl? This absolutely wouldn't do. It concerns a man's dignity, so he must go for it. These 11 macho men all pushed together. As it turned out, young and middle-aged men really are the main labor force. When they get serious, their speed is undeniable. But, compared to Tong Ranhua, they were still really far behind. And so the group started competing like that. Tong Ranhua controlled the pace, on the verge of being overtaken by them. But even as they quickened their speed, they still couldn't catch up to her. He had the whole group firmly under control. Tong Deli, Lu Jigua, and the 3 old men watched, laughing heartily. When Guan Guoqiang and Yang Shufan were young, they had also farmed. After so many years away from the fields, their movements were a bit rusty, but fortunately harvesting potatoes doesn't require high skill. They weren't in a rush. Wearing the straw hats Tong Ranhua had prepared and the work gloves, they squatted and worked in the soil, which was rather enjoyable. The old men worked with great relish. Li Yunjin didn't come to the shop. Tong Ransong gathered the potato vines that Tong Ranyan had pulled up, brought them together and transported them to the field edge. The Xing father and son would then haul these potato vines to the cowshed for silage, to be used as fodder for the dairy cows. The youngest was little Guan Nanshan, who kept edging closer to Guobao with the single-minded aim of playing with him. But Guobao indicated he was very busy. He had a small basket in his mouth. When potato vines were pulled up and some potatoes came out, Tong Ranhua would put them directly into the small basket. When it was half full, Guobao would run to the edge of the field and have them emptied into the tricycle. However, Tong Ranhua worked particularly fast, and the little dumplings basket was too small. It simply couldn't keep up. Then De Huang was also called over by Guobao to join the battlefield. De Huang was tall and sturdy, and the basket he carried was twice as big as Guobao's. But even so, he still couldn't keep up with Tong Ranhua's speed. Guan Nanshan was just stared at by the little dumpling like that. Guobao trotted over and rubbed against Guan Nanshan's calf. Ow, ow. Are you going to pet me? My fur is especially soft, very nice to touch. The child was overjoyed. He was the one holding the snacks to coax the national treasure, and it was the first time the national treasure had come to him to nuzzle. He crouched down and patted its plush head, running his hand down along its back, reaching all the way down except for the tail. It really was soft, fluffy. Guan Nanshan had gotten addicted to touching it and wanted to feel it again. But he was refused by the national treasure, which bit the child's pant leg and signaled him to go to the edge of the field. Guan Nanshan followed it to the field edge, hoping to keep petting the dog, only to see the little round one push over a large basket. Indeed, the basket was enormous, big enough to hold 2 little round ones. It could only push it over with its chubby, rolling body. Oh wow! It tapped the basket with one front paw, staring with a pair of black eyes, tilting its head to look at the child. You've petted me, so now you should help me work. Guan Nanshan was overwhelmed by its cuteness, instinctively wanting to touch it, and then the handle of the big basket was shoved into his hand. The child blinked dazedly, looked at the big basket that reached his thigh, then at the small basket already clamped in his mouth, and turned to gaze at his little puffball. Alright, he understood. The national treasure was inviting him to play together. In Guan Nanshan's little friend's eyes, it's either work or play. It's just that this big basket is a bit too heavy. The child grabbed the basket handles with both hands, panting as he followed the agile little Tuanzi and the incredibly strong De Huang, and began acting as a porter. He picked up potatoes and tossed them into the basket. When it was full, he emptied them into the cart. He ran back and forth in the field and at the headland, sweating profusely, his little face flushed, yet smiling with crescent eyes. It was behind him that it was overloaded, so full. Guan Nanshan gripped the handles with both hands and heaved upward, but the big basket wouldn't budge. He was not convinced. Gathering his strength, he tried again. His fair little face turned beet red from the effort, and at last he lifted the big basket. He was just pleased when both his arms went weak, and with a clatter he dropped into a squatting fall, landing directly on the ground. It hurt a bit. Yi Shufan saw this and wanted to go over to help him up. After all, Guan Nanshan had always been carefully raised at home. Let alone falling down, even bumps and scrapes would make the family worry for a long time. But she was stopped by old Master Guan. Shaoshan is already 10. We can't keep spoiling him like this. He used to be in poor health, but that's not the case anymore. We parents need to adjust our mindset. Let's see first. Guan Nanshan looked left and right and finding that no one was paying attention to this side, breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly got up, brushed the mud off his pants and pretended nothing had happened. He didn't carry the big basket himself anymore. Looking around, he saw the old man and instantly smiled, pattering over. The old man was very pleased with his little grandson's behavior. Seeing the little boy come to him for help made him even prouder. In the child's mind, his grandfather must be the most capable. Otherwise, why would he seek him out whenever he ran into trouble? The old man was still basking in his pride when he saw little Guan Nanshan walk past him flawlessly and head toward Tong Ranhua, who was standing behind him. His little face was like a blooming flower with a smile. Sister Ranhua, it's getting heavy. I can't lift it. Can you help me? Old Master Guan. Chapter 151 A Bumper Harvest. The potatoes on 1 mu of land were harvested spotless by this group of people. It was really spotless. In the end, Guobao, Da Huang, and Xiao Hong inspected many times together, and only after they were sure not a single one was missed did they return home relieved. In previous years, their mu of potatoes would yield about 3,000 jin, sometimes up to 4,000 jin, which was absolutely top tier in Nanshan village. It has to be said that when it comes to farming, Tong Dali and Li Yunjin have always been the village experts. As long as there's no disaster, their yields are definitely among the top in the village. Still, this time it was a bit excessive. Tong Ranhua was somewhat dumbfounded when she saw the yield. 1 mu produced more than 6,000 jin. She must have been idle and came over to take a look, and while she was at it she probably used some of the secret realm's lake water to irrigate the fields. And these potatoes were truly oversized. The vast majority were as big as 2 adult fists, and the smallest were still the size of a single adult fist. They were piled on the ground in mounds like little hills. Everyone was stunned. No one could believe it. They'd harvested so many potatoes in just one morning. Wu Shizi was already so tired she was sitting on the ground, posing quite freely. Of course, as a streamer she never forgot to record a video. Tong Ransong had the same habit. The only difference was that Tong used a DSLR, while Wu Shizi used her phone. Guan Guoqiang and the other elders stood on Tong Dali's side, marveling at the potato yield and praising him for tending the crops well. Since recovering his health, Tong Dali had changed from his former taciturn self. In conversation he couldn't match his wife's social powerhouse energy, but he was still a very talkative middle-aged man. Even though you could tell at a glance these elderly people carried themselves with an air, their spirit and bearing were clearly not ordinary. But Tong Dali acted as if he felt nothing, treating these people like the village uncles and aunts he knew, adopting whatever attitude was appropriate. So what if they were city folk? Do city people know how to farm? When it came to farming, Tong Dali wasn't the least bit intimidated. With this big potato harvest, the smile on Tong Dali's face never faded. Hearing the praise from those around him, he began to boast about his eldest daughter and daughter-in-law. These potatoes, besides being planted by him, weren't even weeded by him afterward. His wife and eldest daughter did all that. Now that the potato harvest is so abundant, it's all thanks to his wife and eldest daughter. The few of them were very surprised. They had already found Tong Ranhua, that young girl, quite interesting. Clearly at an age when she should be working hard, she had gone back home to live out her retirement, living more comfortably and leisurely than these retired old fellows. When they worked today, they were stunned by her stamina. Even men in their prime couldn't compare. Now, after hearing Tong Dali boast one thing after another, the elders liked Tong Ranhua even more. Not only liked her but envied her as well. I envy that she, so young, already knows what she wants and is willing to make sacrifices for it. Not greedy, not trying to have it both ways. She knows how to let go, dares to choose, can stick to what she believes in, and lives freely and with clarity. It's really hard to imagine that such a small mountain village could raise someone so outstanding. And Tong Ranhua, who had been praised by several elders, was collecting the money. Tang Jia, plus the 10 people he had brought, and counting LV Jigua, had collected over 3,000 jin in total. According to Tong Ranhua's rule, they could buy 1,800 jin. After the purchase amount was confirmed, Tang Jia and the others were so happy they almost jumped for joy on the spot. If it had been before, they wouldn't even have dared to imagine buying so many vegetables. Now they thought the rule Tong Ranhua had changed was really great. As long as they can buy enough vegetables, isn't it just doing more work? They have plenty of strength. Tong Ranhua originally planned to use the family's tricycle to haul the potatoes back for them, But who knew these construction workers were so happy that on their way back each of them just hoisted a sack of potatoes and back they went. In the end there were a few left. Lu Jigua said his old arms and legs couldn't carry them, so he used Tong family's tricycle to pull them back. Although he spent 18,000, Lu Jigua was overjoyed. Even if he had wanted to spend that much before, he couldn't have. It was all thanks to the capable workers who came today, and also thanks to Huahua's new rule. That's right, Lu Jigua also really liked this new rule. Isn't it just doing work? He has plenty of people. As long as he can enjoy good food, doing the work is nothing at all. Thinking of spicy shredded potatoes, potatoes stewed with chicken, potatoes stewed with beef, mashed potatoes, French fries, potatoes stewed with ribs, slurping, his mouth watered. See? Everyone is very happy with the new rule I set. They bought vegetables, I saved effort. That's what's called a win-win. Having finished harvesting potatoes in the morning, Tong Ranhua was also very satisfied with this work efficiency. Watching Tong Ranhua, who had worked all morning without a break, still full of energy, Wu Shizi gulped a mouthful of cold water. She was so tired she didn't want to move, but still gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Tong Ranhua looked at her best friend slumped on the ground like soft mud, brow slightly furrowed. Shizi, I'm not saying this to be mean, but your stamina really isn't good. Exercise more in your free time. Don't end up sub-healthy. I go to the gym regularly, okay? It's just that I haven't been working out since I came back home. Going twice a week is actually very diligent for someone like Wu Shizi, who only streams from home. This is easy. From now on you'll come to my place every day, and I'll give you exercise opportunities, Tong Ranhua said solemnly. Wu Shizi's mouth twitched. Is it really exercise or are you just getting me to do your work? Tong Ranhua waved her hand. It's all the same, exercise uses up energy, doing work also uses up energy. Don't sweat those details. Wu Shizi. I think you want to rope me into doing heavy labor and I have proof. Tong Ranhua reached out. Want some potatoes stewed with chicken? Wu Shizi swallowed, put her hand on it, and used the leverage to get up. Because they harvested new potatoes, most of the dishes on the table were potatoes. In Wu Shizi's words, a potato feast. Fortunately there were many people, so the preparations weren't too troublesome. Tong Ransong took Guobao and Dahuang into the woods to catch chickens. Of course, Guobao and Dahuang were in charge of catching them, and Tong Ransong was in charge of carrying them. At first, Guananshan's little friend also wanted to go up the mountain, but was stopped by the three elders and given the task of washing potatoes. He obediently sat on a small stool, his fair little hands carefully washing the dirt off the potatoes. Only that his gaze kept drifting toward the path leading into the woods from time to time, but that's forgivable. After all, he's only 10, you can't expect too much from a child. Guan Nanshan realistically enacted what it was like for someone to still be here. His spirit had already followed Guobao into the woods. At such a young age, he was intensely curious about that vast stretch of forest. He felt a bit regretful. It would have been better if he hadn't run off with the national treasure last night. When he returned to the small courtyard in town last night, his grandparents lectured him in turn, so he couldn't sneak away again today. The child sighed. He had been careless. If he hadn't scared them off yesterday and had run today instead, he could have gotten into the forest. Chapter 152 Sitting in rows, dividing the fruit. Originally, killing the chicken was Tong Dali's job, but now with old Master Guan here, who had been to the battlefield and killed enemies, killing a chicken was nothing. By the time the chicken was killed, Yang Shufan and Sun Bangxia had already boiled piping hot water. The job of preparing the chicken was handed over to the two of them. Tong Dali was in charge of tending the fire, and Tong Ranyan was responsible for going to the vegetable patch to pull some scallions, cilantro, chilies, and the like to use as side ingredients. The head chef was of course Tong Ranhua. When Li Yunjin returned from the shop, she saw the little courtyard bustling. Hearing they had harvested 6,000 jin of potatoes and were having a potato feast at noon, Li Yunjin pitched in and made one of her signature dishes, cold shredded potatoes. Sour and spicy, cold and crunchy. Absolutely a summer appetite booster. Guan Nanshan fetched a small stool to sit under the hawthorn tree to cool off. Catching the rich meaty aroma wafting from the big iron pot in the shed, he couldn't help licking his lips. Seeing Tong Ranyan, he laughed. Feeling hungry? Guan Nanshan felt a little embarrassed and shook his head. I'm hungry. Tong Ranyan smiled. This kid is quite mischievous. Guobao still has some little buns, do you want to eat? Eat little Tuanchuan snack? Little Guan Nanshan immediately waved his hand. No, what if Guobao gets mad and won't play with me? Tong Ranyan's eyes lit up. She put down the tablet, stood up straight with her hands clasped behind her back, and adopted the stern tone of a little teacher. Be good. I'll give you treats. Eat a little first. The two dogs, Guobao and Dahuang, who had been lying on the ground drooling while staring at the big iron pot, suddenly got up and walked over to stand in front of Tong Ranyan. then squatted down. Seeing this, little Guan Nanshan immediately brought his little stool and sat down beside Guobao. Sit in a row, share the fruit. Only then did Tong Ranhua take out 3 small packs of beef jerky and hand them out one by one. You're so lucky, this is the last of the stock. Guan Nanshan hesitated. What will we do when it's finished? Tong Ranhua waved her hand and went back to pick up the tablet. I'll buy a bit more. This time I'll talk to the seller properly. How can they not include free shipping? That's unreasonable. Then Tong Ranhua found herself surrounded by Guan Nanshan, Guobao, and De Huang. Nanshan Town only had a post office, so online shopping was very limited. You could only buy from sellers who shipped via postal small packets. Other couriers would only deliver to the county seat. Since she became little Tuanzi's teacher, Tong Ranhua had gained the right to use the tablet, and she treated it like a new world, learning many skills, for example online shopping. Of course, she bought very little. After all, the money she earned from her job had other important uses and needed to be saved. Most of it was spent on snacks for Guobao. Eldest sister was always worried Guobao would be lured away by small treats, so she decided to spoil him in this regard. She was basically just the snack buying tool. The online shopping account was linked to Guobao's payroll card, which was also the only place he could spend his own salary. Before buying snacks each time, Tong Ranhua would tell Guobao how much it was going to cost, and only after Guobao agreed would she place the order. This time is no exception. She bought 5 jean of beef jerky at once. After a bit of back and forth, the seller finally agreed to free shipping, and Tong Ranhua was very pleased. After buying the snacks, Tong Ranhua started looking for educational videos again. She couldn't let the incident of abducting the child happen again. She had to make little Tuanzi understand that this kind of thing was forbidden. That was the new teaching goal her eldest sister had assigned her. Guan Nanshan watched from the side, curious. Yin Yin, why are you looking for those legal education cartoons? For the national treasure to use as teaching material to learn from. Tong Ranhua said casually. She had done this task many times and was used to it, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Having found a suitable video, she started the lesson right then and there. Little Tuanzi thought that after working most of the day, he wouldn't have to study today, but to his surprise there was still class. Fortunately it was already used to it. It jumped onto its dedicated little wooden study chair and, with full concentration, stared at the tablet that had been placed on the wooden table. Guan Nanshan, standing to the side, practically had his pupils quake. So dogs need to study too? He immediately called his buddy Wang Peng on video. Wang Pengjing stared at a pile of homework, utterly disheartened. Because he failed the final exam, not only did he have to do summer homework, but also the assignments left by the tutor. His sturdy little body flopped over the desk like that, looking completely spent from studying. When he got his friend's video call, he complained listlessly. Why can you, a transfer student, get first in the whole school while I fail? It's so unfair. Look, I have to do so much homework. Wang Xiaopeng, you really should hurry up and study properly. Look, even the dog is starting to study. If you still don't study, what will you do when you can't even beat a dog on the exam? Child Guan Nanshan even turned the camera toward the little Tuanchuan who was watching the video and studying. He earnestly warned, I'm telling you, if you don't study now and later your job gets taken by a dog that studied better than you, what will you do? You'll starve to death. Wang Peng looked at the dog studying in the video and suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. Now dogs have to study too? I never heard of this. This is impossible. Do I not only have to compete with my classmates but with dogs as well? Wang Peng, who had always failed his exams, gripped his hair, feeling enormous pressure. So you'd better do your homework properly and stop playing games, or you'll starve to death in the future, little Guan Nanshan said, then clicked and ended the call. No matter how shocked by the video, the little chubby from the Wang family buried himself in work, exerting unprecedented effort, doing his homework seriously, afraid he really might be worse than a dog. Tong Ranhua, who had watched the whole thing, suddenly felt that this child 2 years younger than her was like a sesame-filled rice ball, soft, pale, a good kid on the surface, but actually utterly sly. Everyone was very satisfied with the potato feast at noon. The newly dug potatoes tasted especially good. Stewed with chicken, they were soft and glutinous, very friendly to the 3 elders whose teeth weren't very good. The remaining broth mixed with plain rice made everyone's mouths water. Besides sour and spicy shredded potatoes, potato shred soup, steamed potatoes, braised potatoes, and cold shredded potatoes, Tong Ranhua also specially made fried potato sticks dipped in ketchup, which had the kids eating until their little bellies were round. Before leaving, the 3 elders bought 50 jean of potatoes according to their harvest, and also bought 2 young roosters, planning to make potato chicken stew again tonight since they hadn't eaten enough at noon. Guobao had just taken the 3 elders into the woods to catch chickens when guests arrived at the Tong family's small courtyard. It was none other than Yo Chong, who had been eyeing the honey like a hawk, and his secretary, Wen Tang. Niu Chong had truly never been to a mountain village like this before. The long tiring journey had put him in a bit of a foul mood. At his advanced age to go through such hardship, it was all because Tong Ranhua didn't know what's good for her. Otherwise, why would he have to make this trip? Niu Chong in recent years built a big, successful business and a loud reputation. Even in the capital, everyone called him Boss Niu. People gave him at least a bit of deference. Pampered, his temper grew bigger. How could he tolerate a country girl showing him such disrespect? Before coming, he had already decided. He would not only secure exclusive supply of the honey, he would also get hold of the method for producing this top-grade honey. Chapter 153. The Two with the Screwed-Up Brain. Niu Chong and Wenzhang drove over. The navigation only went as far as Nanshan town, so it couldn't point to a specific house. Still, finding Tong Ranhua's family wasn't hard. Just ask anyone in town casually, and they'll be able to point you to the right road. No wonder. Ever since Li Yunjin opened a breakfast shop in town, her talent for chatting up anyone, friends or strangers, whom she met had been on full display. On top of that, she liked showing off her children. In a town this small, everyone, one by one, had heard her boast about her 3 daughters. A dutiful daughter who is very capable, Tong Ranhua. A particularly smart second daughter, Tong Ransong, who got into Peking University. And a third daughter who also studies very well, Tong Ranyan, who even got first place in the whole school on the final exams. Everyone always envied them so much. How did all the bookish genes end up in these 3 children of the Tong family? One more studious than the next, one more clever than the next. Because of that, Tong Ranhua's name was well known in Nanshan town, and Wenzhang had no trouble asking for directions. The car drove all the way into the Tong family courtyard. Tong Ranhua was thinking about which village within 10 miles might have sheep. She could buy a few and let them graze on the hills for a while, secretly feed them the pasture and lake water from the secret realm to improve their health, and use them to make goji berry and black bean stewed mutton for her 2 younger sisters. When Wenzhang saw Tong Ranhua, he was somewhat stunned. The impact was even greater than when he had seen her in the video. After all, even when this person did live streaming, they always wore a mask. With Guohua's stream exploding in popularity, many people noticed that the streamer always wore a mask. Some assumed it must be because the streamer was so ugly that even beauty filters couldn't save them, which is why they always hid their face. He had thought the same before. Otherwise, why wouldn't the streamer show their face? This is a major tool for gaining followers. Any streamer who is even somewhat good-looking wouldn't give up using their looks to attract fans. But after seeing Tong Ranhua, he finally understood that a streamer not showing her face might be because she's ugly, or it might be because she doesn't want to show it. For example, this person in front of me clearly has a face that's more beautiful than many current female celebrities, yet she has never taken off her mask on livestream. When Zhang reined in his emotions, stepped forward to greet her, and after confirming that she was indeed Tong Ranhua, immediately introduced himself and stated his purpose. This is Mr. Niu, the owner of Jiwei Pavilion. Jiwei Pavilion is one of the country's top Chinese restaurants, and has a very strong influence nationwide. You can think of it as the luxury end of the catering industry. Many gourmets and food critics are regulars at our restaurant. Jiwei Tower only takes reservations. Seats for certain services are hard to come by, and premium membership is a symbol of status. If you can become Jiwei Tower's honey supplier, the benefits would be beyond your imagination. As a secretary, Wen Tang's tongue was particularly silver, just a few words, and he articulated Jiwei Tower's lofty exclusivity clearly and unmistakably. Tong Ranhua merely sat in the chair, her elbow on the wooden table, the other hand propping her cheek, smiling nonchalantly. Sir, you were the one who video called me before, weren't you? Wen Tang nodded instinctively. There's no need to say the same thing twice. It's a waste of time. Jiwei Lu is impressive, outstanding, a leader in the industry, I know that. But what does that have to do with me? Tong Ranhua asked softly in return. You gave up a job in the big city at such a young age to come back home and take on contracting work. I suppose you want to build something, achieve success, and then appear before your ex so he'll be filled with regret, right? Partnering with Jiwei Lu is your biggest opportunity. When Zhang was full of confidence. After getting Tong Ranhua's background information, he grew even more certain about this trip to Nanshan village. He understood this kind of young girl psychology all too well. Ah. Tong Ranhua looked baffled and thoroughly shocked. When Tang smiled, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Your ex-boyfriend really was a scumbag. He hooked up with the boss's daughter and then broke up with you. As long as you cooperate with Jiwei Building and become a supplier for Jiwei Building, the crops produced on the mountains you manage will definitely be snatched up. You'll reach your goals in no time. Tong Ranhua couldn't help laughing. Big brother, I'm not the least bit embarrassed, but I think you might be. First, if you hadn't mentioned your ex, I might not even have remembered there was such a person. I don't know how you concluded I have those grand ambitions, but sorry, that's just what you think. I've never had such thoughts. Second, our household doesn't have much honey. We need it for ourselves, and we already have a fixed group of customers. We can't provide it exclusively, even if you are Jiwei Tower. Finally, I didn't return home to start a business. I came back simply to retire. Don't be fooled by the size of my land. There's really not much to it. If too many buyers come, it would bother me a lot. Tong Ranhua counted on her fingers and spoke clearly. When Tang was dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. The situation before him truly exceeded his expectations. A 23-year-old girl going back to the countryside to retire. It was just ridiculous. Niu Chong on the side took everything in at a glance, a trace of contempt flashing through his eyes. Going back to the village to retire? Not selling. It was all just a ploy to raise the price. 20,000 yuan per gene, but the honey produced must be exclusively supplied to our Jiwai. Tong Ranhua's eyelids lifted slightly. She keenly caught the disdain in his eyes. She curled the corner of her mouth slightly, sneering. Mr. Niu, right? Tone it down with your self-righteousness. What makes you think I'm someone who needs this 20,000 yuan? Anger surged in Niu Chang's heart. Her taunt instantly ignited the fury he had been suppressing. Tong Ranhua, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. 20,000 a gene is already a high price. Don't be so greedy. Greedy people don't end well. A powerful aura spread outward with his sudden anger. After all, he had been the boss for a long time, so his presence was strong and his authority heavy. When Zheng, who was standing beside him, felt a jolt in his heart and immediately lit 3 candles for Tong Ranhua. When Boss Niu got angry, the consequences could be extremely serious. This was not something a naive young girl could withstand. However, he heard Tong Ranhua laugh, casual and unconcerned, fearless in her ease. Niu Chang's warning had absolutely no effect on her. Don't say she was frightened. With that smiling, amused look of hers, she might as well have been watching a monkey show. And in her eyes, Niu Chang was no different from a circus clown. Zhang even felt that she simply didn't regard such a big boss as Niu Chang seriously at all. Realizing this, he was a bit alarmed. How could that be? Just a little girl, how could she possibly have such great ability? Yes, he must have been mistaken. Chapter 154. Very good, you have successfully caught my attention. This is ridiculous. The honey is mine. I can sell it if I want to, and I can choose not to sell it if I don't. Are you expecting Mr. Niu to force me to sell? Tong Ranhua said mockingly. Feeling disrespected, Niu Chang felt even more annoyed. A vicious intent flashed in his eyes. Young lady, you'd better not be too arrogant. You may not yet understand the power of money and influence. Do you believe that with a single word from me, your Niuxin mountain would have to change hands? Tong Ranhua snorted lightly, as if she'd heard the greatest joke in the world. Her elegant brows arched slightly. President Niu, is that a threat? Niu Chang snorted coldly, thinking she was afraid, and immediately put on the airs of someone superior, sneering. I'm just giving you a lesson in what it means to be insatiably greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. What it means for an arm to be no match for a thigh. With the tip of her tongue resting against her teeth, Tong Ranhua's smile grew even brighter. Her naturally ethereal, pretty face became all the more radiant and charming. You're so good. I haven't heard words like that in a long time. I almost feel nostalgic. I have a flaw. I hate being threatened. People who threaten me usually don't end well. Ever heard the saying? A powerful dragon can't suppress the local snake. These days, accidents happen all the time. When you're unlucky, even a sip of water can choke you to death. The last time I was threatened was back in the cultivation world. It was over the right to enter a secret realm. A spirit botanist who was an elder's grandson tried to steal my chance. In the end, not only did he fail to take my opportunity, he also developed a demonic obstacle. His realm plummeted, and if he couldn't overcome that inner demon, he'd be stuck at Foundation Establishment for life and never reach Golden Core. At that time, she had only just completed Foundation Establishment. In that instant, Niu Chang felt a powerful pressure emanating from Tong Ranhua. Having been a boss for so many years, he was usually the one exerting pressure on others, and was rarely overwhelmed by someone else's momentum. But now he felt the air around him thin, making it hard to breathe. Niu Chang was stunned, but he could not bring himself to believe it, that he would be afraid of a young girl. For the always tough Niu Chang, this was simply unacceptable. The hand clasped tightly into a fist behind his back, his eyes growing ever more fierce. I'm not interested in honey anymore. If you're sensible, hand over the beekeeping formula and I can give you a good price. Otherwise, do you believe I could have Niuxin Mountain registered under my name by tomorrow? Tong Ranhua's fingers twitched, but before she could speak, a strong, resonant voice sounded from behind her. Oh ho! President Niu, what a big mouth you have. You're putting on more airs than your father. Old Niu's always bragging in front of me about how accomplished his son is, how amazing he is. I need to ask him. Are his son really that impressive? Niu Chong snapped his head around and saw an old man wearing black shorts and a white tank top, holding a palm fan, completely the look of a rural grandpa. For a moment he couldn't even recognize him. He was puzzled when he saw the old man already take out his phone and quickly make a call, and then he heard his father's strong booming voice. You stubborn ox. From now on, stop boasting in front of me about how your son rose from nothing. How extraordinarily talented he is, how successful he is, bah. He's just using his power to bully people. When it comes to shaking someone down for money, he has no conscience at all. If I'd known your son behaved like this, forcing sales on people and using his position to bully young women, when you were bragging about him I would have slapped your face with a slipper. With such rotten morals he doesn't even deserve to be compared with my son. I'm telling you, this time he met his match. He even picked on someone from my family. Let me tell you, the Guan family is not to be trifled with. You say when you were young, you risked life and limb on the battlefield to protect the people. How could you have produced such an outrageous son who bullies ordinary folks? Tell me, with a tumor like this in the Niu family, can you answer to the oath you once swore under the national flag? Can you answer to the ancestors who died on the battlefield? Guan Guoqiang, having eaten and drunk his fill, spoke into the phone with full force. His booming voice was loud enough for the whole little courtyard to hear clearly. Niu Chang's expression shifted from bafflement at first, to stunned, then like a black cloud descending, and finally to an ashen pallor. He never would have imagined he would run into Guan Guoqiang in a small mountain village. Why is this old man, with nothing better to do, not staying in the capital but coming to such a remote, poor mountain valley? And dressed like some old country granddad, not knowing how to enjoy his good fortune. Tong Ranhua actually has relatives in the Guan family. No wonder when he searched for news about the honey in the capital for so long he couldn't find anything. It must be the Guan family meddling in all this. The Guan family really hit it deep. Niu Chong quickly composed himself and put on the expression of a junior. Isn't it like the saying, a flood washed away the Dragon King's temple and the family no longer recognizes each other? It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Don't. My surname is Tong, your surname is Niu, we're not related at all. Tong Ranhua retorted, tearing into him at full speed. She sighed a little mournful. Old master Dr. Sun, you probably won't be getting genuine chicken, duck or goose from now on, nor eggs, fresh milk or honey. Likely none of that anymore. Tong Ranhua felt very helpless, somewhat regretful, and a little pitiful. Although I signed a 70-year contract for this Niuxin mountain, well, boss Niu is right. An arm can't win against a thigh. If he also wants this Niuxin mountain, he's a big shot from the capital. A little give and take of favors and this would be settled with a single word. Sensing the three elders across the way giving him hostile looks, Niu Chong was about ready to explode with anger. Has this person learned Sichuan opera face changing? Where did your previous arrogance go? Where's the bravado that talked tough? Where's that arrogant swagger of yours that looked down on everything? Who are you pretending to be a bullied little cabbage for? Mr. Niu, Grandpa Niu isn't young anymore. He needs to take good care of himself. As you get older, you always end up with all sorts of ailments. Sun Banksia said with a chuckle, and with her head of silver hair she looked very much like a chatty old neighbor. But everyone here was Fox-affiliated. Who wouldn't understand the deeper meaning behind that? Sun Banksia's implication was clear. If your Niu family members are as strong as oxen and never get sick, then go ahead and mess around. I'm certainly not going to treat you. How dare Niu Chong even move? If offending a Guan family member, he would weigh the gains and losses and think it over. But if you add a national-level traditional Chinese medicine master to that, all those petty schemes in his heart would be completely silenced. No one can guarantee they'll never get sick in their lifetime, especially since the old man really was getting on in years. If something unexpected happened and Sun Banksia didn't step in, it would be dangerous. Just then, Niu Chong received a call from Niu Ben. After being roasted by his old rival for 10 minutes, Niu Ben, proud his whole life, was mocked this time because of his son's poor behavior, so how could he let Niu Chong off? A good scolding was sure to be in order. No matter what, first yell a bit to vent. Niu Chong strode over proudly but had to leave with his tail between his legs. The two were just about to leave when they ran into Manager Zhu and Lu Yu. They hadn't driven over and were a step behind Niu Chong and Wen Chong. They had originally come intending to intervene and negotiate a bit, but didn't expect to miss the most exciting climax and see it end outright. They couldn't even catch the fresh, juicy details. Chapter 155 I am a law-abiding good man. Manager Zhu went to the Tong family for the first time. He had a very clear idea of his role, to help Tong Ranhua deal with the problems caused by Niu Chong, and to take the opportunity to secure a large purchase. After stating his purpose, Manager Zhu felt a little embarrassed. They had arrived a bit late and hadn't been able to help at all. Tong Ranhua smiled. He's the big boss of Jiwei Restaurant. Who are you to argue with him? Of course we can't win by force, and anyway we shouldn't go that route. Manager Zhu laughed. But small people have their own methods. We're a live streaming platform. We'll just show everyone the most authentic situation as it is. Let right and wrong be judged by the public. Lu Yu nodded emphatically. This was the solution they discussed all the way here. Whoa. Manager Zhu looked polite and refined, but when it came to action he was ruthless, live stream exposures steering public opinion. How is that any different from tearing things open and going to war with the other side? Mr. Nyo's influence isn't small. Offending him won't do your company any favors. Tong Ranhua warned with a smile. Our boss Shen said that Guohua is an important anchor for the platform. We must spare no effort to defend the anchor's interests. Manager Zhu also made sure to curry favor for his own company. Tong Ranhua raised an eyebrow, thinking this contract was signed pretty well. Thanks to you all this time, otherwise things wouldn't have ended so easily. Tong Ranhua bowed respectfully to the three elders and thanked them. Old Master Guan waved his hand indifferently. It was nothing. Besides, that honey was brought home by Xiao Yan and leaked out from our house. That Niu Chong lives in the same neighborhood as us. He probably started watching then. Helping out was the right thing to do. Sun Bangxia wore a stern expression. The Niu family really went too far. Having such a scoundrel in the circle is truly disgraceful. A kind smile suddenly appeared on her face. Actually, even without the three of us old folks, you could deal with that Niu Chong. Tong Ranhua reached up and touched her nose. You could sure, but it's such a hassle. You three say a few words and it's done in no time, simple, brutal, time-saving and effortless. Who wants extra trouble when it can be avoided? The three elders. It was only the second day they had been in town, and they had already fully realized how trouble-averse this young girl truly was. Tong Dali went to the small courtyard rented by Lu Jigua, drove the tricycle back, and prepared to take the three elders and little Guan Nanshan home. Actually, the most important thing was to bring the potatoes and chickens they had bought into the small courtyard in town. As for the people, it was safer to take Xiaolan. After all, they were fairly old and the road conditions weren't great. What if something went wrong from all that bumping along? But Manager Zhu and Lu Yu weren't worried. Two big men who aren't afraid of jolts, they just sat on the tricycle. They still didn't have a place to stay. They had to go to town to find a small inn. On their way to town, they saw Niu Chong and Wen Zhang's car parked at the roadside. 3 of the 4 tires were flat. Tong Ranhua laughed. Boss Niu, it seems you really can't do too many bad things. Look, even heaven couldn't stand it anymore. So many cars pass along this road so smoothly, and yet yours gets a flat, 3 flats at once. Niu Chang's face went ashen. An accident. He was about to say it was just an accident, but then the words Tong Ranhua had used to taunt him popped into his mind. These days accidents happen all the time. When you're unlucky, even a sip of water can choke you to death. Was this accident really just an accident? A flood of plots and schemes, traps and calculations surged through Niu Chang's mind. For a moment he was wrapped in terror, and even his gaze toward Tong Ranhua was laced with fear. You're just a young girl, how dare you? Stop. Your bad luck is your problem, not mine. Don't even think of pinning this on me. What, your driving is so terrible you got a flat and you want to blame me for stealing a glance at you in the crowd. Even staged scams on the moon aren't this much. Tong Ranhua finished complaining, restarted the car, and took these people home. But her mind kept turning. Is Niu Chong really that unlucky? A flat tire right on the road? That can't be. Even if she acted, it was aimed at Niu Chong, not the car, right? Her thoughts were all over the place when she felt Yang Shufan in the passenger seat looking at her with a complicated expression. You worked on Niu Chang's car? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. A very familiar triple denial. Sun Bangxia. Why do I feel like you're a little guilty? Guan Guoqiang. If you did it, you did it. We're not going to scold you. After all, Niu Chong did it on the first day and you did it on the 15th, that's only natural. Lao Hua, you're too timid. That won't do. Tong Ranhua's mouth twitched. She found these 3 elders adorably over the top. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? She asked with a faint smile. The 3 elders were clueless, wearing puzzled expressions. Tong Ranhua. Puncturing a tire. What kind of revenge is that? Such childish tactics are meaningless. I can't be bothered with them. Then what kind of methods wouldn't be childish? Old Master Guan asked, intrigued. Tong Ranhua smiled. No blood, no wounds, no financial loss, no damage to reputation, no loss of power, no death. By my standards, all of those are childish. 3 elders. Good heavens. Playing this rough? They thought she was a kind, adorable, carefree and easygoing pretty young lady, and even worried she might be bullied. But in reality, when she takes action, the least that happens is someone ends up bleeding. The pretty young lady, wearing the kindest smile, using the gentlest voice to say the harshest things. How could she be so likable? I think old Niu should thank me. Thankfully I stepped in, otherwise his son might not have made it back alive. Old Lord Guan grumbled. Tong Ranhua was surprised. You can't say things like that. What are you thinking? I'm a law-abiding good person. How could I ever casually take someone's life? Guan Guoqiang was puzzled. But you just said that if you stepped in, you wouldn't be playing games, you'd draw blood at the least. Yes, someone like him who takes whatever he wants and has been doing it for so long certainly won't stand up to scrutiny. Our teachers taught us since childhood that when something happens you call the police. We must learn to use the law to protect ourselves. Tong Ranhua said this with complete seriousness and passionate fervor. At the end she glanced at Guan Guoqiang and reminded him. Old man, obeying the law is every citizen's duty and obligation. We mustn't step out of line. A sewing machine isn't that easy to peddle either. Guan Guoqiang. What do you mean by specifically reminding me like that? Do I have a face that likes breaking the law? His wife Yang Shufan and son Bangxia got out of the car laughing, ignoring the old man's puzzled expression, carefully saying a few words to Tong Ranhua, which boiled down to one sentence. Remember to call if anything happens. Although they're older, Zhenzhen and those fiends and monsters are still manageable. These elderly people are really adorable. Tong Ranhua still liked them a lot. After they exchanged phone numbers and WeChat IDs, Tong Ranhua finally left. As for Niu Chong, he would see the result tonight. Chapter 156. Who are you trying to scheme against? A small courtyard in Nanshan town. At night, the four of them had another delicious meal of potatoes stewed with chicken. Yang Shufan's cooking was quite good, and everyone ate their fill. After dinner, the three sat in the small courtyard to catch the breeze. One of them held a large palm fan, fanning intermittently. You think that stubborn old Niu can control his son? After all, he's that old himself, and his son is nearly 50. If Niu Chong wants to do something, that stubborn Niu can only offer a few bland words. If he can't rein him in, isn't that just that? Guan Guoqiang was a bit uneasy, seriously doubting the extent of his nemesis's authority. Niu Ben has always thought highly of himself, proud and arrogant. He hates people who rely on power to do evil. Now that his son is like this, he certainly won't let these matters pass over lightly. That's like slapping himself in the face. How could he possibly continue to stay in the capital after this? Yang Shufan still had some confidence in that stubborn old man Niu Ben. Son Bangxia's intentions were simple. My stance is clear. If anyone from the Niu family has done something evil, don't expect me to treat their relatives. Guan Guoqiang was thinking further than they were. The Niu family's influence was complicated. He had to consider, what if Niu Chongyang said one thing and did another, harbored resentment, and acted behind their backs? What would he do then? There was no way around it. If it came down to sheer power, the Guan family truly couldn't compete with the Niu family. Then he came up with a brilliant idea. He took out his phone and quickly posted a moment's update, full of beautiful scenery from Nanshan village. There were shots they had taken casually on the road when they first arrived, the first time they went to Tong's courtyard, one taken while harvesting potatoes, and another from when they went into the woods to catch chickens. Old Master Guan's photography skills were SOSO, but the natural scenery around Nanshan village was indeed beautiful. No matter how he photographed it, it looked good. After selecting the photos, Guan Guoqiang quickly typed a few words. Summer retreat, 2 characters. Comfortable. Guan Guoqiang's WeChat was full of either relatives, the old buddies he did morning exercises with, some chess friends or old comrades, quite a mixed crowd. He waited a few minutes, then checked his moments again, receiving a few likes and someone asking where he had gone to cool off. Guan Guoqiang hadn't returned anything, but his brows were even more deeply furrowed. He hadn't seen the person he wanted to see. At that moment Guan Guoqiang was like a young man who fancied someone, and had carefully posted a moment's update specifically for that person, hoping they would see it and reply. Not seeing the other person's comment made him feel especially unsettled. He scrolled through the album again. It was all food now. On the first day at the Tong family, Tong Ranhua had prepared a whole table of hearty dishes, one wide shot of the whole spread, and then a photo of each individual dish. He completed another 9 photo grid and posted it to Moments. Guan Guoqiang. Great food and scenery, the perfect summer getaway. Because his first Moments post hadn't gotten any comments from the other person, Guan Guoqiang decided to spam the feed. After posting a round of food photos, he immediately uploaded today's potato feast. Especially that dish of potato stewed with chicken pieces, it definitely took center stage. Guan Guoqiang. The chicken is still the same chicken, but it just tastes better than when we eat it at home. Even the gravy mixed with rice is so fragrant. His old partner Yang Shufan watched her old man fussing over this and couldn't help laughing. Who exactly are you scheming against? Guan Guoqiang leisurely fanned himself, looking as if everything was under control. What nonsense are you talking about? Scheming? I'm just sharing my happy summer retreat life with everyone. After saying that, he felt something was off. He paused, then suddenly remembered something Guan Nanyan had said when they were still in the capital. At the time it seemed like Lei Depeo was mooching food and drink at their house. Xiaoyan asked a few questions about the Lei family, and he even warned the other party not to scheme against the Leis. What did Xiaoyan say to him back then? Grandpa, you just remember it yourself. Thinking about the 3 moments he had just posted to his social feed, Guan Guoqiang couldn't help laughing. That brat, he thinks 10 steps ahead for every step. He must have planned this. He knew he would look for Lei Depeo. Yang Shufan understood instantly. So you were setting up Lei Depeo? Guan Guoqiang immediately sat up straight and said righteously, what scheme? Am I that treacherous? I'm sharing. You know what sharing is, right? Yang Shufan nodded. Indeed, if that hot temper shows up, forget about the Niu family. Even those big shots in the capital wouldn't dare make a move, unless they lost their claws. This was handled well. I just wonder whether Thunder Cannon will be out to get you? What scheme? I already said this isn't a scheme. Guan Guoqiang puffed his beard and glared, emphasizing once again that he was a good man. Yang Shufan ignored him and turned to another question. If Lei Depeo really came, where would he stay? This small courtyard definitely wouldn't be enough. Speaking of which, Guan Guoqiang perked up and revealed his plan to buy a house. When they were harvesting potatoes today, he heard that Lu Jigua had bought a house in the village and was building a small sihiyuan, and he was tempted. Making that daily trip back and forth to town was really inconvenient for them. Actually, walking half an hour wasn't a big deal. It was just a hassle carrying groceries and such back home each time. Guan Guoqiang's suggestion was approved by his wife, thinking about living in Nanshan village from now on, strolling over to the Tong family to help with chores and then leisurely strolling back. It couldn't be better. The 3 elders began to imagine what kind of house to build in the little courtyard, each idea more excited than the last, already gesturing and talking animatedly. Young Guan Nanshan was video calling his parents, sharing what he had done today, and the interesting things he had encountered. When Guan Yunfeng and Yi Xian heard the voices, they asked what Grandpa and Grandma were doing. Guan Nanshan obediently pointed the camera at the 3 of them. At first it sounded like they were talking about plotting against someone. Then they said they wanted to build a house and now it looks like dancing? Maybe it's square dancing. Guan Yunfeng, Yi Xian. What kind of mess is this? Do you remember you're only accompanying your grandson for the summer? What are you planning to settle down there and not come back? Seeing Guan Guoqiang's moments filled with delicious food and beautiful scenery. So infuriating. They want to taste the food too. But there are only 2 chickens left at home, so they have to save them and eat sparingly. After admiring her parents' happy life, Yexin was already thinking about whether she could arrange a few days off to come live with her parents for a while and eat something good. As for her husband, he still had to manage that mess at the company and couldn't leave, so it was better for him to stay home and earn money. After all, buying vegetables, chickens, honey and the like all required money. At worst, she would bring him back more food. Yi Xian thought her plan was perfect, feeling no guilt at all about abandoning her husband and instead running off to her in-laws and son. Guan Guoqiang had no idea that the person he was trying to scheme against hadn't made a move yet. Instead, he ended up hurting his son by mistake. Chapter 157. Call the police if there's a problem. For Yi Xian, going out only required considering the time, but when Lei Depeo wanted to go out, it wasn't just about timing. They had to hold a meeting to discuss it. Moreover, if he wanted to go out, he certainly wouldn't go without attendance. Lei Depeo would never agree to that. He was going to cool off and enjoy good food. What did it mean to bring a bunch of people along? Mooch a meal? Was he planning to starve them all out? Members of the Lei family came one after another to persuade him, saying it was too risky to go out and medical care couldn't be guaranteed. Lei Depeo immediately pushed Sun Bangxia forward, saying the national champion was here, so what was there to be afraid of? If you get worked up you start arguing, old Guan can go, so why can't I? How am I any worse than his Guoqiang? In the end, no one could insist on anything and had to agree to let him go join Guan Guoqiang, but Lei Shang must go along to take care of him so everyone can be at ease. Lei family's parents felt very guilty, thinking their daughter had been wronged. She'd just been discharged from the hospital and already had to go to that little mountain ravine. Originally Lei Shang had been injured while on a mission and sent home to recuperate. Now she couldn't even rest properly. She still had to accompany the old man everywhere. Lei Shang immediately seized the chance to set conditions, putting on a pitiful act. She was already working so hard. Forget about blind dates. They were emotionally taxing and mentally exhausting, too much trouble to deal with. When Mrs. Lei heard that, how could she refuse? She cancelled all the previously scheduled matchmaking dinners. After all, her daughter was still young. Besides, people these days marry late. Setting her up next year would be just the same. After dealing with her mother, Lei Shang clenched her fist with one hand, swung it hard and was ecstatic. Yes. She was simply too clever. She could eat delicious food and avoid blind dates. Now that's a life winner. Give her a few more of these great things, moxo moxo. To guard against Niu Chang causing trouble, Old Master Guan brought in Lei Depao as a stabilizing force, not knowing that Niu Chang really would cause trouble. But well, it wasn't quite the way Old Master Guan had imagined. Saying they're different is an understatement. It's like night and day. After seeing Tong Ranhua on Niu Chang Road, his mind replayed all kinds of accidental death scenarios over and over. Like a car driving along when suddenly a big truck plows into it. What kind of car drove onto the bridge when it suddenly collapsed? Or walking in a crowd when suddenly a lunatic bursts out and attacks indiscriminately, stabbing him a few times and so on. In any case, there are many and varied ways to die, strange and unusual. The difference is that with some deaths he can be left whole, while with others there isn't even a whole body. Logically speaking, Niu Chang's business is so big. Hasn't he seen all sorts of storms and tempests? I won't be scared off by a single blown tire. But that offhand, casually menacing look Tong Ranhua had flashed before is deeply etched in his mind and he can't shake it. He doesn't want to dwell on it, but he simply can't control it. All kinds of scenarios of himself being harmed keep flooding his mind. Niu Chang decided not to wait here for the car to be repaired. He left it at the town repair shop and took the bus with Wenjiang straight to the county seat. After arriving at the county seat, he barely rested before changing buses to go to Anong City. Normally, since it was already evening, the sensible plan would have been to stay in Anong for the night and leave the next day. But Niu Chang refused to. He didn't even have dinner and took the high-speed train straight to Shancheng, intending to catch a plane overnight back to the capital. That was right. Niu Chang felt that returning to the capital was the only safe option. Besides, regarding the honey matter, he had to explain everything clearly to the elders at home. He was absolutely not going to give up. After the two of them arrived at the airport, they only just managed to have dinner. Niu Chang wasn't short of money and bought business class tickets, but the flight was late, 11 p.m. Niu Chang took a short nap in the airport VIP lounge. After a day of running around with his nerves stretched tight the whole time, he was exhausted in body and mind. Sitting in a comfortable massage chair, he immediately fell asleep. Then he saw one terrifying scene after another. Although it was clearly his villa, a woman in bright red clothes floated in the air, her fingernails sharp and pointed, chasing him and demanding an explanation. He was so terrified that he rolled and crawled, running non-stop. Just as he was about to jump out a window to escape, the woman's hair suddenly grew at lightning speed and whipped him back. His previous frantic running had been for nothing. The woman's sharp, dagger-like nails tore his cheek. A stabbing pain hit him suddenly, and Niu Chang begged for mercy repeatedly. The woman swept aside her long hair, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, and stopped moving her hand. Niu Chang thought his pleading had worked and went on. "Don't blame me, blame your aging, faded looks. I'm a big boss now. How can I be seen out with an old hag? You have to understand me." Saying that, he looked up at the woman and saw her beautiful face smile at him. Then in the next moment it turned into a skull. "Ah!" Niu Chang screamed in terror, his heart racing even faster, cold sweat pouring down. He fled in panic, instinctively running downstairs, but his foot missed a step and he tumbled down the staircase. When he rolled into the first-floor lobby, someone carefully helped him up. He clung to it like a lifeline. "Quick go! Quick go! Let's get out of here!" Who knew the other person's hand gripped his arm tightly? "Boss Niu, you stole our family's secret recipe and think you can just walk away. It's not that easy. I told you, even as a ghost I won't let you go." The old man gave a mighty shove and flung him straight into the scalding pot of oil, still clutching a large iron ladle and continuously scooping hot oil to pour over his head. Ah! The high temperature boiling made Niu Chang feel a piercing pain. At first he thrashed hard, then grew weak and listless, unable even to finish himself off. Niu Chang experienced floggings, quartering, slow slicing, being torn apart by 5 horses, and other tortures in his dreams. The targets were partners he had cheated, chefs who had seized things by force, competitors he'd schemed against, disobedient company executives, and so on. However many evil deeds he had done, however many victims he had wronged, in his dreams he would suffer that many tortures. Niu Chang tried to wake up, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't. His head felt unbearably heavy, his whole body stiff. He was dying and coming back to life within the dream. When Tang saw the boarding time was approaching and had no choice but to call for help. Niu Chang's forehead was covered in sweat, his hair clumped into strands by the moisture, and he looked as if he'd been pulled out of the water. He was so frightened that he immediately dialed 120. That made quite a commotion. When the doctor arrived, Niu Chang finally came to. The moment he woke up, when Zhang had just breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Niu Chang refuse to go to the hospital or board the plane, insisting on turning himself in at the police station. Can't stop it even if you tried. Causing chaos at the airport. From Niu Chang's perspective, what were these demons and monsters? How did they all chase him out of his dreams? No way. He had to go to the police station for refuge. The police station folks were puzzled too. A perfectly fine big boss insisting on turning himself in. Was his ideological consciousness really that high? Had he suddenly developed a conscience? When exactly he stole which chef's secret recipe, when he maliciously sabotaged competitors, the company's tax issues, Niu Chang didn't need the police to ask. He just blurted everything out like spilling beans. The police officer, dazed, managed to notch another achievement. Niu Chang thought that the police station was full of young energy and righteousness, so those demons and fiends surely wouldn't dare come after him anymore. Once these matters were settled and he left the station, those people probably wouldn't come for him again, right? Thrown back into the oil pan and then ripped apart by 5 horses. Too real. Niu Chang was completely terrified and stunned. In a short time, Jiwei Tower was closed for rectification, and past matters began to be settled. Of course, Tong Ranhua didn't care about these things. She had only cast a little illusion on Niu Chang. As for what he would do or how he would act, that was his business. It's just that different choices would lead to different consequences. What she was concerned about now was how Niu Chang's tires could have burst. And all 3 at once. Chapter 158. Today's dumpling is green tea flavored. Tong Ranhua's first suspect was, of course, Little Dumpling. Little Dumpling was teaching its little brother a new skill, climbing a tree. How could the National Treasure's little brother not even know such a simple skill as climbing a tree? De Huang, nearly 100 jin in weight, had his front paws clinging to the hawthorn tree, struggling constantly, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't get up. Tong Ransong held the DSLR to record the scene. To prevent his hands from shaking with laughter, he had already placed the camera on a tripod. Little Tuansu grew anxious, circling under the hawthorn tree and letting out 2 urgent barks at De Huang. Climbing a tree is so simple, how can you not do it at all? Why are you so useless? De Huang, with a dog's face full of grievance, pressed his forlorn head against the tree trunk and let out 2 small plaintive barks. I've never seen a tree-climbing dog. None of them can climb trees. If I can't, that's perfectly normal. Arf arf. Little Tuancy was very angry at such a useless little brother. If you can't learn it, you don't get to eat the ham sausage. The big yellow dog lifted his head, his pupils trembling, staring at Little Dumpling in astonishment, silently accusing, "How could you do this to me?" Little Dumpling twisted his head, plopped down on his haunches, hugged a thick spare rib sausage with his front paws, and gnawed at it like it smelled delicious. The big yellow dog was so tempted his drool was dripping, tongue out, eyes fixed intently on the spare rib sausage in the National Treasure's hand. Knowing full well it definitely couldn't learn to climb trees, De Huang's wicked impulse surged. His dog eyes fixed on the tempting rib sausage and he dashed forward. Little Tuanzi glanced with one dog eye. For dealing with De Huang, who was always scheming to usurp power, one move was enough. It didn't even move, leisurely taking a bite of the rib sausage while the other front paw waved, aimed at the charging De Huang's head. But spotting the figure entering the yard, it immediately withdrew its paw, letting De Huang rush over, open his mouth and snatch the rib sausage. It instantly collapsed, Little Tuanzi lying on the ground, motionless as if seriously injured. De Huang actually thought it had really overwhelmed Big Brother. With a hop it jumped back, staring at the little dumpling lying there, its big head full of question marks. Is it already this powerful now? Can attack just with its body? Even the boss couldn't withstand it? Then it saw Tong Ranhua hurry over in a few steps, scoop up the little dumpling lying on the ground and fretfully asked, "What's wrong? Where are you hurt? Or do you feel unwell somewhere?" The little dumpling's wet, beseeching eyes glanced at De Huang, and even its voice dropped, "Oh well." De Huang didn't mean it, little spirit botanist, don't blame him. He was just too greedy and wanted to eat the rib sausage. Tong Ranhua. What a strong whiff of green tea. What a worried heart fed the dog. How could she forget? A national treasure is a spirit pet. Not only does it have off-the-charts combat ability, its physique is top-notch. Don't even mention De Huang being just a Chinese rural dog. Even lions, tigers, or big black bears might not be its match. And De Huang was even more stunned by the boss's words. Plop. Its ribs and intestines dropped out. It was as if a door to a new world had been opened. Little Tuanzi noticed Tong Ranhua daydreaming. The round little body stirred and reminded her that there was still an injured person. Tong Ranhua came back to her senses, rubbing its little head with one hand, suppressing a laugh as she said, "If you're injured you must rest well." Little Tuanzi's eyes shot flashes of delight as it nodded repeatedly. "Oh wow. That's right, I'm seriously hurt. I definitely need at least 10 days to half a month of rest. To recover as quickly as possible, studying and such can be set aside." So she was waiting here for her. Tong Ranhua smiled too, nodding in agreement. "If you're resting, you should really rest properly. To recover quickly, studying and things can be put on hold. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to attend classes. Heaven. A surprise. Little Tuanchuan wanted to jump up and down with joy, but it held back and only tugged at the dog's mouth in a smile. Then Tong Ranhua said again, "When you're injured you have to eat light things. You can't eat things like potatoes stewed with chicken, iron pot stewed goose, roast duck, braised pork, braised ribs, soy braised beef, or sweet and sour fish." What? Shocking. Earth-shattering. Terrible news. Xiachuanzi stiffened instantly, his dog-like eyes dumbstruck, as if he'd heard the worst news imaginable. A life without enjoying delicious food is incomplete. He sprang up from Tong Ranhua's arms in a flash, his earlier listlessness gone, suddenly radiant, lively, and bouncing with energy. "Oh wow. I think the wound just now wasn't that serious after all. Da Huang's weight still can't push me over." Tong Ranhua pretended to be worried. "Really? I'm still not convinced. After all, Da Huang is so heavy he should rest properly for a few days. You focus on recuperating, no need to study." Howl. 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 Little Tuanchuan suddenly jumped from Tong Ranhua's arms to the ground, very excited. No, I love studying. I especially love studying. I feel unwell if I don't study every day. Please let me study." To prove it really wasn't hurt, it stood on its 2 hind paws, slapped its chest with one front paw, looking as if it were in great health and eating heartily. Tong Ranhua stifled a laugh, putting on an expression of self-reproach. "It's my fault. I didn't know Lord National Treasure likes studying so much, and only let you study an hour and a half every day. That was my oversight. That's too little time. All right, from now on you'll study 2 hours every day. I'll add another half hour, how's that? Happy? Excited? Little dumpling." It was as if struck by lightning. The National Treasure blinked its eyes, looking utterly baffled. It had wanted to shirk its studies, so why was it studying an extra half hour every day? But Tong Ranhua wasn't finished. With a worried look she asked, "Do you think the time is too short, that it flies by in a blink?" "It's okay, I can give you another." Howl. 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 Before Tong Ranhua could finish adding words, she was cut off by a little ball of fur that was so excited it had already jumped up on the spot. "Not short. Not short. Not short at all. No need to add any more." "Do you really not want to add more?" "It's okay. As long as you like it, we can extend the study time." Tong Ranhua added considerately. Little Dumpling nodded so vigorously its head bobbed like a pestle. "Enough. Enough." It really was enough. As if afraid Tong Ranhua would actually increase its study time. As soon as it finished speaking it darted off, and about a meter from De Huang it leapt up and plopped its round little body right onto De Huang's back. Wah, it's all De Huang's fault. It has to study an extra half hour every day." Watching the 2 dogs squabble, Tong Ranhua finally asked Songgu, who was filming, "What drama did the National Treasure watch with Mom again?" "Last night it seemed to be Empresses in the Palace?" Tong Ranhua lifted a hand to her forehead. "So it's time to switch into green tea mode? My head hurts." Chapter 159. Lao Huai is a pigeon spirit. Tong Ranhua remembered she still had an unresolved question, and was about to ask when Wu Shizi's call interrupted her. As soon as it connected, she heard her extremely exaggerated volume and emotionally charged reproach. Tong Ranhua judged in almost a second that this person was definitely live streaming. Mentioning live streaming suddenly made her feel guilty. She counted on her fingers, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It seemed she hadn't streamed in a long time. "Sis, how long has it been since you looked at a calendar? Do you even remember how many hours you've streamed this month? It's already mid-month. Are you really not going to try harder now, and just wait to scrabble for hours at the end of the month?" Wu Shizi fired 3 soul-searching questions in a row like an aria, ridiculously over the top. "Just focus on the live stream. Why are you calling me?" Tong Ranhua nervously changed the subject. She would never admit she'd forgotten about the live stream again. Speaking of which, Wu Shizi felt a bit sheepish. When I was live streaming just now I accidentally mentioned the time we dug up potatoes together. My fans are pretty clueless, really curious to see how we harvest potatoes, so I sent out a short video." Tong Ranhua understood instantly. "Then you went on to give everyone a detailed description of the potato feast." Wu Shizi also felt guilty. When you get to eat something delicious, if you don't brag about it, share it and don't share it with everyone, what's the point? Of course, Wu Shizi really did have a mouth on her. Maybe she had taken some advanced courses, her expressive skills skyrocketed. Even a simple cold shredded potato dish was described by her, as if it existed only in heaven and nowhere on earth, let alone a heavy-hitting dish like potatoes stewed with chicken. Hungry fans drooled and flooded the chat, scolding her and reminding her this is a beauty live stream, not a food stream. Change one word and it's a world of difference. Wu Shizi's fans and Guohua's live stream viewers overlap a lot, and during this period Tong Ranhua had been skipping streams and even stopped producing the short videos she used to post frequently, so everyone was already really upset. But at a time like this, Wu Shizi was still showing off gourmet food during her livestream. Could the fans stand for that? Absolutely not. One by one they had the host call the lazy to the core Tong Ranhua, urging her to start a livestream. This was a buzz generated by a potato-induced demand for more streams. Tong Ranhua felt playful. The fans had you call to pester me into streaming, and you actually called me? Since when did you start being so obedient? Don't you have any pride? Sigh, I can't help it. Gifts keep coming one after another. When someone's handed something, it's hard to refuse. It's not that I don't care about pride, it's just the fans gave too much. As soon as Wu Shizi finished speaking, she saw the special effect of a luxury cruise again. Ninghua Kong, this little rich girl, was lavish with gifts. Lao Huai, this pigeon spirit, hadn't streamed for several days. Now that there was finally a chance to get her to go live, weren't gifts the way to do it? She had plenty. Even a person-eater goes soft-mouthed. Tong Ranhua complained. The two of them joked around for a bit, and Tong Ranhua was quite helpless. If I start streaming now, will there still be anyone left in your room? Their fanbases overlap too much. But Wu Shizi didn't care at all. If you're streaming, what would I stream? I'll come to your room and be your moderator. Fine then. Shizi herself doesn't care, so what else can Tong Ranhua say? Although she knew her close friend wasn't the kind of person to change her feelings over a bit of money, if something could be avoided, it was better to avoid it. For example, the livestream time. Every time she livestreamed, she would deliberately avoid the times when Shizi was live. Otherwise, viewers would be split, and it would affect her earnings. After all, she never took the streaming income seriously, but streaming was Shizi's career. After a phone call, the two agreed on the streaming arrangement. When Tong Ranhua went live, Wu Shizi would end her stream. The thing was, she hadn't streamed for many days. When Tong Ranhua dug out the phone she used for streaming from some corner, she found that it had shut itself off. Fans over there were anxiously waiting, while here Tong Ranhua was still looking for a charging cable. It was just ridiculous. After 5 minutes passed, Guohua's livestream still hadn't started, and fans began bribing gifts to Wu Shizi again, urging her to hurry and go nudge her. Then the fans learned that the phone had run out of battery and shut down automatically. The fans were dumbfounded. What kind of streamer had they actually started following? Someone who didn't even notice their phone dying. The most absurd thing was that she didn't even know where the charging cable had gone. This really showed how little she cared about streaming. In the end, Tong Ranhua could only have Tong Ransong upload the short video he just filmed to the platform account to quell a wave of public outrage. Tong Ransong was now adept at editing such short videos, and he even added subtitles for the little bun. Coincidentally, the subtitles almost recreated the two women's earlier green tea confrontation. There was another wave of fans sympathizing with De Huang, who had been attacked by the green tea girl. That stunned, vacant little look clearly showed his values had been shattered. Reaction images had to be made. The fans were overjoyed. This national treasure was sly and spirited, both cute and endearing. Although Tong Ranhua didn't show her face, the voice was hers, and that tea-sipping tone made the fans shed a handful of sympathetic tears for the little dumpling. The moment the video was uploaded, in less than 10 minutes the comments had passed 500,000, showing just how fiercely loyal Guohua's livestream audience is. Lu Yu was already in Nanshan town for the third time, and each time he stayed at this small inn, the innkeeper and his wife had come to know him. The two of them had just returned from strolling around town, when they received a notification that Guohua's livestream had started. Lu Yu is Tong Ran's #1 moderator. Now Guohua is the darling of the Little Bear streaming platform. So whenever she goes live, there's always a professional watching over things to prevent attacks from troll fans and keep the stream from descending into chaos. Lu Yu kept his eye on the stream while manager Zhu happened to see the short video Tong Ransong had just posted. A leader at Zhu's level doesn't focus on the content first. He looks at the metrics. In just over 10 minutes, there were more than 500,000 comments, and the number kept rising. Manager Zhu gasped. Their Little Bear livestream is about to take off. When he returned, he had to report properly to the big boss. This streamer, with a somewhat unusual style, was someone the company definitely had to keep. At all costs. At all costs. They also had to be on high alert to prevent rival competitors from poaching. This is absolutely their platform's Z-Way star. With live streaming platforms so popular now, it's their company's killer weapon for attracting users. The importance of Guohua's livestream is such that they could set up an office here specifically for it, and he's willing to take charge of the office's daily operations. It's just a question of whether the company will agree. They really can stay. Manager Zhu swallowed, looked at the potato feast in the short video, slurped his lips. His future days would be very good. Chapter 160. Old Huai is a big con artist. Manager Zhu logged back into the livestream with his own account and saw Tong Ranhua wearing a large mask, turned sideways to the screen. Opposite her was a little ball of fluff with messy fur. Because an extra half hour of study was added every day, Little Round would take it out on Big Huang with a good beating, venting the anger in his heart, until Tong Ranhua called him, and then he'd pat her over. All the fierceness from moments ago vanished, and he turned into an adorably cute little ball. The livestream viewers witnessed this Sichuan opera face-changing firsthand. Tong Ranhua's mouth twitched. You learned that from watching Empresses in the Palace too? Tong Ransong shrugged his shoulders slightly, his expression saying it all. Tong Ranyan looked at her eldest sister with a worried face. Why don't you watch Empresses in the Palace? Otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand a sudden attack from a national treasure. You might fall into the pit at any time. Tong Ranhua. That's a good idea. But isn't Empresses in the Palace a bit too long? I think we should let Mom switch to a different TV drama. One that promotes prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness. Tong Ransong, who had just finished the college entrance exam, was speechless. Then you should let Mom watch cartoons like Peppa Pig, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, or Big Head Son and Small Head Dad. That was obviously impossible. Life is hard, Hua Hua sighed. As if on cue, Tong Ranyan added from the side. I think you should be mentally prepared. Lately, every afternoon when we come back from the shop and turn on the TV, we've discovered a new favorite. Tong Ranhua immediately had a bad feeling. With her mother's taste, she felt she was doomed. Tong Ranyan. The temptation to return home. Thinking of those melodramatic plots, Tong Ranhua looked at the little dumpling tilting his head with a face that said I'm very good. I'm extremely good. Don't skimp on my meals, and pressed her temple. Yin Yin, the summer vacation is already more than half over. Have you saved up enough in your little stash? Mentioning that, Tong Ranyan sighed. Gold is so expensive now, 400 yuan per gram. With a few coins in her pocket, forget about 3 gold pieces. She might only be able to buy a single earring. That's right, you can only buy one. You can't even afford a pair of earrings. Tong Ranhua gave a kindly smile. I'll give you a way to make money. Every day after lunch in the mid-afternoon, take the national treasure and go down to the river by the woods to collect the duck and goose eggs as well. How about that? Tong Ranyan's eyes lit up and she immediately added a clause. Picking up a duck egg is 10 yuan. Picking up a goose egg is 10 yuan. Tong Ranhua nodded. You must get the timing exactly right. Tong Ranyan waved her hand. I know, I understand. Isn't it just doing the chores while Mom is watching TV? I get it. Tong Ranhua. This little brat is too clever, getting less and less adorable. She reached out to pat her on the shoulder then noticed. Have you grown taller again? Really? Really? Tong Ranyan was so happy she jumped 3 feet high and ran straight to the door to measure her height. I've been off for the summer and forgot to measure my height. The last time I checked I was still 126 centimeters. For over a month I've been having 2 glasses of fresh milk and a boiled egg every day. I definitely should grow taller. Tong Ranyan stood over and measured. Little Yellow's head was exactly at 127 centimeters. Ah, I've grown another centimeter. Tong Ranyan rejoiced, ecstatic, over the moon. Anyway, just happy. Tong Ranyan glanced at her second sister beside her, quite smug. Well? Convinced? I told you I grow faster than you. Then she watched Tong Ransong walk over unhurriedly, his height settling at 157.5 centimeters. Tong Ranyan seemed to have taken a heavy blow. This can't be true. You grew 1.5 centimeters in just a month and a half. This is impossible. Why did I only grow 1 centimeter? Is it because I didn't eat as much as you? Tong Ransong laughed. How long has it been since you last stepped on a scale? Tong Ranyan blinked. Why would she go on a scale for no reason? You're not going to be sold by the pound. But she obediently stepped on the scale. 80 Jean? Who is this? That definitely isn't me. I usually weigh 70 Jean. Is this scale broken? Tong Ranyan kicked the scale in anger. A sharp pain shot through her foot. She held it and hopped on one leg using the other. Tong Ransong stepped onto the scale. 88 Jean, it's not broken. I've always been 88 Jean. Tong Ranyan was very sad and sat under the hawthorn tree sighing. So even though we eat the same food, second sister grows vertically, while I develop more comprehensively, both vertically and horizontally. She leaned back in her chair and stared at the sky, speechless. What am I supposed to do? Could it be that I won't get any taller and will just become a big fatty? Tong Ransong added on the side. No, he's short and chubby. Tong Ranyan. We can't live like this anymore. Tong Ranhua burst out laughing. It's not that bad. Haven't you seen Song always running around, delivering meals to the cowshed every day, wandering through the woods to check on the chickens, strolling by the river to look at the ducks and geese, and she's the one who goes over to the sunflower field the most often? With all that exercise she won't put on weight. Tong Ransong frowned in confusion. How come he didn't know she did all those things every day? Tong Ranhua suddenly perked up. Good. Starting tomorrow, I'll work more too. Don't worry, sis. I definitely won't let Guobao watch temptation of going home with us. Tong Ranhua. Can we not bring that up again? Lord Guobao is extremely clever. National treasure. Temptation of going home? Okay, got it, I'll definitely watch it. But still, what temptation is there in going home? Is it because there's good food? Xiao Tuanzi's pair of jet black eyes suddenly lit up. All about delicious food. This TV drama must be really good. Only Tong Ransong looked at her sister with a face full of sympathy. She had to do summer homework every day, teach little Tuanzi, and climb the mountain to collect eggs to bring home. Busier than her, right? And on top of that, she had to do even more work. Big sis really had a knack for sweet-talking people. It was completely disarming. The three sisters chatted happily over here, none of them watching the live comments, unaware that the live stream had already been stunned by this astonishing rate of growth. Although many of the people here are already adults who will never grow any taller in this lifetime. But who doesn't have a relative, a child, or a friend's kid? Everyone has been urging Lao Huai to sell them some of his eggs and milk powder. If there's any chance to grow taller, who wouldn't want it? But the unscrupulous streamer didn't even look at the chat, completely missing the fans' craving for eggs and milk powder, leaving them very helpless. An old fan suddenly posted a message in the chat, and the live stream room instantly turned strange, leaving house moderator Lu Yu unsure whether to ban the account or not. Chapter 161. Do I really have to rewatch Empresses in the Palace? There was once a potential live stream seller I didn't appreciate. I kept suspecting her of tricking fans, trying to cash in on them, and force the streamer to promise she'd never sell anything in the chat room. If I could turn back time, I'd love to cut off the hands that typed those messages. Ah, old Huai, I was wrong, please start selling stuff now. The new fans looked baffled, not knowing this had even happened. That barrage of comments seemed to flip a switch. Many longtime fans stepped forward to self-criticize, railing against their youthful recklessness and immaturity. Now old Hua simply refused to sell anything, which made those fans full of regret. They wished they could turn back time and slap themselves. How are you so capable of that? Talking nonsense without knowing anything. Now look at him. There's good stuff you just can't buy. Many fans desperate to buy eggs and baby formula would love to smack these old fans. They were still wondering why Lao Huai isn't selling goods. It turns out they've been punished by association. Was very angry. The live stream suddenly became strange. All the comments were like this. New fan. Are you seriously sick or something? They just started streaming and you're already mocking them for trying to sell stuff. Old fan. Yes, it's all my fault. I must really have some serious illness. New fan. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Lao Hua eats good food and you mock her, saying she's preparing to sell products. What the hell are you sneering at? Old fan. Definitely kicked by a donkey and not just once, otherwise how could I have said something like that? Manager Zhu was also dumbfounded. Many fans don't like watching streamers sell products. There are plenty of streams where the viewer count is high at the start, but as soon as the streamer begins promoting goods, the audience thins out by half. But with Lao Huai, the situation was completely different. Fans competing and scrambling to buy the product? Having been in this business so long, Manager Zhu had never encountered this before. He scratched his head. If this milk powder really was that nutritious and could make you taller, it definitely needed to go on the procurement list. His nephew was 15 this year and only 160 centimeters. There might still be time to save him. This was the only thought in Manager Zhu's mind before the live stream ended. Lu Yu was somewhat anxious. Manager, do you think Lao Hua's new fans and old fans will start fighting? If there's infighting, no matter who wins or loses, the streamer is the one who suffers. Only then did Manager Zhu pull his thoughts back from the procurement list. Seeing the earnest, questioning look from his subordinate made him feel slightly guilty, but relying on his years of work experience he steadied himself. Don't worry, they won't tear each other apart. Haven't you noticed the old fans scold themselves even more harshly than the new fans do? Only then did Lu Yu relax. Manager Zhu also breathed a sigh of relief. He had preserved his authority in front of his superiors. The Tong family courtyard. After ending the live stream, Tong Ranhua finally remembered the matter of the tires. She called out to the little dumpling who was about to go sleep in the wooden house. When I was sending the Guan family to town, I happened to run into Niu Chong. His car had a blowout halfway, and oddly enough 3 tires blew at once. Did you do it? Zaichuanzi shook his head innocently. Owo. Not me. I didn't do it. I'm very law-abiding. Tong Ranhua was very skeptical. You? Law-abiding? Figure out what you can and can't do first, then we can talk about being law-abiding. But Little Bun never lies. Tong Ranhua blinked. Guessed wrong? If not Little Bun, then who else? Little Bun wasn't in a hurry to return to its little wooden castle either. and just sat down on the ground like that. It pulled out the little square handkerchief from its pouch printed with a panda gnawing bamboo, holding it with a front paw and pretended to wipe its eyes, looking unbearably aggrieved. Oh wow! Little spirit planter, how could you misunderstand me like this? I'm so heartbroken. We've been together for so long. Don't you even have this little bit of trust in me? Tong Ranhua. Why do I feel like I'm the scumbag being grilled by his girlfriend? She felt very guilty, her voice dropping a little, and hurriedly backtracked for herself. I was just asking, I didn't say it was you who did it, right? The national treasure kept wiping its eyes in tears, and grew even more excited. Oh woo! You actually still need to ask about something like this? If you say that, it means you don't trust me. I'm utterly heartbroken. Am I still not your most beloved spirit pet? She finished her accusation and didn't forget to cover herself with the little handkerchief, one eye sneaking a peek at Tong Ranhua's expression. Tong Ranhua. She could only raise her hand in surrender and began to apologize. My fault, I reflect on it. In an instant, the little bun stopped pretending to cry, immediately put away the handkerchief, and tucked it into the small bag in front of her. It came up to Tong Ranhua's side and rubbed against her calf, its dark eyes full of understanding. Ayo. I know you didn't mean it, it wasn't your fault, it was those two foolish mortals' fault. Since you've apologized, as long as you fry me 2 eggs tonight for a late snack, I'll forgive you. Tong Ranhua. Those familiar lines, that familiar feeling. What kinds of messy things did she learn from empresses in the palace? Is being a green tea girl not enough? Does she have to turn into a little white lotus too? Tong Ranhua felt exhausted and could only agree to make a late-night snack for the little bun. Could it be that she really intended to rewatch empresses in the palace? Is Niu Chong really that unlucky? His tire blew right after leaving our place? And 3 of them. Tong Ranhua was very puzzled. Tong Ransong cleared his throat twice. You can't blame us for that. Their car wasn't parked properly. When Dad was making furniture, some nails fell in the yard. They really just had bad luck. Tong Ranyan crossed her arms and added, and those 2 people have poor eyesight. The nails were clearly over there, but they drove right over them. What could I do? I was helpless too. Alright, case closed. It was these 2 sisters at home who did it. Come on, tell me. What were you 2 thinking? Puncturing 1 tire would have been enough. Everyone would have treated it as an accident. But you 2 went and finished off 3, leaving him with 1. Why didn't you just puncture all 4? Tong Ranhua was seriously worried about her 2 sisters' intelligence. Tong Ransong explained, that's exactly what I was thinking, so I punctured 1. The road conditions here are bad. They'll definitely think it was an accident. Tong Ranyan smiled, pressing her palms together in a clap. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing. I didn't expect second sister to beat me to it. Tong Ransong sighed helplessly. What can I say? Damn telepathy. Tong Ranhua suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait, you each punctured 1 tire, so what about the remaining 1? Who did that? Chapter 162. A national treasure being smart isn't scary. What's scary is a national treasure being educated. Little Tuansu jumped up suddenly and kicked De Huang's rump, directly pushing his muscular body out. Oh wow! It's De Huang. De Huang did it. De Huang puffed out his chest and held his head high, strutting out majestically, looking for praise, petting, and food. Tong Ranhua crouched down, smiling as she patted De Huang's head. Good boy, there won't be any meat bones tomorrow. De Huang. It seemed to suffer a huge blow, couldn't stand and flopped down on the ground. It turned its head to look at little Dumpling. Boss, when you asked me to work, you didn't put it like this. Didn't you say there would be small jerky? Why did it not only lack small jerky, but even fail to keep tomorrow's meaty bones? Xiao Tuanzi looked at Tong Ranhua with an innocent face. Oh, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. I didn't lay a hand on it. I got De Huang to do it. Tong Ranhua. A national treasure being smart isn't scary. What's scary is a national treasure that's cultured. Now it's learned wordplay. Little Tuansu leapt straight onto Tong Ranhua's lap, its jet black dog eyes staring at her. Owo owo. Little spirit plant master, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Tong Ranhua suddenly smiled, her heart warm. So it wanted to protect her. She picked up the little bun, pressed a kiss to its tiny head, Mua, and kissed hard. Thank you, honored national treasure. The little bun smiled. Oh dear, there was really no resisting it. The little spirit plant master was only a bit over 100 years old, and as a 200-plus-year-old elder, it should indulge the youngster's coquettishness. Then it bared its little belly, and Tong Ranhua gleefully stroked its fur until she was completely satisfied. That night, Tong Ranhua still started a fire in the small courtyard and roasted 10 eggs. This time they used Tong Ransong's high school math test. Tong Ranyan really wanted to contribute her own math test, but Tong Ransong refused, saying it was being saved for 9th grade review. She soaked the test completely, wrapped each egg in it, then buried them in the fire. It didn't take long for them to cook. The three sisters each took one, their parents were given 2, 5 were left. De Huang took 2, Little Dumpling took 3, and seeing he had the most, Little Dumpling was very pleased. As for Xiaohong, she had long since fallen asleep. A summer night in Nanshan village, the stars were dazzling, like gems embedded in the sky, quietly sparkling with their own light, murmuring softly the stories that belonged to them. Now and then a night breeze drifted by, carrying the scent of the mountain trees and grasses. The three sisters and the 2 dogs, one big and one small, sat under the hawthorn tree like that, looking up at the stars, listening to the insects and frogs around them, and savoring the fragrant eggs they held. Early the next morning, Manager Zhu, led by regular customer Lu Yu, went to Sister Li's breakfast shop next to the small inn to eat. Every morning, there are always many customers here. Passengers taking the early bus to the county or to Anong City usually don't eat at home. They basically all come here to grab something to eat. After all, the drivers eat here too. The ones in a hurry just grab a steamed bun and a bottle of fresh milk. Those not in a rush have a bowl of thin porridge, pick a few salty side dishes, a tea egg or a boiled egg. The shop also has salted duck eggs so you can choose to taste. You'll definitely be full. When Manager Zhu walked over, he was like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, his unworldly eyes shining with wonder. Specifically, the steamed bun looks so tasty and this thin porridge also seems pretty good. What if I want to try the boiled egg, the tea egg and the salted duck egg all? There are also egg custard, shredded potato salad, smashed cucumber, peanut salad, seasoned vegetarian chicken, seasoned dried bean curd sheets, pickled salted radish, sour long beans and garlic eggplant. Ah, so many side dishes, they all seem like they'd be delicious. I want to try one of each, what should I do? Manager Zhu's eyes lit up as he stood at the ordering counter, looking at the various side dishes in the display case and the plump white buns in the big steamers. He really was being a bit childish. At that moment, regular customer Lu Yu took on the responsibility of looking after his superior, making sure he didn't make too much of a scene. He acted the whole time as if to say, "Everyone please be understanding, it's the child's first time in the village and he's never seen the world," and the scene grew rather comical. The shop was full of regulars, and because there were so many people, most of them shared tables. Everyone ate breakfast while chatting. Summer wasn't the busy farming season, so everyone finally had free time to rest properly. There was no hurry to go to the fields, so the pace naturally slowed, and even meals were taken leisurely. Manager Zhu sat among them, and couldn't help but be influenced by the surrounding atmosphere. What would normally take only a few minutes for breakfast, he also slowed his pace and relaxed like that. Eating a big bun filled with spicy pork, surrounded by the hearty chatter of northeastern folk, he suddenly felt a bit nostalgic. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so relaxed. Since he started working, he had always been in a fast, efficient, high-paced life, working for projects, for pay, for positions, for a car, for a house, constantly striving without rest. In the first few years after starting work, he didn't even dare to take sick leave, because his pay would be docked. He had been working hard, living that kind of life, always kept to that pace, and had even forgotten the essence of life. How long has it been since he properly sat down and leisurely enjoyed a breakfast? How long has it been since he put down all his work, thought of nothing, and went out to have a good time? After finishing a big meat bun stuffed with spicy minced pork, Manager Zhu smiled. No rush, no clocking in, no reports to check, what was there to hurry for? Eat slowly. Then Lu Yu saw his boss, who was always known for his efficiency, taking half an hour just to have breakfast. And he had finished 2 meat buns, a bowl of fresh milk, and even taken half of Lu Yu's thin porridge plus countless side dishes. Wasn't that way too much to eat? He had intended to use the time his boss was finishing up to go to the town pharmacy and buy some digestion tablets. As he stood up, a fair-skinned child came running over with quick footsteps and handed him 2 large round tablets. No need to guess, this was our little Guan Nanshan. They had met yesterday in Tong's small courtyard, so they were somewhat familiar. Grandma-son says it's bad to overeat. Just eat until you're full. Manager Zhu's face flushed slightly. He was lectured by a small child. Lu Yu, however, took it well, smilingly expressing his thanks. Such a little child already knows the joy of helping others. Then little Guananshan asked again, "Are the buns with chili and meat filling spicy?" Lu Yu was slightly stunned, not understanding why the conversation had suddenly shifted to buns. Manager Zhu smiled and recommended, not spicy at all, not spicy in the least, very fragrant, very tasty. You can taste the filling with just a small bite. It's really delicious." The child's eyes lit up. He ran over to his grandparents' table at a quick clip and said seriously, "According to my actual investigation, the buns with chili and meat filling aren't spicy. I'm able to eat them." It turned out that Guan Nanshan had set his sights on a filling he had never tasted before and really wanted to try one to see how it tasted. But the 3 elders all advised him against it, saying they were worried his stomach couldn't handle it. In order to taste the buns filled with spicy pepper and meat, the child asked every customer in the shop who ate that filling. Without exception, they all said it wasn't spicy, and then he took the specific data and argued his case with his grandparents. The three elders were dumbfounded. The child was so clever. He had already learned to speak with data and facts. In the end, little Guan Nanshan, through his own efforts, finally got to eat the plump buns with spicy pepper and meat, squinting his eyes, sitting on a chair, swinging his legs. Asking his joy. The recently questioned Lu Yu and manager Zhu were dumbfounded. Are kids these days all this smart? So, did he just hand out digestive tablets to every table? Chapter 163. The Three Little Ones' First Meeting. On the other side, Bao Xiaonhua and Gao Yifan were likewise staring in astonishment. Bao Xiaonua's small mouth opened in surprise. He's so smart. So you can resist your parents like that. Learn something new, learn something new. Gao Yifan also opened his mouth in surprise. So impressive. Bao Xiaonua's eyes lit up. While drinking fresh milk, she stared at Guan Nanshan. As soon as he finished eating, she jumped off the stool and like a little cannonball, rushed up to him. Guan Nanshan stepped back, somewhat wary. Bao Xiaonhua was very outgoing and immediately introduced herself. Not only that, she pushed forward the somewhat introverted Gao Yifan and introduced him as well. Gao Yifan obediently stood by her side, smiling shyly and nodding the whole time. Both of them were 5 years old, but Bao Xiaonhua was half a head taller and several sizes heavier than him. Looking at them, she really did seem like the big sister taking care of the little brother. These days after breakfast, the two little ones went to Nanshan village to follow Cho family's two children, picking cherries, catching crickets, digging up earthworms, catching butterflies, trapping dragonflies, catching loaches in the little irrigation ditch, having an absolute blast. Little friend Bao Xiaonhua had already lost 5 kg. But he was still the fattest one among everyone. Bao Xiaonhua came over and showered them with extravagant compliments, using every word she'd learned in kindergarten, and from her mother to praise little Guan Nanshan from every angle. For example, smart and clever, innocent and adorable, a dragon among men, possessing extraordinary wisdom, and so on. By the end, she was out of words and even resorted to phrases like outshining all beauties, petite and exquisite, and a concentrated essence of perfection. At first Guan Nanshan felt a bit elated when he heard it. His little chin even lifted. But the more he listened, the more something felt off. How did outshining all the beauties come into it? Could it be that he looked very much like a girl? And what on earth was petite and delicate? Does that mean he's short? Concentrated is supposed to be the essence, even more ridiculous. What the heck? It's just that he can't stand that I'm taller than him. On the third day in Nanshan village, Guan Nanshan's child's perfect Mandarin had picked up a heavy northeastern twang. Don't do that flowery nonsense, say what's the problem? Bao Xiaonhua pinched the fat on her tummy and asked sincerely, "Can you teach me how to get my mom to let me eat 2 steamed buns in the morning?" A big question mark appeared above Guan Nanshan's little head. Then Bao Xiaonhua chattered on and on about her need to lose weight, and said that after seeing him so impressively defeat the elder, she thought he was amazing, so she asked him for help. When she finished, she put her hands together, furrowed her little brows, and her chubby little face turned pitiful. "Please, please. Help me, look how pitiful, weak, and helpless I am." Little Guan Nanshan widened his eyes in shock, compared their body types and said, "Do you have some misunderstanding about being weak? I think I'm a bit weaker than you." Still, Guan Nanshan cherished the first child he had met in Nanshan village. He first asked Granny Sun to take Bao Xiaonua's pulse. This body size is outrageous for a 5-year-old. He had never seen such a fat 5-year-old before. However, he hadn't actually seen many 5-year-olds at all, so he turned to Sun Bangxia, who was both highly skilled in medicine and very perceptive. If the people in the capital saw this, seeing a national master-level traditional Chinese medicine doctor, whom they could never coax or beg to consult for them, so casually taking a child's pulse, they would surely faint in the restroom. Bao Xiaonhua had only seen doctors taking pulses like this in TV dramas. This was her first time seeing it in real life. She was a bit curious. Looking at Sun Bangxia with her head full of silver hair, then at Guan Nanshan beside her, she sidled over to her mother, covering her mouth with one hand and whispered, "Do you want me to pretend to be sick and then convince Mom?" Guan Nanshan. What kind of brat is this? Pretend to be sick? Didn't her parents spank her? He hadn't explained when Bao Xiaonhua sighed, looking exhausted. "No, I tried that. It doesn't work." Guan Nanshan's expression froze. "You actually tried it?" Confirmed. "This is a brat." "Grandma-son, is she okay?" Guan Nanshan asked. Hearing that the child was pretending to be sick just to eat, Sun Bangxia suppressed a laugh. Her weight is abnormal and needs to be controlled. Her absorption and digestion function are unusual. Her food intake must be restricted. Bao Xiaonua's chubby little face immediately fell, so that meant no more food. She looked toward Guan Nanshan. This was her last hope. Who would have thought? Guan Nanshan continued asking. Is her mind normal? Bao Xiaonua. No. What's wrong with you? Why did it turn into a personal attack? Sun Bangxia rubbed his little head and smiled kindly. Not all children are as sensible as you, knowing that faking an illness will scare the adults and make them worry and get upset. Zhao Na had watched the whole thing from the side, helplessly rubbing her forehead. She could only step forward to thank the elderly person and explain the situation to Guan Nanshan, the child. As for her own chubby daughter, of course she had to be taught a lesson and punished a bit. For example, no meat at lunch. For a child who loves meat, this was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. She felt utterly wronged. On the verge of tears, it was still little Guan Nanshan who took out a tiny, bright red persimmon and handed it to her. It was brought that morning by Li Yunjin for the child. He hadn't finished it and happened to offer it to calm her. Then Guan Nanshan witnessed tears that could be turned on and off at will, which greatly shocked him. He exclaimed how amazing it was. The three children thus became acquainted. After breakfast, a group of people strolled over to Nanshan village. This had already become a routine for Bao Xiaonua and Gao Yifan, and now Guan Nanshan had joined them. However, little Guan Nanshan was in a bit of a dilemma. He was very interested in catching loaches and cicadas, but he also wanted to play with the national treasure. Both wanted it and it was truly hard to choose. It was just too much for this kid to handle. Chapter 164. The national treasure is very busy. But soon Guan Nanshan learned that little Tuanzi's schedule was extremely busy. It had to study for 2 hours. It had to take its little brothers on a tour of the cattle shed. In little Tuanzi's words, it had to supervise whether those two mortals were hardworking enough, whether they were slacking off, and whether they were taking advantage of the little spirit planter. Xing Yi and his son Xing Yun saw little Tuanta coming over and fed him as usual. Sometimes meat buns, sometimes tomatoes, sometimes small cucumbers. Basically whatever they were eating in the morning they fed him the same. After getting his special meal, little Tuanta wandered a lap around the cowshed. The 40 dairy cows all obediently ate the forage. The 3 pregnant cows were healthy in body and mind, which comforted the 200-something-year-old little Tuantu. Across from the cowshed in the woods was where the reed chicken ran around. Inside that area there were a total of 100 straw baskets set out for the hens to lay eggs. The place was large, and little Tuantu remembered every single chicken very clearly. He came by each day to check them one by one, terrified that any might be stolen because that would be a big loss. After walking through the chicken-raising grove, he went to the riverside not far from the woods. There's a spring on Yoshin Mountain that forms a stream in the valley. This spot happens to be where many small streams converge into a river, and downstream this wide river becomes the Hun River. The Beijing ducks and the big white geese are both here, but the two are clearly separated. Each has its own territory and is active only within it. The only place they both gather together is on the surface of the river. As for who drew the boundaries of these territories, needless to say, it was naturally our esteemed national treasure. Guobao wandered around inspecting all 200 straw-woven baskets. The basket for the white geese was the largest, specially tailor-made by Qiu Yongcheng for the big geese. Because Tong Ranhua was the first to buy a large number of his woven baskets, and after Qiu Yongcheng became disabled she was the first to earn him 6,000 yuan, he put extra care into them. As it turned out, the baskets he made for the white geese were much loved. Specifically, even when they weren't laying eggs, they still wanted to crawl in and lie down. After Guobao finished his rounds and returned to the Tong family courtyard, Tong Ranyan had just completed today's summer homework. It still had to take Tong Ranyan into the woods to collect eggs in a little while. Where would it find the time to play with little Guan Nanshan? But even so, Guan Nanshan stuck to it like a little tail. After seeing the national treasure come down the mountain, he kept following it. He still carried the blue chubby backpack, which was full of all kinds of snacks. Every so often he'd offer one and happily stroke the fur. It was simply blissful. Even when Grandpa and Grandma were leaving, he pretended not to hear them. Deaf to the world outside, wholly obsessed with pampering the national treasure. In the end, it was still Tong Dali who asked his little daughter to keep an eye on things. Tong Ranyang made an okay gesture, and only then did they leave feeling reassured. Indeed, Old Man Guan was a man of action. If he said he wanted to buy a house he insisted on acting immediately, and Tong Dali, as an elder in the village, naturally acted as the intermediary. Last time I helped broker a deal between the Ji family and Lu Jigua, getting the Ji family's house, empty for years and no longer fit to live in, sold, which brought the Ji family, who had already settled in the city, 100,000 yuan and caused villagers in Nanshan village to talk for a long time. Although Nanshan village has 100 households on record, only about 50 or so actually live in the village. The others have moved to the city or gone south to work, leaving their homes empty. The Ji family's old house fetched a high price of 100,000 yuan, And those villagers who had already moved away heard about it through relatives and friends and were extremely envious. But at the same time they passed the word to relatives. If another opportunity like this ever comes up, help us out. Even if it can't fetch 100,000, sell it at half price. For 50 or 60,000 would be fine. Better than leaving it empty. So now, hearing someone wanted to buy a house, and seeing Tong Dali out walking with several elders, these people became active again and enthusiastically helped introduce it to relatives and friends. However, Guan Guoqiang and Lu Zhigua had the same standard when choosing a house. It had to be close to the Tong family. So the Li family's house next to the Ji family, thanks to its geographic advantage, was successfully chosen by the old man. The reason Lu Zhigua didn't choose it originally was that the Li family only had a small vegetable patch, while the Ji side had 2 small plots, which satisfied his enjoyment of gardening. If you look purely at yard size, the 2 houses were about the same. In the end, Guan Guoqiang also bought the house for 100,000 yuan. Comrade Lu Zhigua enthusiastically provided a contract template, invited the village's respected elders and the village chief to witness it, and that settled the ownership. Old Master Guan walked around the dilapidated house once, feeling in an exceptionally good mood. Now all that was left was to renovate it. Tang Jia, who had been watching the workers, came over and volunteered. Old Master, what kind of house would you like to build? I can help you design it. Our boss Lu's little Sihiyuan was designed by me. Rest assured. I have a lot of experience in design and guarantee you'll be satisfied. Guan Guoqiang had originally wanted to call his son. Turning to his son whenever something came up had become an instinctive habit, but after hearing Tang Jia say this, he didn't make the call and decided to let this professional give it a try first. Tang Jia truly was the talent Lu Jian had poached at great cost. His design skills were exceptional. Guan Guoqiang only gave a few simple instructions, and Tang Jia sketched it out with a few swift strokes, making Guan Guoqiang nod repeatedly. He immediately decided to assign the job to Tang Jia. The workers, who had thought they would pack up and leave after finishing old boss Lu's Sihiyuan, were overjoyed. They got another small project on the spot, meaning they could stay for more than a month. Simply delightful. As soon as Tang Jia announced the news, the workers sprang into action, some rubbing shoulders, some massaging calves, some serving tea and water, some feeding fruit, and others fanning him, all the while showering him with exaggerated flattery. It was all so attentive. Grateful that he had gained them over a month more time. If someone unaware of the circumstances saw this, they'd think they'd wandered into some disreputable scene. The whole sight was just too deceptive. Luckily everyone present was one of us, so there were no outsiders watching. With everything settled, the elders and Tong Dali returned to the Tong family courtyard, planning to bring Guan Nanshan back to the town. But when they reached the courtyard, there was no one there. Tong Ranhua was gone. Little Tuanzu is not here. Big Huang is not here either. Even Little Red, who treated the hawthorn tree in the yard as her home, has flown away. Everyone was baffled. They had only been in Nanshan village for 4 days, and the grandson had already gone missing twice. Chapter 165. The Capitalist. First glimpse of the prototype. Xiaoshan wouldn't have gone to live in the doghouse, would he? Yang Shufeng guessed. He wouldn't. Xiaoshan is obedient. Xiaoyan already told him he couldn't live in the doghouse and he agreed. He wouldn't sneak off. Sun Bangxia was confident about this. She had been treating Xiaoshan since he was little. She knew how well behaved he was. Tong Dali went to check the surveillance, but he was old and not very good with this kind of high-tech product, so tinkering with it was a bit of a struggle. Guan Guoqiang took out his phone to check his grandson's location. Seeing the little red dot wasn't far from here, he finally relaxed. But the more he looked in that direction, the more familiar it seemed. On closer inspection, didn't it look like the place where he caught chickens yesterday? Xiaoshan had wanted to go with them yesterday, but they wouldn't let him. Guan Guoqiang felt a bit wistful. The little grandson had grown up, had his own ideas now, and wasn't easy to manage. Tong Dali also set up the surveillance. When everyone looked, well, would you look at that, a big radish-headed kid leading a bunch of little radish-headed kids, and they were all over by Linzi's chicken coop. Yang Shufeng had been worried at first, but when she saw the monitor and the little grandson's face full of smiles, she gave up on the idea of going to the woods to look for them. In the woods, Tong Ranhua handed each person a small straw-woven basket. Yes, one for each of them. Because not only Guan Nanshan had followed her over, but also the 2 Chiu brothers, plus the overweight girl Bao Xiaonhua, and the somewhat shy child Gao Yifan. 5 little rascals in total, and now they were all her temporary helpers. Yes, she had originally planned to finish the day's chores and carry these eggs back home. When she happened to meet the Chiu brothers bringing Bao Xiaonhua and Gao Yifan to find Guan Nanshan, they wanted to invite him to play. Guan Nanshan was also facing such a troublesome situation for the first time. His small gaze fell on the little dumpling and he didn't move. Tong Ranhua couldn't possibly not understand. Looking at the 5 little rascals, her eyes brightened and she immediately thought of a good idea. She stood on the steps, forcing herself to look a bit taller. Her small frame stood straight, hands clasped behind her back, adopting the sternness of a little teacher. The youngest of you is already 5. You're no longer 3-year-old brats but big kids now, and you should learn to earn a little pocket money yourselves. The other children were still clueless. They knew about pocket money, but making their own money wasn't something they were aware of yet. Qiu Xiaohai's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Right. How do we make money?" Qiu Xiaojiang, who followed his older brother everywhere, immediately asked too, "How do we make money?" Tong Ranhua was quite pleased and explained her plan. There were 100 straw-woven baskets in the woods, and each of them contained 4 or 5 eggs. Actually, transporting eggs home was simple, just make more trips. The most time-consuming part was picking the eggs out of those 100 baskets and putting them into the baskets. These 5 kids couldn't do much else, but picking up eggs was such a simple task they could definitely handle it. Sure enough, when they heard Tong Ranhua's plan, the 2 Qiu brothers were very pleased. Each could have 1 whole yuan. "We can buy 4 little popsicles now, Dad, Mom, Grandpa and Grandma, 1 for each." Perfect. The 2 Qiu boys were very enthusiastic. Gao Yifan and Bao Xiaonhua had both been playing with them recently and happily agreed as well. The most troublesome was little Guan Nanshan. He was quite bothered. "I already have more pocket money than I can spend. If I go earn more, wouldn't that just add to my burden?" At this moment, Tong Ranhua felt the world's unevenness and the sourness of a lemon. She was still saving a little fund to buy her mother a 3-piece gold set, and this person actually had so much pocket money to spend. No way. Yet she stubbornly asked, "How much pocket money do you have?" She thought this kid was still too young to have a concrete concept of money. "Who knew?" Guan Nanshan said. "I don't know either. Mom opened an account for me. New Year red envelopes, birthday gifts, and other red envelopes are all put in there. I glanced once, there are a lot of zeros. I counted many times. There are so many zeros my eyes got blurry, and I couldn't figure it out." Tong Ranhua desperately wished she could turn back time and cover her mouth the moment before, so you wouldn't ask nonsense, jealous, envious and resentful, right? But very soon she regained her confidence. "That's all saved in the bank. You can't just take it out whenever you want to spend it, so it doesn't count." Guan Nanshan explained earnestly. "It's okay," Mom said. "If it's over 1,000 yuan I have to tell her, but under 1,000 yuan I can decide for myself." Tong Ranhua held her breath. "From now on you'd better not say that again." She sighed. Guan Nanshan's big eyes were full of puzzlement. "Why?" Tong Ranhua smiled. "Easy to get hoodwinked and beaten." Guan Nanshan was shocked, his eyes widening. Tong Ranhua sighed. "Why is it so hard to fool a kid into working?" She took a deep breath and continued her energetic coaxing. "No matter how much pocket money you get, it's not money you earned yourself. Money you earn yourself is more meaningful. Like me, I work for my eldest sister every day, and I get pocket money every day." Guan Nanshan glanced at her cautiously. He didn't understand. Why would she get angry when he answered seriously? If she was unhappy and didn't let him play with Guobao, that would be awful. Thinking of that possibility, Guan Nanshan immediately changed his tone and smiled obediently. "Sister Yanin, you're right. I'm already 10 years old and haven't earned a single cent myself." Just like that, Guobao and Da Huang led the way up front, though they were really just running around wildly. Xiao Hong leaped between the branches, with Tong Ranhua following behind, and then there were only 5 little rascals left. This is how the group entered the forest. Tong Ranhua demonstrated, gave each of them a small basket, and told them to pick up the eggs together, then carefully put them into the large basket when they returned. Each large basket should hold 40 eggs. By then she could carry 1 basket in each hand and transport 80 eggs home at once. Making 6 trips would finish the work. 2 hours and it would be done. If it were before, it would have taken her 3 to 4 hours no matter what. She had been worried. Now that duck and goose eggs were also her responsibility, she wouldn't be able to finish in a single day. If it weren't for the fact that it's not dark until 8 p.m. now, she wouldn't have dared to take on these 2 extra jobs. She watched the 5 little rascals working diligently, and this time she wasn't worried at all. With them collecting the eggs, it saved a lot of time. Kids work exceptionally seriously. Whatever you tell them to do, they absolutely won't cut corners. If you say gently, they'll be gentle. If you say 1 basket holds 40, it'll be exactly 40, no more no less. They count very carefully. It was simply so reassuring. Each little rascal costs 1 yuan. Those 5 yuan were truly well spent. Tong Ranhua walked home carrying a basket in one hand. Before leaving, she had specifically bribed Xiao Tuanzu with beef jerky to make it stay and protect the little radishes, in case anything happened. Xiao Tuanzu made it clear it charged per head. Having been giving it lessons during this period, Tong Ranhua could roughly understand what it meant. She was already paying wages to the little radishes, so of course she had to reward Xiao Tuanzu as well. Knowing its request, she immediately took out 5 pieces of beef jerky. She opened one and handed it to it directly, Then stuffed the other 4 into the small pouch hanging in front of its neck. If it wanted to eat, it could pull them out itself. Tong Ranhua bought 3 sheep and came back to find so many children in the house at once. She instinctively stepped out of the yard and looked carefully at the main gate. Yes, this was her home, not a kindergarten. Chapter 166. Today, I'm also worried about being arrested by the police. Tong Ranhua saw her little sister standing on the steps, hands clasped behind her back, wearing the dignified air of a little teacher. If she were a bit taller she'd be more imposing. For now at most she's just a big radish head. Everyone performed well just now, so I'll give half your wages first. I hope you'll continue to work hard this afternoon. This afternoon we'll go collect duck eggs and goose eggs. Tong Ranhua. Can someone come and tell her what on earth happened? She had just gotten up early and gone to the neighboring village to buy 3 sheep, planning to give her 2 younger sisters some nourishing food. How did it come to this, that her own sister turned into a little capitalist? She even paid wages to the children. Tong Ranhua had only one question. Does this count as employing child labor? Probably doesn't, right? After all, the one hiring the kid is also a kid. What does that have to do with her as an adult? Does she need to seriously study the labor law and the minors' protection law? Tong Ranyan, who was admiring her own cleverness, good. She truly had no awareness at all that she had employed child labor. Could it be that now she not only had to worry about carelessly being sent to prison by a national treasure, but also had to worry about being sent to prison by her sister? A headache. She just wanted to live leisurely and enjoy retirement. Why was it so difficult? When it was time to eat, Li Yunjin wanted everyone to stay and eat. But then a parent shout, "XXX, it's noon, come home for lunch." A pack of kids clattered off in a flash and disappeared. Still, Guan Nanshan stayed behind. Tong Ranhua heard from manager Zhu about Niu Chong turning himself in. Juelu couldn't stand up to an investigation. With Niu Chong as the legal representative, this blew up big. He was up to his neck in trouble and couldn't possibly have the energy to come back and make more trouble. This result made Tong Ranhua somewhat satisfied. This matter was essentially resolved, but she remembered the support from Old Master Guan and his party, so she kept a few of them to dine together. Manager Zhu and Lu Yu also joined the big meal. They were leaving tomorrow. They came not only to inform Tong Ranhua of Niu Chang's outcome, but also to buy some groceries to take back. After this lunch, several more items were added to Manager Zhu's shopping list, though the biggest expense was still baby formula. For the sake of his little nephew's height, he spent the whole morning over by the cowshed, making milk powder. However, the results were significant. Based on his output, he could buy 10 jin. That much should surely be enough for the little nephew for 2 months, right? If the kid really grows taller, he can make another trip to Nanshan Town and come back to work another day. After lunch, Tong Ranhua asked the 2 of them what their plans were for the afternoon. They stared at her with burning eyes, asking her to arrange the work. All they wanted was to buy some chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and potatoes. A typical exchange of labor for purchasing rights. There was no way around it. 60% of labor income didn't apply to these items. They were ready-made and didn't require their work. How could you refuse labor delivered right to your door? Tong Ranhua looked at the 3 newly bought sheep in the yard and smiled. In the afternoon, she took a few people to the area near the cowshed. Although there were only 3 sheep and they would be eaten after being raised for a while, there still needed to be a sheep pen. Calling it a sheep pen was really just surrounding an area with wooden poles to make a big fence. Very simple, with no technical skill required. There were plenty of wooden poles at home, leftover from when Tong Dali made furniture. At that point you only need to dig a deep trench, put the wooden poles in, cover them with soil, tamp it down firmly, and finally bind the poles together in pairs with wire. Then it's done. If you want to be fancier, you can nail a few posts around the sheep pen to secure it. Then use wooden poles to make a fence, which will be more solid. Only, driving wooden stakes was time-consuming and laborious, so Tong Ranhua gave up. After all, the sheep wouldn't be kept for long. Besides, when burying the soil she would take advantage of everyone's inattention to press the wooden pole down 2 inches. That actually worked much the same as driving in a stake. It took 5 people most of an afternoon to finish a 10 square meter sheep pen. That's right, 5 people. Tong Ranhua, Tong Dali's daughter, Manager Zhu and the 2 workers Lu Yu, and Old Master Guan who was very interested in raising livestock. He had already bought the house. Once the blueprints were out they would break ground, and when he lived here he was thinking of raising something. Seeing that Tong Ranhua had bought 3 sheep, he suddenly developed a strong interest in raising sheep. Consider it early experience accumulation. The old man was elderly, but when he was at home he had built goose coops and the like, so he had some experience. With guidance from Tong Ranhua and Tong Dali he was a bit clumsy at first, but once he got the hang of it he did it quite properly. Guan Guoqiang was basking in his pride over how amazing I was when a video message came through. Lei de Peo was at the airport. The little old man wore a baseball cap, stood straight, and looked very spirited. Old Guan, I just got off the plane. I can be at your place tomorrow. No need for a grand welcome ceremony, just make a couple of dishes. I'm not picky. Ha! I say you Lei de Peo, how can you have such thick skin? Guan Guoqiang still had pliers in his hand, twisting wire to secure a wooden pole. Lei de Peo frowned. Weren't you supposed to go to a summer resort? Why are you doing work now? You don't get it, do you? Life is about movement. Staying at home all day is no fun. The scenery here is great. After enjoying it, I can do some work, then eat some good food. That's the right way to spend a summer getaway. Guan Guoqiang was now also a fan of Guohua's live stream. He had learned a lot of new terms from the fans and had improved his knack for persuasion. Lei de Peo fell into thought. Really? I smell a plot here. You aren't trying to get me to go over and do the work for you, are you? And what exactly are you doing? Guan Guoqiang. Fence in a sheep pen. Lei de Peo. I think I'd better not leave the airport. If I buy a ticket now to fly back, I might still make it. Guan Guoqiang wasn't worried at all. Want some good food? Sliced fried liver, gobera, chicken stewed like a model, sauerkraut with pork blood sausage, cabbage stewed with vermicelli, iron pot stewed big goose. Lei de Peo kept swallowing, then laughed, shifting tone. I was just joking earlier. I'll definitely be there tomorrow afternoon. Just after ending the video call, Guan Guoqiang shoved his phone into his pocket and chuckled. Hey, you little thing still can't fool you? Lahua, I talked you into coming to Dinghai Shenzhen again. He's my old comrade, an extremely upright man. Don't worry, from now on those idiots like Niu Chong, if one comes, we'll deal with them. No fear at all. Tong Ranhua. Old Guan, your northeastern dialect is pretty good. Mentioning this, Old Guan puffed up with pride. My northeastern is slick as hell now. I can tell all the freeloaders come out. How could I not dodge them? Don't stress about it. If he wants to come over for a meal, make him work for it. No work, no food. Rules can't change just because someone shows up. Guan Guoqiang reassured. Tong Ranhua. Are you really comrades in arms? Who would treat a comrade like that? If your comrade knew you thought that way, he'd probably cut you off, don't you think? Chapter 167. The Treatment of a National Treasure. Tong Ranhua didn't feel much about the matter of the Dinghai Divine Needle, let alone any psychological pressure. Even if the other party was powerful, it had nothing to do with her. Why should she feel pressured? He doesn't pay her a salary. No, wait, now she's not short of money. Even if he did pay her, she still wouldn't indulge him. She didn't take that topic to heart at all. She kept repairing the sheep pen while her thoughts drifted everywhere, worried a little about whether Yin Yin had taken little dumpling away, and whether her mom was watching the temptation to go home. She still hadn't figured out empresses in the palace. She didn't want another one. The good news was that Li Yuzhen was busy chatting and had no time to watch TV. Sun Bangxia and Yang Shufan both loved chatting with Li Yuzhen. Li Yuzhen was socially unstoppable. She could talk about anything. Previously, Sun Bangxia had taken Li Yuzhen's pulse. Having practiced Chinese medicine for so many years and treated countless patients, in her 50-year career she truly had never encountered a case of a woman nearly 50 whose physical condition was similar to that of a 30-year-old. Only the knees had some rheumatism, but it wasn't severe, milder than many young women today who have more style than substance. With some regular care and a few more courses of medicine, there would be no major problems. In fact, Li Yuzhen's body had suffered a great deficit. That she was able to unconsciously recover to her current state was purely due to nourishing herself with various foods containing spiritual energy. Besides, Tong Ranhua would now and then mix the secret realm lake water into the household water jar. Over time, quantitative changes led to qualitative ones, and her health naturally gradually recovered. As for joint rheumatism, Li Yuzhen didn't worry about it at all. Compared with before, her condition was much better. Since the family opened the breakfast shop, she felt good all over, full of energy and spirit, enormously improved. But she was still very grateful when Sun Bangxia specially prepared medicine for her. An old Chinese medicine practitioner like Sun Bangxia could prescribe with ease and insight. And for chronic ailments like rheumatism, Guan Guoqiang and Yang Shufan also had them. When she traveled with them, she had brought some medicines, and with slight modifications they could be used. She even explained in detail the precautions for decocting the medicine and dietary taboos. Worried that Li Yuzhen wouldn't remember, she handwrote all the important notes. You could say she was extremely attentive. Li Yuzhen was deeply moved and was about to pay on the spot. She couldn't possibly let someone pay for treatment and also subsidize the medicine. Could Sun Bangxia accept it? Absolutely not. In the end, Tong Ranhua came back and saw it, waved her hand, and took the matter onto herself. A favor like that certainly couldn't be left unpaid. The medicine specially prescribed by the national physician, how could it be anything but excellent? Li Yuzhen believed her daughter 100%. Once Tong Ranhua said she would handle something, She no longer interfered. She turned instead to thinking about what to cook that evening to entertain this impressive doctor. She didn't know whether this doctor was taking patients or could examine the boy from the Xing family. The child was fine in every way except he couldn't speak, which was a real pity. As for Guobao, it was enjoying being fed by a few little radishes. The matter of watching temptation to go home had long since been forgotten. Here's what happened. After everyone finished collecting the duck eggs, they went to gather the goose eggs. Goose eggs are much bigger than duck eggs, so Tong Ranhua could only carry 30 at a time. Fortunately, this place is closer to home. If she walks briskly, she can make a round trip in 10 minutes. When Tong Ranhua headed home carrying the goose eggs, 5 little kids on the opposite bank were eyeing the big white geese, itching to get closer. There was nothing they could do. The white geese were either swimming on the river or resting on the bank. In the sunlight, their white feathers looked smooth and glossy, very proud, and the children really wanted to touch them, especially the kid Guan Nanshan. The first time Guan Nanyan brought a goose home, he wanted to pet it, but the goose chased him all around the yard and even twisted his butt. It hurt so much he cried. He only touched the goose's wing for a moment and it twisted his butt, which felt like such a loss. Now seeing this whole flock of big white geese, little Guan Nanshan felt a bit eager to try. He reached out a tentative foot toward the goose closest to him, but worried about his little butt. Just as he was about to reach out, the goose lying on the shore suddenly turned its head, and its beady eyes made Guan Nanshan feel that butt pain all over again. He withdrew his probing Giorgio, pitter-pattered over to Little Bun, wisely opened Blue Fatty's backpack, took out a big jelly, unwrapped it and held it to Little Bun's mouth. "Can I touch the big white goose?" He couldn't manage on his own anymore and had to turn to Little Bun. In Guan Nanshan's view, anyone who could make such a big dog as De Huang act like a subordinate, Little Bun, had off-the-charts combat power and felt extremely reassuring. Little Bun stuck out its tongue and a big jelly was gone in one gulp. The speed was absurdly fast. Of course, after eating something delicious, it was time to work. It stretched out a forepaw and pointed at the big white goose lying beside it. "Ayo ayo. Go ahead, touch it, just don't pull any feathers out." Maybe it was the little creature's expressive look, but Guan Nanshan's little friend immediately understood what it meant. He pattered over to the side of the big white goose, reached out his small hand and tentatively touched it. He still wasn't completely at ease. If the goose made any sudden move, he would definitely turn and run. His fingers finally touched the big white goose's feathers. The child's eyes lit up, slippery, somewhat stiff. The big white goose's wings twitched, about to spread. "Awah!" The little dumpling's single cry wasn't loud, but it was full of momentum, very imposing. The big white goose that had just perked up instantly wilted, obediently lying down motionless, letting the little brat touch its feathers. Finally achieved the touch the goose goal. The kid was ecstatic, rejoicing with delight. One big jelly could be exchanged for touching the big goose. It was an absolute bargain. Bao Xiaonhua saw it and came over wanting to pet it. However, the moment she reached out, the goose that had been lying down suddenly stood up with a rustle, spread its wings fully, stretched its neck and was about to peck her. Bao Xiaonhua saw this, turned and ran, shouting as she ran, "Aya! Why can Xiaoshan touch it and I can't? Are you a male goose or what?" Chapter 168. Ah, what a happy day. Zhao Na paid close attention to the children's upbringing, especially about protecting themselves. She taught them that no boy should casually touch a girl. Bao Xiaonhua remembered this very well, so when the big white goose refused to let her touch its feathers, she naturally assumed the goose was a male, and therefore wouldn't let her touch it. Gao Yifan, hearing this, immediately ran over. "I'll try. If I can touch it, then it's a male goose." However, the outcome was brutal. Gao Yifan also joined the ranks of those being chased down by the goose. Qiu Shaohai held a stick to help drive the goose away, but the 8-year-old was also panicking. "I don't think that's the issue. Geese just don't like being touched. Whoever pets them, they bite." "Ah, but Xiaoshan touched it." Bao Xiaonhua ran and cried. She was almost surrounded by geese. Guan Nanshan immediately offered all of his snacks, stuffing them all to the little chubby one. "Can this let them pet the big white goose too?" "Oh wow." Little Tuanchuan stretched out a front paw and gave Lam Pengzi's backpack a slap, mighty and domineering, indicating that all those tasty treats were his. Just as the big white goose was about to bite Bao Xiaonua's butt, at little Tuanchuan's command all the big white geese immediately obediently lay down where they were, looking as if they were ready to be petted. Bao Xiaonhua having saved his butt, and Gao Yifan clapped seal style, eyes sparkling as they looked at little Tuanchuan. "Wow, the national treasure is amazing." Guan Nanshan's little pal nodded in agreement, a bit proud. That's right, the national treasure is especially awesome." Only the two Chiu brothers looked puzzled. Is a dog the natural enemy of the big white goose? How come we never noticed before? Only little dumpling squatted on its haunches, sitting on the open blue chubby backpack. Its jet black dog eyes were shining. So many little snacks, this time it hit the jackpot. Watching the human kids obsessed with petting the goose, little dumpling grinned, hoping they'd want to pet the big white goose again tomorrow so it wouldn't lack snacks then either. It had discovered a way to score snacks, super happy. Everyone was very satisfied that day. Thanks to Xingyi's introduction, Tong Ranhua finally bought 3 sheep, and with 2 unpaid laborers, finished the sheep pen. Tong Ranyan paid 5 kwai and, with the help of the 5 little radishes, finished a day's work. Guan Guoqiang successfully talked his old comrade into coming over. Little Guan Nanshan achieved the milestone of touching a goose. The other little radishes earned some pocket money. The national treasure got half a school bag of snacks. Lu Yu and manager Zhu not only mooched a dinner, they returned fully loaded, though their wallets were thinner and their bank account balances had dropped a lot. However, both of them were overjoyed. Powdered milk that cost 100 yuan per jean, each bought 10 jean. Vegetables costing 10 yuan per jean, they picked varieties that keep well, mostly potatoes, each bought 20 jean. In the past 2 days they had braised chicken with mushrooms and both wanted to buy chickens to take home, but since they had to fly, they had to painfully give up that plan and instead focused on eggs, chicken, duck and goose eggs. 50 eggs, 50 duck eggs, 50 goose eggs, 1,000 silvertails just disappeared like that. And the most expensive item wasn't those vegetables or the milk, but the honey. After learning from the fans about honey's miraculous effects, each of them reluctantly bought a bottle to take home. One bottle cost 10,000 bucks. On a business trip, each spent 12,200 bucks, but thinking that the fans in the live stream couldn't buy any even if they wanted to, the two felt both the pain and the joy. Tong Ranhua took stock of the food supplies in her mind. The most valuable is the honey. She now has a whole lot of it. Not joking. There are already nearly 1,000 bottles of 100-flower honey from the secret realm space. As for ordinary sunflower honey, there are now over 100 bottles. Ever since Mom opened the shop, she declared that the family's land would be given to Tong Ranhua, and the produce would belong to her. There are still over 3,000 jean of recently harvested potatoes in the warehouse. Then there are the eggs, chicken, duck and goose, which absolutely make up half of the stock. There were plenty of eggs in the warehouse. After all, the chickens, ducks, and geese each laid about 500 eggs a day. In the summer heat, if they weren't stored properly, they'd quickly rot. Because of that, Tong Ranhua even flipped through the notes left by the previous owner of the secret realm, and found a section on formations. She secretly pried loose several spirit stones in the realm and, using the time formation from the realm's wooden house warehouse as a template, improvised a simplified version and set it up in the storage building. That's what kept the chicken, duck, and goose eggs intact. Still, with 1,500 eggs coming into storage every day, even after subtracting previous sales and everyday consumption, there were still tens of thousands of various eggs on hand. It's time to clear some out. It's just that her prices are a bit high. The locals certainly couldn't afford them, so she still needs to find a market in the city. But Tong Ranhua wasn't worried either. They were about to move into the wooden cabin. The glass greenhouse over there was almost finished, and the ornamental pond in the yard was nearly done too. Lu Zhigua really was a jack-of-all-trades in this regard. If you asked for something, there was nothing he couldn't handle. Once they moved into the cabin, the old house could be used entirely as a warehouse. At most she'd pry a few spirit stones from the secret realm and set up a timing array, and that would be fine. Meanwhile manager Zhu and Lu Yu were carrying it off contentedly. No, actually Tong Ranhua was driving the tricycle to deliver it into town. Child Guan Nanshan looked at manager Zhu and Lu Yu sitting on the tricycle, patted his aching calves, and felt a bit envious. He had been running around the mountain, the woods, and the river all day today. The amount of exercise was exceptionally high. He hadn't felt tired while playing, but after sitting down to finish dinner and coming to, he suddenly found it hard to walk. Still, the kid cared about face. He toddled over to Guan Guoqiang. "Grandpa, can I buy a vehicle?" Guan Guoqiang. "What? What are you trying to buy?" Yang Shufan and Sun Bangxia also looked over. "Is it one of those toy cars you can drive around the house in?" Yang Shufan thought the child missed home. In the capital's villa he had several electric toy cars to drive around in. Different colors but similar models, and driving one made him the coolest kid on the street. "Not that, like Huahua's families," Guan Nanshan said, pointing at the tricycle whose shadow could still be faintly seen on the road. "You're old, walking back and forth is tiring, so we bought a cart. Grandpa pulls us every day. It's so nice and cool." The child said what he planned. This moved Guan Guoqiang and Yang Shufan. The child is so filial at such a young age. Guan Guoqiang waved his hand. Bye. We'll buy it tomorrow. With my pocket money." Guan Nanshan was quite generous, thinking that tomorrow he'd have a car to ride in and his poor little leg could be saved. He was so happy he practically jumped for joy. Then he caught Sun Bangxia's meaningful look. The child immediately behaved, showed an obedient smile, and didn't dare jump around anymore. Sun Bangxia shook her head with a smile. Really clever, really clever. Those two kids from the Guan family, their brains are more than enough. Tong Ranhua saw her to the small inn. The owner and his wife liked her very much. After all, thanks to her, business at their little inn had increased. They handed her a freshly cut slice of watermelon. Many villages around Nanshan town grow watermelon and cantaloupe. Now is the watermelon harvest season. Buy one, chill it in the fridge and then eat it, especially refreshing in the heat. Tong Ranhua ate a piece. It wasn't very sweet, a bit watery but quite cool. Indeed refreshing. She wondered if the watermelons she'd planted were ripe yet, and thought she'd go check tomorrow. When she had reclaimed land by the river to grow vegetables, she'd planted some watermelons, not many. At first she'd gone to check a few times but later she forgot and had no idea how they were doing now. Tong Ranhua waited a while, and only then saw the trio of 3 elders and 1 child on the road. She was specifically waiting for Sun Bangxia. Chapter 169. This girl sure is full of schemes. The elderly couple took their little grandson home first, leaving only Sun Bangxia and Tong Ranhua here. Tong Ranhua came to pay the medicine fee. She had, while everyone was eating dinner, gone into the secret realm and carefully selected these lingji. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I picked the biggest ones but the smallest and most unnoticed. The secret realm's environment is perfect for plants to grow. So when she had nothing to do she kept throwing various medicinal herb seeds into it. At first she thought if she ever became too poor, she could be an herbal merchant. After all, she owned a whole mountain like this. No one had ever gone into the innermost part of the hill. Some of the elderly said that when they were children there was a 3-year drought and a nationwide famine. Elsewhere people ate roots and gnawed on tree bark, and many starved to death. But their village survived because of Nyoshin Mountain. The mountain was vast, with wild grass, mushrooms, wild fruits, and game that kept them alive. They were all very grateful to have such a mountain that had fed them. Every day someone would go to the mountain god temple to kowtow and give thanks. After the famine passed, on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, every household would go to worship the mountain god. The villagers of Nanshan village never entered the deep mountains. The elders said that was the mountain god's domain, and entering without the mountain god's permission would anger him. Although very superstitious, over the years very few people actually ventured into the deep mountains. Tong Ranhua thought that whether there was a mountain god or not was beside the point. There were certainly large wild animals in the deep mountains. If nothing else, that was how it used to be. Northeast tigers, wild wolves, and bears are not to be trifled with. One slap and an adult is down. Who would be crazy enough to go into the deep mountains to look for death? Although there probably won't be any of those in the deep mountains now, the young people have all gone to the city to work, the elderly no longer have the strength to go into the mountains, and there is even less chance anyone will go into the mountains. At first Tong Ranhua planned to rely on the fact that no one goes into the mountains, selling a batch of medicinal herbs every 3 or 5 years so she could live leisurely in retirement. But later she discovered she didn't need to at all. The secret realm's lake water was incredibly effective. Whatever she planted grew well, tasted good, and was highly nutritious. She could just sell vegetables, honey, and various kinds of eggs and live comfortably in retirement, so why bother exerting herself? It's just that the secret realm can accelerate ordinary plant growth. She didn't even dare to look at or dig up the ginseng planted at the start. It's probably 1,000 years old by now. She worried that one day a whole bunch of ginseng spirits might grow in the realm. However, she had already returned to the modern era. After the founding of the nation, things couldn't become spirits. She just didn't know whether the secret realm was bound by that rule. One national treasure was already giving her a headache. She really didn't want a whole group of ginseng spirits to appear. If that happened, even if she didn't want to cultivate, she'd have to start cultivating. Getting sidetracked, back to the point. Tong Ranhua strained herself to the utmost and finally found the ugliest, youngest, and poorest quality spirit plant in the whole secret realm. Sun Bangxia stared at the lingji casually wrapped in a math exam paper, dazed. It seemed that a few months earlier, when Guan Nanyan had rushed back with 3 ginseng roots, they'd been wrapped the same way. A familiar wrapping, a familiar smell. Having practiced traditional Chinese medicine her whole life, she couldn't stand to see anyone treat herbs so disrespectfully. Spirit herbs must be processed as soon as possible after harvesting, otherwise their efficacy will be lost. She couldn't help but remind her. Tong Ranhua blinked innocently. I really don't know about this. You're the expert, so I'll leave it to you. Dr. Sun, thank you very much for the medicine you specially prepared for my parents. Tong Ranhua meant this sincerely. Although she was a spirit herb cultivator, those who grew spirit herbs and those who refined pills were 2 different realms. It's like you can cultivate medicinal herbs, but that doesn't mean you understand traditional Chinese medicine well enough to diagnose illnesses and prescribe medicine. These are 2 completely different professions. It's a good thing that the parents' health has clearly improved. Although only the person experiencing it truly knows how they feel, The parents are energetic every day, and the villagers all say that people look cheerful when something happy happens. Not worrying about money and having financial security naturally makes one feel young. That's what everyone generally thinks. No one reads it dirty. However, Tong Ranhua still wanted to patch this matter up. A national-level traditional Chinese medicine master, a doctor who treats the country's leaders, someone who had tended to her parents' health, that was the perfect excuse. Although this excuse might not actually be needed, it's better to be prepared than to regret it later and avoid others making wild assumptions. The opportunity was right in front of her, so of course she would seize it. Sun Bangxia examined the lingji in her hand carefully. It weighed half a catty for sure, she'd seen many larger ones, but after smelling it and relying on over 50 years of medical experience, she could conclude that in terms of medicinal efficacy, this specimen was absolutely unmatched. None could surpass it. This lingji isn't cheap. If you want to sell, I can put you in touch with a reputable traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The price would be fair. Selling it for 100,000 or more wouldn't be a problem. The herbs I prescribed for your parents aren't worth as much as this lingji. The old woman had a full head of silver hair, neatly combed. She wasn't the sort to take advantage of others. Tong Ranhua climbed onto the topic. Money for medicine is one thing. The key is finding a Chinese medicine practitioner as skilled as you. If you truly think the price isn't equal, could you do me a favor? She told him about Xingyun's condition. Sun Bangxia smiled. You're pretty cunning. You've long planned for me to step in and treat that child, haven't you? How could Tong Ranhua admit that? Absolutely not. She's quite an innocent girl, you know? Where's all that scheming? I'm just mentioning it. If you're interested, take a look. That kid's only 15. Because he can't speak, he's suffered a lot. At such a young age he was sent to move bricks at construction sites, was always bullied, and took the blame for others. Before, his mother couldn't stand the poverty. She ran off with the money meant to treat him. Fortunately he has a good father. He never remarried or had another child all these years, just wanted to get him well. The father and son have had a hard time. Now he's over on my hill helping me herd cattle. Tong Ranhua sighed and sighed, not insisting that Sun Bangxia must take care of Xingyun, but kept playing the victim. Hearing that, Sun Bangxia's mouth twitched. She was well past middle age and had seen every kind of patient relative. There were plenty who played the pity card. But even the worst pitymongers at least shed a few tears. This young girl, though, had clear apricot-shaped eyes and showed no emotional fluctuation at all. You could say she didn't care about the patient, yet she even produced reishi mushrooms. You could say she did care, but from that look, any blind person could tell. There wasn't the slightest sorrow in her eyes. A typical contradiction. Sun Bangxia looked at the lingji in her hand. Such good medicinal material, she wanted it. I'll come to see you tomorrow, but I'm doing this for the lingji. Don't think I'm that easy to persuade, that I just casually treat people. Understood. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Tong Ranhua replied with a smile. Old people care about face. She understood. She understood it all. Tong Ranhua went home satisfied. In fact, Tong Ranhua didn't think she was conflicted. She felt sympathy for Xingyun's situation, but he was someone unrelated to her. She would not grieve for him. She would help within her means, but if it required her to expend energy to assist him, that was impossible. She was that kind of person. She didn't know whether Sun Bangxia could cure Xingyun, but just mentioning it, if it worked, it would be Xingyun's luck. If it didn't, they'd look for another opportunity. In any case, as a father, Xingyi would never give up on his son. After all, this is someone else's business. It has nothing to do with her. Whether it can be cured will all depend on tomorrow. Chapter 170, Making You Overthink. When a national master makes a move, you can tell right away whether it works. Sun Bangxia is truly incredible. The kind of incredible you write in big bold letters. In the house beside the cattle pen, Xingyi was very nervous. Every time he came for medical treatment, he was always like this, hopeful, anxious, terrified, and yet he didn't dare to make a sound to disturb the doctor. This silver-haired old woman looked formidable at a glance. Finally, Sun Bangxia finished the consultation. It can be cured. Xingyi's eyes instantly filled with tears. The last time he cried was when his wife took the money he earned from working and ran off, leaving the two of them in Shancheng, almost unable to return home. Old miracle doctor, thank you. Please, you must cure my son. I'll pay whatever it costs. Xingyi was overly emotional. Sun Bangxia's expression was as usual. She was used to seeing families of patients. Xingyun, the one being treated, showed almost no expression. Over the years, how many hospitals had he been to, how much money had he thrown into them? Each time he had been full of confidence, full of hope, but each time he returned disappointed. After so many times he had grown numb. Sun Bangxia smiled and said, "Young man, you must have confidence. Although the process is hard and takes a long time, you'll have to take Chinese medicine, watch your diet, and undergo acupuncture. I'm certain it can be cured." I've cured no fewer than 10 cases like yours. When Xingyi heard this, his eyes brightened even more, and an excited flush spread across his dark face. That's great. Simply wonderful. Xiaoyun, aren't you going to thank the old miracle doctor? Xingyun quickly wrote thank you in the small notebook she carried. The handwriting was neat and tidy, a perfect song typeface like it was printed. Sun Bangxia was somewhat surprised. This kid was pretty good. Xingyi was pleased, but he didn't forget about the consultation fee. Over the years he had been to many hospitals and seen many doctors, so he understood the rules very well. You don't need to pay the consultation fee. Lao Huai invited me here. I'm just returning a favor to her. If you want to thank someone, thank her. I usually don't give medical consultations. Sun Bangxia said with a smile. Tong Ranhua, who was standing at the doorway to see what was happening, was dumbfounded in an instant. How did the topic suddenly turn to her? Before she could say anything, with a thud, Xingyi dropped to his knees before Tong Ranhua. Holy shit! Tong Ranhua was so shocked she started swearing. She hurriedly helped him up, no longer looking at all relaxed and waiting for the result as she had just moments before. She also stole a glance at Sun Bangxia, who was watching the drama. Old Sun, you set me up. Sun Bangxia. Smiling. Serves you right for being scheming. Hua, uncle never went to school. I'm uneducated, I don't know how to express it. Thank you. Really thank you. If it weren't for you, how would Xiaoyun have had a chance to recover? Xingyi was overwhelmingly grateful. A man in his 40s was crying like that. Tong Ranhua had a headache. She could face others' malice and strike back without mercy, like with Niu Chang, but when confronted with kindness, she was truly at a loss. Thanks too early. She's not recovered yet. Sun Bangxia shot her a sideways glance. What, you don't believe my medical skills? Tong Ranhua. I'm not. I didn't. Don't misunderstand. Xingyi's eyes were creased at the corners with a smile. That thank you is deserved. Let Xiaoyun kowtow to you. Tong Ranhua waved her hands repeatedly. No. Xingyun bowed to her, then rewrote thank you, and showed it to Tong Ranhua. The child's eyes lit up as he looked at her. Tong Ranhua touched her nose a little embarrassed. Well, you just take good care of these cows, that's thanks enough for me. After saying that, she left the cowshed, walking much faster than usual. Sun Bangxia laughed outright without restraint. You had your whole head full of schemes. Just a little payback for you. Tong Ranhua was also speechless. You're already so old, is it really good to hold such grudges? However, she wore a light, cheerful smile. After all, the fact that Xingyun could be cured was ultimately a good thing. Asterisk. Guangguoqiang was very lucky. There was a mountain bike dealership in town, and today the factory happened to be there running a promotion showcasing 3 common models. Buying on the spot saved 500 yuan, and you could drive it away immediately. Guangguoqiang immediately picked the one with the largest cargo bed. After all, his family was big. The largest amount was still under 20,000 yuan, and old man Guan was very satisfied. The money was paid by little Guan Nanshan. They could only be thankful that his bank card happened to be with the Postal Savings Bank, and grateful it wasn't over 20,000, otherwise the town's post office wouldn't have had that much cash on hand. The tricycle was light brown, with a big red flower still hanging on the front. Old Master Guan drove it back, and little Guan Nanshan obediently sat in the cargo bed, the breeze whooshing by his ears wonderfully cool. He squinted his eyes, very happy. Old man Guan drove the car back to the small courtyard in town, and without checking the time, sent a video to his son. Guan Yunfeng was looking over documents. Niu Chang had been in trouble. Some of the Niu family's businesses were wavering. Many companies were taking action to seize the chance to carve up the Niu family's enterprises, making a big show of it. However, he wasn't interested. The Guan family operated in industry, military manufacturing, technology, and energy, and hadn't ventured into the catering business. Still, if someone muddied the waters, he could fish in the murk. Using their strength to leverage for the company's greater benefit was acceptable. He had been busy with this recently, and his father's WeChat video call came unexpectedly. See that? My little grandson bought me this car. Super flashy, super cool, incredibly stylish. Driving it in summer keeps me so cool. You've never seen anything like it, right? Guan Guoqiang was overjoyed, his mouth almost shoulder to shoulder with the son. He might as well have had the word show off written on his face. The youngest son's first car was given to grandpa just like that, and Guan Yunfeng felt a twinge of jealousy. But he didn't reveal any of that. Instead he said, "It's the least I could do. Xiaoshan was raised mostly by you too, so it's right for him to show his filial piety." Guan Guoqiang snorted coldly. Look, even Xiaoshan knows how to be filial to me. And you? All these years you've just been sending red envelopes after red envelopes. Have you ever properly given me a gift? You aren't even as sensible as Xiaoshan. Having said that, he ended the video call in a huff. Guan Yunfeng. Isn't giving out red envelopes enough? Was the money Xiaoshan gave you for a car or the pocket money I gave him? Guan Yunfeng felt very aggrieved. Looking at the empty study, President Guan sighed. His wife had gone to find their youngest son. Parents and the youngest son happily went to spend the summer. They left him in the capital to earn money for the family, and now his father both boasts about him and criticizes him. He shoved his documents away, didn't want to work and wanted to slack off. Chapter 171. Lao Huai spontaneously started streaming. An old comrade in arms is coming, so Guan Guoqiang still has to be polite and give a bit of hospitality. Give them a table full of delicious food, settle them, keep them here. As for what happens later, that'll be easy. If you want good food, cook it yourself, you'll have plenty to eat and wear. Guan Guoqiang drove his newly bought three-wheeled cart, taking his wife and little grandson to the Tong family. The old couple split up. Yang Shufan went to the vegetable plot, strictly following Tong Ranhua's rules. A little white kidney beans, fresh cowpeas too, cucumbers growing straight, they were drought cucumbers, crisp and full of juice. There are big tomatoes and small ones and some yellow ones too, take a bit of everything. As for eggplants and peppers, those are even more essential. You don't need many, 3 or 4 of each will do. Yang Shufan carried a basket and busily worked in the vegetable garden, quite happily. Of course, she could only buy 60% of the vegetables in the basket. The rest would naturally go onto the Tong family's dining table. Yang Shufan had just come out of the field, and Guan Guoqiang also emerged from the woods, each carrying a young rooster in one hand. Clearly, he had gone all out to entertain his old comrade. Finally they packed another 20 eggs. And only then was the big shopping trip over. Seeing another easy 1,000 yuan credited to her phone and checking her bank account, a steady 7 figures, Tong Ranhua blew the cool breeze, munched on sunflower seeds and felt satisfied. She finally had a pang of conscience and took the initiative to start a live stream, which thrilled the fans who had been waiting in the room. They all called friends and posted bullet comments, praising Lao Hua for performing well today, and even starting a live stream on her own. Today was the National Treasure's rare day off, no studying. After catching the chickens and coming back, it frolicked around the house. Anyone with eyes could see how happy it was. No studying, of course it was delighted. Guan Guoqiang had carried all the vegetables to the car, but ran into a problem when he tried to leave. Little Guan Nanshan had been following the National Treasure around and didn't want to go home at all. Today Grandpa Lei is coming over to escape the heat. It's his first time here. We're arriving before him, so we have to host him. We can't play at Old Huai's house. Yang Shufan explained softly. Young Guan Nanshan was shocked. Grandpa Lei is so old and he wants me a kid to host him? How am I supposed to host him? Take him to watch cartoons? Grandpa Lei doesn't seem like the type to enjoy cartoons. Yang Shufan. Lei Depao watching cartoons? The image is so beautiful she doesn't even dare imagine it. I don't think Grandpa Lei needs a kid like me to serve him. You all taking care of him is enough. You should go back now, otherwise there won't be time to cook. Young Guan Nanshan urged. Guan Guoqiang forced a laugh. Stop trying to be clever. The adults have all left, what are you a child doing staying here? Lao Huai still has to worry about watching you. She's busy. Tong Ranhua was sitting in the imperial concubine chair under the hawthorn tree, shelling sunflower seeds. She was simply too busy. Little Guan Nanshan came running over in a flash. I'm a big kid now, I can take care of myself, and later I'm going to earn pocket money with Yin and sister. I won't cause you any trouble. At the mention of earning pocket money, Tong Ranhua felt a headache coming on. It seemed this child labor business would continue. But faced with the adorable little kid, what could she do? Then you have to be obedient. No crying, no running off. Tong Ranhua set the condition. The child smiled and nodded hard. I'll stick with Guobao and won't run off. After saying that he turned to look at his grandparents. His little eyes made it obvious that Sister Huan had already agreed. What else could the two elders do? They could only repeatedly tell him to be obedient, to stay safe, to call if anything happened, and to come pick him up at noon. The child jumped 3 feet high with joy and, following little Tuanzi, darted into the house. Tong Ranhua smiled and glanced at the scrolling comments. The dense words made her almost suffer from trypophobia. She quickly opened her assistant and filtered them a bit, which made her feel somewhat better. Not at all, the National Treasure isn't here either, and I haven't said a word. Why are you all so excited? Tong Ranhua was very puzzled. Lao Hua, have you started receiving visitors? Can we come to your house to play now? Aya, I'm so jealous of the people already on their summer trip. Lao Hua's place has good air, beautiful scenery, good food, and an adorable little national treasure. I want to go. How can I go? Do I have to get on a list? I can. WTF? Is that so? Lao Hua. Do I look like I'm handing out gifts properly? Tong Ranhua hadn't said a word yet when the live chat was already drowned in dense gift effects. And they were all huge gifts. Planes, cruise ships, sports cars, insanely flashy. The gift leaderboard had already started shifting. Tong Ranhua stopped snacking on sunflower seeds, sat up straight and hurriedly tried to stop everyone. Don't send gifts, I'm not hosting visitors. Really, it has nothing to do with how many gifts you send. Tong Ranhua scratched her head. Our country has so many famous mountains and rivers, historical sites, summer resorts. Plenty of fun places to visit. Go wander around elsewhere. What's so fun about my home? She felt quite helpless. Visitors touring her home just felt a bit odd. The fans had already started sending gifts. Tong Ranhua's words were useless. These people were clearly competing on the leaderboard. Typical people fighting for face rather than practical results. Tong Ranhua looked at the number of gifts, twitched the corner of her mouth, clapped her hands. Stop sending, stop sending. How did the friends who won last time like the milk powder? I see the live audience is already 7 million. Today I'll draw another 100 lucky fans. Do you want milk powder or potatoes? Once the jackpot raffle was launched, the vibe in the live stream immediately changed. The wealthy fans competing for rankings gradually stopped. Someone wants infant formula. This is a fan who won last time. Once you've tasted that formula, no one can refuse it. After drinking it for half a month, your skin even starts to glow. Someone wants potatoes. This is from being tempted by the potato feast Wu Shizi posted. Everyone couldn't agree. The barrage was either about formula or potatoes, and Tong Ranhua hardly recognized either of those words anymore. However, the number of people sending gifts kept decreasing, and Tong Ranhua was quite satisfied. Seeing the gifts already soaring to 200,000, Tong Ranhua immediately decided to draw 200 fans. Those who wanted potatoes or milk should DM with the note. The livestream room suddenly celebrated like it was New Year's, so happy they were beside themselves. Even those who couldn't see the little bun thought nothing was amiss. Tong Ranhua picked up her phone, about to start the draw, when a roar came from inside the room. Big sister! What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Tong Ranhua dashed into the room. She rarely heard Song Ge lose his temper so much. The three sisters shared a room. On the Kong was a small wooden table, and Tong Ranyan was diligently doing her summer homework. Xiao Tuanzi sat on the chair at the computer desk. The monitor on the desk showed the surveillance of Neo Xian, and from Tong Ranhua's angle she could only see Xiao Tuanzi's back. And little Guanan Shan was still in the kitchen, holding a water dipper in one hand. He was about to scoop water to drink. Tong Ransong stood beside the computer desk, glaring angrily at the little dumpling. His eyes red with fury, almost in tears from anger. Tong Ranhua hurried over. When she saw the little dumpling, her whole face went stiff. Chapter 172 The Brat Has Gone to Heaven. Two big curved eyebrows sat above Xiaochuanzi's two large black eyes. Beneath those black eyes were two patches of watermelon red. On closer look, they seemed to be blush. Her mouth looked the same, two smears of orange red on top and bottom. That lipstick had been applied so sloppily, like she'd just eaten a kid. At that moment one of its front paws was still holding a lipstick. The orange-red bullet already broken. On the table in front of it there was also a square makeup palette which will now look somewhat pitiful. Several of the eyeshadow colors were already half gone, like something had been scooped out, and the computer desk was covered in loose powder. Tong Ranhua couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She aimed her phone at the little chubby puff sitting there preening on the chair. Does anyone else have this problem? Where a brat takes advantage of you not paying attention and wrecks your lipsticks and eyeshadows all over the place? She just smeared it on herself randomly, and we were all staring in disbelief. Where did this little demon come from? But she felt so pleased with herself, thinking she looked absolutely gorgeous. The barrage had already gone insane. They all said, a little doughball who can do makeup is so clever. A little doughball who's done her makeup is so cute. Tong Ranhua was speechless. Hey, don't you have any standards left? Why are you praising everything? This perfectly good makeup palette got ruined. And the lipstick, the whole thing just broke off. She casually set her phone beside the computer screen, and took the lipstick that had been ruined in Xiaochuan's hands. The lipstick's body still had a slight connection at first. When Tong Ranhua took it, snap. It broke. The orange-red cylindrical lipstick rolled straight onto the floor. Tong Ranhua, who had been wondering if she could still stuff it back in, no longer needed to try. Beside her, Tong Ransong looked like a storm cloud had settled over him. This was a gift from Wu Shizi, the Na Cosmetics she promoted. The brand sent her some items, and she chose one of each to celebrate Tong Ransong getting into Peking University. It was the first time she owned makeup, and she was delighted. She just didn't know how to apply it, so with nothing much to do lately she dug up many of Wu Shizi's tutorial videos, the beginner ones, to practice. But she was so clumsy that when she tried to draw her eyeliner she made herself cry. Her eyes were a black mess, utterly hideous. Who would have thought? She went to wash her face, and by the time she finished removing her makeup, her chair had been occupied, her cosmetics requisitioned, and the video on the pad still playing. Little Bun followed the steps shown in the video and kept trying. The makeup palette she had just opened fell victim to this treachery. Seeing this, Tong Ranhua comforted. Wait, I'll teach it a lesson. Before Tong Ranhua could speak, Little Bun leaned back in the chair, placed both front paws on either side of its cheeks, posed like a flower and excitedly cried, "Owo owo. Little Lingji, am I good looking?" Tong Ranhua. She bit back a laugh. Black eyebrows, 2 oval patches of watermelon red blush on the cheeks, plus orange-red lipstick. None of that could possibly be called attractive. And yet he was so confident, convinced he was the most handsome in the world. Tong Ranhua raised a hand to rub his fluffy head. Great national treasure. How about we add another 30 minutes of aesthetics lessons every day? Extra class. Little Tuanchuan immediately straightened up, stood on his 2 hind legs, placed his 2 front paws on the computer desk, and rested his big head on the desk like a wilted cabbage that had lost its moisture, listless and lifeless, clearly showing his disdain for studying. Tong Ranhua walked to the other side of the chair. All right then, if you don't like this class you don't have to take it for now. But Lord National Treasure, why are you wearing makeup? No, class. Xiaochuanzi's eyes lit up, and she instantly perked up. Howl, howl, howl. I'm this good looking. Can't I be a kept woman, live off someone else, avoid studying or working and just get good food? Tong Ranhua. She widened her eyes, feeling she might need a fast-acting heart medicine. What a bunch of nonsense. All fine, so why does it want to live off someone else? No, does it understand what a gigolo is, what it means to live off a woman? Tong Ranhua went crazy. Of all times, Tong Ran, lying on the Kong, finished her homework and said, "Guobao, it's time for us to go collect the eggs." Oh wow. Little Tuanzi sat back down on the chair, placing both front paws at the sides of its head, striking a pose like a blooming flower. Not going. Not going. I'm so beautiful. I can live off others. I don't have to work. Tong Ranyan blinked, pointed at Guobao and laughed mercilessly. So ugly, who did that to you? It's hideous. Clear. Sky. Thunder. The little confident dumpling froze on the spot. Hard. Look. It looked at Tong Ranhua and let out a pitiful sound. Ow. Not good looking. Tong Ranhua shook her head. Not pretty. Little Bun was extremely aggrieved. It had taken so much effort to do the makeup, and its big black eyes instantly filled with mist, as if it would start to cry any moment. Tong Ranhua immediately added, "If you want to look good, extend your daily study time by half an hour, and I'll teach you aesthetics and makeup. How about that?" Howl. 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 No way. Xiaochuanzi shook her head sharply. The mist in her eyes vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of the earlier urge to cry. I think I look great without makeup. With a face this pretty, I absolutely don't need any makeup. Tong Ranhua restrained a laugh. She kept her expression composed and, being considerate, continued, "If you like makeup I can teach you personally. Really, half an hour every day, and after a month you'll be proficient. Study. Practice. Half a month." Howl. 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 No, who said I like wearing makeup? Slander. This is absolutely slander. I don't like it at all. The little dumpling sprang down to the ground, bounded over to Tong Ranyan, bit her pant leg, and started pulling her toward the door. Oh wow. Time to go to work. We're going to gather the eggs, didn't you know? Move faster. Don't you have any sense of time? Although Tong Ranyan didn't fully understand, she could tell it meant she should go out. Tong Ranhua, of course, had heard the whole thing. Seeing the little bun avoid studying as if fleeing for life and dash away like a puff of smoke, she was relieved she had acted first and prevented it from really crying. Otherwise, once it played the pitiful act, she would have had to agree to many more unequal terms. The little bun sighed deeply after leaving the room. It had finally learned the skill of crying whenever it wanted, and it was such a pity it hadn't been able to use it just now. Chapter 173. This grudge is firmly set. Tong Ranhua quickly cleaned up the mess. That eyeshadow palette was definitely unusable, and the lipstick was ruined too. She patted Tong Ransong's shoulder. It's okay. I'll have Shizi lend you some to touch up. She has plenty she never uses. Throwing them away when they expire would be wasteful. If you want to learn makeup I'll call her over, make her a table of good food, and have her teach you step by step. Won't you learn faster that way? Isn't that a bit much? Tong Ransong still remembered having asked for something before. Nothing bad about it. My relationship with you, Shizi sister, is nothing to worry about. Tong Ranhua picked up her phone and used the live stream as if it were a video call. Shizi, press 1 at home. It's your time to show off. Hurry and save clumsy brother song. If you have any extra makeup palettes at home, send one to Brother Song. The ones I gave her before got gobbled up by Guabao. The tomatoes in the yard are ripe, and the watermelon I planted is ready too. Come over quickly so you can try my homemade watermelon ice cream. It took me ages to make some whipped cream, so if you're late there won't be any left. Makeup loving Shizi. 11111111 go. Right. Now. Must give Songji a full set. Will teach until he learns. Just so happened I received 2 lipstick sets yesterday. I'll give one to Songji. Tong Ranhua felt a little embarrassed, his face flushed, acting like she was petty and insisting on quibbling with the national treasure. Tong Ranhua could tell what she was thinking. Little Tuanzi ruining things is wrong. Tomorrow we'll let Yinan change the morals class a bit, and teach him not to touch other people's things casually. At this moment Tong Ranhua couldn't help but feel sorry for little Tuanzi again. No need, right? Our national treasure is so smart. Tell him a few words and he'll remember. It's not like puppies attend classes every day. Students even have weekends and summer and winter vacations. Tong Ranhua really wanted to say that Guabao isn't an ordinary dog. He's a dog with off-the-charts destructive power. If he really caused an injury, she as his owner would definitely be taken to the station. Of course she couldn't say that out loud. What weird TV show did Guabao watch yesterday? What a mess he's picked up from it. Oh, yesterday they didn't air Empresses in the Palace. Mom and I watched some legal program, some melodrama, infidelity, mistresses keeping pretty boys. It was probably promoting the marriage law. Mom was really into it. Tong Ranhua recalled. Alright, the case is solved. Tong Ranhua was quite troubled. Should she be glad that little Tuanzu only learned to act like a pretty boy, rather than bringing home a bunch of dogs for her? I can't let little Tuanzu watch TV with Mom anymore. Her life is too thrilling. She really needs to be ready with an emergency heart pill. Tong Ranhua thought it'd be better to move into the wooden house sooner rather than later. The national treasure has its own deluxe doghouse, so it probably won't always huddling with Mom to watch melodramas anymore. Actually, they could move into the wooden house now, but there's a custom here. You have to choose an auspicious day to move. You can't just decide on a whim. Usually when a house is finished in Nanshan village, they hold a banquet, but her family had just held a celebration for someone's exam success, so they wouldn't host another for the house. Tong Ranhua had thought that without a banquet, moving into the new house would be easy, but her parents insisted on waiting for a lucky day, which left her quite helpless. She was lost in her own crazy thoughts when she heard Tong Ranhua sigh. Sis, your livestream channel has gained followers again. Wasn't it 6.5 million before? Yeah, when I checked this morning it was 7 million. Tong Ranhua didn't feel much. She didn't watch live streams and rarely surfed the web. She preferred wandering around the mountains, checking on the tasty things she grew, thinking about what else she could make to eat. She paid little attention to livestream followers and such. No way, it's over 8 million now. Tong Ranhua pointed at the phone screen in shock. Even if she pretended not to care, with this growth rate, Tong Ranhua was stunned. Isn't it? What happened? This growth rate isn't normal, is it? She looked carefully at the chat. It's already been taken over by various makeup brands, from domestic niche labels to international big names, from affordable products to high-end luxury goods. There were mentions of eyeshadow colors, lipstick shades, highlighters and contouring, making Tong Ranhua's head spin. Did you all enter the wrong live stream? Shizi's is the beauty stream. Mine is the farming and cute pet stream. The chat was filled with nothing but ha ha ha. Lao Huai, is this your retirement live stream? This comment was called the best in the room, and won unanimous approval from the fans. Tong Ranhua smiled. What nonsense are you talking? Spilling the truth like that. Lao Huai, can I give Songguji's family's full makeup set? Every shade of lipstick? Can I come to your house to eat tomatoes? Lao Hua Lan family's makeup is also very good. Besides makeup, I can give perfume too. A whole set of girly scents. I want to go to your house to eat tomatoes. After that, the comment stream was filled with that phrase. To sum it up, my family's makeup is overflowing and I can give it all to Songgu, but I want to go to your house to eat tomatoes. Tong Ranhua was speechless. Since when did the tomatoes at her house become such a coveted delicacy? She picked up her phone and went to the vegetable plot. Everyone in the live stream saw the vibrant, colorful vegetable garden. Slender, tender green pole beans, slightly pale green cowpeas, and even whiter white kidney beans. Rows of straight slicing cucumbers, clusters of green chilies, bright red and golden yellow tomatoes, glossy purple eggplants, colors interwoven, dragonflies and butterflies fluttering through the garden. At a glance it just lifts your spirits. Tong Ranhua aimed the camera at the tomatoes. See them? There are only these few, nowhere near enough to share. If you really want tomatoes, you can take a walk around the fresh produce supermarket. Fans sighed, the fresh market tomatoes still can't whiten. Makeup loving Shizi. It's okay, don't be disappointed. I'll taste it for you. Hua hua. I'm coming right away. That comment basically angered everyone. People had been envious and resentful of Wu Shizi, who had first dibs because she was nearby. Now she was coming on to show off her presence. It was just asking for a beating. Watching the lively chat, Tong Ranhua shook her head with a smile. The hatred drawn was intense. No wonder she's a major streamer. With one sentence she turned the livestream's tide. Sis, you have 8.2 million viewers in your livestream. Tong Ransong reminded her. It hasn't even been that long. Tong Ranhua was puzzled too. I case Wangda Shizi, hua. Did you forget something? Tong Ranhua. No? I said I'd make you watermelon ice cream, so I'll make you watermelon ice cream. I definitely wouldn't forget. She had barely finished speaking when the chat barrage unified again. The words giveaway, occupying the entire screen. Tong Ranhua only then remembered. You can't blame me for this, it was all caused by the national treasure earlier. Come on, get ready, this time we're picking 200 people, formula or potatoes, winners DM me. Chapter 174 Old Hua. A marvelous person who renders money power useless. Old Hua is doing a raffle. This news spread like wildfire on Weibo, in Lao Huai fan groups, and on the Little Bear streaming platform while Tong Ranhua was dealing with the little bun secretly putting on makeup and ruining a lipstick and an eyeshadow palette. No choice, Lao Huai stuff is really good. In the two previous raffles, although each time only 100 fans were drawn, which isn't many, anyone who won had nothing bad to say. The reviews were extremely positive, but of course after finishing the products people couldn't find anywhere to buy replacements. If they wanted to pay real money, the infuriating thing was that nothing was being sold in the live stream. It was the kind of situation where you couldn't even spend money to get it. Right now there are only two ways to get Lao Huai's items. One is to rely on luck and camp out in the live stream for the raffle. The problem is Lao Huai is so lazy, streams are irregular, and she doesn't hold a raffle every time. Even when she does, there are millions of viewers, so actually winning is incredibly hard. It really all comes down to fate. The other way is to watch those who won and privately buy the items from them at a high price. But ever since one unlucky guy sold a bottle of honey he'd won for 10,000 yuan, and then regretted it bitterly, nobody ever sold theirs anymore unless they were desperate for money. That meant, in the end, it still came down to luck. But if you yourself couldn't do it, didn't you have parents, grandparents, maternal grandparents, siblings? Everyone could chip in together to raise the odds. That's how the livestream room's following grew. The Nings weren't nearly so extreme. Aside from Ning Yuekong, Ning Dad and Ning Mom had long since fallen for it. Their only helper was Big Brother Ning. Big Brother Ning, who had finally gotten a day off and planned to enjoy a rare holiday at home, found himself surrounded by his parents and sister, his phone snatched away as they downloaded, registered and followed everything in one go. Big Bro. Whether the flavors on our family's future dinner table can be upgraded depends entirely on you. Ning Yuekong quickly explained the details of the giveaway, and then delivered his instructions solemnly. Ning Dad. It's about to start, did you wash your hands? Go wash your hands, remember to use hand soap. Ning Mom just finished washing her hands full of confidence. This time I'm definitely going to win. Did you link your account to the bank card? Send a round of gifts first, send more. Pick the expensive ones. Otherwise with such fierce competition you might not win. Ning Big Brother. Ning Dad. Leave it to me, I know this question. Go wash your hands quickly, hurry up, the draw is about to start. Brother Ning. Shouldn't he not be taking the day off today? Why does it still feel better to be at work? After Brother Ning finished washing his hands and returned, the phone finally came back into his hands. He thought that was the end of it and was just waiting for that whatever lottery. Who knew his parents shoved him out near the balcony, saying they couldn't crowd together because it would hog the internet. Mr. Ning and Mrs. Ning also automatically separated. Mr. Ning squatted at the kitchen doorway. Mrs. Ning was even more extreme, squatting right next to the wireless router. As for Ning Yuekong, she had already clattered up the stairs back to her room. Big Brother Ning looked at his parents and little sister and sighed deeply. His family all seemed a bit off, and he always felt out of place because he was too normal. The lottery begins. The lottery ends. It happened in almost the blink of an eye. I didn't win. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, did any of you win? Ning Yuekong's anguished cry seemed to press some kind of switch. The Ning household immediately became lively. I won. I won. I won. The first time she won, Ning's mom was overjoyed, unable to contain herself. In her 50s she actually started hopping in place. Ning's dad frowned. How could I not win? It must be my position that's bad. Next time I'll crouch beside the router too. Mom, you are really amazing. How are you so lucky? Ning Yuekong ran downstairs, showering Ning Ma with endless praise. As the luckiest person in the family, Ning Ma was very proud. Come on, do you want to drink formula milk? Or do you want to eat potatoes? Ning Yuekong was torn. From childhood until now, she had never had to make this kind of choice. After all, she had money and most things could be solved with money. It seemed she had encountered such a two-choice situation far too rarely. The milk powder tastes really good. And I feel like my skin has become much smoother. Manhwa was also one of the winners in the last raffle. For someone like her with problematic skin, the change felt especially obvious. Then choose the milk powder. Ning's mother doted on her daughter and immediately decided. Besides, she had tried that milk powder herself and it really was quite tasty. But Shizi said Laohua's family's potatoes are uniquely delicious too. I'm kind of tempted to try them. Manhwa was thinking that everything from Laohua's family tasted good, so these potatoes surely wouldn't be any worse. After all, even the eggs last time were so tasty. Watching them hesitate over there, Brother Ning waved his phone. Then choose them all, I won too. Ah, big brother. How are you so amazing? Manhwa was first astonished, then let out a string of screams and ran over to Brother Ning overjoyed. This was a complete turnaround. Brother Ning suppressed the lift at the corner of his mouth, expression calm. It's just a so I'm always very lucky. He had barely finished speaking when Ning's mother slapped the back of his head. You won? Why didn't you say so earlier? Big Brother Ning protested. Well, didn't you guys ask? He wouldn't admit that he only wanted to watch them squirm. Otherwise he'd surely get another slap. Gotta say, Mom's been in good shape lately. She hits harder than before. Only Ning's father frowned, looking somewhat incredulous. That can't be right. Why would a newcomer like you win? How many gifts did you send? How many interactions did you even have? Brother Ning laughed angrily. You had me join the raffle so you'd win, didn't you? What, now that I won you're not happy? Ning's dad sighed. Of course I'm happy, just not as happy as if I'd won myself. Brother Ning. Ning Yukong didn't care about that. Winning obviously called for some showing off, though she was a bit slow. A few people in the group had already bragged. Her fan group didn't snag first place, so she switched to Weibo. As a rich second generation, she had many fans who immediately came out to congratulate her. And some fans from Guohua's livestream could only shed tears of envy and jealousy. Manhwa was enjoying the flattery in the rainbow comments when a friend who was also a fan notified her that Laohua hadn't ended the stream and was still broadcasting. Previously, Laohua always did the prize draw at the end of the livestream and then signed off. Manhwa assumed this time would be the same. Unexpectedly, Laohua didn't play by the rules. She quickly exited Weibo, re-entered the livestream, and then her mouth started to water. Fortunately, it was at home, otherwise it would definitely be a black spot in my past. Chapter 175. Want to steal my best friend? No way. The viewers in the livestream watched Wu Shizi, who had not a trace of ladle-like comportment. She held a small slice of watermelon in one hand, eating so the juice streamed everywhere. Just eating wasn't enough. She kept praising it through her mouth. Hua hua. This sandmelon is so good, so sweet, but not that cloying kind of sweet. It's a clean, refreshing sweetness, just like the ones I ate when I was a kid. Not like the ones sold now, which are only sweet and don't even taste like watermelon. Tong Ranhua had already eaten last night, and not in those little bite-sized pieces either. She had cut it straight down the middle and scooped it out with a spoon. After finishing, she still wasn't satisfied. She collected the watermelon seeds, took them to the secret realm, used the spirit plant cultivation spell on the seeds, and planted them in the spot nearest the wooden cottage, successfully harvesting a small patch of watermelons. The watermelon she uses now for her watermelon ice cream comes from the secret realm. Watermelons produce their taste a bit better than those outside, but when making watermelon ice cream, once it's all mixed together, everyone will just think the ice cream is delicious. Fans watched Wu Shizi hunched over eating watermelon, each one swallowing hard. Some couldn't help it and had already decided to go buy watermelons at the fruit shop. Tong Ranhua's hands-on skills were still very strong. Not only watermelon ice cream, but also watermelon popsicles and watermelon slush. There were many tutorials online. A quick search was enough to get it done. On the wooden table under the hawthorn tree sat various glass vessels of different shapes. In a flower-shaped glass dish were 3 pale red scoops of ice cream made with blended light cream, 1 milky white scoop of milk ice cream, topped with a single bright green mint leaf, and beside them a delicate silver teaspoon. Tall glass after tall glass was filled with rich watermelon juice. The closer to the rim, the paler the red, and the fine crushed ice was more visible. Tong Ranhua had added a little sunflower honey to the watermelon slush, and a sprig of emerald mint still decorated the rim. In the sunlight, droplets beat on the glass, the colors vivid. Setting taste aside, just the look alone makes appearance-obsessed people unable to resist. In the blazing summer, whether it's ice cream or a watermelon slush, the flavor is absolutely even more irresistible. Wu Shizi took out her phone, clicking away. Others eat for moments first, she eats for Weibo first. Tong Ranhua couldn't help smiling. If you don't eat soon it'll melt. Not only Wu Shizi was taking photos but Tong Ransong too. People who love photographing won't miss a single beautiful moment. Mom, Hua, your skill could open an ice cream shop. It would be a hit. I think it's even better than Haagen-Dazs. Wu Shizi went all out with the flattery. Fans in the live stream were practically drooling, saying Shizi must have studied the art of verbal expression. How does she have so many adjectives? From the color, to the aroma, to the presentation, I could write an 800-character little essay about it. If she were just praising it, that would be one thing, but she also had that little face of hers savoring the flavor. It's enough to drive someone crazy with envy. Today is another day of envying Shizi. I get to go to Lao Huai's house to eat delicious food. Shizi, do you still remember you're a beauty live streamer? Are you switching to mukbang now? Old Hua, do you still need a bestie? Check me out. I graduated from a top school, can be salty or sweet, can verbally roast 3,000 haters and physically smash scumbag exes. Aside from loving food, I've got no flaws. Tong Ranhua naturally didn't see those comments. She was eating a scoop of watermelon ice cream, cool, soft, sweet and glutinous. The milky flavor and the fresh sweetness of watermelon blossomed on her tongue, immediately dispelling the summer heat and irritability. Wu Shizi looked at the many fans volunteering themselves to be Ranhua's best friend, so they could freeload food and drinks, and she wore a proud expression. Haha, Ranhua and I have been close since kindergarten. You're all far from that. Listening from the side, Tong Ranhua thought Wu Shizi deserved a smack. It really wasn't easy for her to have grown up safe and sound. The live stream ended when the phone died. Tong Ransong followed Wu Shizi to learn makeup, while Tong Ranhua went to prepare the prizes and had to make another trip to the county. She wished the town would have a courier point someday. Asterisk. Lei Depeo and Lei Shengch arrived on time, just in time for lunch. Lei Shang had driven for 5 hours. If she hadn't trained for it, given how recently she'd been discharged from the hospital, she really might not have been able to handle it. Lei Depeo was also a bit dazed. The journey was long, and with his age he really couldn't take such long stretches in a vehicle. At the sight of Guan Guoqiang, he frowned. Old Guan, tell me, what were you thinking picking such a secluded spot to escape the heat? And this plane had to drive to get here, winding mountain roads. I'm about to throw up. Luckily I don't get carsick. Guan Guoqiang glanced at him, saying you're old and you won't admit it? Why didn't any of us feel anything on the way over? You getting queasy just from a car ride? When it comes to stamina, 1 of me equals 2 of you. Lei Depeo's head stopped spinning and he no longer felt nauseous. His competitive streak flared up. You're the old one. My health is obviously better than yours. Guan Guoqiang gave him a look for him to figure it out himself. Can you even stomach this food as you are? I'm not just fixing you 2 dishes, they've been busy all morning. When it came to food, Lei Depeo's eyes immediately lit up and he looked more spirited. Why had he traveled all the way from the capital? Wasn't it for the food? He looked at Yang Shufan and Sun Bangxia with gratitude. Have Shaoxing clear the table later. Lei Shang naturally smiled and agreed. Originally Guan Guoqiang had planned to take Lei Depeo and Lei Shang back first, leaving Yang Shufan and Sun Bangxia behind to wait for their daughter-in-law Yexen. When Lei Depeo heard more people were coming, he wasn't in a hurry to leave either. Everyone waited together. The group returned to Sister Li's breakfast shop, where there were chairs to sit on and it was even cooler. Many townspeople would sit in the shop to wait for the bus, use the restroom or drink some water. It was all common. Li Yunjin was naturally warm and hospitable. Whether she knew someone or not, anyone who came to wait for the bus could be drawn into a chat with her. She came to know more and more people. Just after Yang Shufan finished introducing her, Li Yunjin started chatting with Lei Depeo and Lei Shang, so there was no need for the host to entertain them at all. It was only about 10 minutes before the bus Yi Xian was on arrived at the station. What Yi Xian worried about most was her youngest son. He must be missing her too. They hadn't seen each other for several days. She had even told her father and mother-in-law when she would arrive, and had expected her son to come pick her up. But the Lei family was all there, and the youngest son she constantly worried about was nowhere to be seen. Dad, Mom, is Xiaoshan napping at home? This was the only possibility Yi Xian could think of. Otherwise, why wouldn't they come to pick her up? Yang Shufan. This. Guan Guoqiang. I was just about to go pick him up. Want to come with me? Lao Lei, you guys take a walk back. I'll be back in 10 minutes. It was Yi Xian's first time riding in a tricycle. Apart from her bottom being jostled a bit, everything else felt fine. The little wind whooshed past, cool and delightful. By the time they reached the Tong family's small courtyard, Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. She realized she had truly been overthinking. Guan Nanshan was holding a small piece of watermelon in one hand and a glossy black thing he didn't recognize in the other, eating with great delight. There was a layer of dust on his cheek by his mouth. His eyes curved into a smile. There wasn't a trace of someone missing his mother. As it turned out, it wasn't that her son couldn't live without her. It was that she couldn't live without him. Chapter 176. That really made you smart. The child saw Yi Exan and was especially happy, waddling over on short legs. Mom, why did you come? Why didn't anyone tell me? Yi Exan quietly took 2 steps back. Wash those little paws clean before you come over. Guan Nanshan ran dab-dab to the stream outside the small courtyard and scrubbed his hands hard. Watermelon juice washed off easily, but the charcoal ash from roasting potatoes was harder to remove. He used soap twice before his hands were clean. During this time Yi Exan also figured it out. It turned out her younger son had no idea she came today, and that eased her wounded heart somewhat. Guan Guoqiang, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on the pile of watermelon rinds on the table. Lao Huai, you still have watermelons at your place? How come I didn't know? Tong Ranhua smiled. I still have this whole mountain to myself and you haven't been everywhere, so of course you don't know. She said that as she handed one over. When Guan Guoqiang took a bite, his eyes lit up. It had been chilled, cool and sweet, thirst-quenching and refreshing, better than any summer melon he'd had before. Give me 2. He planned to take them back to entertain Lei de Peo, to make him never want to leave. Lord Guobao, would you like more melon? Tong Ranhua called to the little dumpling. The little dumpling, happily gnawing on a watermelon, looked up and showed a confused little expression. There were still watermelon seeds clinging to its mouth, and more than half the watermelon had been eaten until there was no red left. Watching it, Tong Ranhua couldn't help but laugh through her tears. There was no need to be that frugal. Go pick 3 ripe melons for old Guan. We'll eat the remaining one at noon. Howl! 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 The little dumpling immediately tossed the cleanly eaten watermelon rind into its feeding bowl, then pulled out its special panda bamboo chewing handkerchief from its little bag. After carefully wiping its mouth and paws, it led the way. And of course the little handkerchief was thrown to Tong Ranhua, the meaning obvious. It's dirty and needs washing. Tong Ranhua bought 10 handkerchiefs with the same panda pattern. Each little handkerchief had a different design. The little dumpling liked cleanliness and loved to eat, so basically it used 1 per day and washed 1 per day. Mom, let's go too. Grandpa can't carry 3 watermelons by himself. Little Guan Nanshan, eyes fixed on the little dumpling's happy back, grabbed Yi Exan's hand and ran after them. Yi Exan was a little bewildered. Didn't you say to buy 2? How did it become 3? Hua has rules. Whoever wants to buy things from her field has to pick them themselves, and then leave 40% to her. We can buy 60%. If Grandpa wants to buy 2 watermelons, he has to pick 3. Leave 1 for Hua. Guan Nanshan explained. Yi Exan felt that her mind had been a bit foggy since getting off the car. First, I couldn't find the little son I longed for. Then I saw my father-in-law grinning and driving a 3-wheeled cart like an old countryman. Then I watched my son gnawing on a roasted potato like a wild kid, his mouth full of ash, and he was unusually happy. Now even the way people buy things is so different. And everyone acts as if it's perfectly natural, as if it should be that way. Could the whole village be like this? Was it her first time entering a village, so inexperienced that she found it strange? Dad, do you know how to pick a watermelon? What if we buy one that isn't ripe? At the garden by the river, finally seeing that patch of watermelons, Yi Exan asked. No need for Grandpa, Guobao knows how to pick them. Guobao is especially great. Especially capable. The watermelons we eat are all chosen by Guobao. Guan Nanshan's voice was full of pride. Otherwise one might think Guobao was his dog. Yi Exan actually didn't really believe it. She had never seen a dog that could pick watermelons. She saw little dumpling weaving through the watermelon patch. It walked up to a big melon, first sniffed it with its little nose, then raised its front paw and gently tapped it, then turned to look at Guan Guoqiang and pointed at that big melon. Grandpa, that one can be picked. Guan Nanshan, the child, acted as a temporary translator. All right. Guan Guoqiang immediately picked it. Then, the national treasure wandered around the melon patch once more and carefully picked out 2 more. 3 people, 3 melons, 1 dog returning home. For certain well-known reasons, watermelons were also 10 yuan per gene, a price far above market value, but nobody objected to that price. Guan Guoqiang reached out to put the largest melon in front of him onto the electronic scale. Suddenly, a black and white little fluff zipped over and flopped its whole body onto the big watermelon. Oh, this is ours to eat, not for sale. Tong Ranhua glanced at the other 2 smaller watermelons and understood instantly. Turns out it picked the 2 smallest for the others and the biggest one for itself, keeping the big one to eat and selling the small ones to people. She couldn't help it and reached out to rub its little head. So clever of you. Little Tuanchuan lifted its tiny chin, squinting its eyes, full of pride. Ow. Just a bit of cleverness really, still room for improvement. Tong Ranhua couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Who did it learn that from? In the end, Guan Guoqiang huffed and puffed back with almost 20 gene of large melons but couldn't buy them. He ended up buying 2 small melons, and together they didn't even total 20 gene. What a waste of effort. This little dog is too clever. Isn't this just using him as a transporter? Yexine was shocked too. No wonder the little son's eyes never left the dog. It's just too smart. On the Guan family's dining table, the national treasure became the topic of conversation. When it came to the national treasure, it was definitely little Guan Nanshan's domain. One by one, none of them knew this little dumpling as well as he did. The child's logic was clear, his points orderly, and he spoke vividly and amusingly. Even Lei DePeo listened in astonishment. Originally, the delicious spread at the table had already prompted him to have an extra bowl of rice. Now, accompanied by the child's crisp voice, he ate another half bowl. Everyone's gaze fixed on the little boy Guan Nanshan. He was so entranced by the little story. Only Yi Exine wore a face of existential doubt. Has her youngest son been here for a week? How did his speech suddenly become all gruff northeastern twang like that? Where did her son's perfectly standard Mandarin go? Chapter 177 Teaching a Bratty Kid. The next day, Tong Ranhua packed 2 boxes of milk powder and a trunkful of potatoes, got up early, and went to the county town to send parcels. Tong Ranhua was sending 200 parcels at once. The person in charge at SF Express took one look and saw it was that familiar little blue vehicle and the familiar agricultural products. This time she skipped negotiations and proposed cooperation using the online shop's logistics method, and they immediately offered this special discount policy. They also handed her a business card, saying if she had such a large number of parcels to send next time, she could call ahead to make an appointment and they could pick them up at her location. Saved on postage, and there's home pickup next time too. Tong Ranhua was very pleased. Who wouldn't be happy to save both money and trouble? The SF Express staff moved efficiently, packing well and fast. There was no way the packaging would get damaged en route. Tong Ranhua praised the SF Express employees for their efficiency and quality of work, while the SF staff were quietly muttering to themselves. Sending baby formula is one thing, but formula isn't cheap. But what the heck is sending potatoes? 8 potatoes plus the packaging weighed 10 gene. The shipping fee alone could probably buy more than 8 potatoes, right? Could those potatoes be somehow different? They're just a bit bigger, but big potatoes are everywhere now. I really don't know what people who buy potatoes are thinking. It can't be that the potatoes grown in their black soil just happen to taste especially good, can it? I have to admit, those people did guess the truth correctly, but those potatoes weren't bought by them. Although they really wanted to use their cash power. Unfortunately, Laohua didn't give them the chance. Even with a discount, the shipping alone cost her more than 2,000 yuan. You could say the potatoes were just too heavy. After leaving the SF Express pickup point, Tong Ranhua went to the mall. The mall in the county town can't be compared to those in big cities. There aren't any well-known brand names. The most famous are some youth clothing and sports brands, and the rest are people renting storefronts to run small businesses. But none of that concerned Tong Ranhua. She was mainly here today to look at bedding and curtains. All the hardware for the wooden house was ready. What remained were things like quilts and curtains. Tong Ranhua's original plan was to buy everything from the store, but her mother vetoed it. Store-bought bedding could never match custom-made. In Nanshan Village, the custom is that when you move into a new house, the bedding must be new. There was a shop in town that specialized in this. You could choose how much cotton, what sizes, and what kind of lining. The proprietor's craftsmanship was truly impeccable, and business was excellent. Li Yunjin gave the measurements and had them made at the shop. If the shop had carried any good 4-piece bedding sets, Tong Ranhua wouldn't have had to make this trip. I hadn't expected that while browsing I would run into an old acquaintance. In fact, her biggest client at the moment, Zhang Hui. What a coincidence. Zhang Hui had been thinking about Tong Ranhua's vegetables. He hadn't chatted long before steering the conversation toward produce, and Tong Ranhua could only helplessly go along. My family's vegetable plot isn't big. It's just for our own use. We also run a breakfast shop, so there's really nothing left to spare. Zhang Hui sighed, genuinely regretful. Could you plant more? You have plenty of land. If you grew vegetables everywhere, I guarantee you'd make a killing. This year definitely won't work out, maybe next year. We can consider planting more then. It's already the start of the hottest period. Tong Ranhua also had thoughts of planting more. Not so much to sell as for eating and to supply the family's shop. Zhang Hui slapped his thigh. Aren't you about to plant cabbage, radishes, and carrots? Plant more. Around here those are the only winter vegetables, and the kids at the school get tired of them after a few meals. Your vegetables taste good. They'll love them. Tong Ranhua planned that too, she smiled. My vegetables aren't cheap. If we supply the cafeteria in bulk, don't talk about making money. Not losing money would be good enough. Who knew? Zhang Hui laughed heartily. Although I took over the cafeteria to make money, that's no reason to shortchange the students' meals. These kids are growing, studying hard every day. How can they not eat well? Besides, I'm a cook. In past winters the cafeteria has bought expensive vegetables before. Expensive ingredients naturally call for pricier preparations. Tong Ranhua showed interest. For example, take the most common winter Napa cabbage. If it's expensive, that's okay. We can make braised cabbage with tofu. Use less cabbage and more tofu. Braised cabbage, pork and vermicelli. Use more vermicelli, less cabbage and pork. Or cabbage and meat dumplings, or just make malatang or something. Those students all love that. When it came to the cafeteria, Zhang Hui had a whole system. Tong Ranhua understood, use less of the expensive vegetables and more of the cheap ones, stretch the costs, students eat well, and the owner still makes money. A win-win. This really is an honest businessman. Although there's no vegetables at home, there are some chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. You know the prices. If you're interested. Yes. I'm very interested. I have time today. Shall we go to your place right away? Zhang Hui said eagerly. Tong Ranhua laughed through tears. She hadn't finished buying the 4-piece bedding set yet, and hadn't looked at the curtains. The two of them set a time, and after Tong Ranhua finished what she needed to do, they set off. However, when Tong Ranhua went shopping, Zhang Hui went back to change his little truck and brought his wife and son. What was originally a solo procurement trip had stubbornly turned into a family outing. On the Tong family side, Tong Ranhua came to the county town, and Tong Ranyan went to work as usual. However, today's classes were significantly adjusted according to Tong Ranhua's instructions. In view of the fact that some little dumpling did something bad yesterday, today's moral education class took up 2 full hours, and the rest were temporarily put aside. As for how to teach a dog to obey the rules, be positive, and radiate wholesome energy, Tong Ranyan has now figured out some experience. Very simple, just 3 words: watch, view, video. That's right, little Tuanzu's learning ability is astonishing, especially with this kind of illustrated explanation. And for those 2 hours, little Tuanzu just sat there watching videos. The first hour showed unruly kids of different ages and genders secretly taking their mother's lipsticks, eyeshadows, eyebrow pencils, blushes, highlighters, and perfumes to smear on their own faces, dress up their dolls, and put makeup on their pets. No matter how happy they were at the start, it always ended with a good beating from mom and the naughty kid wailing loudly. Moreover, different mothers had different ways of spanking their children. Tong Ranyan maliciously extended the video of the spanking and very thoroughly showed the process of the punishment. The way the kid cried was displayed frame by frame, as if to make this little dumpling fully understand the consequences of doing something wrong. Some got smacked on the palm, some were spanked directly, slap slap. Some brat kids, not wanting to get a beating, run as soon as they see someone. There will surely be people behind them holding feather dusters, clothes racks, mops, etc., chasing and beating them, and the faster they run, the harder they get hit. Little Tuanzi watched while sneaking glances at Tong Ransong. One front paw even instinctively reached to touch his round, plump butt. Felt inexplicably guilty. Chapter 178, Even-handed, sharing equally. Tong Ransong was practicing drawing her eyeliner. She always felt like the pencil would poke into her eye, and by now physiological tears were already flowing from the corners of her eyes. All her attention was on her own eyes. She didn't notice at all the guilty little bundling glancing at her again and again. But the moment Xiao Tuanzi caught her crying, the hair on his head all stood on end. Oh no, it went berserk yesterday too. Fortunately it was smart and fast, so the little spirit planter didn't beat it. Little dwarf number 2 was even crying. If the little spirit planter saw this, wouldn't it get beaten too? What to do about this? Little Tuanzu sat on the computer chair, one forepaw patting his head, thinking hard. Little Tuanzu had no idea that Tong Ransong had cried yesterday, and had been caught red-handed by Tong Ranhua. If she hadn't preferred verbal discipline, talking when words fail instead of using force, he would definitely have been punished yesterday. But that wasn't the end of it. After the video of beating up the brat played, there was something even worse. For the next hour, all the clips shown were very serious legal/crime footage. Various shoplifting and robbery scenes, regardless of age or gender, regardless of what was stolen or taken, ended with the perpetrators being caught by the police and sent to prison. No good food, no going out to play, and forced labor reform. Xiao Tuanzi felt deeply shocked. Its round, chubby little body tilted and it fell straight off the computer chair onto the floor. Tong Ranyan's heart jumped in fright. Was the video she chose too extreme? Seeing it roll onto its back and not look like it had been injured, Tong Ranyan finally relaxed. Xiao Tuanzi had really only rolled over, lying flat on the ground, its 2 front paws neatly folded over its chest, its pair of jet black eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, looking as if it were about to ascend to heaven. Did it do something that serious yesterday? Is it going to be taken away wearing a silver bracelet? Is it going to be locked up to work with no tasty food? What's the point of living without tasty food? Forget it, just lie flat. Let it be destroyed. Tong Ranhua couldn't help smiling, squatted down, and poked his round little body with a finger, soft, chubby, really pleasant to the touch. You don't need to worry too much. You only stole second sister's makeup. It's not like they'll take you away. The little dumpling, feeling like he was about to ascend to heaven, rolled his eyes and looked at Tong Ranhua, thinking he might still be able to save himself. Apologize to second sister. If she forgives you and you don't do this kind of thing again, big sister won't beat you. Tong Ranhua said casually. She instinctively took Little Bun for one of the batch of child workers she led. Who knew that as soon as Little Bun heard it, he rolled once, stood back up, let out a howl and was gone. Then Tong Ranhua discovered that during the rest of the working life, Little Bun was always zoning out. Sometimes it would vanish in an instant, other times everyone else would have moved on while it still wandered around the same spot. A bunch of little rascals were all very puzzled. Tong Ranhua couldn't figure it out either. The one who knew Xiao Tuanzi best at home was her older sister. Everyone else could only guess. Now that her older sister wasn't here, no one could understand. She watched carefully and saw that Xiao Tuanzi wasn't hurt, so she let it be. Maybe dogs have a few off days every month. It's normal. Little Guan Nanshan was still very worried and couldn't concentrate even on collecting eggs. That's right. Even though his mother had come over, little Guan Nanshan still came to work today. His reason was solid. He needed to work and earn money to buy ice cream for his mother. This moved Yi Xian, who personally took him to the Tong family. Only son Banksia stood to the side, smiling. The child wasn't big but was very clever. He never grew tall. Could it be related to having too many tricks up his sleeve? Thinking of a certain little girl who was just as crafty as a sieve, she was actually 1.7 meters tall, so that theory didn't hold up either. Meanwhile, over here, Guan Nanshan's little friend's eyes followed Little Dumpling as he ran. If Little Dumpling ran out of his sight, he would scurry after him on his short little legs. If it weren't for Qiu Xiaohai watching, he would surely have chased after Little Dumpling and disappeared. Fortunately, Little Dumpling would reappear again after just a little while each time. This time Little Dumpling returned with a pretty little yellow flower in his mouth, 7 or 8 blossoms on it, and ran right up to Guan Nanshan. The child was very happy. Is this a gift for me? He opened the blue chubby backpack, took out a piece of pork jerky, fed it to it, then patted its little head, accepted the small yellow flower and was quite pleased. Being pleased himself wasn't enough. He also showed off to the other kids that this national treasure had given him the flower. You don't have one, only I do. That smug little expression made the other kids itch to do something. I really want to smack someone. But before long, the little chubby kid who had run off returned, this time with a small white flower in his mouth. This one was even better, with over 10 blossoms. Guan Nanshan thought it was still for him and was about to go accept it, but the chubby kid ran straight over to Bao Xiaonhua instead. The child was so excited, her chubby little face flushed pink. She took the little white flower and was about to touch the little dumpling, when the dumpling suddenly bolted. She didn't even get to touch a single hair. Bao Xiaonhua felt a little disappointed, but looking at the little white flower in her hand, she cheered up again. She lifted her chin high, hands on hips, chest out, utterly proud. I have a flower too. Guobao gave it to me. Child Guan Nanshan looked at the little yellow flower in his hand and felt disappointed for a moment, but when he saw Guobao didn't let Bao Xiaonhua touch him, he wasn't disappointed anymore. He was still Guobao's best little friend. Next, Gao Yifan received a small purple flower. Qiu Xiaohai's was a small red flower. Younger brother Qiu Xiaozhang's was a small pink flower. The 5 children, without favoritism, each had one. Everyone was especially happy. When Tong Ranhua returned to the woods, this was the scene she saw. When she learned these had all been brought by Xiao Tuanzi, Tong Ranhua felt a pang of envy. Why didn't I get any? I'm still your little teacher, you know? Then she saw Xiao Tuanzi dart back into the woods again. This time what it held in its mouth wasn't a small flower but 2 very beautiful wild pheasant tail feathers. Blue, green, and red interwoven, especially gorgeous. Tong Ranhua was surprised. Guobao, did you pull Little Red's tail feathers? Little Red's feathers are like that, sleek and shiny, beautiful. Oh woo! Little Tuanzi protested loudly. How could I possibly do that to my little brother? This little brother is actually quite capable. Aside from liking to perch on the little spirit planter's shoulder, he has no real faults. Tong Ranhua didn't quite understand such a complicated meaning, but she saw Little Red perched on a branch with its tail feathers still there, so it probably wasn't hers. If it wasn't Little Red, then it was one of the wild pheasants in the woods. She glanced over, the few common wild pheasants were all there, and apart from differences in plumage and body shape, mixed in with the chickens they really did look a lot like them. She looked more closely and noticed 2 tail feathers were missing. They were probably the 2 she had in her hand. As long as the wild pheasants were still there and hadn't been eaten, everything was fine. Thanks, National Treasure. Work's done, let's go home. Tong Ranhua carried 2 beautiful feathers in her hand, held 2 baskets of eggs, and led a group of little rascals home. At that moment, Tong Ranhua had just returned from the county town. Old man Guangguoqiang also came to take his little grandson home for dinner. However, a small problem occurred in the meantime. Little Guan Nanshan chattered to his grandfather and mother. "This is a flower given to me by a national treasure. Isn't it pretty? I've decided this will be my favorite flower from now on." Like a child offering a treasure, he showed it to the 2 of them, then worried they might damage it and carefully took it back. But just as he was about to climb onto the tricycle, Little Dumpling suddenly shuffled over and blocked his body, not letting him go. Chapter 179. This made Guan Nanshan ecstatic. "I'm not going back to eat. The national treasure can't bear to be without me. If I leave it'll cry. Yi Xian. Aren't you being a bit too emotionally sincere?" Tong Ransong and Wu Shizi also came out of the house. Because she had to teach Tong Ransong makeup, Wu Shizi simply started the live stream at the Tong home. She had just finished a casual look. The indoor lighting was poor, so she planned to go outside to show her fans how it looked in normal sunlight, and then she saw the little bun stubbornly blocking the other child, not letting them go. Not only did Wu Shizi see it, but everyone in the livestream audience saw it too. A national treasure suddenly appeared in the livestream. The viewers who had been struggling with makeup immediately perked up when they saw it, and the atmosphere in the livestream changed at once. When little Tuanzi saw Tong Ransong come over, it stopped getting in Guan Nanshan's way, and scampered a few steps to stand in front of Tong Ransong. It raised its front paw and tapped the top of her right foot. Tong Ran subconsciously crouched down, and the little dumpling tilted its tiny head up, delivering the little pink and white wildflower it had been holding in its mouth into her hand. Tong Ran was very delighted. "For me. Oh wow. Yes. Finally got its mouth out, it can make a sound now." That wasn't all. It ran over to Guan Nanshan, bit his trouser leg, and pulled toward Tong Ransong's direction. Guan Nanshan kid instantly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when they reached Tong Ransong, the little bun wagged its tail, constantly urging, "Owo owo. Hurry up. Quickly give Hua to number 2 shorty." In Guabao's mind, Tong Ranhua is the short one, Tong Ransong is the second short one. Anyway, they're both shorter than the little spirit botanist, no doubt about it. Then little Guan Nanshan, feeling wronged, handed the treasured little yellow flower he'd been doting on the whole time to Tong Ransong. The child's eyes were all red. It turned out these weren't flowers given to him. He was merely the flower transporter. It turned out it wasn't holding him back because it was reluctant to let him go. It simply didn't want him to take the flowers away. There was one, count them all. Each had the same experience as Guan Nanshan, all being urged on by little Tuanzi, one after another, lined up and handing the flowers in their hands to Tong Ransong. The scene was indescribably comical. Little Tuanzi stood to one side supervising, bobbing his little head, clearly very pleased with the scene. Both Guan Nanshan and Bao Xiaonhua had red-rimmed eyes, their gaze fixed on the flowers in Tong Ransong's hands. The 6 wildflowers, each a different color, placed together formed a multicolored bouquet. Seen like this, it was actually quite pretty. Tong Ransong felt even more mixed emotions. The first bouquet of flowers in her life was actually given by a dog. Tong Ranhua, seeing this, was a bit puzzled. What's going on? Tong Ranhua, somewhat uncertain, told them about what had happened that morning in class. She guessed, "I think it should be apologizing to second sister for ruining her lipstick and makeup palette." Tong Ransong looked surprised, glanced at the little wildflower in his hand, and smiled as he patted its head. "Thanks, national treasure." Tong Ranhua smiled. "So, education is important. Recognizing mistakes and correcting them is enough. National treasure, I'll add a chicken drumstick for you at noon." "Oh wow." Little Bun hopped up and down with joy. "No spanking and there's a chicken drumstick to eat. She's so clever." Tong Ranhua stepped forward a few paces. "Big sister, shouldn't my teacher get a bonus?" Before Tong Ranhua could speak, the little bun ran up to her, eyeing the 2 beautiful feathers in her hand. "Oh wow. Why didn't you give your feather up? These are my apology gifts." Following its gaze, Tong Ranhua saw the beautiful feathers in her own hand. Okay, this wasn't given to her either. She was as miserable as the other 5 little radishes, all just transport workers for the little buns. Tong Ranhua handed over the tail feather. "Second sister, the national treasure captured the 6 of us as free labor to apologize. You should really cherish this feather. The wild pheasants in the woods are now almost like chickens." Tong Ransong took it and found a bunch of small, brightly colored wild flowers and 2 vividly hued beautiful feathers. Together they somehow formed an indescribable beauty. Seeing the 2 kids about to cry, Tong Ranhua quickly took out the watermelon popsicle she had made yesterday. 5 kids, 1 each, only then were they calmed down. Tong Ranhua worked hard and earned herself 2 ice creams. The fans in the livestream saw this and got even more excited. Some didn't know whether to envy Tong Ranhua, who had flowers personally given by a national treasure, or to envy the little kids. They no longer had the wildflowers from the national treasure, but they did have Lao Hua's watermelon ice cream to eat. Wu Shizi's livestream originally had just over 1 million viewers, and in the space of a little while it had already risen to 1.2 million, showing just how influential Guobao is. The overlap between the two fanbases is very high. Many fans know what Guobao did yesterday, and now they're all howling. Ah, this is the correct way to apologize. Guobao even knows how to do romance. My boyfriend, whenever he makes me angry, just gives me a dry apology with no sincerity at all. Same here, my boyfriend isn't as good as Guobao series. Girls, look at this adorable cute national treasure. Then look at my boyfriend who only knows how to play games. I think I can trade him in. A group of young women were indignant. Comparing people will only lead to misery, but when someone can't even measure up to a dog, then that person really can go. Complaining about boyfriends could be said to be the common language of the sisterhood. Even after the live stream ended, everyone's enthusiasm didn't wane. They moved over to Weibo to keep roasting him. Before long, the national treasure was trending. Hashtag a man worse than a dog can be thrown away hashtag. Someone even posted a short video of a national treasure having kids line up to give it flowers. I have to say, anyone who sees such a round, utterly adorable little cutie would stop to look. Glancing at the comments, they were all mocking their own boyfriends. It resonated so much that before long I found myself joining the chorus of complaints. As a result, Tong Ranhua and Wu Shizi's Weibo and livestream accounts both gained quite a few followers. The small green watermelon rind and the fan-shaped red watermelon slice popsicle at the end of the video also became a little bit of a hit. In the height of summer, a watermelon popsicle cools you down and relieves the heat. Just a short video nearly caused the watermelon popsicles to sell out. Over here, when Guan Nanshan's child came home to eat, they were still listless and droopy. Yi Xian recounted what had happened. Lei Depeo and Lei Sheng both became interested in this clever little dog and wanted to see it in person. Chapter 180. This must be an agronomy expert. Jiang Hui was here on a procurement trip. When he saw the large woven baskets in the warehouse, with several baskets each of chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs, the quantities were indeed quite large. Thinking about the unit price of these eggs, Jiang Hui automatically converted them all into RMB in his head, and he was stunned. This was worth over 100,000. He felt like this young girl knew how to make money far better than he did. He got up early and worked late every day, painstakingly supervising the cafeteria's cleanliness, sourcing supplies, inspecting ingredients, and dealing with school administrators and students' parents, while also having to pay occasional attention to the students' opinions. It wasn't easy at all. But the money he made still wasn't as much as that young girl's. She didn't have to worry about anything. She could laze at home feeding the poultry and collecting the eggs, without having to expend effort managing social relationships. Thinking of them and then looking at himself, Jiang Hui felt nothing but envy. How many poultry have you been raising? How do you have so many eggs? How long have these eggs been stored? If they're kept too long they'll go bad. Jiang Hui asked. Don't worry, the ones in the granary are all good. Tonight we can pick some to eat just to inspect the goods. Boss Jiang, you must act within your means. After all, these aren't cheap. Even in the county, only a small number of people can afford them. Tong Ranhua reminded. This made Jiang Hui, who had been getting very excited when he saw the inventory, instantly calm down. That's right, the goods may be good, but the market is hard to break into. Buying too many makes it easy to end up holding on to them. Calm down, stay calm. Don't just grab at anything good you see. Keeping his composure, Jiang Hui finally bought 1,000 chicken eggs and 1,000 duck eggs, and 500 goose eggs. Having come all this way, Jiang Hui certainly wouldn't just buy eggs. With so many potatoes he had to take some home, and baby formula and honey, those were all good things. Master's big birthday was coming up. Master's ancestors were imperial chefs, responsible for the emperor's meals. The old man had a rule. On his birthday every year, he wouldn't accept expensive gifts. Each disciple would bring one dish, and together they'd make a full table. Among all the disciples, Jiang Hui's cooking was the worst. He was always last every year. This year he wanted to turn things around. If his cooking couldn't improve, he'd make up for it with ingredients. So he set his sights on the Tong family's vegetable garden. The Tong family has 3 vegetable plots. One is mainly for their own use. After opening the breakfast shop, Tong Ranhua expanded it a bit and planted many more vegetables to supply the shop. One part was behind the house. That plot had originally been given to Tong Ranhua for experiments. Tong Ranhua had been tinkering with it, and she had tested and found the best dilution ratio for the mystical lake water right there in that vegetable patch. Of course, later on I also planted a lot more celery, Chinese cabbage, chayote, yardlong beans, common beans, cilantro, and the like to supply the family's breakfast shop. The largest plot is the one Tong Ranhua persuaded Guan Nanyan to clear, almost an acre, right by the river. The vegetables the shop has been using recently all come from here. When Tong Ranhua planted, she had already calculated the timing, aiming for this batch of vegetables to be finished just as the next batch matured, ensuring the household could be self-sufficient in greens. Not to mention anything else, when it comes to cultivating plants, Tong Ranhua would dare say she's second. There's no one who dare claim first in this world, unless they had also practiced cultivation and happened to specialize in nurturing spirit plants. Tong Ranhua spent 100 years doing that one thing. Her ability can be imagined. Now she simply swapped spirit plants for more ordinary, common, easy-to-understand vegetables. It's really too simple, too easy. Naturally, nowadays you can easily do this using many scientific methods, but that requires calculations, records, and data support. But Tong Ranhua could tell it at a glance, especially since her consciousness training had reached the point where, sitting at home, she could clearly know everything about Nyoshin Mountain, down to a tree, a blade of grass, or a small stone whenever she wanted. For Tong Ranhua, controlling the ripening time of vegetables was indeed far too simple. When Jiang Hui saw the vegetable garden full of vegetables of different seasons, he was truly amazed. Take for example the green beans, some have just climbed the trellis, some have just flowered, some have already formed small beans, some are about to ripen, and some are just right to eat. Everything was arranged batch by batch, clearly and neatly. Jiang Hui thought of himself as quite knowledgeable, but seeing this scene he still couldn't hide his shock. Although he already knew she wasn't an ordinary girl, honey of that quality couldn't be produced by just anyone. Now looking at the vegetable garden, Jiang Hui was convinced in his heart that she must be an expert in agronomy, which made him even more determined to cultivate a good relationship with her. Not to mention anything else, just to buy groceries alone you have to cultivate good relationships. So when he heard about Tong Ranhua's new rule for buying groceries, he immediately decided to stay. It's just doing work, right? He's a grown man. Is he afraid of doing work? Huang Hua had originally planned to drive the truck and take the various eggs he bought back first. Would Jiang Hui agree to that? Driving at night is so dangerous. This isn't the county town with streetlights, it's all mountain roads relying entirely on the headlights. At Jiang Hui's insistence, the small inn in the town gained another customer. The boss and his wife were especially happy and decided to recommend Sister Li's breakfast stall to all the guests staying at the inn, as a small way to repay her. Early the next morning, when old Master Guan brought his little grandson over to work, he also brought Lei Depeo and Lei Sheng. Sitting on the tricycle, feeling the cool breeze of a summer morning, smelling the fresh scent of grasses and trees in the air, and looking at the rolling mountains with wisps of thin mist floating among them, it was like a fairyland. Lei Depeo felt refreshed. This place is really nice. When he arrived at the Tong family courtyard and saw that round, chubby black and white little ball, even though he'd long been told that the dog looked a bit like a panda, Lei Depeo was still shocked at that moment. Does this look like a bit? This damn thing looks exactly the same. Only the ears and tail are different? Lei Depeo even had a thought. Could this actually be a giant panda with the ears and tail just decoration? As soon as the thought occurred, he reached out, intending to confirm his judgment. Little Tuancy was enjoying the snacks from Kid Guan Nanshan when a big hand swooped in. It scampered over to the other side of Guan Nanshan, using the child's body as cover, and kept eating dried mango. Lei Depeo thought it was a coincidence, turned around and reached out again. The little bun nimbly came trotting back. Lei Depeo raised an eyebrow. This little one was doing it on purpose. He stubbornly reached out again, and the little dumpling dodged again. Guan Nanshan became a human obstacle. With him at the center, man and dog circled around. For a national treasure, this kind of dodging was child's play. For Lei Depeo, this wasn't any kind of exercise. But the little kid Guan Nanshan standing in the middle rubbed his eyes and raised his hand. Grandpa Lei, can you stop spinning? I'm dizzy. Lei Depeo. He actually ended up playing a childish game of chase with a little dog, and suddenly his old face flushed red. Chapter 181. Old Huai has already learned to paint big cakes. You're a grown man and you still bully my grandson, Guan Guoqiang said as he handed him a rake. Lei Depeo explained, I didn't notice, I'm such an adult, how could I possibly bully a child? If you don't bully kids, you bully puppies? You didn't even give it any food and you wanted to pet it. Come on, at your age, you still expect something for nothing. Guan Guoqiang mockingly laughed, not holding back at all, without mentioning how shocked he had been when he first learned he had to trade snacks to touch the national treasure. Lei Depeo looked surprised at the little dumpling happily nibbling on the dried mango. Was this kid really that clever? He watched Guan Guoqiang warily. Are you pulling my leg again? Hey, little Sean, give your grandpa Lei a sausage so your grandpa Lei can see. This person hasn't really been to the countryside much, so inexperienced. Guan Guoqiang mocked with a cheerful laugh. Enjoying the upper hand, he was quite pleased. Then Lei DePeo indulged in the pleasure of petting the national treasure. With a sausage, the little dumpling was very cooperative. It was just stroking its fur, and with snacks, everything was negotiable. See? Now you know I wasn't lying, right? The national treasure is that smart. Guangguoqiang sounded like a victor, both proud and happy. Lei DePeo also smiled as he stroked the little dumpling and replied offhandedly, I know now. Guangguoqiang finally realized what was going on. Lei DePeo had provoked him. This guy had no snacks on hand and wanted to pet the little bun, so he said that. Old Lord Guan, who had just thought he held the upper hand, snorted twice, handed over a mask and complained, It's just to pet a national treasure, isn't it? Let's see what you can do. Even resorting to reverse psychology. What do you want me to do with this? Lei DePeo asked as he put the mask on. Guangguoqiang smiled. You'll see in a moment. Lei DePeo, who handled the rake, followed the main group into the field. This was the place where potatoes had originally been planted. Tong Ranhua decided to plant Chinese cabbages here to eat over the winter. However, before planting, the field needed to be re-leveled and some cow dung added to make it rich. There were 40 dairy cows at home. The cow dung was dealt with every day, and not far from the cowshed there was a special place for composting. Rural folks all have their own homemade composting methods. Around Nanshan village they add straw, wood, ash, and the like to make compost. The cowshed Tong Ranhua built for 500,000 naturally included composting equipment, safe, clean, and odorless. She was very satisfied when she saw this first batch of mature organic fertilizer. Lei DePeo never would have imagined that one day he would be holding a rake, wearing a mask, and spreading fertilizer in the fields. That old bastard Guangguoqiang is awfully mean. At first he refused. He came to escape the heat, not to work. But Guangguoqiang shut him up with a single sentence. Do you still want to eat chicken? You haven't tried iron pot stewed goose yet, have you? Chili packs, eggplant patties, de-sancien, you haven't had those, have you? Salted duck eggs, steamed egg custard, pickled radish, and that big watermelon. Do you still want to eat them tomorrow? Lei DePeo swallowed and nodded honestly. I want to eat. Guangguoqiang. If you want to eat, then work. If you don't work, you can't buy vegetables. Having been conned before, Lei DePeo was a bit incredulous. Which vegetable seller has so many rules? They wouldn't do business if they were that picky, would they? Old Huais. One of a kind. That's how awesome it is. They aren't short of money. Guangguoqiang said proudly, like a relative boasting about a successful younger generation. It's simply unbearable to look at. Then Guangguoqiang began saying that Niu Chong came over to forcefully buy honey. A big boss like Niu Chong, Tong Ranhua didn't pay him any attention, let alone anyone else. Lei DePeo thought of Niu Chang's fate. His murky eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the young girl assigning tasks up ahead. This person was not ordinary. Almost at the same time, sensing the exploring gaze, Tong Ranhua looked over and realized it was the stabilizing presence old Master Guan had invited. She only smiled faintly, showing no intention of drawing closer, then turned her head and continued explaining. Lei DePeo laughed. He felt she was quite sharp. Guangguoqiang was very proud. Lao Huai had a strong personality. Don't be fooled by her being a young girl, she has her own ideas. Then he began to introduce the composition of the people working in the fields. The family that ran the contracted high school cafeteria. Founder of Sifong Construction. Everyone was here to buy groceries. If I hadn't been quick and grabbed you a rake, you wouldn't even have had a chance to work. Between us there's no need to thank each other. Get to work, the more you work, the more you can buy. Guangguoqiang urged. Lei DePeo. What else could Lei DePeo do? Pinch your nose and get to work. Wu Shizi was of course also called over under the pretense that it was good exercise. She wore a straw hat and 2 masks, vigorously swinging a rake, trying to spread the cow dung as evenly as possible over the ground. But when she looked up, Tong Ranhua was already far ahead of her. Well ahead of everyone else. Wu Shizi leaned one hand on the rake, rubbed her sore waist with the other, and shouted at Tong Ranhua. Can you slow down, you beast? There are so many people here. Can you leave some room for everyone to show off? Or do it all yourself? Tong Ranhua smiled. How could I? The more you all do, the more you'll buy when the cabbage harvest is good. Then what I leave behind will be even less. That's right, Tong Ranhua had already learned how to paint big promises. Because the vegetables in the plot were limited, Tong Ranhua strictly controlled the quantities bought and sold, so everyone could only buy very little. So when they heard that autumn Napa cabbage could be purchased according to contribution points, and different contribution levels could buy different amounts, everyone naturally waved their hose and worked hard. The more they worked, the more contribution points they earned, and the more they could buy. Therefore, when they saw Tong Ranhua pull far ahead, those with good stamina naturally strove to catch up. For example, the couple Jiang Hui and Huang Hua, and the young man Jiang Ping, each of them buried their heads and just worked. As for Lei Sheng, Seeing her grandfather start working just for food, she naturally had to try even harder. She couldn't let the old man's health suffer. Although she had just been discharged from the hospital not long ago, she had practiced before, and the rake in her hands was wielded with great vigor. She quickly caught up to Tong Ranhua. After getting familiar with the rake, Jiang Hui's speed was also unusually fast, only a short distance behind the two girls. But his son Jiang Ping was doing very well. Young men have plenty of strength, and he was on the verge of catching up to Tong Ranhua and Lei Shang. The field inexplicably began to ripple. An hour later, Wu Shizi gave up completely. Her strength was insufficient to keep going. Hua Hua. I'll help you with the live stream. Look what great material this is for streaming. I make a living with my skills. I'm really not cut out for manual labor. Tong Ranhua saw that she was sweating all over from exhaustion and really couldn't do farm work, so she had no choice but to agree. The fans noticed that Guo Hua's live stream had started, but Xiao Tuanzi and Old Hua were nowhere to be seen, only the familiar Wu Shizi, still sweating profusely and utterly disheveled. In the sunlight, her skin practically glowed white, with none of the previous sallow tone, which made the fans insanely envious, and some even started thinking about Lao Hua's tomatoes again. But there were only a few in the field, so thinking about them was pointless. Chapter 182: How to get Lao Hua to accept me as a free laborer. Wu Shizi said it was all about technique, and truly, she launched into a non-stop chatter as soon as the stream started, explaining to everyone what they were doing. As soon as they heard it was fertilized, and with pure natural organic fertilizer at that, piled up with cow dung, the fans went wild in the chat. This is a broadcast with character. When they heard they could buy groceries with contribution points, the fans immediately went wild, flooding the chat saying they'd come help Old Hua fertilize. As if the person who had just complained about the smell wasn't them. But that was only the beginning. Before long, Tong Ranhua came over carrying a tray of sliced watermelon. Tong Ranhua still had a conscience. She wouldn't let everyone work without providing food. 2 slices of watermelon later, sweet and thirst-quenching, the previously tired and listless crowd perked up instantly. They could work for another 2 hours. Not only watermelon but also chilled mung bean soup. An absolute summer heat relief weapon. Everyone sits in the shade feeling the cool breeze, having a small bowl. Simply delightful. The summer fatigue swept away. The live stream viewers all looked on enviously, drooling. Host, look. I'm an agricultural university graduate, skilled at farming and growing vegetables. I'll work for Old Hua for free, pay my own travel, ask for nothing else, just give me something to eat. WTF. Sisters up ahead, hold on, add me. I'm a master's in agricultural science. Can I come work for Lao Hua? I'm a PhD candidate. Mainly research maze. Am I qualified to fertilize for Lao Hua? Suddenly feel like my education level doesn't deserve to be in this live stream room. As an ordinary university graduate, am I not even entitled to picking manure? So you're saying the prerequisite to work for Lao Hua for free is that you must be in an agriculture-related major? Is it still possible for me to repeat a year now? The barrage of comments kept getting more outrageous. It nearly made Zyko unable to watch. She realized this live stream room didn't really need a host. The fans could chat happily on their own, so the streamer hardly had to use her voice at all. There were just too many direct messages. Everyone wanted to come help Lao Hua work for free. These people, for a bit to eat, really didn't care about saving face. Their strength in numbers, they wrapped up after just 3 hours. She was very pleased with the speed. Tong Ranhua took out a small notebook and wrote down each person's name and their contributions. When it came time to till and plant, she'd record it again. At the final harvest, she'd record it once more. Then make a final combined allocation. It saved labor costs to the greatest extent possible. From sowing to harvest in one continuous process, it really couldn't have been more convenient. Lei Depeo thought that once he finished the farm work it would be over, that he could rest properly and just wait to eat. But then Guan Guoqiang brought over a basket of freshly picked kidney beans, and had him snap the strings. Lei Depeo widened his eyes. Aren't you done yet, old Guan? What did you come all this way for? Working every day, why not stay in the capital and eat ready-made food? Guan Guoqiang sat down on a small stool, movements practiced, as if he had done it many times before. No, the food in the capital can't beat what's here. When I was in the capital, I could only eat a small bowl of rice at a meal. Since coming here I can eat a big bowl at once. My waist doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt. I'm as fit as can be, and everything tastes delicious. If you can't take hardship or stand the work, you can go back to the capital. As for me, I definitely won't go back. Person feels their own health best. Over this period he had clearly noticed changes in his body. Right now he thought someone like Lei Depeo, he was sure he could knock him flat. Who can't take hardship? Who can't stand work? Do you think I could lose to you? Lei Depeo retorted. The key point was that he also noticed changes in Guan Guoqiang. Their physical conditions were similar, and when they were in the capital Guan Guoqiang was a bit better off than he was. But in such a short time doing the same work, the old man Guan still did more than he did, yet now remained radiant and full of vigor. As for himself, he already felt utterly exhausted. Who wouldn't want to be in good health? If Guan Guoqiang can recover his health here, then of course he can. Lei de Peo had never cooked before, let alone trim bean strings, but following Guan Guoqiang's example he did it passably well. Two little old men in their 70s, when they get worked up, are as childish as elementary school students. A pot of corn and pork rib soup. The corn was early corn they grew at home. The ribs simmered until falling apart. When the lid was lifted and a little salt added, the aroma went straight up the nose. Braised carp is Li Yunjin's specialty. The carp was brought by Tong family's second uncle that morning, whom he had caught it from the river early, fresh and tender. Li Yunjin returned the favor with 20 salted duck eggs. Boiled with congee they were ready to eat, perfectly suited to a bachelor's habits. Yuxiang shredded pork, fish fragrant pork, was made by Yang Shufan. Twice cooked pork was made by Sun Bangxia. Yi Xian used the oven over by the cabin to roast a duck, and just the aroma had everyone drooling. Although the three didn't go out to work in the fields, they kept helping Li Yunjin at home with the cooking. Bright red tomatoes, golden eggs sprinkled with a bit of chopped scallion. A simple tomato and egg stir-fry that kids all love. Cold wood ear mushroom salad, hot and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried pork with chili and celery, plus some dipping pickles, 9 dishes and 1 soup, the large round table piled high. Just before everyone sat down, Tong Ranhua brought out 2 more plates of still chilly watermelon. Good heavens, everyone's eyes widened. There was no alcohol at the table. The Tong family didn't drink. For the elders' health, they basically couldn't drink, and the only middle-aged person, Jiang Hui, was planning to drive home that afternoon, so of course he didn't drink either. However, Tong Ranhua generously prepared watermelon juice, and she even adjusted the amount of ice according to people's ages, so people like Guan Nanshan and Old Master Guan at their age could only have it slightly cool. Others can have theirs with ice. They had been working all morning and everyone was a bit tired. But when they saw the table full of delicious food, who still remembered their fatigue? Eating is what matters most. While they ate, everyone thought that, setting aside whether they could buy the unopened Napa cabbages, just having this spread of delicious food made the 3 hours of labor today truly worthwhile. Wu Shizi is impossible. Even while eating she doesn't forget to livestream to rack up watch time. On a weekday the stream's view count had already reached 5 million. Looking at the table full of delicious food, watching everyone eat so heartily, the fans went wild. The comment stream had already filled the screen, a dense sea of messages, with people clamoring to help Lao Hui pick dung and fertilize. But of course everyone was too busy eating to look at the comments. Like a large-scale mukbang, the fans could only drool with envy and vent on Weibo instead. Hashtag huge bounty. How can I get Lao Hui to accept me as this free labor? Hashtag suddenly shot up the trending searches. Everyone was so sincere and emotional that they managed to push down the trending topic for the new drama bought by a certain young star. When the young star saw it, she was furious. How could a streamer dare suppress her trending topic? Already suffering from poor results when the new drama premiered, she vented her anger on Lao Hui. Chapter 183, a livestream full of healing. Mao Xiaomi is a second-tier celebrity, an idol from a girl group formed through a variety show competition. During the talent show she had a decent following, but after the program ended the attention kept dwindling. After appearing on a few variety shows, she was lucky enough to get a script for an online drama. Her first time acting, inexperienced Mao Xiaomi suffered a lot. Being scolded by the director was common. Bloopers were everyday occurrences. Attending acting classes, memorizing lines, losing weight and working things out with the actors in her group. After finally making it to the end of filming, the web series premiered. This was her first work, and she had poured a tremendous amount of effort into it. She pinned great hopes on this project. She fantasized that like other artists in the circle, a single drama could catapult her to fame, making her an overnight sensation, a highly sought-after young star. For a web series to explode in popularity requires the right time, place and people. It's not that easy. The premiere was lukewarm, viewer numbers mediocre, not much buzz, and the summer schedule was fiercely competitive. It looked like this web series wouldn't make any waves, and Mao Xiaomi grew anxious, eventually thinking she might just buy a trending topic to hype it up. After all, this is a web series about food. With so many foodies these days, buying a trending topic and doing some promotion might just get more people to notice the show. Trending topics are expensive. Although celebrities earn a lot, as an idol her everyday expenses were considerable. Sometimes to maintain a star's appearances, many minor artists end up spending more than they earn. Mao Xiaomi's situation wasn't that bad yet, but buying trending searches still required caution. It had to be good value, cost-effective. After discussing with her manager, she chose a mid-afternoon, 1.5-hour time slot on a weekday, when traffic wasn't very high and the cost was about half of the evening peak. Most importantly, they checked. During this time slot, no other artists were promoting or issuing press releases. No divorces, no weddings, no relationship announcements, no breakups, no births, nothing at all. It could be said that manhwaxiumi had planned everything down to the last detail. Yet she never imagined that a little internet influencer would steal all the attention. That's right, in manhwaxiumi's eyes, the Lao Hui people were talking about was nothing more than a small online celebrity. There is a very clear hierarchy of disdain in the entertainment industry. Big screen movie stars at the top, then TV drama actors, followed by those who rotate through web series, below them are variety show personalities, and the most looked down upon are internet influencers. To manhwaxiumi, no matter what her own status in the circle was, she shouldn't have been knocked down by a little internet influencer. All the accumulated pressure, restlessness, impatience, resentment, and the shame of having wasted a promotion budget, all of it was vented on Lao Hui. When a group wants to target someone, the most skilled, common, and frequently used method is to hire shills, steer the narrative, and get those unaware of the facts to pile on the criticism. But manhwaxiumi was poor. She calculated every purchase, even for a trending topic, so she naturally wouldn't spend big on paid commenters. It was just a small internet celebrity not worth that much money. The result was that, to save money, the shills she hired were few and not very professional. The paid internet trolls didn't take a small influencer seriously either. Just smearing a minor influencer, that's nothing. Far too easy. The best angle to smear was that the little influencer, for the sake of fame, pandered to the public, sought attention with sensationalism, and wasted public resources. The trolls followed their usual playbook. Spark a topic, steer the narrative, provoke conflict. They were slick at it. Though their methods were a bit crude. You didn't need an industry veteran. Just someone who spends a lot of time on Weibo or in fan circles could tell what was going on at a glance. As a veteran troll, Baishazhua, who led a dozen brothers, immediately saw that something was off. He, who basically never spoke in Old Huai's fan group, immediately informed everyone about this matter. To explain here, this Baishazhua was once the head of a paid trolling squad hired to smear Old Huai. Unfortunately, he lost 100 high-quality accounts and didn't even make a ripple. Always smooth sailing before. He took a major fall over Old Huai. After failing, he stayed in the livestream room with the idea of studying Old Huai. He didn't send messages in the chat or send gifts either. He just followed quietly, wanting to see what kind of magic this streamer had that could attract so many fans who didn't play by the rules. For his research, he not only watched all of Lao Hua's past live streams, but also all the related short videos. At first he even held a little notebook, watching, taking notes, analyzing, keeping his purpose firmly in mind. But as he watched, he began to feel that something was off. What kind of streamer is this? It would be one thing if she simply never showed her face, but after digging up all the live streams, this person appeared on camera so infrequently it could be counted on one hand, and interactions with fans were even rarer. Just a lazy streamer like this, what's there to be a fan of? But this very streamer, who doesn't interact much with fans and doesn't show her face, lives her life seriously every day. She's lazy, very zen, and likes to slack off. However, she works very hard and is very conscientious in what she does. She thoughtfully guides her younger sister and cares for her family. Within her means, she would also help others. She carefully prepares delicious food, whether for herself or for entertaining friends. She is serene, unrestrained, and at ease. Live life earnestly, enjoy life. Her life was calm, easygoing, and full of joy. As she watched, Baishazhua forgot to analyze. This kind of live stream was truly stress-relieving. The dishes the streamer makes really are mouth-watering. One day, he suddenly wanted to cook a meal for himself, just like Lao Hua. No takeout, no instant noodles, no self-heating meals or luosafen. Just something simple a kitchen novice can handle. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, plus stir-fried shredded potatoes, and some porridge cooked in the rice cooker. Enough for one person. Nutrition and health. He still remembers how, the first time he cooked, eating the fruits of his own labor and giving up takeout and fast food, he felt so good. He suddenly realized that life wasn't just about work. There were also family, friends, entertainment, and leisure. How long has it been since he last called his parents? How long has it been since he last got together or was in touch with his friends? What does his life have left besides work? At that moment, cold sweat drenched him. He was instantly surrounded by fear and could not even breathe normally. It's as if he was born, went to school, and graduated only to work. Only work. Nothing else. Is a single life on this earth meant only to be a slave to work? No. Work is important. Work is for a better life, but work should not become the whole of life. In life there are so many wonderful things to try. Beautiful scenery, delicious food, beautiful people. If you look closely, surprises are everywhere. Baishazhua gave up takeout and fast food and learned to cook for himself. He adjusted his routine and stopped staying cooped up at home all day, shutting himself away from everyone except for the internet. He had seen the city at 4:30 in the morning. He had seen the first rays of sunlight bloom over the sea. On days off he would go out for skewers on the street with 3 or 5 friends, chat, or have an exhilarating workout. Calling home every day and chatting casually for a few minutes makes his parents very happy. The numbness, loneliness, and sense of disconnection that had always accompanied work gradually faded, and his life gained connections. He even decided to keep a pet. Yes, a pet is clever and adorable as a national treasure, one that could act cute. Before he could act on it, he discovered that someone had actually slandered Lao. Why? Could he tolerate that? Absolutely not. He's not being arrogant. When it comes to black people, the other side's crude, shameless tactics all have to kneel and call him daddy in his presence. Chapter 184. Lao Huai's fanbase combat power off the charts. After informing the fan group of the situation, Bai Shazhua sent a private message to notify Lao Huai. But since this person hardly even looks at the live comments, to be safe he also notified Shizi. Compared to Lao Hua, Shizi was what you'd call a normal streamer. Just after finishing lunch and feeling stuffed, Wu Shizi leaned back in her chair, one hand rubbing her stomach to aid digestion, the other playing on her phone, and happened to see a private message from Bai Shazhua. She grew serious and pushed Tong Ranhua's shoulder. Hua Hua, you've been blacked. On the other side, Lei DePeo, who was also resting, immediately sat up. He didn't fully understand what being blackened meant, but he sensed it wasn't good. He had just figured out why old Guan had called him over, but the Tong family was very warm to them only in one way. The food portions were enormous. Beyond that there was nothing. Especially that girl Tong Ranhua, she showed no sign of friendliness at all. He even felt that she paid less attention to him than old Guan did. This made Lei DePeo start to doubt his own analysis, so when he heard that Tong Ranhua was in trouble, he straightened up without showing it, waiting for her to ask for help. But who would have guessed? Tong Ranhua merely stretched lazily and said casually, "So what if it's dark? It's not my time, energy, data, or internet bill being wasted." Wu Shizi. You may say that, but sister, aren't you being a little too careless? Wu Shizi, who had been exposed online more than once, felt that worry soothed away just now. She stuck out a finger and poked Tong Ranhua's arm. "They're all cursing you, you know. Aren't you even mad?" Tong Ranhua leaned against the fainting couch, leisurely enjoying the breeze. "Why should I get angry over things said by people I don't even know? If I had that time, wouldn't it be nicer to think about something delicious?" Wu Shizi. "But some people might dislike you and unfollow because of those distorted facts." Tong Ranhua laughed very carefree. "I never told everyone they had to like me, did I? After all, whether they like me or not doesn't affect me much. If they like me, I'll be grateful. If they don't, oh well, I'm not losing any flesh. I'll farm when I should farm, sell vegetables when I should sell vegetables, educate the national treasures when I should educate the national treasures, and enjoy good food when I should enjoy good food." She shrugged. "Don't bring the internet into real life. Real life is what matters most." At that moment, Wu Shizi was moved by her open-heartedness. Absolutely awesome. If she could always maintain such a calm mindset, she wouldn't be so anxious about gains and losses, suffer from insomnia, or be stressed enough to lose her hair. But not just anyone can become Tong Ranhua. Wu Shizi couldn't do it. She cares about her fans' opinions and what netizens say. She doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. That's her personality, hard to change, and she accepts herself that way. This person is the type who can handle being insulted herself but not having her friends insulted. After being an online celebrity for so many years, she's gained experience dealing with hate. She just rolls up her sleeves and goes at it. Isn't it just paid trolls? Like that's something new for anyone. Besides, doesn't he still have a company? How could Little Bear Live just stand by and watch their own Zaiweixing have mud thrown on them? Lu Yu was no longer a novice. Ever since Tong Ranhua was smeared online last time, he felt a bit helpless and didn't react promptly. Luckily the fans were strong and it didn't cause any serious consequences. After that he worked hard to shore up that weakness, studying cases, consulting veteran colleagues and his superiors. Especially after a business trip that brought him closer to manager Zhu, it became even easier for him to ask for advice. In short, Lu Yu had grown. The moment he noticed someone trashing Lao Hua online, he sprang into action. When Lu Yu and Wu Shizi met up, both sides sharpened their knives and were ready to strike hard, only to discover someone had moved even faster than they had. Haizi just spoke up, accusing Lao Huai of seeking fame by grandstanding, buying trending searches and wasting public resources, and immediately Lao Huai's fans swarmed him. Tell a joke. Lao Huai wants to get famous. She can't even be bothered to read the live comments and still wants to be famous? Have you ever seen a streamer who wants to get famous stream without showing their face? All the onlookers were drawn in by that free labor topic, and then recommended by Lao Hua's fans to this astonishing streamer who is lazily impossible, yet an excellent cook, and has a dog that looks just like a panda. Nobody here is a fool. At the very least, people still have the judgment to tell whether someone wants to become popular. Just look at Laohua's past streams. You can only hear the voice, there's not even a silhouette. When she does show up, she still wears a mask, the streams are short, and she keeps forgetting to stream. Standing up her fans is a regular occurrence. Even someone with poor eyesight wouldn't think this streamer is trying to get famous. The fans who were mocked were furious. They responded to the astroturfers the same way those astroturfers had mocked old Hwai at first. What a bunch of idiots treating netizens like fools. There weren't many astroturfers to begin with random netizens, old Hwai's fans, and Baishajwa commanding from the rear. Turning the tables on them was easy. This round of countersmearing not only crushed the opponent's mindless attacks, it also promoted Guo Hwai's livestream, letting more people know about that miraculously healing stream. Here is a somewhat irreverent streamer. There was a clever, adorable, and especially food-loving dog. There is a large wave of delicious food that's all about looks, aroma, and taste. There are green hills and clear waters with songs and laughter. There is always something that can strike a chord with the vast audience. Who wouldn't like a retirement life without having to clock in for work, without target pressure, spending each day eating and drinking, tending fields, walking the dog, and teasing the birds? Watching Laohua's Weibo followers steadily increase, Baishazua was in a good mood and prepared to make himself a glass of milk that evening as a reward. Indeed, Baishazua was also one of the winners last time. He was so fond of Laohua's milk powder. Smooth and rich with a full milky aroma that left one savoring it endlessly. You think it's over just like that? No. This is nowhere near it. As a paid poster who moves in entertainment circles, Baishajwa still had wide connections in the industry. With a few calls he reached the hired posters Mao Xiaomi had used. Without much effort, he obtained their chat logs and phone recordings and immediately began his counterattack. Oh, and if you ask why the paid posters would hand these over to Baishajwa, you really can't blame them. Mao Xiaomi smelled trouble and started yelling at them, ordering them to step up the smear campaign while refusing to pay more and threatening to withhold the final payment. What else could they do? They're all out to make money, not doing charity, so that's absolutely not acceptable. So he sold the evidence to Baishajwa to recoup a bit of the losses. Of course, the money to buy the evidence wasn't from Baishajwa. It came from several big shots in the fan group. He only handled the actual operation. After doing this kind of thing many times, he had a dozen brothers at hand, controlled a large number of high-quality accounts, and with the people in the fan group eager to avenge Lao Huai and very obedient, exposing Mao Xiaomi for hiring Water Army to smear Lao Huai was really nothing hard. Mao Xiaomi's fan numbers are still decent, 30 million followers on Weibo. No matter how inflated the figures might be, there are still many fans ready to defend their idol. It's just that Baishajwa's side had so much evidence that there was no way to wash it away. An idol with 30 million fans was knocked out by a small internet celebrity, who barely had 9 million followers. That didn't cause much of a stir in the entertainment world, but in the influencer community it was a huge uproar. Chapter 185. Besides envy, jealousy, and hatred, what else can there be? A web celebrity standing at the very bottom of the entertainment industry actually toppled a star. The news spread like it had grown wings. There are many domestic streaming platforms, and each has its own top anchor. Any influencer has inevitably been criticized at some point. Now that they've heard the news, major streamers are marveling at Xiaoxiong Live's crisis management skills, thinking their own platform's PR is really lacking. Even if their company had half the PR ability of Xiaoxiong Live, given their personal clout, they wouldn't have been dragged through the mud so badly before. Top anchors are cash cows, so the many streaming platforms naturally have to keep them happy. If a rival poached one away, where would they go to cry? Other streaming platforms grew wary of Little Bear Live. Everyone's public relations skills were about the same, so how did you improve so fast? You've even toppled all the idols. Tell me, are you trying to use this opportunity to poach our company's streamers? For a time, many streaming platforms were on edge. Their vigilance toward Little Bear Live raised to the highest level. God knows Little Bear Live was just as baffled. Lu Yu and Wu Shizi hadn't even had time to step in before the matter was dealt with in 3 quick moves. Like a swift knife cutting through chaos. All I can say is Lao Huai's fans are incredible. Organized, disciplined, and obedient to orders, they just lay back and win. Lu Yu enjoyed being carried by the momentum. It was exhilarating. Is this the joy of being carried by a top streamer? He was chuckling foolishly in the office. God knows the other colleagues were nearly green with envy. That anti-smear wave from Lao Hua had the greatest impact inside Little Bear Live's company, and it was among the top-tier big streamers. Everyone is a company streamer. Why was Lao Hua smeared and handled so decisively by the company, with PR acting so fast and even hiring a large number of paid posters? What then? They don't deserve such good treatment, huh? Everyone says the problem isn't scarcity but unfairness. Right now Xiaoxiong Live is in that exact state. Streamers are openly and covertly expressing their dissatisfaction, and the staff who liaise with the streamers are having a hard time. especially big streamers like Ingzi who have countless fans. One complaint reaches the company's top executives, and when the higher-ups hear about it, they're just baffled. The company also hasn't increased its investment in public relations. How did their crisis pair ability suddenly improve so dramatically? Like riding a rocket and skyrocketing overnight? They investigated around and found that this matter had nothing to do with the company. Lao Huai handled it herself. She has real ability and a group of formidable fans who could deal with it so deftly, turning the situation around brilliantly. It had nothing to do with the company's PR capabilities. To stabilize the streamers' emotions, the company even issued a special explanatory announcement. The streamers, besides feeling envy, jealousy, and resentment, truly had no words. They only wished they had such professional, top-tier fans. They finally managed to hold on to the streamer, and the staff breathed a sigh of relief. Then they saw Lu Yu standing there grinning to himself, and it made them feel inexplicably bitter. This guy is incredibly lucky. He signed a streamer as capable as Lao Huai, and didn't even have to handle the countersmear himself. Thanks to Lao Huai, he was promoted from staff to team leader. Salary, bonuses, and commissions, all the highest in the department. On the other hand, they could have had the same benefits. If when they first found Lao Huai and couldn't get in touch with her, they'd had a bit more patience, a bit more persistence, a bit more stubbornness, if they'd stuck it out and not given up so easily, there was no way that newcomer Lu Yu would have had the chance to scoop it up. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Just thinking about it brings unbearable regret. They continued searching for new streamers, hoping to find another miraculous newcomer like Lao Huai. There are only a few top streamers. Most of the platform is made up of small streamers. Those small streamers found the announcement strange. They quietly searched through Lao Huai's past streams, planning to study them carefully to see if they could get any inspiration. They didn't need much. Just one of those high-quality fans would be enough. Some people still held on to the idea of studying why Lao Hua suddenly became popular, trying to summarize the experience and replicate that path. No matter what their intentions were, Guohua's livestream room gained more followers. Lu Yu watched the follower count approaching 9 million and got so excited his face flushed. And our main character paid no attention to any of that, instead enjoying a small cake. Yi Xian's baking skills were truly amazing. A 10-inch Black Forest cake looked even better than those from bakeries. The cake was wrapped in chocolate shavings, topped with white cream, and dotted with small bright red tomatoes on the cream. There was no choice. There were no cherries left, so she had to use tomatoes from the vegetable garden instead. But that didn't lessen the cake's deliciousness one bit. With no paper plates, Tong Ranhua simply used the small wooden tray Tong Dili had made to hold the sliced cake. Beside it was a glass bowl holding scoops of watermelon ice cream, plus a cup of watermelon slush. This is the perfect pairing for afternoon tea, where looks and taste coexist. Tong Ranhua was eating with great concentration. Halfway through, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Where had the little dumpling gone? It always loved to eat and would rush to the front whenever there was something tasty. It might not be good at everything, but when it came to food it was definitely first place. Such a delicious cake. With its sense of smell, how could it not have come looking for it? This is very strange. Yi Xian also found it odd. Why hadn't the youngest son come over? Doesn't he really like cake? When they were in the capital, he was always nagging her to make it. Why are the cakes all ready now, and he's still nowhere to be seen? Wu Shizi, who had been hunched over tasting the cake, said, I just saw them head over to the cabin together, but Songj and that guy Jiang Ping are there too, so there probably won't be any trouble. Family knows family. Under normal circumstances nothing would happen, but with little Tuanzi around that's not guaranteed. Tong Ranhua got up and went to the cabin. Chapter 186. Be a civilized dog. The wooden house was bustling over there. The sturdy peach tree was hung with pale green fruit, and its lush branches and leaves cast a shady coolness. Jiang Ping sat on the bench beneath the peach tree, holding his phone with both hands, his expression focused. Tong Ransong sat on the swing beside her, their postures and expressions exactly the same. Jiang Ping. Is Mao Xiaomi out of her mind or what, playing the victim while insulting our sister? If we don't clap back, what are we saving it for? We have to clap back. Tong Ransong strongly agreed with him. Her fingers moved incessantly, and when it came to insulting she was fierce, but even so she didn't forget to correct him. That's my sister. Don't call her our sis all the time. Who's aren't we siblings? Your sister is my sister, my parents are your parents. No need to make such a clear distinction. Jiang Ping smiled and spoke, his movements on his hands brisk. He was a pro at putting people in their place. Tong Ransong was speechless. Even the gesture she used to fire back at Mao Xiaomi paused for a moment. She thought her deskmate might have a screw loose. Whatever. She'd stick to sparring with Mao Xiaomi's die-hard fans. Tong Ranhua glanced at the two of them. Besides Songgu being a bit huffy, even the way he held his phone was firmer, there was nothing else. She walked straight toward the National Treasure's little cabin. Inside the cabin, at the wooden dining table, the National Treasure was squatting in the middle, with Guan Nanshan on the left and Tong Ranhua on the right. Directly in front of the three kids was the National Treasure's tablet. Tong Ran loosened up. Are these fans out of their minds? How dare they insult my sister, saying ugly people should stay out of the spotlight. They say my sister is ugly so she doesn't show her face. They haven't even seen what my sister looks like. They're just spouting nonsense. We have to clap back. Guan Nanshan nodded seriously. That's just messed up. Little Tuanchuan looked equally solemn. Awoo! Yell back. Yell back. Tong Ranyan's fingers moved rapidly. A bunch of idiots. Little Tuanzi excitedly slapped the table with a front paw. Ow 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 ow. Idiot. 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 Guan Nanshan also frowned, looking at the insulting comments online indignant. Is there anyone with a head stuck in a door? Stupid as hell. Whatever Maomi says they believe. They actually say Sister Huahua staged a fake injury to frame Maomi. Who does Maomi think she is? Sister Huahua knows who she is. These idiots must be shouted down. Little Tuanzi continued to bang the table excitedly. Ow 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 ow. Idiot. 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 Tong Ranhua felt her temples throb. She hadn't been paying attention. How did her National Treasure end up swearing like that? The two words idiot kept looping and spinning in 3 dimensions in her mind. This wasn't the end of it. Tong Ranyan kept rubbing Little Dumpling's head while speaking earnestly. You understand the importance of studying now, right? I tried to teach you a number and you weren't interested. I tried to teach you characters and you ignored me. Now look. So many people are insulting you, insulting your sister, and you can't understand it or fight back. Tell me, aren't you frustrated? Little Guan Nanshan, who was furiously arguing with the other kid, didn't even lift his head, but he still needed to make his presence known. You're suffering because you're illiterate. If it weren't for me and Sister Yen Yen, you wouldn't even know you're being insulted. You have to study, got it? Little Dumpling's jet black eyes spun around. Then he kicked off with his hind legs and his round little body hopped straight onto the dining table. It scraped the tablet forward with both front paws, bringing it right in front of it. On the screen was the string of comebacks Guan Nanshan had just typed but hadn't yet sent, when the little round thing started tapping away with one paw. The two immediately stood up and leaned toward the little round thing. Right after Guan Nanshan's reasoned rebuttal came a succession of idiot. S. Tong Ran Yen. Guan Nanshan. The two exchanged a glance, then without agreement both fixed their eyes on the little fluff ball squatting in the middle. He had his head tilted back, eyes half closed, one front paw twitching. The look of smugness was unbearably cute. National Treasure. You're just so clever. They spoke in unison, delighted, and enthusiastically began to fuss over the little fluff ball. His normally smooth, fluffy fur immediately bristled and his tail puffed up, all standing on end. Tong Ranhua leaned obliquely against the doorframe, arms crossed, smiling as she asked, How am I clever? Tong Ranyan was ecstatic. It only watched us fighting those brainless fans, and it learned to recognize characters. It can even use pinyin input now. Guan Nanshan nodded along, equally excited. The National Treasure is really too smart. Much smarter than those dogs that can recognize numbers. Tong Ranhua continued to smile. Oh? So what characters has the National Treasure learned? Tong Ranyan and Guan Nanshan exchanged glances. Their expressions froze. Oh no. Oh wow. Little Tuanzi leapt down from the dining table and ran over to Tong Ranhua, wildly excited. Idiot. Tong Ranhua. I think you're insulting me and I have proof. She crouched down and looked at it as it tilted its head back, wagged its tail happily, and stared at her expectantly, constantly lunging at her as if to say aloud, I'm so clever, praise me quickly. Tong Ranhua sighed and had no choice but to pick up little Tuanzi, stroking its head with one hand. Oh, National Treasure, we must be a civilized dog and not say dirty words. Zaichuanzi cocked his head, his pair of jet black big eyes just looking at her like that, bewildered and not really understanding. Tong Ranhua looked at the two little kids. The two of them shivered. Tong Ranyan Boulder immediately explained, We just couldn't stand those brain-dead fans insulting you, so we wanted to help you get some revenge. Guananshan nodded along. I was just arguing with them, not insulting anyone, not saying bad words. The teacher said we can't say bad words. Tong Ranyan turned her head, looking at him in surprise. You weren't just swearing at those brain-dead fans with me a moment ago? Aren't you just echoing me whenever I insult someone? Why do you use a different approach when you clap back at them? I see that whenever it's about Guan Nanshan firing back at the brainless fans, it's infuriating but doesn't actually contain profanity. It's just more enraging to the other side than simply calling them idiots. This kid looks so fair and tender. How can they be so scheming? Tong Ranyan felt her fragile heart had been deceived. Tong Ranhua looked at the same account but with a differently styled retort, smiled at Guan Nanshan, and thought, as expected of Guan Nanyan's younger brother, he's sharp enough. Then she glanced at her sister, who looked like she was questioning life itself, and felt a bit silly. She looked at the two of them. Thank you for standing up for me, but swearing isn't a good habit. Especially you. You take a group of little kids with you every day, so don't lead them astray. Tong Ranyan hung her head. I really don't like swearing unless I'm enraged. Being angry isn't an excuse to swear. It's a matter of upbringing. Tong Ranhua admonished. What about when someone insults me? Can't I curse back? I can't just take the abuse for nothing, can I? Tong Ranyan protested, her cheeks puffing with indignation. Tong Ranhua was speechless. What are you even thinking? You feel proud if you win an insult match? Imagine you and someone else squaring off and trading barbs on the street, with a big crowd watching. Tong Ranyan immediately had a mental image. She crossed her hands and made an X over her chest. The picture was truly vivid, so beautiful that not only would she not look, she didn't even dare to imagine it. What should I do then? Chapter 187. Am I about to lose my job? Is the brain in your head just for decoration? Tong Ranhua said, shaking her head in exasperation. If someone insults you, what's the point of just insulting them back? In this situation, you naturally have to seize the other's weakness, the pain point, what they value most, their most prized possession, and strike it true. Tong Ranyan looked thoughtful. Only by making them feel pain will they know you're not to be trifled with. Only then will they dare not provoke you again. Not only will they stop, but others will also be reluctant to mess with you. That's called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Rattling the mountains to shake the tigers. Tong Ranhua spoke lightly. Yi Xian and Lei Shang, who had followed along, both had slight twitches at the corners of their mouths. Is it really okay to educate a child like this? The two looked at Tong Ranyan, who, of all people, nodded thoughtfully, finding it quite reasonable. Even Guan Nanshan's little head on the side nodded bit by bit, clearly looking like he had learned something. So what do we do now? Mao Xiaomi is still acting up. She keeps getting her fans to go rant in the comments under your Weibo. Tong Ranyan was still angry. Don't pay her any mind. Competition in the entertainment industry is fierce. She isn't without rivals, Tong Ranhua said. Preying on the weak to finish you off. That's normal in the entertainment industry. We don't need to do anything. Just watch quietly. Her rivals will sort her out. She won't be able to make any waves. Tong Ranyan caught on. So she's taking advantage of the situation? Guan Nanshan added. Profiting from the chaos? Tong Ransong, who came in behind, also gave his opinion. Seize the opportunity? Jiang Ping rubbed his chin. Strike while the iron is hot? Tong Ranhua looked at everyone gathered in the doghouse and didn't know what to say. Come on, the cake's ready and there's ice cream and watermelon slush. Hurry up and eat. What is everyone doing crowding into the doghouse? Tong Ranhua walked at the front, with Yi Xian and Lei Shang keeping pace with her. The two of them were about to discuss how to educate the children, when they heard several kids whispering behind them. Tong Ranyan. Mao Xiaomi has her rival taking care of things, so what should we call ourselves? Watching the tigers fight from across the hill. Guan Nanshan shook his head. Are you saying Mao Xiaomi and her opponent are tigers? Tong Ranyan said seriously. No, I don't know what kind of family Mao Xiaomi comes from, but Mao Xiaomi is definitely a big idiot. Guan Nanshan slapped his hand over her mouth. Why are you covering my mouth? Tong Ranyan glared at him and asked. Guan Nanshan looked at her with a face full of sympathy. I really tried my best to help you, but I just couldn't handle it. Tong Ranhua, who was walking ahead, stopped and ground her teeth hard. Tong Ran Yin. Tong Ranyan stiffened and bolted. I didn't mean to say a dirty word, it just slipped out. Tong Ranhua didn't chase after her. Her tone was cool. An 800-character reflection. If I don't see it tomorrow, don't bother being the little teacher for the national treasure. Tong Ranyan, who was still running home, immediately froze, utterly shocked. Big sister, why are you talking about expulsion too? Tong Ranhua said evenly. As a teacher, you should set an example. Which teacher do you see swearing all the time? Tong Ranyan hummed a few times, thought carefully, and indeed had not. Write it then. She looked down and kicked a pebble, fingers rubbing at her sleeve, and asked quietly, could it be a bit less? For our exams, the Chinese essay only needs to be at least 600 characters. She was bargaining with her, and Tong Ranhua smiled. 1,000 characters. No, I think 800 characters is fine. Say 800 characters and I'll go write it right away. Tong Ranyan hurriedly refused, then zipped off toward home, not even eating the cake or ice cream. Back in her room, she scratched her head. She had always been a model student, always praised by teachers, and had never written a self-criticism before. 800 characters, how on earth was she supposed to write that? She couldn't possibly make the whole piece just I was wrong, could she? Balding. Child Guananshan was still very loyal to his friends. After all, he was his little boss. When the cake was being distributed, he carried a wooden tray with a small piece of black forest cake on it, the kind with a little white cream on top and a tiny red cherry tomato, plus a scoop of watermelon ice cream and a cup of watermelon juice. Tong Ranhua ate the cake and asked, "Do you know how to write a self-criticism?" Guananshan shook his head. "I've only been in school for 2 months. I've never written one." He is a transfer student and doesn't have much experience with attending school. He hasn't even heard of what a self-criticism is, let alone written one. "I've been in school for 7 years, but I've never written one either." Tong Ranhua angrily pulled at her hair, and seeing a few little yellow hairs in her palm, felt heartbroken. They had finally grown after she had been drinking black sesame porridge every day lately. She tried to ask her second sister for help. She'd already been in school for 12 years. She must have seen it all by now, right? Writing a self-criticism was such a small thing. It shouldn't stump her. Tong Ranhua, who was being asked for help, was speechless. "Do I look like someone who's written self-criticisms? Who here isn't a model student? I win scholarships at school every time, okay?" Tong Ranhua wanted to pull her hair again, but thinking of the hair she'd finally grown back over the past few days, she held back. "So what should I do?" Jiang Ping, standing beside them, laughed. "Write a self-criticism. I have experience with that. And I'm well practiced. After various rigorous trials, no matter how strict the teacher is, they'll be satisfied." He was very proud. Tong Ranhua helplessly covered his face. As expected, even if his deskmate got into Renmin University, it still couldn't hide that there was a hole in his head. Nearby, little Guananshan clapped like a seal, eyes sparkling. "Amazing! So amazing! Tong Ranhua. Is being able to write a self-criticism impressive?" She worried that her scatterbrained deskmate would lead the child astray. "Don't talk nonsense, Yan. Go home and think it over yourself. Treat it like writing an essay." Jiang Ping smiled unconcernedly. "Songji, why are you being so polite with me? Isn't it just teaching my sister to write a self-criticism? I'm good at that." Then he was heard earnestly imparting his experience. Self-criticisms are easy to write. First paragraph, describe what happened. Second paragraph, write about how you've recognized your mistake. Make it as profound as possible, as sincere as you can. The last paragraph, "I guarantee I will never make this mistake again. This self-criticism is absolutely perfect. My sister will definitely be satisfied." Tong Ranhua listened dumbfounded. "My younger sister, my elder sister." The repeated phrases left her a little bewildered. She shook her head. Whatever, she thought. Just finish the self-criticism and keep the job. That's most important. She couldn't lose her job. Asterisk. After finishing afternoon tea, Jiang Hui and the others finally returned. The 3 of them were very satisfied with this trip. Jiang Hui bought all the vegetables he wanted. With the master's birthday banquet, he no longer had any worries. Huang Hua ate a table full of delicious dishes and enjoyed a tasty black forest cake. Jiang Ping saw brothers he hadn't seen in many days and helped his brother, sister-in-law and sister. Simply perfect. The only pity is that his home isn't in Nanshan village. Otherwise, when his brother moves into his new place tomorrow, he could have helped. That wooden cabin is so cool. The yard is especially cool too. Much better than our place with fans and air conditioning. The truck had already driven far away. He craned his neck to look back, reluctant to leave that beautiful wooden house. "I wonder what it would feel like to live here. I really wish I could stay one night." Chapter 188, Moving into a New Home. Moving into a new house in Nanshan village involves some elaborate customs. Tong Ranhua didn't understand much about these things, but Li Yunjin and Tong Dali took care of the arrangements, and she only had to help out on the sidelines. However, without having to host a feast, it was still much simpler than other families' preparations. The night before, the whole family mobilized and cleaned the wooden house thoroughly inside and out. Early the next morning, they began moving things in. In fact, Tong Ranhua had already prepared everything that needed preparing for the wooden house. There wasn't really much to move from the old house. It wasn't that Tong Ranhua was wasteful, insisting everything in the new home had to be brand new. It's just that the items in the old house were all at least 5 years old, really showing their age, so they needed replacing. But there are some things that absolutely must be moved. In the village, when moving into a new house, people insist on bringing along a rice jar, and it must be full of rice, symbolizing a bountiful harvest. Familiar neighbors had all come over, and the Guan and Lei families joined in the fun. They hadn't seen the local moving customs before. Tong Dali was about to carry the rice jar in with Tong Dagong, when Lei Depeo saw this and proactively promoted his granddaughter. "Don't make it so complicated, let Xiaoxing help. She's strong. This jar of rice is nothing for her." Lei Sheng often said she wanted a different grandfather and told everyone she was strong, Doesn't she care about her dignity? No matter what she thought, she still smiled. Uncle Tong, leave it to me. I can do it by myself. Tong Dali felt very embarrassed. Tong Ranhua handed the firecrackers in her hand to Tong Ranyan and stepped forward. I'll do this. Lei Shang was about to say she could actually lift it, when Tong Ranhua gripped the rim with one hand. No one saw her strain, and with a single hand she hoisted the rice jar up and slung it over her shoulder. The once lively courtyard fell utterly silent in an instant. No way, this Tong family's eldest, is she really this strong? Even Lei Shang was shocked. She even felt a bit itchy to try, thinking her strength might be a bit greater than Tong Ranhua's. The cooking oil, salt, sauces, vinegar and tea were carried by Tong Ransong. Tong Dali carried the incense, candles and gold and silver for the offering. Li Yunjin carried a brand new teapot. When the auspicious hour arrived, new couplets were pasted up. Then the wooden courtyard doors swung wide, and Tong Ranhua shouldered the rice jar and went into the kitchen. As the male and female heads of the household, Tong Dali and Li Yunjin worshipped the Jade Emperor, the Earth God, and the House God of the new home, praying for the deities to keep the household safe. Each of them held 3 sticks of incense in their hands and circled the house once, symbolizing good fortune and auspiciousness, the fragrance filling the home. Then set off firecrackers. As the firecrackers sounded, Li Yunjin had already gone to the kitchen, boiled a kettle of water, symbolizing rolling in wealth. They also had to plug the sinks in the kitchen and bathroom and turn on the taps to let the water trickle, symbolizing full basins and pots and a blissful life. But the wooden house had so many rooms and bathrooms, this task could only be done together by Tong Ranyan and Tong Ransong. But it wasn't finished yet. On the first night in the house they had to burn the wok bottom. They lit the stove in the kitchen, prepared a table full of good wine and dishes, and everyone ate a meal. Only then could it be considered over. Feeling useless, Lei DePeo and Old Master Guan each took a spoon and 2 small stools, sat outside the kitchen and scraped potato skins. Yang Shufan and Sun Bangxia were washing vegetables in the yard. Gao Shufan, Li Yunjin and Yi Xian were busy in the kitchen, acting as helpers. But Lei Shang had not unlocked any kitchen skills, so he could only squat by the stove to tend the fire while a big iron pot simmered rice. Wu Shizi, the technical expert, helped Tong Ranhua with the live stream the whole time. Her mother's knife skills were superb, slicing the potatoes quickly and finely. As for Tong Ranhua, she was naturally the head chef at the stove. Everyone is doing their jobs, each person chatting with a smiling face, full of festive cheer. Occasional wafts of aroma come from the kitchen, making everyone swallow hungrily. The live stream viewers have gone wild, stunned by the beautiful wooden house, amazed by the high-appeal courtyard, and made ravenous by the dishes on camera. Fans have started to criticize Wu Shizi, because at first she said the live stream was of a moving-in ceremony in a northeastern rural area, just for fun. Many people had never seen such a complicated moving ritual and found it entertaining and interesting. When they saw Tong Ranhua lift a more than 100-gene rice jar with one hand and hoist it onto her shoulder, they all cheered that Lao Hua was a strong woman. Of course, a few people popped up to accuse Lao Hua of being superstitious, saying moving house shouldn't involve all this nonsense, even reporting the live stream for promoting feudal superstitious ideas. Although Wu Shizi acted as a temporary streamer and can't be a room moderator anymore, isn't Tong Ransong still around? Lu Yu isn't useless either, and with the fans' support, these brainless extreme remarks won't have any effect. They didn't even stir a ripple, at most leaving a trace. This time it pissed off Mao Xiaomi, who had already stopped all work. After 5 accounts were banned, with a clatter she smashed her phone. Are these fans sick or what? It's just moving house. What's so interesting about it? And they're still sending gifts as if contributing money. Dropping gifts worth several thousands just like that. Handing over real money to a stranger. Do these people have so much cash they don't know what to do with it? A small streamer is earning even more than this celebrity. Mao Xiaomi was consumed with jealousy, her heart churning with sourness. She's currently out of work. The variety shows she'd been on were taken by fellow artists from her cohort, and she can only watch her savings run out. The scariest thing was that if she didn't become popular during the period right after the talent show ended, she shouldn't expect to survive in the entertainment industry. After that window passed, who would still remember Mao Xiaomi from the show? After all, there are so many talent contests, and every year there are plenty of good-looking young men and women. There are always new idols to root for. In the entertainment world, there is never a shortage of performers. Mao Xiaomi was already feeling some regret. If she hadn't taken out her career frustrations on Lao Hua, she could still be appearing on its variety shows now and vying for other opportunities, instead of huddling in a rental and facing such a bleak future. But there's no medicine in the world that can cure regret. Everyone must be responsible for what they do. The restaurant by the cabin is especially large. Fitting 2 tables is absolutely no problem. Tong Ranhua prepared 10 dishes, symbolizing perfection. Both tables of people were very happy. especially Tong Dali and Li Yunjin. The two had never lived in a new house after getting married, and unexpectedly, after half their lives, they ended up moving into one. This meal was unprecedentedly lavish for little dumpling. With 10 dishes, it tried a bite of each one. Little Guanshan thought about the national treasure wherever he went. After the meal, wearing his blue Doraemon backpack, he clomped off to the doghouse to find little dumpling. Then the people who were eating and chatting in the restaurant heard a scream. Trained Lei Shang immediately jumped out the window, ran toward the doghouse and then froze in place. Chapter 189. Celebrating the housewarming. Lei Shang saw that on the wooden long table in the middle of the doghouse lay, coiled, and wrapped strip after strip of snakes. At a glance there were at least 20 of them. Lei Shang had no liking for these limp cold-blooded creatures. Once on a mission in a tropical jungle, a terrifying experience of being trapped in a nest of snakes resurfaced. Goosebumps broke out all over her body. On the side, the little boy Guan Nanshan had already been so frightened that he slumped to the ground, his face deathly pale, not a trace of color on his lips. Tong Ranhua thought it was a good thing she practiced 3 to 4 hours every day. Otherwise she definitely wouldn't have been able to keep her thick long hair. Little Tuanzi was just too good at causing trouble, and the situations were bizarre and unpredictable. A group of people gathered at the doghouse door, seeing a bunch of snakes, long and short and of differing colors, and their expressions were not very pleasant. Tong Ransong and Tong Ranyen had already moved away from the wooden hut. It had left them with a deep shadow. Only Guananshan, the child, insisted on staying. Yi Xian wanted to pick him up and leave, but he refused. He wanted to stay and watch the little bun. Long eyelashes still clung with tears. Obviously scared, she gripped Yi Xian's lapel tightly, but her little gaze kept returning to Guobao, as if worried he'd been surrounded by a bunch of snakes. That tiny expression made a whole lot of people laugh. Tong Ranhua forced a weary smile. Just like a child causing trouble and the parent stepping in to clean up the mess, asking everyone for a little understanding. She was the first to walk into the doghouse. Only then did little Bun come back to its senses from the table of food. Its pair of jet black eyes were still a bit puzzled. Ayo? Little spirit planter, have you finished hosting your friends and neighbors? Already so fast this time? Don't those people always leave some dishes uneaten and won't leave the table? Just as Tong Ranhua arrived, a long snake with brown markings stuck out its tongue, hissed and crawled toward her. This is a snake very common in the northeast. It's venomous, but the toxin isn't strong and won't kill immediately. With a look from her, the snake that had been coming straight suddenly made an abrupt turn, forced itself to change direction, and crawled over to another snake nearby that was about the same length. Not worth provoking, not worth provoking. Tong Ranhua no longer paid attention to the snakes on the wooden table. She crouched down and met the little dumpling sitting on the chair eye to eye. Why are there so many snakes here? Mentioning this, little Tuanzi lifted his dog head proudly, even his voice more excited. Awoo! Entertain the neighbors. Move into a new home, invite people to eat. Make good friends. Congratulations on your housewarming. Tong Ranhua. So, I learned this from her. How to handle this? How is this supposed to be taught? Tong Ranhua anxiously tugged at her hair, and after much deliberation she suggested, Lord National Treasure, your neighbors are a bit too dangerous for us. It's too risky. Could we change neighbors for our hospitality? Little Tuanta cocked its head, blinked its dog-like eyes at Tong Ranhua, and looked shocked. Oh, little spirit planter, aren't you cultivating every day? How did you regress? A few little snakes can threaten you? Isn't that just one slap per snake? What's so dangerous? Tong Ranhua had a headache, reached out with long arms to scoop up the little puffball. The National Treasure's round, plump body hung directly from her arm. Things had happened so fast it was still a bit dazed. How had it ended up hanging from a horizontal bar? Tong Ranhua walked up to Guan Nanshan and said, Look, you scared him to tears. The National Treasure understood. It wasn't that the little spirit cultivator was incapable, but that human cubs were too fragile. Little Guan Nanshan reached out his small hand and patted the little bun's head. Did the snake bite you? For the first time, the National Treasure allowed someone to touch its fur when outsiders hadn't offered snacks. So this cub was worried about him? Human offspring are strange. Clearly so weak, easily hurt, fragile, yet they worry about others. Aren't they the ones who should be worried about instead? Little Tuanzi doesn't understand it, but that doesn't stop him from feeling the child's concern. Mortals are very fragile, yet quite endearing. He rummaged through his little pouch and pulled out a small packet of beef jerky, his favorite of all snacks. It held it in its mouth and handed it over, as a form of apology. Guan Nanshan was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, National Treasure. I'll keep this carefully. It's a symbol of friendship. Yi Xian tried not to laugh. Little Shan, aren't you usually pretty smart? How could you not remember that this beef jerky was the one you gave to Xiao Tuanzi last night? But as long as his son was happy, these little things didn't matter. Realizing these neighbors weren't really suitable to invite home, Guobao simply told everyone to go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Still, the joy of moving into a new home had to be celebrated, and Guobao was very insistent on that. Then the snakes departed, and a large flock of birds flew down from Nyoshin Mountain, led by Xiao Hong. Tong Ranhua. She said she couldn't believe she hadn't seen that beautiful pheasant earlier. She thought it wasn't used to the cabin's surroundings and preferred the hawthorn tree over by the old courtyard. After all, Tong Dolly had built it a very pretty house. She hadn't expected it to go invite its friends to attend little Tuanzi's housewarming feast. Watching little Tuanzi nod repeatedly, as if very pleased with the younger brother's performance, Tong Ranhua no longer wanted to resist. Fine, let it be. She couldn't be the only one hosting and not let little Tuanzi host too. Tong Ranhua knew what was going on, but the others didn't. Why did suddenly so many birds arrive? Although the courtyard was quite large, weren't there just a bit too many birds? Each with trailing drifting tail feathers, unafraid of people, pacing back and forth on the ground. Not only that, some were perched on the branches of the peach and pear trees. It really felt like being at a zoo. Only, with so many birds, what would little Tuanzi use to entertain them? Tong Ranhua was just about to go to the kitchen to get some rice. She couldn't let the birds come all that way for nothing. Where would little Tuanzi save face? Who knew little Tuanzi was much quicker than she was? It ran back into the house and came out carrying a small cloth bundle, followed by a bigger, stronger dog named Huang holding an even larger bag in its mouth. Placing the cloth bundle in the middle of the yard, the little bun reached out a front paw and swiped. The cloth immediately split open. Da Huang, still holding the bag, began to run around the yard, and in an instant the grains of rice inside scattered all over the courtyard. Clearly, this was meant to entertain or feed the neighboring birds. It's just that the more Tong Ranhua looked at these cloth bundles, the more familiar they seemed. Big sis, this is the broken rice from the chicken coop over in the woods, right? But how did Guobao bring it home? Tong Ranyan collects eggs every day and knows this stuff well. Tong Ranhua chuckled. Carrying chicken feed back from the woods is nothing. It's far too easy for Guobao. This weight is nothing. Besides, it has little brothers it can command. Tong Ranhua raised a hand to her forehead, sighed speechlessly at the sky, tired and unwilling to speak. Chapter 190. You nearly got me sent in. Seeing this, Tong Ranyan beside her reached out and patted Tong Ranhua's shoulder, consoling. Big sis, I'll adjust Guobao's lessons tomorrow. This is basically a guard stealing from the vault. We need to show it the miserable consequences of that. Having finally secured the little teacher position, Tong Ranyan intended to seize every chance to perform well. She couldn't afford to be expelled. Little Tuanzi was basking in the pride of her housewarming banquet, not knowing she was about to be plunged back into studies. The livestream chat had already exploded. To help Tong Ranhua with streaming hours, Wu Shizi immediately. It's almost the end of August and she still didn't have enough hours. If she streamed a little longer, she wouldn't have to be so anxious at the end of the month. While she was eating, she found a perfect angle, aimed the camera at a table full of dishes, and then she didn't pay any more attention. When the sudden event happened, she instinctively grabbed her phone and ran out. And then the fans saw a gathering of snakes. Many people are afraid of snakes, especially there are more women in the livestream. They are generally very scared of this thing. Fortunately, Wu Shizi didn't go into the doghouse, so viewers didn't see it very clearly. Besides, the barrage was just too many, and fans were sending gifts, using gift effects to shield the stream, so the situation was still somewhat controllable. Then the fans began to discuss why the National Treasure's doghouse was so attractive to snakes. You could say it became a display of every trick in the book. People said all sorts of things. They analyzed the house's location, orientation and building materials, which were normal. But as the discussion went on, it shifted to whether they hadn't worshipped the mountain spirit, whether the moving date was inauspicious, or whether some taboo had been violated and some deity offended. This terrified Lu Yu. If this kept up, the livestream really was at constant risk of being shut down. Of course, the fans were especially interested in these strange little things. Who hasn't heard a few ghost stories? Now their imaginations had run wild, wondering if Tong Ranhua was like Su Xian, having saved a little snake as a child, and the snake, having cultivated to perfection, came down the mountain to repay the favor. Lu Yu was already sweating profusely. He frantically contacted Shizi, hoping she could steer the conversation and stop the livestream from teetering on the edge of being banned. But Wu Shizi was also stunned by what was happening in front of her, and didn't even notice Lu Yu's messages. Immediately after that came the scene of Little Red leading a large flock of birds as they descended into the small courtyard, and the barrage of comments fell silent at once. Ancient people always said 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, but no one had actually seen the scene with their own eyes, yet now they were watching a flock of birds land in the courtyard. Although it wasn't literally a homage to the phoenix, it was still a remarkably rare sight. Rounding it up, it might as well be called 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and with how beautiful these birds were, everyone grew even more thrilled and excited. Many of the birds were unrecognizable to most people, but there were knowledgeable experts in the livestream chat who began answering fans' questions and clearing up doubts. Watching the livestream finally heading in the right direction, Lu Yu at last felt relieved, only as it turned out, he had relieved himself too early. Feng Xiang is an ornithologist who often popularizes bird-related trivia on Weibo. He only recently started following Guohua's livestream. Seeing that large flock of birds didn't strike him as strange. This wasn't the first time he'd witnessed such a sight. He had gone on many field trips and seen countless incredible scenes. He was answering fans' questions when he suddenly noticed two unusual birds. So excited he nearly dropped his phone. He hurried to get his glasses to see more clearly, but by the time he put them back on, the screen showed a round, chubby black and white little ball that had waddled up to the two unusually different birds. Don't get the wrong idea. The little ball wasn't suddenly in the mood to eat bird meat. It was simply because it noticed the other birds were very pleased with its hospitality, and the scattered grains in the yard were almost all gone. But these two hadn't eaten anything, and as the host it just wanted to ask whether they would like something else. After all, when entertaining guests you have to make them satisfied. That's something it had learned. Who knew as it drew near, the two birds suddenly flashed open their fish-scale-patterned wings, and immediately the flat, slightly hooked long beaks charged straight at the national treasure. This is outright provocation. Isn't it just a fight? The national treasure is way too familiar. Not scared at all. It had already, without Tong Ranhua knowing, secretly achieved the title of undefeated across Nyoshin Mountain. A mere two birds, it didn't even take them seriously. It raised a forepaw and moved toward the two birds that were attacking from the opposite side. Feng Xiang's heart suddenly leapt, her fingers racing as she typed furiously. Stop, 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 stop. Lao Huai, quickly stop the national treasure, or you'll rot in prison. Seeing this, the fans, though not understanding what was going on, thought rot in prison was too serious, and all joined in typing stop. Wu Shizi took one look and screamed at the top of her lungs. Lao Hua, the national treasure is going to send you to the slammer. Tong Ranhua, who had been staring at the sky in disbelief, abruptly turned his head, almost by reflex, darted over, grabbed the paw the little dumpling was swinging out with and hoisted it up. Ah! The little dumpling, dangling in midair, wore a completely bewildered expression. Little spirit plant master, I'm in the middle of defending my position, what are you doing? That thick northeastern accent instantly shattered Tong Ranhua's worries. She gently shook the little dumpling and said seriously, so all those lessons were for nothing? That's like digging your own grave. If you swipe at me like that, you'll get me thrown in jail. The little dumpling blinked its innocent big eyes, wildly kicking its three remaining legs and excitedly explaining, ow, ow, ow. I haven't learned it yet. Still haven't learned it. You can't blame me. Tong Ranhua nodded understandingly. I know you don't have enough time. Your study progress is slow. Little Anshua nodded frantically. Oh woo. Yes, exactly like that. Tong Ranhua smiled. Good. Then starting today, you'll begin attending evening self-study. Not much. Just half an hour will do, so you won't have to worry about not having enough time. Guobao. Its jet black eyes widened. Upon hearing the dreadful news about having class, it went flop and flattened itself on the ground, forcing its body into a perfect spread eagle. Showing his aversion to school plainly, Tong Ranhua suppressed a laugh and picked it up. Xiachuanzu looked dazed, motionless, questioning life itself like a dead dog. Tong Ranhua crouched down and gave an on-site lesson. They're not ordinary birds. They're the Chinese merganser, native to our country. They have a crest on their heads, black fish scale, like markings on their flank feathers, red flat bills. They've been around for over 10 million years. National treasure, sir, they're known as the giant pandas of birds. There are only a little over 3,000 left in the world. If you slap them like that, I'll really end up doing hard time. The national treasure kept pretending to be dead, covering its ears with its 2 forefeet. It only knew it had to study tonight. It didn't care about this duck or that duck. It only knew roast duck, baked duck and braised duck. Feng Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Chinese merganser was already extremely rare. If Xiao Tuanzi killed 2 of them, the loss would be too great. The livestream fans also breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Hua was almost sent away. Everyone was very interested in the imprisoned bird. So Feng Xiang began to give everyone a little science lesson. When the household learned that the bear's pochard, Zhonghua Qiu Sa Ya, has extremely strict habitat requirements, they only live in rivers and lakes with clear water, abundant fish and zero pollution. A question rose in everyone's minds. Is the environment over at Lao Hua's place really that good? I want to go. Really want to go. Desperately want to go. Chapter 191. This person is excessively strong. The housewarming banquet was a thrilling experience, at least for Tong Ranhua. To avoid being locked up by the authorities for mishandling national treasures, Tong Ranhua memorized all the animal protection levels classified by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, as well as the various protected species in the country. She had studied them in detail. Originally, the national treasure had behaved very well for a while and hadn't harmed any protected animals, which had made her quite relieved. Who knew, this little creature either didn't act at all, or when it did, it went big. Fortunately, she reacted quickly this time. Finally, staff from the Forestry Bureau came and took away the 2 birds that had spent their lives in captivity, and only then did Tong Ranhua feel a little relieved. In fact, the Chinese merganser mainly lives in the scarcely populated Changbai Mountains. Although Niuxin Mountain is also a spur of the Changbai Range, there are people living here, so the living conditions are certainly not as good or as safe as those in the Changbai Mountains. However, with the appearance of these 2 Chinese mergansers, Tong Ranhua could be sure that the months when she had been sneaking into the mountains and secretly pouring the Miracle Lake water into the streams were beginning to show their effects. The plants on Niuxin Mountain had become more vigorous, and the quality of the spring water had surely improved by more than just one level. The mountain streams gathered into rivers and flowed into the Han River. The Miracle Lake's water nourished the stretch of forested land, its streams and its lakes. When the villagers weren't watching, Niuxin Mountain quietly repaired and transformed itself, brimming with vibrant life at every turn. Feng Xiang posted the Chinese bear's poachered incident on his Weibo account. His original intention was to call on everyone to protect endangered animals. Feng Xiang's Weibo account already had many followers, and many of those followers were peers or professionals in related fields. He has been promoting environmental protection, animal protection, and biodiversity conservation. After his fans saw the short clip he captured, almost incidentally they became followers of the livestream room. The huge fan-attracting ability of Guohua's livestream room made other streamers extremely envious. Every streamer has to cultivate their fans, and will experience a golden period of rapid follower growth. After that period passes, the pace of gaining followers slows, and what they must do is retain as many fans as possible. But what's going on with this Lao Hua? From the moment she started as a streamer, she refused to follow the rules. Her follower growth was eerily fast, completely unlike a normal newcomer's pace. Later everyone learned it was because Wu Shizi, a mega streamer with millions of followers, was helping, and they understood. But now Guohua's livestream channel already has 9.5 million followers. Her follower count is already twice that of Wu Shizi. How is this person still gaining followers? As a streamer, isn't her follower boosting golden period a bit too long? Every time she goes live she gains followers, making the other streamers envious, jealous, and resentful. Their stomachs turning sour with envy. They're practically dying of jealousy. Many streamers band together, they have private small groups. Some newcomers, seeing Guohua's fan growth speed, were furious and vented wildly in the group. What the hell is up with this old Hua? Her streaming schedule is all over the place. She flakes on fans constantly. How does she grow followers just by going live? In tens of thousands at a time. At that point an old-timer stepped forward to explain. Her followers grow even when she isn't streaming, and they grow even faster. The newcomer is so demoralized there's nothing more to say. The same newbie streamer, after his golden phase of gaining followers he never saw another big spike. Often, the rate at which he gained followers was slower than the rate at which he was losing them. Alright, stop being bitter. Us old-timers are already used to being provoked. Some people are just born with that luck. We can't envy them. Another veteran stepped forward to comfort him. There's nothing they can do. They can't outmatch her fans, and even trying to stir things up in her livestream doesn't work. Lao Huai's fans are all so chill and indifferent. They don't fight for fame or profit, so nothing provokes them. Trying to smear her by other means, forget it. Take the former top little star in the cute pets section on the Xiaoxiong streaming platform. Because they badmouth Lao Huai, they've nearly fallen out of the top 10. And look at the recent idol Mao Xiaomi. Isn't that person done for too? With living examples like these right in front of them, who still dares to stubbornly go up against her? Luckily Lao Huai's live streams are short. As long as they avoid her streaming times, the impact isn't that great. The real-life person you don't want to provoke, but they can be avoided. That's right. This is Lao Hua's status in the live streaming world. Everyone avoids starting a stream at the same time as her. If, halfway through your broadcast you find your viewer count plummeting, don't be surprised, Lao Hua has started streaming and taken the audience with her. At that point you have 2 choices. One is to ignore the lost viewers and keep streaming. First, end the live stream and run with the fans. There's no way. So far no streamer has been able to outmatch this one. Other streaming platforms are dying of envy over Little Bear Live. Clearly in recent years Little Bear Live has struggled to hold up under the onslaught of many emerging livestream companies. Even if it was the first streaming company in the country, that can't change the increasingly moribund situation. At this rate, it won't be long before the Little Bear streaming platform is swallowed up by several of the big streaming companies. Everyone had already prepared to line up and divide the spoils, but unexpectedly, Lao Hui burst onto the scene and single-handedly boosted the entire Little Bear platform. Someone did the statistics. Since the Little Bear platform signed Lao Hui, new user registrations have increased by 90% compared to normal. In this era where users are king, users are the lifeblood of a streaming platform's survival, and every platform must fight hard to win them over. As one rises and another falls, Little Bear's new users increased, while the others didn't gain nearly as many. The other big live streaming companies, seeing the platform's numbers decline day by day, have already started thinking about poaching talent. If they can't beat her, they'll invite her to join them. Tong Ranhua didn't yet know that she had become the hot property in the eyes of the bosses of the major live streaming platforms. They were waving large sums of cash, inviting her to join their companies. At this moment she was worrying. Little Guan Nanshan had been so frightened by the snake's meeting that he ran a fever. Chapter 192. I really was so ignorant. Guan Nanshan's frailty wasn't due to illness. At least after all the tests and various precise instruments, there were no pathological changes. So, growing up, what Sun Bangxia did most was help him recuperate and strengthen his health. When it comes to recuperation, traditional Chinese medicine is absolutely the father. In these past few months, Guan Nanshan's health has improved dramatically. Not only can he attend school and participate in group life, he can also go on long-distance trips. At first the elders of the Guan family were worried the child would have trouble adapting outside, suffer from the local conditions, or catch some virus or bacteria and get sick. But everyone was wrong. Guan Nanshan not only didn't get sick, he ate well, slept well, played well, ran around every day, and his little body grew noticeably stronger, so everyone gradually forgot that the child had been frail. This was the first time he had fallen ill since coming to Nanshan village. Only then did everyone remember that the child had a weak constitution. Others might be fine, but he could still get sick. But with Sun Bangxia there, nobody worried too much. They just watched the child's pale little face flush an abnormal red and felt very distressed. Based on past experience, when Guan Nanshan fell ill, he wouldn't recover in less than a month. The two elders of the Guan family and Yi Xian thought this time would be about the same, and they began pondering what to cook for him so he could eat more during this period. When he fell ill, he lost his appetite. After each illness, the hard-won flesh he had regained would disappear, and he would grow thin again. Watching the child's little steamed dumpling-like chubby face that had taken so much effort to bring back to health, the three worried it might all return to the way it was before, thin with no flesh to pinch. That night, none of the three slept well. They racked their brains for the child's favorite foods, thinking up all kinds of ways to cook for him. Who would have thought that by noon the next day, Guan Nanshan's fever had subsided? You could say this was the fastest recovery he'd ever had after being sick. Even Sun Bangxia was stunned. She really had poured too much care into this child, having dragged him back from death's door several times. She once predicted that if Guan Nanshan's bodily functions didn't keep up as he grew older, he wouldn't live past 15. But now that she looked, even healthy adults might lie in bed with a fever for 2 or 3 days. The little guy took his medicine, she did acupuncture twice, he slept a long sleep, and when he woke his fever had broken. It shows his bodily functions are already gradually recovering. Judging by this, at worst he's just a bit frail, but he can still live well and enjoy life. Sun Bangxia was very happy. As a doctor, nothing made her happier than seeing a patient recover in good health. She told the Guans about the child's current condition. The elder Guans and Yi Xian wept with joy. After worrying about the child for so many years, to see such improvement, even if he's a bit weaker than ordinary people, what does that matter? As long as he can live happily and enjoy life as he pleases, that's enough. Their family can afford it. Guan Nanshan woke up hungry. Facing 3 adults with red-rimmed eyes, he had to remind them. The child is hungry and wants to eat. Everyone went from crying to laughing. Just then, Tong Ranhua came in carrying a small basket. It just so happened the Guan family was having a meal. Tong Ranhua had thought the child would be listlessly lying on the Kong. She knew the child had a very weak constitution. Compared to him, even that 5-year-old chubby girl Bao Xiaonhua could take a punch from him. She worried the child might run a fever and get sick. It would surely be an ordeal, since his immunity was rather poor. But when she looked closer, the child's head was buried in the bowl, slurping noodles with great gusto. There wasn't a trace of loss of appetite from illness. She jostled the basket in her hands and thought she might be worrying too much. Little Guan Nanshan had a keen nose. When he saw Tong Ranhua, he suddenly hopped off the chair to the floor. Then his legs went weak and he nearly sank to his knees. Just as he was about to take a faceplant, a little black and white puff shot out and with a quick move caught the child, letting the kid fall full-on onto its back. Yi Xian was startled, quickly lifting the child and putting him back in the chair. Eat properly, don't move around. Good thing the national treasure caught you and you landed on it. Otherwise you probably have scraped your knees, huh? Guan Nanshan just smiled. Thanks, national treasure. The little puff turned to look at Tong Ranhua, its tail wagging. Awoo! Little spirit botanist, have I atoned for my mistakes now? Can I eat goose leg tonight? Tong Ranhua gently nodded. Sister Hahua, did you bring me something tasty? I just smelled something delicious. Guan Nanshan's eyes shone brightly, full of energy. Not at all like someone who was ill. She smiled and took out a large ceramic soup pot. I simmered corn, fish head, and tofu soup, thinking you were sick and might not have much appetite. As she spoke, she lifted the porcelain lid, and the savory aroma rose with the steam and spread everywhere. Inside the pure white soup pot, the broth was milky and rich, the corn golden, and bits of scallion floated beside the tofu cubes. The savory scent kept drifting into everyone's noses, and they could only gulp. Tong Ranhua ladled a bowl for the child. I don't know if you like fish soup, but don't worry, this has no fishy smell at all. And this soup strengthens the spleen and benefits the stomach, is good for the eyes, and can also supplement calcium and protein, very nutritious. She had thought of it only after a whole night. It's suitable for children to eat. She had sown the corn overnight in the secret realm, and the crucian carp she had scooped out from there as well. Mind you, that crucian carp had been casually given to her by second uncle when he went fishing. She had tossed it into the lotus lake in the secret realm to raise, and had almost forgotten about it, but unexpectedly, after these few months, it had grown. Even the water used to stew the soup was from a spirit spring, not the lake water of the secret realm. Indeed, she had discovered a spirit spring inside the realm. Her consciousness cultivation had already made considerable progress. Although she could now envelop Nyoshin Mountain for 2,000 mu, she still couldn't fully explore the entire secret realm. Even so, the expansion of her range was very beneficial. This spirit spring was discovered that way. She also found that the spirit spring differed greatly from the waters of the secret realm's lake. The lake's abundant spiritual power was because it sat atop a spiritual vein. The lake was nourished by the vein, so the water was rich in spiritual energy. In simple terms, it was acquired postnatal spiritual power. The spirit spring is innate spiritual power. She had originally thought the spirit vein beneath the lake was the foundation of this mysterious realm, but it was not. This realm came into being because of this spirit spring. The spring had existed for 10 million years before the spirit vein formed. After reading the records on the stele beside the spirit spring, Tong Ranhua could only feel how ignorant she had been. She had thought the lotus lake and the little cabin were the center of this secret realm, but it turned out they absolutely weren't. Good grief, the lotus lake she thought was the heart of the secret realm was actually just its outskirts. The water in the lotus lake is for irrigation. She no longer wanted to relive the feelings from last night when she learned all of this. In short, to make up for Guan Nanshan, I used the best ingredients to make this soup, hoping he recovers soon. Although he looks no different now, after all, he fainted from fright at her place, so consider this compensation. Chapter 193 Benefiting from her son today. While Tong Ranhua was distracted, Guan Nanshan had already finished half a bowl of soup. He looked at Tong Ranhua with eyes full of admiration. Sister Hua, you're amazing. This is the best soup I've ever had. Then drink a little more, Tong Ranhua said with a smile. Hua, you don't need to be so polite. Xiaoshan is already fine. Besides, kids getting sick is normal. If he had fallen ill after playing at someone's house and we blamed them, who would dare invite us over again? Exian explained with a smile. This little girl only bothered to be diligent when it came to making tasty food. Now she had actually prepared it herself and brought it over. Clearly she was here to apologize. Although they all cherished the child dearly, they still wouldn't be so indiscriminate about right and wrong as to take their anger out on others. Tong Ranhua smiled. Since they were all reasonable people, there was no need to dwell on the matter any further. She took a small wooden carving out of the little basket. This is for you. Don't you like national treasures? I carved this to look like Xiao Tuanzi. Little Guan Nanshan's eyes lit up. It was a national treasure posed gnawing on beef jerky. Though only palm-sized, it was crafted with exquisite detail, and Tong Ranhua had even added color to it. Little Guan Nanshan liked it so much. This is the beef jerky I gave to the national treasure. Then he thought for a moment. It's also the beef jerky the national treasure gave me. Yashin standing beside them smiled helplessly. Child, it's all your beef jerky. No matter whose beef jerky it was, Guan Nanshan had received a small wooden carving from the national treasure. Now this was his favorite toy. Thank you, Hua Jia. The child looked left and right, holding the little wooden carving up to the national treasure and comparing them carefully. They were truly identical. Tong Ranhua patted his little head. The child was so well behaved. When you're completely better, I'll take you on a picnic. Have you ever been on a picnic? Guan Nanshan shook his little head like a rattle, his big eyes full of longing. No. Sis will take you when you're better, Tong Ranhua said with a smile. I'm fine. Really fine. We can go this afternoon. The child immediately brightened, one hand patting his little chest, standing up straight and proud, as if he couldn't wait to set off. Tong Ranhua looked at Sun Banksia. Obviously, the child's word didn't count, only the doctor's did. Guan Nanshan also looked at Sun Banksia with a tense expression. The elderly woman with a head full of silver hair looked at the eager-faced child. Tomorrow then. Go tomorrow. Ah. Guan Nanshan hunched his shoulders, thoroughly disappointed. He felt fine, he wasn't feeling unwell anymore. Especially after drinking the soup and eating, he no longer felt weak. He felt full of strength, confident he could go into the woods right away to collect eggs without any problem. Sun Banksia glanced at Tong Ranhua. This girl had too many schemes. But there was nothing to be done. After all, she was the doctor, so this unpleasant task still had to be done by her. Xiaoshan, a picnic is eating outdoors. You're already full. What picnic are you talking about? The child agreed. He rubbed his little belly. He was almost full. Better tomorrow. He could eat a bit more then. Tong Ranhua successfully got away. The Guan family continued eating. When they tasted Tong Ranhua's stewed corn, fish head, and tofu soup, each of them was astonished. Although they knew they shouldn't, their looks toward Guan Nanshan were full of envy. If getting sick for a while meant they could get such delicious soup, they wished they could get sick. There was nothing they could do. The soup was simply too good. At their age, this was the first time they had tasted such a wonderful soup, light, savory, carrying only the freshness of fish with not a hint of fishiness. The corn was pleasantly glutinous, and the tofu had soaked up the fish head's freshness so completely it was almost enough to make one swallow their tongue. A few people at the table divided up the remaining soup. They really didn't leave even a pinch of pepper behind. The whole bowl of soup ended up empty, and in the end only the big porcelain soup bowl remained. It was so clean it didn't even need washing. The few of them sat in their chairs, leaning against the backs with the same expression, the same attitude, and the same motion as they patted their bellies. Comfortable. Satisfied. Lao Hua's cooking is just too good. How can someone be so skilled? Guananshan swung his little legs. Do you think if I get sick again, Hua Jie will stew soup for me again? Then he received 3 envious looks. Anyway, if they got sick, she definitely wouldn't stew soup for them. Old Master Guan rubbed his small head. Don't overthink it. Do you want to go play, or rest a while longer? Little Guan Nanshan glanced at the bright sun outside, then at the little wooden national treasure in his hand. I think I'll stay home and rest a bit. Some of the elders had the habit of napping at noon. Yi Xian, having been up all night worrying about her younger son's illness, hadn't rested well either. She was supposed to return to the capital today, but because of this matter, she had to stay. She called Guan Yunfeng. After several days of living alone, Guan Yunfeng finally waited for the day his wife would return. He was so happy. No longer having to be alone at home, no longer having to eat by himself. Besides, his wife would bring back some fine ingredients. This time he was in for a treat. Guan Yunfeng counted the days and planned to go to the airport when the time was right, but all he got was a phone call from his wife. She said she couldn't come back today. Guan Yunfeng was so disappointed, but with the youngest son being ill, there was nothing that could be done. Then I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Yi Xian felt a bit embarrassed. No need, I don't plan to go back tomorrow. Although Xiaoshan is doing better now, I'm still a little worried. Anyway, it won't be many days. I'll wait and go back together with Xiaoshan. Guan Yunfeng. Does that mean he still intends to continue living alone? Didn't they leave him alone at home? Don't they feel any guilt? Yet Yi Xian hadn't noticed her husband's little mood and went on. You wouldn't believe it. The air here is especially good, green mountains and clear waters. You can even smell the grass when you breathe. And the food is especially good. The vegetables Hua grows are top quality. Her cooking is also excellent. When her son was sick, she even made soup for him. The few of us benefited from her son's luck and got to drink the soup too. It was amazing, the best soup I've ever had. Yi Xian described the deliciousness of the corn, fish head, and tofu soup from every angle, leaving no detail untouched, which made Guan Yunfeng terribly envious. Originally he was already miserable just being home alone and going to the office every day. Now listening to his wife share their happy, fun daily life, he was unbearably envious, his thoughts completely drifting away. You don't need to worry about us. Stay at home and work in peace. If you miss us, just watch Lahua's live stream. I'll send you the link to the stream. With that, Yi Xian hung up and immediately pushed the link to Guohua's live stream. Guan Yunfeng. With so many of you together having good food and fun, and with doctors there, what do I have to worry about? Shouldn't it be you all worrying about me being home alone? And what even is go to work with peace of mind? Although he's a workaholic, workaholics want to rest too. Want to escape the heat and eat good food. Guan Yunfeng closed the file. He wasn't going to look at it. Didn't feel like working today. On strike. Still, let's watch this live stream. Chapter 194. Letting out a cry of wah. As they say, truly a mother and son, when Yi Xian was on the phone with Guan Yunfeng, the little Guan Nanshan was also video calling his friends. Since the last time he was provoked by little Guan Nanshan, Wang Peng has been diligently doing his homework at home. Sometimes when he encounters a problem he can't solve, he gets so angry he throws his pen. But after venting enough, he would pick up his pen and obediently continue doing his homework. He already had so much summer homework he couldn't finish it all. The tutor even gave him extra assignments, and little Wang Peng was brought to tears by the math problems. But to avoid losing to the dog, he could only cry while doing his homework. Every day was sheer misery. It was only after a while that a friend finally contacted him and sent him a video. Wang Peng immediately brightened up. As soon as the video connected, the kid started chattering away, sharing his miserable summer vacation life. Guan Nanshan didn't even get a chance to speak. After waiting so long for him to finish detailing how he was being crushed by all the homework, Guan Nanshan thought it was finally his turn to talk. But to his surprise, classmate Wang Peng began bragging again. Although I'm having a pretty miserable time, I discovered a great treasure. Whenever I'm about to cry doing problems, I pull it out and take a look. Classmate Wang Peng got excited as he spoke. I tell you, this live stream is really interesting, and there's a little dog that looks just like a panda. So smart, so impressive, round and absolutely adorable. And Laohua, her cooking is just so delicious. Ah, I'm so jealous of her friends, especially Shizi, who can eat anytime. I'm telling you, I consider you my best friend, my best bro. That's why I'm sharing this with you. I don't tell most people. He wore a look of triumph, chin held high, unbearably proud. If he had a tail, Wang Peng would have already had it cocked up, wagging non-stop. You'd better thank me properly this time. I'm not picky. When school starts, just give me a tin of animal cookies. Wang Peng was about to say more when he saw the little wooden carving in Guan Nanshan's hand. His eyes went wide with shock. How come this wood carving looks so much like a national treasure? No, it's exactly the same as a national treasure. Where did you buy it? Ask your grandfather to buy me one too. Little Guan Nanshan smiled innocently. You can't buy it, this was a gift from Lao Huai. You're right, the national treasure is really smart. Just now at dinner I jumped off my chair and almost fell to the ground. The national treasure suddenly rushed out and used its body to catch me so I didn't fall. Don't you think it's very smart? Wang Peng's mouth dropped open in shock. Little Guanan took out his treasured beef jerky again and waved it in front of the camera. This beef jerky is really tasty. It's the national treasure's favorite snack lately. But it gave it to me yesterday. It must like me a lot. Otherwise, why would it give me a snack? Before, it had always been Wang Peng chattering non-stop. Now the situation has reversed, and it's Guan Nanshan who won't stop talking. Don't underestimate him because he's small. He has an exceptionally good memory. He described in great detail every little moment he spent with Guobao, and not only that, he vividly depicted the various delicious foods he'd been eating lately, which made Wang Peng very envious. He listened while swallowing saliva. By the end, he could even hear his stomach growling, and Guan Nanshan heard it too. Finally he showed mercy and let Wang Xiaopeng go. Wang Peng thought about his miserable life surrounded by summer homework and assignments, then thought about how tasty, fun and delightful Guan Nanshan was, and that he could even pet a clever national treasure, and with a wah he burst into tears. His crying immediately alerted Wang Jianxi. He hurried over. What's wrong, what happened? Why am I so miserable? Not being able to go out and play would be bad enough, but I have to do homework and study too, wah. I'm just so miserable. I'm the most miserable elementary school kid ever. Wang Jianxi. Although mocking the little grandson was immoral, it was indeed very amusing. Then study hard. When you go to school and your studies improve, during your winter break, Grandpa will take you out to play. Wang Peng's crying stopped abruptly. He raised his hand to wipe his tears, then remembered he had overlooked something very important. He had forgotten to ask Guan Nanshan where he was now. Without knowing the address, how could he go to Lao Huai's house? How could he go to see the national treasure? Thinking of that, the sadness became unstoppable. Just when Wang Jianhua, who thought he'd already soothed his little grandson, finally relaxed, he saw the child crying with his eyes shut, wailing even more sorrowfully than before. Asterisk. Little Bear streaming platform. Big Boss Shen Rao received the news that other streaming platforms were trying to poach Laohua, and they were willing to spare no expense. Guohua's live stream room was just too popular, too effective at attracting fans. Shen Rao had profited from the windfall and naturally didn't want Laohua to be poached. So at this point, sending someone over to steady Lao Huai is very important. But who would be suitable to send? To show how much the company values her, they would definitely have to send a high-ranking person. Someone whose words carry weight and who can handle emergencies. He hadn't made a decision yet, but the senior executives who'd heard the rumor were already rubbing their hands and eager to have a go. Manager Chiu, who was in charge of business, was the first to step up. No choice, all the eggs at home, whether chicken, duck or goose, had been eaten. He needed to go restock. Manager Zhu also did not shirk his responsibility. Although he still had a lot of inventory, the air over there was good, the scenery was nice, the food was excellent, and there was a peaceful, harmonious atmosphere. Of course he would want to visit such a great place a few more times. Middle manager Liu Yu did not back down either. What a joke, this was the streamer he had personally signed, so of course he had to be there. It was absolutely not for the watermelons. Those who had been to Nanshan village and understood the situation there rushed in, and even some senior executives who had only watched the live stream but never gone also hurried to Shen Rao's office, hoping this honorable and arduous mission would be assigned to them. They were willing to suffer in the mountain valley and endure hardship for the company to keep Lao Huai. It left Shen Rao both crying and laughing. In the end, because they couldn't pick someone everyone was happy with, Shen Rao decided to do it himself. He had never tasted a meal made by Lao Huai before. Of course Liu Yu accompanied him, Lao Huai was signed by him, she was his streamer, and for something like this Liu Yu definitely had to be present. Then, to everyone's envious, jealous, resentful stares, Liu Yu once again went on a business trip. Chapter 195. The Picnic Army Assembles. Tong Ranhua was a person who always kept her word. If she said there would be a picnic, she would definitely follow through. However, the picnic party was somewhat large in scale. Although Shen Rao was visiting Nanshan town for the first time as a big boss, albeit his first time entering a village, he hid his emotions well and showed none of the ignorance some other company executives had displayed before. After all, with the elder Liu Yu guiding him, on the first day he moved around as if he'd been here many times. He easily went to the small inn to check in, and the innkeeper and his wife greeted Liu Yu warmly. They were very familiar with him from his many stays. Then Liu Yu took Shen Rao to Sister Li's breakfast shop. It was already past 10 o'clock and the shop was nearly empty. When Li Yunjin saw Liu Yu, she greeted them very enthusiastically. Seeing the boss face the fresh wontons and appetizing side dishes, his expression remained unchanged. Not like last time when Manager Zhu came and showed his delight openly, utterly shocked, and kept exclaiming, which immediately made them the center of attention in the whole shop. Liu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The boss is the boss, knowledgeable, very composed, and wouldn't make a fool of himself. How could Liu Yu know that Shen Rao was anything but knowledgeable? He just had perfect control of his expressions. Besides, the little wontons were too delicious, mushroom and chicken filling. The broth looked clear with flecks of cilantro floating on top. Bowing his head to take a sip, one couldn't help but be amazed. Rather than shouting in shock, it was better to drink a few more mouthfuls of soup. These little wontons are so delicious, and the garlic eggplant whets the appetite, but the portions are too large. He's a man in his 30s. After downing this big bowl of wontons, he's full. Looking at the other small dishes in the display case, he wants to eat them, but he's already full. One bowl of wontons was so fresh that he drank the soup clean. Shen Rao finally understood why so many people at the company wanted to go on business trips. What kind of business trip is this? This is clearly a publicly funded trip. Exploring nature and enjoying food. After leaving Sister Li's breakfast shop, Shen Rao rubbed his full stomach and felt very satisfied. But when he arrived at the Tong family's wooden house and learned that Tong Ranhua was taking everyone on a picnic, Shen Rao deeply regretted it. Why had he just eaten so much? Why had he eaten until he was so full? Alright, a picnic, hey. Old Hua is cooking personally, hey. But he is full now. This is simply earth-shattering news. Tong Ranhua didn't quite understand why this boss, who had been especially happy at first, suddenly became gloomy the moment he heard she was going on a picnic. She, being considerate, said, "President Shen, if you get tired on the way, you can rest first. You don't have to go with us." Shen Rao instantly brightened. No, it's not that tiring on the way. Let's go together." What a joke. If he missed this picnic, he wouldn't know when he'd get another chance to eat dishes cooked by Lao Hua. How could we not go? We have to go. Originally, Tong Ranhua only planned to take her sisters and little Guan Nanshan out for a bit of relaxation. And then, there were 5 people in total. The 2 elder Guans, Yi Xian, the old Dr. Sun Bangxia, and little Guan Nanshan. The Lei family's grandfather and grandson naturally came along as well. When Tong Dali saw so many people, he worried his daughter's netcasting skills weren't good enough and prepared to offer technical support. Once he offers support, how could Lu Jigua not come? Add Tong Ransong and Tong Ranyan, plus Liu Yu and Shen Rao who had just arrived, and with a flick of a finger they were ready. Goodness, a force of 14 people. Oh wait, actually with so many people, Tong Ranhua also dragged along Mom and the sleepy Shizi. 16 people marching grandly toward the river. Fortunately, old Master Guan had his own tricycle, and Tong Dolly was driving another, but they still couldn't fit so many people. Finally, Grandpa Lei had his granddaughter go into town and buy a tricycle on the spot, which was the only way to fit everyone in. Watching the grandfather scrambling and fighting to drive the tricycle made Lei Shang really exhausted. Wasn't it just that Grandfather Guan's little grandson bought him a tricycle? Wasn't it just that Grandfather Guan showed off a few times in front of him? Grandpa got provoked and insisted he wanted a tricycle too. And he wouldn't buy it himself. He insisted that his granddaughter buy it for him. Lei Shang felt a bit exhausted. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it. A 2 or 3 10,000 yuan agricultural utility vehicle is quite cheap, but tricycles really aren't safe. A triangle has stability, but a tricycle truly has no stability. Lei Shang held out for a few days, ignoring Grandpa's longing looks at the tricycle and his various hints and suggestions, but today he still bought one. There was no way around it, too many people and the road was bad. Riding the little blue wasn't suitable, so they had to take the tricycle. After all, it was a wild path. Tong Ranhua was the guide. She hadn't planned to lead everyone to the riverbank. The Hun River is a tributary of the Yalu River, but it also receives many surrounding streams, one of which is a large river that runs down from Nyoshin Mountain. Because of Nyoshin Mountain's terrain and the plentiful springs on the mountain, several small streams converge to form this large river. In its deepest parts the water is over 2 meters, making drowning highly likely, and since it is somewhat distant from the village, virtually no one comes here. Actually, a long time ago when Tong Ranhua was still very small, villagers often came to collect stones and take them home to build courtyard walls. Some people also came to dig soil and sand, gouging out pits here and there and damaging the centuries-old river course. That's why the water level rose over 2 meters. I heard that someone once came to bathe and was nearly drowned. Afterward, gradually no one came anymore. And now Nyoshin Mountain belongs to Tong Ranhua. This great river naturally belonged to her as well. The reason Nyoshin Mountain was so valuable, besides the many cash crops on its slopes, was partly because of this ever-rushing great river. Tong Ranhua hadn't come here for the first time. The downstream of the river was where the ducks and geese mainly gathered, and she often strolled here. Wu Shizi made clear that she wasn't here to freeload. She was a proper legitimate technician. That's right, she brought the full set of equipment. Even her beloved drone came along. She wasn't just going to livestream. She planned to shoot a bunch of short videos too. After all, Tong Ranhua was about to start school. Once he starts school, there won't be anyone at home diligent enough to shoot videos and make short clips. Right now, with Tong Ranhua's live streams being so hit or miss, the fans have been able to tolerate it only because the steady stream of short videos keeps them appeased. Over one summer, Tong Ranhwa's filming and editing skills have been honed quite well. The high output of videos is all evidence of her progress. If she lost these, Tong Ranhua would keep forgetting to stream, and she'd probably have fans send her razor blades. Wu Shizi, who knew her best friend well, could only prepare these in advance for her. When she wasn't streaming, she'd post one to calm the fans and try to hold out until Tong Ranhwa's winter break. By then there would be new videos again. Tong Ranhwa had also brought his phone and DSLR, a power bank and a tripod. Obviously he'd thought of this too. I have to say, these two have been wringing themselves out for Tong Ranhua's live streaming career. Chapter 196. Are you seeing other dogs outside? Shan Rao knew Wu Shizi. The platform held some streamer events every year, and Shan Rao remembered very clearly the streamers who performed outstandingly. Watching Wu Shizi very skillfully help Tong Ranhua with the live stream, that maneuver surprised him for a moment. She was just too practiced in her movements. Anyone who didn't know would think this was her own live stream. Even the fans in Guohua's livestream were a little dazed when they saw Wu Shizi's face, especially Shizi's beauty fans. Forgive me, my brain's a bit foggy. Is this Shizi's livestream or Laohua's? Should I be taking out foundation, eyeshadow, blush and highlighter? Or should I take out my phone and open the food delivery app? Ha ha ha, so lively and dazzling. I also instinctively reached for my eyeshadow palette, then realized something was wrong. I'm watching Laohua's livestream, not a makeup tutorial. Many of Shizi's fans flooded the comment stream asking her whether she remembers that she's a beauty streamer. Did you make a new makeup look video? Did you do the foundation review? Did you try any eyeshadow color combinations? In short, it was all giggles and teasing, telling her to work hard, keep putting out videos and try new looks. Don't follow Laohua. Following Laohua leads nowhere. Wu Shizi laughed without any image. Hua, look at what image you have in the fans' eyes now? Everyone's worried I'll learn bad things from you. Tong Ranhua stuck her head out smiling. Really? Let me see what my fans are saying. Then the screen filled with comments like beautiful kind little fairy, in dense rows, compliments spilling out as if they were free. Tong Ranhua blinked in puzzlement. I think the fans are pretty honest. Sai, you can tell at a glance. My fans are like me, straightforward people. Wu Shizi witnessed firsthand what it meant to change her expression in a second. She looked at the camera in surprise, wearing an exaggerated, heartbroken expression. No, you weren't saying that a moment ago. Such backstabbing. I'm not going to pester them to stream for you anymore. The fans, once they heard that, cried out. That won't do. Everyone hurried forward, beginning to praise Wu Shizi, eager to heap on compliments as if to make a bouquet. She had to be mollified. After joking around with everyone for a while, Wu Shizi launched the drone. The mountains rolled on, wrapped in greenery. The river water is clear, winding downstream, running along the cliff. A few small trees grow from the cliff face, casting a patch of shadow on the river. The weather is wonderful today. White clouds float in the blue sky like cotton candy, casting their reflections on the river and forming a beautiful mirror image. A breeze passes by, fracturing the reflections. Weeping willows sway in the wind and brush the water, stirring the river as schools of fish dart among the willows. Quiet, beautiful. The viewers in the live stream were all stunned. This is just too beautiful and so natural. Indeed, this kind of all-natural scenery, with no commercial development and no meticulous sculpting, simply sits here quietly and is enough to capture everyone's heart. The chat was already flooded by the fans' messages. They were all expressing their desire to come and visit. Thinking of the hot summer, coming to a place with green hills and clear waters, fishing, cooking outdoors. Just imagining it makes this little life feel too beautiful. But they can only imagine. None of them can come. Yet whenever they saw comments like that, Wu Shizi would still stir up envy. It's okay, don't feel sorry. If you can't come, haven't you got me? I'll livestream for you and review things for you. Everyone felt a fresh wave of envy and jealousy. They all wanted to be friends with Lao Huai too, so they could eat and play as well. Seeing everyone's envy, Wu Shizi restrained herself a bit. She couldn't really piss them all off. Come on, let's see where Lao Huai went. Not far from the riverbank was a small stand of poplars. The tricycle was parked there, and everyone was busy unloading things from it. Some pots, charcoal, and miscellaneous cooking utensils. There were also fishing nets. Tong Dali loved catching fish. At home he had several cast nets, some single-layered, some double, some triple. But they were all for catching small fish. It was the kind of move where you stand in the river, spot a school of fish, swing your arm and cast the net, then quickly spread it to encircle the fish. Tong Dali was already in the river. He was teaching Lu Jigua how to cast a net. Tong Ranhua was still standing on the bank. There are a lot of cobblestones here. At Tong Ranhua's feet were many blackened stones that clearly had been burned. Little Tuansu stood by her leg, sniffing left and right, then circled around Tong Ranhua, scrutinizing her, and finally put itself directly in her path, refusing to let her go down to the river. Tong Ranhua was puzzled. What was going on? She had never seen little Tuansu look so serious. That's right, it's serious. Just like a leader inspecting their territory, pouting, stretching out its nose to sniff left and right, a pair of black eyes shining with wise light. It simply wouldn't let Tong Ranhua leave. Ooh! The little dumpling lifted its forepaws and tapped the dark cobblestones ahead. Do you have another dog out there? When did you come over to eat something delicious? How come I didn't know? Tong Ranhua. Why does that tone sound so much like a wife accusing her husband of having a mistress? Tong Ranhua felt guilty. It was true that she always came over alone to stroll, would grab a few small fish to roast when hungry, and indeed had never brought little Bun here. I just came to check on the ducks and geese. A few times I just strolled over, and when I'm hungry I'll casually eat a bite. Little Tuanzi listened half believing, squinting with his black eyes. A woo. Really? Tong Ranhua nodded. Really? Really? I can't handle having more than you. I really don't have the energy to raise other dogs. You're just one tiny thing and I already have to worry all day about being sent in because of you. Add a few more and I simply couldn't handle it. Little Tuanzi's stern face finally relaxed a bit. The crisis was averted and it felt reassured. If the little plant spirit raised another dog outside, it would definitely beat that dog to death. Tong Ranhua thought the crisis was over and finally let out a sigh of relief. Who knew? The little bun rolled its eyes, then plopped down onto the top of her foot, its back leaning against her leg, practically using her as a tree. There it was, a round little body, tilting its head back at a 45 degrees angle to stare up at the sky, giving off the melancholic vibe of an artsy young person. It gave a deep sigh. Oh, little spirit plant master, you're hogging all the food to yourself. I'm really so heartbroken. There's tasty stuff, how could you forget me? Am I not your favorite little cutie anymore? Tong Ranhua. Why has the tone/style changed again? And she's become so caught off guard, instantly switching from the wife catching the other woman to the forgotten little victim. Has she gone off to study acting? Tong Ranhua bent down and scooped up the little round thing, also a bit aggrieved. How could you misunderstand me? I'm so hurt. I just wanted to try in advance whether the little fish here tastes good when roasted. If they're tasty, of course I'll bring you here. If they're not, bringing you would be a waste of time and would disappoint you, wouldn't it? Tong Ranhua also sighed. I didn't expect His Excellency the National Treasure to be so distrustful of me. The little round thing panicked at once, wobbling its little legs, its dark eyes full of urgency. Oh, I was just speaking casually. I was joking. I did not believe you. Tong Ranhua hesitated, somewhat incredulous, and whispered, Really? The little bun vigorously tapped its dog head. Oh, really? Really? Tong Ranhua laughed and set it down on the ground. All right then, I've tasted it. The little fish here are delicious when grilled. I'll go catch some fish first and grill them for you in a while. Oh wow. I'm going. I'll catch fish. Little Tuancy whooshed and jumped straight into the river. Tong Ranhua let out a small sigh of relief. Luckily she struck first, played the victim first, and didn't give little Tuancy a chance to set up a pity act. Otherwise the newly added evening study would be doomed. The national treasure was swimming in the river, equally relieved. Luckily it runs fast, otherwise little spirit planter would certainly have to extend his study time. Chapter 197 Picnic in Progress. The viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel pity for little Dumpling at this scene. Being duped like that by the unscrupulous old Huai. The comments are flooding the Damaku. National treasure, don't go. Lao Huai is hogging it all. Make her treat you to a big meal. Specifically made for you. But little Rice Ball is already struggling in the river. The fans turn to mock Tong Ranhua. Lao Huai, oh Lao Huai, why are you such a dog? You even fooled such an adorable little national treasure. Are you still even human? Wu Shizi very sincerely read all those mocking comments aloud, making everyone burst into laughter. Tong Ranhua had a thick skin and didn't care about those remarks. No matter how she thought about it, something felt off. Mom, what TV show have you been watching lately? Li Yunjin asked in puzzlement. Just The Legend of Zhan Huan and Temptation of Going Home. What's wrong with that? Tong Ranhua immediately turned to look at Tong Ranyan. You didn't bring the national treasure to work these past 2 days? Tong Ranyan hurried to explain. I didn't pick it up on moving day. This really isn't my fault. Tong Ranhua pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling exhausted. You really can't guard against everything. Li Yunjin on the side looked completely bewildered. What are you talking about? What's wrong with me watching TV dramas? Tong Ranhua waved her hand tiredly. Nothing. She just said that the way little Dumpling felt to her just now was so strange. This was obviously because she had watched The Temptation to Go Home and was wary of her cheating like Hong Shirxian. Tong Ranhua scratched her head, watching little Dumpling floundering in the river, not knowing what to do. She really couldn't have guessed what he would learn from watching a TV drama. Big sis, I think you should feel lucky. The national treasure only felt threatened after watching the drama, and is wary that you might raise other dogs. Not that he learned two-timing from Hong Shirxian and will bring other dogs to you. Tong Ranyan stood to one side to comfort her. Tong Ranhua's mouth twitched. Well okay, that barely counts as comfort. Tong Dali had already cast a net into the river. Lu Jigua thought he had learned it. With a flick imitating Tong Dali's posture, he cast a net, but the force was off. The most important thing about casting the net is to spot the school of fish, then surround them with the net to encircle the fish. But Lu Jigua's movements were too unskilled. The fishing net didn't form a circle, and the fish whizzed away. Tong Dali continued to demonstrate, and Lu Jigua kept throwing the net, and kept failing. Tong Dali. This man was hopelessly clumsy. He's never had such a poor student. Lu Jigua refused to admit defeat and kept flicking. He was the type who was bad but very eager, so he found a spot and kept casting the net back and forth for fun. Tong Ranhua saw the two of them having a good time. And since Shan Rao and Lu Yu were also holding a net and pretending to take photos, she went to the senior group. Guan Guoqiang and Lei Depeo were also itching to get in the water, but Tong Ranhua stopped them. Ridiculous, the river water was a bit chilly. What if they cramped up after getting in? Tong Ranhua handed over several simple fishing rods she had made. My dad only uses small-hold nets, so he only catches small fish. There are lots of crucian carp in this river, and hardly anyone comes this way, so the crucian grow quite large. Whether we can have crucian soup depends on you guys. Guan Guoqiang, who had already rolled up his trouser legs to go into the river, immediately took a rod and confidently declared, Old Hua, don't worry. I may not be good at everything, but when it comes to fishing I'm second, nobody can claim first. Seeing this, Lei Depeo also took a rod. He said displeased, You old Guan, how can you talk nonsense? When it comes to fishing I'm clearly the best. Your little skills aren't even worth looking at in front of me. Old Hua, just watch. I'm sure I can catch a big fish. We'll eat what I catch for lunch. Lei Depeo said confidently. My fish will definitely be the biggest, Guan Guoqiang retorted, unwilling to concede. The two old men were full of fighting spirit. Tong Ranhua smiled and handed each of them a small folding stool, sending them to the uppermost shade of the trees to fish. As long as they didn't go into the river, they could play around on the bank. Seeing this, Sun Banksia also took a fishing rod. She smiled and warned, "If you're planning to eat the fish those two catch for lunch, you might be going hungry at noon." Tong Ranhua replied with a smile, "And isn't Dr. Sun here?" "I believe, old Sun, you absolutely are that." She gave Sun Banksia a thumbs up. The old lady's silver hair shimmered in the sunlight. She looked at this smiling young girl, who seemed sincere down to her bones, saying nice things to coax her into going fishing. Still, the pretty young girl saying pleasant things was simply a delight to behold. "Since you've said that, of course I won't let you down." The upright elderly woman, nimble of leg, also went with the two old men to fish. Yi Xine and Yang Shufan, this daughter-in-law and mother-in-law pair, weren't interested in fishing. The two of them were chatting with Li Yunjin on the shore. Actually, Li Yunjin had given them fish baskets, asking them to clean the small fish in the shallow water by the shore so they could either make fish soup or roast the small fish later. Lei Shang, on the other hand, was eager to try casting the fishing net, but Tong Dali, with a poor student like LV Jigua, had no spare attention to teach others. Just then, Tong Ranhua picked up a 3-layer net and brought it over. Lei Shang looked at the 3-layer net delivered to him and was very pleased. "You want me to cast this fishing net?" Tong Ranhua smiled and nodded. "You've watched several times already. Actually, it's very simple: quick eyes, quick hands, quick feet. You react so fast, you'll be fine." Lei Shang happily played with the fishing net. Lao Huai was truly warm and enthusiastic. Just as expected, northeastern girls are hospitable. Tong Ranhua. Finally, someone hauled this last net. She didn't have to come in person. Compared to hauling the net, she preferred walking around with the fish basket, just checking whether any fish got caught in the net. If an unlucky one was found, she would simply take it off the net and toss it into the fish basket. Every time she checked the net and saw one unlucky fish after another, Tong Ranhua felt both surprised and pleased. As she continued, Tong Ranhua realized something was wrong. Chapter 198. Little Dumpling, who's number one at guarding food. When Dad cast the net, Tong Ranhua also glanced over. There aren't this many fish here. The river only has a few species: lujian fish, bait fish, baitiao, and red-scaled fish. These small river fish aren't big. They're the most common around Nanshan village. Tong Ranhua had been here a few times and knew there were many small river fish, but still, not this many. She looked at the single-piece net in front of her. It was almost completely filled, the kind where every mesh seems used, as if one unlucky fish after another had slipped through waiting to be picked and dropped into her fish basket. It's absurdly excessive, like being driven to surf the internet. Then Tong Ranhua noticed the little dumpling floundering in the water. At first she thought it was just playing in the water, which would be cooler. Now looking closely, it was hurting fish. Good grief, the school of fish had been swimming along fine and far from the net. With that one splash from the little dumpling, it drove all the nearby small schools straight over. At this rate of scooping up fish, in no time there wouldn't be a single fry left in this river. Tong Ranhua walked over in a few steps. The river here wasn't deep, not reaching her thighs. She went straight over, grabbed the little dumpling by the scruff and pulled it out. Its fur was completely soaked through and felt somewhat heavy. She held the little dumpling up in the air and gave it a shake. One moment it was frantically chasing away the fish, the next it left the water. The little dumpling was still a bit dazed, blinking its jet-black eyes, looking adorably goofy. It flailed its limbs, shook its body, and water droplets flew everywhere. Tong Ranhua only reacted quickly enough to avoid her face, but Lei Shang, who had just cast a 3-layer net, fared badly. Droplets splashed all over his face and hair. The little dumpling was stunned. Howl! 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 Friendly fire! Friendly fire! This was absolutely friendly fire. Lei Shang looked at its excited little appearance, but had no idea what it meant. She could only look at Tong Ranhua in puzzlement. Tong Ranhua ground her teeth silently and returned to the shore. "So you're trying to splash water on me, huh?" The little bundle, whose limbs had returned to the ground, stiffened slightly. "Oh no, I said the wrong thing." It obediently squatted down in an instant, showing a small smile and lowering its cry, "Aoao. No, no. I just wanted to give it a little shake. I didn't mean to splash anyone with water." "Really?" Tong Ranhua didn't expose it either. The little dumpling had already completely adapted to its life now. It was beginning to fit into this routine without fighting, only good food. She could feel it getting naughtier and naughtier. "Stop driving fish out in the river. If you catch them all clean this time, there won't be anything to eat later. You go with Yenin and Xiaoshan to the front to catch shrimp." The great river had been nurtured by her for months. The water quality here was now unimaginably good. You can easily imagine how delicious and tasty the little river fish that live here are. "If we catch them all at once, what will we eat later?" We have to follow a sustainable development approach. Zaichuanzai didn't really understand Tong Ranhua's meaning, but it glanced at the riverbank and, seeing so many people in the river, looked thoughtful. That's right, it couldn't grab too many. If all these freeloaders ate them, wouldn't it have less to eat? Realizing this, Little Bun panicked. As the household's #1 food protector dog, it decided to defend the delicacies. With a splash, it leaped back into the river, its 2 front legs paddling briskly, its little head afloat on the surface, and then the fish that had been about to go online were driven away by it. That wasn't all. After circling each fishing net once, it climbed ashore and scurried over to 3 elderly fishing groups sitting in the shade. It didn't do much else. It obediently squatted by the bank, enjoying the feedings from the child Guan Nanshan. That's right, Guan Nanshan and Tong Ranhua had found a small stream upstream, built 2 little dams to make the flow stronger, then set a small fishing net downstream to catch whatever came through. After a while, it would trap many small river shrimp. Tong Ranhua was especially familiar with this. Whenever she caught fish, she liked to catch shrimp. Child Guan Nanshan was on his first picnic, his first time catching fish, his first time catching shrimp. Everything felt new, everything made him happy. He had clearly become Tong Ranhua's little helper. If it was picking up stones, he picked up stones. If it was finding branches, he found branches, very obedient, and Tong Ranhua found him extremely handy to boss around. After the 2 of them set up the small shrimp net, child Guan Nanshan suddenly remembered Guobao. He saw Guobao squatting under the poplar on the bank, watching his grandfather fish. With his little school bag on his back, he ran over da-da-da. He deftly took out a sausage, bit off the casing with his small mouth, and offered it to the little dumpling. One was happily feeding, the other happily eating. If you didn't look at the 3 elders' expressions, the atmosphere over here was quite harmonious. But it had already been more than half an hour, and none of the 3 had caught a fish. No matter the size, not a single one, none at all. This made the 2 old men who had just spoken so confidently grow increasingly solemn. They'd already boasted, and if no fish were to bite, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Sun Banksia thought more deeply. She was a veteran fishing enthusiast. She had been fishing as many years as she had been practicing medicine. She was the best angler among all the old men and women in the capital circle. Although this spot was near the shore, it seemed to have been dug for sand before, so the water was especially deep. Moreover, though she was older, her eyesight was still very good. Before they started fishing, she had seen with her own eyes that there were several big fish in this deep water. There was fish and bait, and this place had never been fished before. It shouldn't be that after more than half an hour, none of the 3 of them had managed to catch a single fish, right? Sun Banksia glanced at Guan Guoqiang and Lei Depeo, who both wore equally baffled expressions. Then she stood up, picked up a folding stool and a fishing rod, and moved to another poplar tree far away from the 2 of them. It must be that these 2 old men had such bad luck that their misfortune rubbed off on her because she was too close to them. Guan Guoqiang and Lei Depeo exchanged a look, each silently judging the other, but neither moved. They stubbornly stayed seated on their folding stools. The little round kid sat obediently between the 2 of them, enjoying the snacks fed by Guan Nanshan. Then Yang Shufan cried out in surprise. "Ah, it's bitten! It's bitten! Your technique is something else. That crucian is probably a pound." Sun Banksia also laughed, deftly unhooked the fish, then tossed it into the small bucket. "Not bad, I only caught one after so long. My technique is just as a." Guan Guoqiang and Lei Depeo beside them heard this and immediately felt mocked. After all, the 2 of them had just been bragging, loudly boasting about their fishing skills. Yet now their hooks held only bait and nothing else. Of all times, Yang Shufan was still fanning the flames on the side. "Can you 2 even do it? Old Sun has already had some success." Guan Guoqiang cleared his throat lightly. "Fishing requires patience. We're nowhere near there yet." Lei Depeo remained unperturbed. "Exactly, it's only just begun. Who will end up with the prize is still unknown." Yang Shufan didn't expose them either, just smiling. "Old Huai over there has already caught a lot of small fish, and you 2 have come up empty-handed." Guan Guoqiang and Lei Depeo suddenly grew nervous, their hands gripping the fishing rods tighter, praying for the fish to bite soon. Chapter 199 The 3 Fishermen. 5 minutes later, Sun Banksia reeled in another crucian carp, even fatter than the previous one, probably over a pound. Guan Guoqiang and Lei Depeo's floats, however, remained motionless, with no sign of any fish taking the bait. The 2 of them grew anxious. It was still Lei Depeo who broke first. "It must be your bad luck. I've been dragged down by you. Otherwise, with my skill, how could I not have caught anything by now?" Guan Guoqiang merely gave him a faint glance. "Who knows who's dragging whom? If you leave, I'll definitely be able to catch fish." Lei Depeo went downstream from Guan Guoqiang. There was also a big poplar tree here, though the water wasn't as deep as over there. But with a sweep of the line, you could still see several lively big fish. Little Tuanzi didn't want to move. It glanced upstream at Sun Banksia, then downstream at Lei DePeo, and finally just lay there where it was, unwilling to budge. Then they heard Lei DePeo cheering. It's on the hook! It's on the hook! Ha ha ha, I caught one too! Although it wasn't as big as Sun Banksia's, not even a pound, that didn't stop him from being happy. Old Guan still had a goose egg to his name. Happy. Proud. Guan Guoqiang was so angry that his brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Could his luck really be that bad today? Otherwise, why did those two catch fish as soon as they left him? Lei DePeo cast his line again and glanced at Guan Guoqiang triumphantly. See? I told you so. Your luck is awful today. You just dragged both me and Dr. Sun down. As soon as you left, the two of us both had a catch. Guan Guoqiang refused to believe it. Impossible. I've always had good luck. It must be the feng shui of this place. Has nothing to do with me. If I move to a new spot, I'm sure I'll get a bite. He picked up his folding stool and chose a spot further upstream, above Sun Banksia. Guobao and little Guan Nanshan followed, and then the little dumpling found a comfortable spot beside him, lay down, and went on enjoying the children's feedings. Guan Guoqiang changed his bait again, thinking that switching places would surely bring fish to the hook. After all, Sun Banksia and Lei DePeo had both had success that way. He had already prepared for a fish to bite, but who knew the situation was nothing like that. Another one. This was Sun Banksia's cheer. Not bad. This one is bigger than the first. That was Lei DePeo's voice. As for Guan Guoqiang, his fishing rod was still empty. A breeze stirred the soft branches, and he found himself a bit existential. Could it really be that his luck was just that bad? Tong Ranhua snorted with amusement. She had just checked all the nets in the river. Apart from the first single mesh net that was teeming with fish, the rest of the nets were spotless. Only water plants, leaves, moss and branches, but no fish. The contrast was striking. No one else could do this job. Apart from little Tuanchuan, there was no one else to find. Watching Tong Dali's puzzled expression, Tong Ranhua could only quietly remove the national treasure's control over the fish, letting them move freely again, then secretly added a bit of the grotto's lake water to lure the fish toward these empty nets. There was nothing she could do, the contrast was just outrageously obvious. On the same river, 5 nets. Only one small single net was full of fish, while the other nets seemed cursed, holding nothing at all. It was far too strange. After dealing with the nets, she went to find the little dumpling, worried it might cause more trouble. Then they watched the 3 anglers the whole time. She looked sympathetically at old Master Guan, who was gradually moving down the path of superstition and preparing to get some lucky beads to wear. She really wanted to say that even if you wore lucky beads from head to toe, as long as the little dumpling was nearby, no fish would bite. This little fellow had already taken control of the local fish. It didn't want the fish to bite, so it was useless for anyone to come and fish, of course except for her. Lord Guobao, I'm going to start grilling the fish. We're short of dry twigs to light the fire. Go find some and bring them back, and we can eat grilled fish and drink fish soup right away. Tong Ranhua said with a smile. The little dumpling on the ground twitched its ears, then looked at Guan Guoqiang's fishing rod with concern. Ayo ayo. What if I leave and he catches all the fish? Sure enough, there are too many people. It worries that it won't have anything to eat later. Tong Ranhua smiled and patted the dog's head. Don't worry, there are plenty of fish in this river. You can't catch them all. Even if you did catch them all, I could buy some fry and throw them into the river so they can grow freely. We won't lack little river fish to eat after that. Little dumpling was satisfied. It stood up and was about to go pick up a dry branch. Who knew Guoqiang also stood up. I'll help too. What kind of dry branch can a single dog pick up? Anyway, those two have already caught a lot, enough for us to eat. If I catch a few more, I might end up taking all the big fish from the river. Guan Guoqiang dropped the line and followed Guobao away. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was really refusing to fish for the sake of the river's sustainability. In fact, he cared about saving face. He knew his luck was terrible today and he couldn't catch anything, so he used that as an excuse to sneak off. Tong Ranhua wanted to stop it. She really wanted to say that once little dumpling left, you'd certainly catch a fish, but the old man simply didn't give her a chance. She watched the old man's retreating figure and sighed with regret. You probably don't know what you missed. A chance to turn your life around was right in front of you and you let it go. Little Guananshan also wanted to follow little Tuanzi to collect dead branches, but Yi Xian stopped him. First, the sun outside was too strong and she worried the child might get heatstroke. Second, she was also afraid they might encounter snakes in the wilderness and he would be frightened again. The child could only sit in the shade, watching the figures of his grandfather and little Tuanzi with envy. Yi Xian saw the longing in his eyes but didn't relent. She handed Guan Guoqiang's fishing rod over. Want to try fishing? If you catch something, we can make roasted fish for Guobao. Little Guananshan's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed the rod, pressed his legs together, sat obediently, and waited for a bite. Yi Xian had only said it casually, wanting to find something for her son to do. She didn't expect that in less than 2 minutes a fish would bite, and the simple fishing rod was already bending. The child was fishing for the first time and had no experience. It was Yi Xian helping from the side that finally brought the fish in. This time it wasn't a crucian carp but a carp, and a big carp at that. Wow! This is 2 Jin already. Xiaoshan. Impressive. Lei Sheng, strolling over, gave a thumbs up. The child's milk-white face flushed slightly, a bit shy. Old man Guan, you're really hopeless, look at you. You can't even beat Xiaoshan. He just caught a 2 Jin carp. Lei Depeo mercilessly taunted. Guan Guoqiang stared in shock at his little grandson and at the carp the boy was holding, feeling a surge of pride. If I can't do it, you can? Is the fish you caught 2 Jin? No, right. Can't even beat a child and you still have the face to be proud and complacent. You really are getting more backward the older you get. Lei Depao, who had meant to mock but was instead mocked. Grandpa, what's the best way to cook a carp? Little Guan Nanshan ran over to Guan Guoqiang, his little face flushed and brimming with excitement. Guan Guoqiang gave Lei Depeo a provocative look. See, my grandson is this filial. The first fish he catches has to be cooked for me. This is your hard work. No matter how it's prepared, Grandpa will enjoy it. Grandpa isn't picky. Ah. Young Guan Nanshan blinked in puzzlement. I just want to know how to make it tasty. If it's good, I'll give it to Guobao. Guan Guoqiang. This grandson is unbearable. So in his heart, this grandfather of his is not even as good as a little dog. Ha 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 ha. Lei Depeo sneered mercilessly. So this is what you call filial piety. Guan Guoqiang also looked up at the sky, very much doubting life. It seemed his luck really wasn't very good today. The scene became quite comical. Chapter 200. Just pretend I didn't say it. Picnic cooking? Of course you have to cook outdoors. Tong Dali and Lu Zhigua used stones to make a makeshift stove. Lu Yu and Shen Rao were even worse at this than Lu Zhigua was at casting nets. All they could do was pick up stones. There were 6 crucian carp in total. Li Yunjin and Yi Xian cleaned them thoroughly. Tong Ranhua went to a small stream at the headwaters to fetch water. Then without needing many seasoning she just put the cleaned fish straight into 2 pots, added some ginger slices and scallion segments to remove the fishy smell, and that was enough. When the fish soup was nearly done, she added some salt and MSG, then sprinkled chopped scallions, and the delicious fish soup was ready to drink. Besides the soup, the hung-up small fish were also cleaned. Everyone worked together, threading 2 fish at a time. The grill and charcoal had been brought from home, which was especially convenient for grilling the small fish. These small fish don't need to be brushed with sauce. Placed on the rack, they just need to be turned frequently and not overcooked. If you like a stronger flavor, sprinkle a little fine salt. If you prefer a lighter taste, don't add anything. Just roast until the skin is golden, and it's ready to eat. No matter what, the flavor is top-notch. Of course, drinking only the fish soup won't fill you up. So because the suddenly large picnic party needed food, Tong Ranhua grabbed a lot of large steamed buns from the breakfast shop. There's soup, steamed buns, and some snacks, roasted small fish. Being full is definitely not a problem. Wanting a lavish meal on a picnic is naturally impossible. When you go out to play, it's mostly for the fun. Watching everyone gathered around the 2 small pots, eating soup and buns was such a joy. The soup in the pot was incredibly fresh. With very little seasoning, the original pure flavor of the fish soup stood out even more. But some people just like strong flavors. Take Li Yunjin for example. She insists on adding chili peppers. She puts chili in every kind of soup. And Tong Dali prefers vinegar. Whether eating dumplings or drinking soup, white vinegar is a must. For that reason, Tong Ranhua prepared everything thoroughly. On the folding little table there were all kinds of seasonings. Everyone could add their own. On a summer afternoon in the poplar grove by the river, everyone drank the delicious fish soup, enjoyed the cool breeze from the valley, and ate little fish roasted to a golden, crispy perfection. Worried that some might still be hungry, Tong Ranhua also had Tong Ranyan take the national treasure downstream to collect many goose eggs. This time Tong Ranyan was very clever. She brought out many sheets in advance, not math tests this time but English papers, and wrapped one around each goose egg. There happened to be plenty of embers from boiling the fish soup, so they buried the wrapped eggs directly in them. When the fish soup was finished, whoever hadn't had enough to eat or was curious about the roasted eggs could dig one out and eat it. Shen Rao and Lu Yu ate until they were completely satisfied. Shen Rao was relieved. Fortunately he had been hard at work just now, learning to cast nets, taking walks, and finally helping Tong Dali build a makeshift stove, which used up most of the leftover wontons. Otherwise, with such delicious fish soup, he certainly would have been full after less than a bowl and couldn't have eaten, as he did now, 2 big bowls of fish soup, a large white steamed bun, and a big goose egg. Shan Rao rubbed his full belly, leaned against the poplar tree, felt the little breeze, tilted his head to watch the deep blue sky and the drifting white clouds and sighed with emotion. This is what life is all about. Tong Ranhua was also enjoying the breeze, a foxtail grass stem dangling from her mouth. That's why, she said, work never ends. In your spare time you have to relax more. You can't always be thinking about work. Speaking of which, Shan Rao suddenly remembered the real purpose of this business trip. He wasn't here to commune with nature or to travel. As the big boss of the company, he felt a moment of unease. How could he forget his work just because he was eating well and having fun? Shan Rao cleared his throat. I'm here this time to ask if you have any further comments or requests about our company's live streaming platform. As the boss of the company, I need to better understand how satisfied the company's mainstreamers are with the company. So no matter what opinions or requests you have about the company, feel free to bring them up. Tong Ranhua smiled. Any opinions or requests? Shan Rao nodded. Yes. Everything else is fine, there's just one thing. Tong Ranhua held up one finger. The 50 hours of live streaming per month is a bit long. If it could be cut in half, that would be best. Shan Rao forced a smile. The live stream exploded again. Just now, watching the few of them drinking soup, the fans were drooling and howling with desire one by one. They could only open a delivery app and order some crucian carp soup to satisfy themselves. They had finally gotten through the hard times and were having lunch while watching the stream, thinking they could happily go on to see the national treasure in Lao Huai next, when suddenly they heard such terrifying remarks. The two characters in the barrage kept flashing in all kinds of fonts. That fearful heart, those trembling hands, they were the sentiments of everyone. The monthly live stream time was already short enough. If it were halved again, there would only be 25 hours per month. Old Hua's live stream had become their daily spiritual sustenance. If it were reduced by 25 hours, how would they get by? Shan Rao scratched his head. Can we ask for a different requirement? Tong Ranhua shook her head. No. Shan Rao. All right then, can we just pretend I didn't say anything a moment ago? Tong Ranhua shrugged, looking regretful. What a pity. Another chance to cut back on work gone. The fans finally relaxed. Old Hua is so lazy. If she managed to reduce her live stream time this time, there would definitely be a next time. Then while others stream daily, Old Hua's live streams might end up being monthly. The cookout ended, and a crowd of people marched back, after which Shan Rao's expression immediately fell. There was a guest at the little cabin, and it was the very person Shan Rao had been most discussing. Chapter 201. If you have no culture, you can't even tell when someone is insulting you. Su Jin is the person in charge of Info Live. Info Live is a live streaming platform that has emerged in the past 2 years. As soon as the Note platform hit the market, it caused an uproar on live streaming platforms and attracted many young users. Backed by powerful capital, Note frantically competed for users. Because of Note's emergence, it dealt a severe blow to other live streaming platforms, stealing many of their users in a fierce onslaught. Many owners of live streaming platforms felt intense disgust toward Note's rapacious style of development. With capital opening the way, live streaming platforms with poor user retention were nearly driven to close by this kind of impact. There was nothing they could do. The live streaming platform's operation relied on user support and the anchor's retention. Users were drawn away by Info Live. Anchors saw their fan counts drop sharply and income plummet. If other live platforms offered high salaries to poach anchors at that moment, every one of those anchors would be taken. Xiaoxiong Live also went through that period. If it hadn't been that Xiaoxiong was an established name in the industry and had always given good benefits to its anchors, a large number would surely have been poached then, plunging the company into crisis. Even though Shan Rao led the company through that dangerous period, he remained very wary of the Info live streaming platform, especially of veteran Su Jin. Just thinking that the company had nearly been driven into crisis because of that cunning, scheming supervisor made Shan Rao have a very poor impression of Su Jin, who was full of tricks and means. Afterwards, the two companies had several rounds of competition and friction. Each time they traded wins and losses, and every confrontation deepened their impressions of one another. You could say that the person who understands you best is your rival. This saying fit the two of them perfectly. Over the past 2 years, both sides were very wary of each other, which is why Shan Rao felt so anxious when he heard another platform was trying to poach talent. He wasn't worried about others. He was only concerned about this Su Jin. It turned out his worry was justified. Su Jin really did come looking for him. A guest had come, so Tong Ranhua invited him up to the large study on the second floor of the wooden house. As soon as he entered the study, a faint, subtle scent of fresh wood greeted him. The entire room was arranged with an elegant simplicity. A long, natural wood-colored wooden desk, smooth and glossy, with some workbooks, test papers, and a computer on it. On either side of the desk are 2 wooden chairs, and a bookshelf was built against the wall. Only it's somewhat empty now, not many proper books, mostly cooking-related ones. There's nothing to compare with other households that have works like Das Kapital, Currency Wars, or the records of the Grand Historian. Su-jin also found a few youth romance novels inside. But considering Tong Ranhua's age, seeing those romance novels didn't seem like a big deal. Actually, those weren't for Tong Ranhua to read. When Wu Shizi came to visit and saw such a beautiful study and such a fancy bookshelf, she felt it couldn't be so empty. Those few romance novels were brought over by her to make up the numbers. Tong Ranhua flipped through them casually. She wasn't interested in those stories of you love me, I don't love you, you don't love me, now I love you again. But when Tong Ransong read them he cried his eyes out, ending up with swollen eyes, which left her both amused and exasperated. There was a tea table beside the desk. No one in the Tong family drank tea. Compared to tea, they preferred to drink plain water. Tong Ranhua had developed the habit while cultivating in the immortal world. When she had free time, she liked to brew a pot of tea, sipping it while watching Tong Ranyan give little tuansa lessons, or browsing recipes, very leisurely. Su Jin and Shen Rao had taken advantage this time. Although the tea leaves were bought casually online by Tong Ranhua, she had replaced the water for brewing with spirit spring water. Even diluted, its restorative and nourishing effects on the body were unusually strong. Making tea was a matter of practiced skill for Tong Ranhua. Watching her movements, smooth as flowing clouds and elegant in posture, was like watching a tea ceremony performance, and that alone made the two of them involuntarily thrill inwardly. Both had been struggling in the world and had seen much. When a connoisseur shows their hand, you immediately know whether they're any good. They each took a half mouthful of tea. At first it was slightly bitter and a bit astringent, the liquid swirling on their tongues, then it returned to a sweet aftertaste, and both of them couldn't help taking a few more sips. Su Jin suddenly felt all the accumulated fatigue vanish, and even his mind cleared considerably. Shan Rao instantly relaxed as well. The moment he saw Su Jin he sounded the alarm, instantly snapping into combat mode, nerves taut and ready to explode at any moment. After half a cup of tea, Shan Rao leaned back in his chair and visibly relaxed a great deal. Su Jin slowly stated his intentions, undermining Shan Rao right in front of him. He truly had no regard for him. Would Shan Rao allow her to behave so wantonly? Absolutely not. You dug up our company's star anchor right in front of me. Do you take me for a corpse? A man and a woman, both quick with their tongues. Sarcastic, snide remarks. At each other's throats, exposing each other's faults. Tong Ranhua leaned back in her chair, a cup of hot tea in hand, enjoying the exchange of insults between two civilized people. Not going to lie, it was quite entertaining. Insults without swear words. If you lack some culture, certain lines can really be hard to understand. Tong Ranhua watched with relish, occasionally refilling their tea. If the two got tired of arguing and thirsty, they could sip some tea to soothe their throats. When both of them suddenly felt bloated and had the urge to use the restroom, they realized just how long they'd been yakking away, and for a moment felt awkward. Tong Ranhua smiled sweetly, hands crossed and chin propped. It's fine, you two carry on. I really had no idea there was so much to say during a live stream. The two could no longer keep trading insults. It was far too embarrassing. What about their boss's image? There was a momentary awkwardness in Su Jin's eyes as well, but it passed quickly. Ranhua, our info live streaming platform is very sincere. We want to invite you to join our platform. If you agree, the contract will absolutely be top tier. During their earlier quarrel, Tong Ranhua had already learned about Infu's top-level package. Suffice to say, if this contract were offered to a streamer who wanted fame and money, they would certainly sign. However, giving it to her held little appeal for her. Shen Rao was a little nervous. This is their company's Z-Way star. It can't just be taken away like that. Tong Ranhua gave a faint smile and looked at Shen Rao. President Shen, what did you think of our proposal by the riverside earlier? By the riverside? Proposal? Shen Rao understood in an instant and half the live stream duration. He only felt utter darkness before his eyes, his whole life devoid of hope. Seeing the smile on Tong Ranhua's face, it was clear she was using Su Jin as an opportunity to poach, threatening him into agreeing to her terms. If he refused, he would bet this person would definitely side with Su Jin's live stream. Shen Rao looked at Tong Ranhua's smiling apricot eyes and trembling stuck out a palm, heart aching. 5 hours, I can only reduce it by 5 hours, no more. Tong Ranhua's eyes lit up. She turned to Su Jin with an air of righteous dignity. Manager Su, Mr. Shen and I signed a contract. While the contract is still in effect, I will not breach it. After all, a contract is meant to constrain both parties' behavior. If it can be torn up on a whim, it makes me look so untrustworthy. Terminating the contract and signing a new one again. What a hassle. Shen Rao stood dumbfounded. Was he being led into a trap? Who knew? Su Jin kept a straight face. As long as you join our Info Live and stream 30 hours a month, that's enough. Shen Rao. He hurriedly looked toward Tong Ranhua. Chapter 202 I am a man of integrity. Tong Ranhua was thrilled. 30 hours a month versus 45 hours a month. That's a full 15 hours less. She could slack off for a long time. It seems President Su did his homework on my personality before coming over to offer such terms. And your company's leaders agreed? That really surprises me. Su Jin smiled modestly. Since she had already decided to come all the way here, she would certainly make thorough preparations. There was no way she would have made the trip for nothing. After all, as a company veteran, she couldn't just go on a business trip on a whim. She wore a measured smile. Our info live is truly sincere. 30 hours of streaming time per month. That's definitely a decision our platform made especially for you in a dedicated meeting. Tong Ranhua raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, that was a flattering line. Shan Rao's heart fluttered wildly. He couldn't help clenching his fists, just waiting for her final choice. Tong Ranhua smiled. President Su, though your offer is tempting, I'll say it again. For the duration of the contract, I will not go to other live streaming platforms. Su Jin's smile remained composed. That's really a pity. However, I heard your contract was only signed for 2 years. I believe we'll have opportunities to work together. Today felt like a roller coaster for Shan Rao. Full of ups and downs, thrilling and terrifying. If it kept going like this, he felt his heart might not be able to take it. Luckily, Su Jin's schedule was also very busy. Even without persuading Lao Huai, she still had other work to finish. She stayed one night at the small inn in town, and early the next morning, on the innkeeper's wife's recommendation, went to Sister Li's breakfast shop for a hearty meal before leaving straight away. Su Jin was probably the only person during this time to leave empty-handed. People like Shan Rao and Lu Yu, however, had made full preparations. Calculating loading, planning daily meals. Lu Yu also added one more item, calculating how his wages would be distributed, and then cheerfully set off on a big shopping spree. That said, the rule that you have to work before shopping still hadn't changed. Everything was voluntary, it's just mucking out stalls, right? Shan Rao put on a mask, gripped a rake in one hand and said he could do it. The little vegetable patch behind the Tong family's old house also needs tidying up. Add some of our organic fertilizer, make it rich and fertile, hoping that by autumn it will grow plump, juicy Chinese cabbages. There are actually quite a few places like this on Tong Ranhua's side. Enough in any case, for these guests who want to buy vegetables to experience rural life. To be able to buy more delicacies, Shan Rao and Lu Yu deliberately extended their business trip by a day and helped Tong Ranhua fertilize the 2 newly reclaimed plots. Only then did the 2 of them return fully loaded. Lu Yu checked the weight of the luggage and felt that what he bought last time plus this time would be enough for him to consume for more than 3 months. This made Shan Rao, standing to one side, terribly envious. He felt he had acted too late. Had he known there were so many hidden perks on a business trip, would he have let someone else take the job? He definitely would have gone. But he'd already missed this chance. Next time something this good comes up, he'll set up an internal competition at the company. The winner gets to go on a business trip with Lao Huai. With such a carrot dangling in front of his co-workers at the company, would the others not work harder? Work themselves to death? Shan Rao beamed. He could already imagine how enthusiastic everyone's work attitude would be if the company sent out this notice. Lu Yu on the side saw the big boss smiling so oddly and couldn't help shivering, secretly edging further away from him. No choice, that smile was just too terrifying. Better to keep a safe distance and stay alive. After sending 3 people away at once, the atmosphere in the Tong household finally became a bit quieter, but Tong Ranhua's little life continued to be lively and colorful. She was busy tinkering with the glass greenhouse on the 2nd floor of the wooden house. Before there had been nothing at all. Now the greenhouse had become lush and full of blooms. They weren't any rare flowers, just common wild ones she had dug up by the roots and stuffed into the greenhouse. Sometimes when she went to the market and saw plants in full bloom, she would buy them and bring them home directly, like those azaleas on the wooden rack. The glass greenhouse probably had the most succulents. These were almost all dug up by Tong Ranhua from Nyoshin Mountain. The first time she saw them, Yang Shufan sincerely said she had some flowers at her home in the capital. If she liked something she would have someone send it from the capital right away. There was really no need to dig in the mountains. Tong Ranhua just smiled and waved her hand to refuse. I don't go into the mountains specifically to look for succulents or other wildflowers. It's happened by chance, and if I come across them I bring them home and take good care of them. I like filling this glass greenhouse little by little. I enjoy the process and I'm not in a hurry to finish it all at once. Tong Ranhua smiled. There's plenty of time anyway, take it slow, she's not pressed for time. One day, just as she had found a climbing ivy on the mountain and dug it up to plant in the glass greenhouse, Tong Ranyan came rushing over in a hurry. Big sister, something's wrong. Tong Ranhua's mouth twitched. Speak properly. Your eldest sister has always been fine. Healthy, fully able-bodied, eats well, and as strong as ever. Seeing her so relaxed, Tong Ranhua also eased up a bit. I've noticed a lot of tricycles in town selling steamed buns, vegetables, and farm eggs. Business seems pretty good. Tong Ranhua shrugged it off. So what if there are? It's not an exclusive trade. It's not like only we can sell them and others are forbidden. What's there to make a fuss about? Tong Ranhua stamped her foot in anger. Their prices are lower than ours, and the types of buns are exactly the same as in our shop. Isn't that stealing our customers? Chapter 203. A sudden rival. Tong Ranhua wasn't in a hurry. She was actually intrigued. How's business at the shop? Has it been affected? Tong Ranhua had no idea about any of this. She was busy with homework in her part-time job, already overwhelmed. Tong Ranhua planted the rescued Boston ivy and gave it a little water. She noticed that no matter what the plant was, as long as it wasn't dead, watering it with the enchanted lake water would make it thrive. So after planting the climbing ivy, she left it alone and went straight to the shop to look for Li Yunjin. When she reached the town, she took a quick scan and indeed saw many people either pedaling bicycles or driving tricycles, coming to sell steamed buns, mantu, and hwawan. In just that short time, Tong Ranhua had already seen 5 people. One of them looked quite familiar, probably someone from the village, but she really couldn't recall the exact name. It was almost noon. There weren't many customers in the shop, and some had come in to wait for the bus, everyone chatting idly. Tong Ranhua saw that Li Yunjin, as usual, was chatting idly with the customers and hadn't become anxious or upset because the town now had so many new competitors. She relaxed. When she decided to rent a shop for her mother, it was precisely to give her something to do, so she wouldn't have to ruminate all day or to earn money, get up early to take the bus and work in the fields. That would be too hard and too dangerous. If the shop's performance caused her mother to become anxious and overwhelmed, then opening the shop would have been pointless. It should be known that many illnesses are caused by getting overly worked up. After Tong Ranhua entered the shop, she was met with a wave of flattering praise from the customers. Hearing it, she immediately knew her mother had been showing off her child again during a chat. She didn't know when it had started, but parents particularly like to boast about their children to others, about their looks, excellent grades, abilities, skills, good jobs, or a good marriage. There was nothing they wouldn't brag about. At first, Tong Ranhua felt a bit awkward when being shown off. Now she could accept everyone's admiring looks without changing expression or batting an eye. Isn't it just blowing rainbow farts? She could accept that completely. When they were young, children always proudly said, "My dad does this, my mom is so capable." Now that they're grown, it's time to give parents a chance to boast about their children, to say how outstanding my kid is. It's like a cycle, perfectly normal. After Li Yunjin had exhaustively shown off her daughter, the two of them went upstairs. The second floor was a simple lounge with a bed, chairs, and a table. Tong Ranhua directly told Tong Ranhun's discovery. Has the shop's business been affected? Who knew? Li Yunjin looked puzzled. So that's why. I wondered why the shop's daily takings have been so low recently. Tong Ranhua. It's something of a miracle that Mom's shop hasn't closed down yet. Li Yunjin stood at the second floor window and looked out. She immediately spotted 2 or 3 other vendors selling the same kind of buns not far from their shop. Their intentions were obvious. They were targeting their store. Which idiot came up with this rotten idea? Is this how you do business? The town's so big. Can't they go sell somewhere else? Li Yunjin was angry. Tong Ranhua, however, smiled. Mom really was something. She had actually thought of sending those people to sell somewhere else. The town was only so big. Whether they sold near their shop or somewhere else on the street, it meant the same thing. They were stealing business from their store. Mom, what are you going to do? Tong Ranhua asked. Li Yunjin was still angry, and was a bit stunned by the question. What do you mean, what should I do? With so many people competing with you for business, how do you plan to deal with it? Tong Ranhua asked. Li Yunjin blinked. Do I need to solve that? If they want to keep selling, let them. If they can't sell, that's their problem. If they lose money, it's their loss. What does it have to do with us? She paused, then corrected herself. No, it does matter after all. We're earning a little less each day. But isn't that how business works, with ups and downs? Earning a little less this time is fine. School is starting soon, and the days of making big money are coming. You could say Li Yunjin was remarkably broad-minded. She didn't treat this small matter as important at all. Tong Ranhua was very happy. She didn't have to worry about her mother's state of mind, or fear that her mother would get sick from being anxious over the shop's business. It's just that Mom was easygoing and well-nourished. There were some things she couldn't help but think about. After all, if anyone wanted to compete with the breakfast shop, they would have shown up long ago. The breakfast shop's model was too simple. Steamed buns, thin porridge, and side dishes. The shop did good business every day. Whether it was the buns or the side dishes, customers couldn't stop praising them. If someone had been jealous and wanted a share of the profits, they would have made a move already. After all, things like buns and mantu are simple, homely. Call on any woman and she could make them. But all this time the town had been peaceful. There weren't even any competitors. People had even stopped making steamed buns. So suddenly having so many competitors appear at once was indeed unusual. She couldn't believe it unless someone was behind it. Moreover, on the surface there seemed to be nothing wrong, but the problem behind it was significant. Mom, is the meat still the same price lately? No way, pork has gone up twice already. Before we were buying at 10 kwai per jean, now it's 13 kwai per jean. Saying this, Li Yunjin frowned. You said pork prices have fluctuated before, sometimes cheap, sometimes expensive, but that all depends on the price of live pigs. When live pig prices go up, pork will go up. But I checked around. Live pigs are still 7 kwai per jean, haven't gone up. So why did Wu Lauer start raising his prices? In town, only Wu Lauer's family slaughtered pigs and sold pork. He used to kill a pig that might sell for 2 days or even 3, but ever since Li Yunjin's breakfast shop opened, he basically sells 1 pig a day. You could say that after the breakfast shop opened, he was the most direct beneficiary. Business more than doubled. Logically, he shouldn't be targeting their family unless... Tong Ranhua frowned and pondered deeply, when the sound of quick footsteps running upstairs came. Zhang Yin'er had sweat on her forehead. Sister Li, the Wu family's second son, said all the pork for tomorrow's orders has been taken. Our house will have no meat tomorrow. No, how can old Wu run his business like that? Our family has always bought meat from his place, dozens of jean every day. How much money has he made off us? Didn't we agree to order meat from him every day? Now he suddenly says there's none. What are we supposed to do? Li Yunjin was very angry. Now she finally reacted. Hua hua. Don't you think someone is jealous of our family's good business and is planning to go after us? Chapter 204. This situation is a bit abnormal. Maybe. Tong Ranhua rubbed her fingers, standing by the second-floor window as well, looking out. Most faces in the town were still the usual ones, though there were some private cars, probably from the county or city coming for a self-drive tour. Just then an intercity long-distance bus pulled into the station. It would stop there for 20 minutes, giving everyone time to use the restroom and have lunch. In the past, passengers on the bus would almost all come into the shop to eat a little, thin porridge, wontons, dumplings, everything quick. But today there were none. First, the driver hadn't stopped the bus at their shop's doorway. Second, as soon as the bus stopped, it was surrounded by people selling baos, mantu and huawan. There was simply no time for people to choose. Some were reluctant to move, so they just took out money and bought. On an interprovincial trip there were more than 30 people on the bus, but in the end only about a dozen went into the shop to eat. And even then, people were being stopped. One tall young man wanted to go into the shop to eat, but an auntie selling baos blocked him. Young man, what the shop sells is the same as ours, all baos. Ours are even cheaper. The shop charges 1.50 for a bao, but mine is only 1.00. Saying that, the middle-aged woman opened the insulated box, steam billowing out. The tall young man hesitated a bit. Does this taste the same as the shops? I heard from my friend that at the rest stop where this bus pauses there's a little shop with an amazing smell. Their buns are incredible. I specifically took this bus just to have those buns. I spent time and fare to get here. I won't have come all this way for nothing just to save 8 mao. The bun-selling aunt really had never encountered this before. Someone taking a bus just for a bite to eat. For a moment she didn't react, and the tall young man broke through the crowd, got off the bus and went into the shop. A little girl was following behind him. Brother, you really don't manage the household. You don't know how expensive tea, rice, oil and salt are. A bun is 5 mao cheaper. You see, you won't eat the cheap one. You insist on the expensive. Seeing the woman already open the insulated box, the girl couldn't lose face, took out a coin, chose a cabbage and pork bun, and then chased the tall young man into the shop. Riding the same bus, everyone originally didn't know one another. It was just a small incident, and people were curious, so everyone paid some attention. Some people grew curious about the breakfast shop. After all, they'd never heard of anyone taking a long-distance bus trip just for a single eatery before. Then they heard the tall young man's loud cry. Holy crap! The flavor really is amazing. This trip sure wasn't for nothing. Come on, try it. It's only 50 cents more. The taste is leagues apart. Eat your 1 yuan bun. Then try mine for 1.5. The young girl wasn't convinced and shot him a glance. Is it really as amazing as you say? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? She took a bite, her eyes lighting up, and she immediately set the 1 yuan bun aside. With something tasty, who would eat something they didn't like? Meanwhile, the tall young man kept sneering from the side. You don't know the value of rice, oil, and salt until you have to run a household. This all costs money. How can you waste food like this? Hurry, eat it. Saying that, He picked up the bun and put it on the girl's plate again. The girl looked at his mocking smile, grabbed the meat bun and shoved it into his mouth. Don't waste it. You eat. The tall young man's mouth was stuffed with buns, his cheeks puffed out, and he nearly choked from her sudden move. But he didn't waste the food. He swallowed it down, his brows knitting together. This meat doesn't taste fresh at all. They use cabbage stalks for the filling, all dry and tough. Selling such awful buns for a whole yuan each. Isn't that a bit too easy of a way to make money? The tall young man had a loud voice, and nearby passengers watching the commotion heard his words clearly. On top of that, the other customers in the shop chimed in, saying that the shop's buns were exceptional, and that people had to line up every morning to buy them. The passenger who had already bought a bun glanced at the bun in his hand, then at the little girl eating with a mouthful of fragrance, and immediately got off the vehicle to buy one from the shop to try. One led to another. Before long, all the passengers had gotten off. The people who rode over to sell buns were helpless. No matter how much they begged, nobody came to buy. After all, these days nobody is really short of 8 mao. Everyone wanted to taste what those buns were like. Zhang Yan'er saw the shop filling up with customers and happily bustled about. The 3 female workers in the shop did not want the shop's business to be affected. After all, 3,000 yuan a month was already considered very good in their village and town. They only had to get up early and avoid wind and rain. This was much easier than working in the fields. If the shop's business were taken away, where would they find such good work? Therefore, the 3 of them worked very hard. They greeted customers with smiles and great enthusiasm. Besides, aren't there also monthly outstanding employee awards? An extra 500 yuan bonus. Can everyone not work hard? When the customers who came in to buy buns saw the clean shop and the sincere, enthusiastic service, their moods improved. Tong Ranhua nodded at the scene, very satisfied with how things were. But when the driver saw that all the passengers had gone into the shop, he put his hands on his hips at the door and shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up! We're about to leave. Don't buy anything, there's no time." Tong Ranhua glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes left, so the driver's urgency was a bit odd. She walked straight over, holding a bottle of peanut milk she had just taken from the refrigerator, the kind in a glass bottle. In this scorching summer, drinking something cold is especially refreshing. Tong Ranhua smiled. "Driver, is your watch broken? It won't depart for another 10 minutes. If your watch is broken, I'll fix it for you, free of charge." To the driver's ears that sounded like, "I think you're asking for trouble." Definitely the prelude to a fight. The driver watched Tong Ranhua walking toward him. She was clearly just a young girl, but he instinctively felt a chill in his chest, swallowed hard, and even stammered when he spoke. I was mistaken." She twisted off the cap, the same as on a beer bottle, with one hand very easily, not a bit of effort. She handed over the ice-cold peanut drink. "Don't be nervous, I mean nothing else. It's too hot. Have something cool to beat the heat." The driver looked at the glass bottle in front of him, hesitating whether to take it. Someone unaware might think it was a bomb. Tong Ranhua shoved the peanut drink into his hand and kept smiling as she asked, "I'm very interested in the person who bribed you to make sure you avoided the one from our shop while you were resting in the middle. Can you tell me about them?" Chapter 205, Our Social Sister Hua. The driver's expression stiffened. Then he tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls of peanut milk. The cool liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, dispersing the heat from his body and the buzzing in his head. "The miss is joking. I'm not even from around here. Why would anyone bribe me to sabotage your family's business?" Tong Ranhua arched an eyebrow, turned to the refrigerator by the door, and took out another glass bottle of peanut milk. She was about to twist off the cap when there was a pop and the glass bottle shattered at the neck, shards flying everywhere, making the driver give a frightened shudder. Then he saw Tong Ranhua's smiling face. She looked innocent and asked, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." The driver stared at the scattered glass fragments, straightened up in a second and said earnestly, "Just a young guy, looks pretty well off. He gave me 1,000 yuan and told me that whenever I pass Nanshan town from now on, I shouldn't park in front of your shop." Saying that, he was about to take the money out. Seeing this, Tong Ranhua put the money back for him and said, "The money they gave you, you earned it by your own ability. You can take it with a clear conscience." The driver looked at Tong Ranhua as if to say, "Are you really not kidding me?" Which left her speechless. She had been so polite and smiling the whole time. How did she manage to frighten him into pulling out even the hardship pay? When the driver saw that Tong Ranhua truly meant no harm, he finally spilled everything like pouring out beans. It turned out that a young man had contacted him privately, asked him a lot about the breakfast shop and the Tong family, and then bribed him to park the car somewhere else. Moreover, as far as he knew, the other side hadn't only contacted him, they had bribed every driver whose passenger routes passed through Nanshan town and required a mid-journey rest. The driver asked mysteriously at the end. Have you guys offended someone? That young man doesn't seem ordinary. His family is quite wealthy. You'd better be careful. It's far too easy for rich people to try to ruin us. Tong Ranhua's mind raced. She already had a preliminary suspect. She smiled. Thanks, master. You have the shop's phone number, right? Let's keep in touch if anything comes up. She was about to turn back, took 2 steps, then stopped and turned around. Money handed to you on a silver platter should be taken. Your car really wasn't parked in front of our shop. You parked at the station, so no one can fault you. The station is right across from your shop. He didn't actually say that out loud. When he first decided to earn this money, he thought the same thing. The car stops at the station to rest. Isn't that what it's supposed to do? As for which passenger goes to whose place to eat, that's not something he can control. Besides, it's not like he hadn't tried. Didn't he fail on the first day? The driver felt the 1,000 yuan in his pocket, steeled himself mentally, and only when the time came did he set off at ease. When he started the bus, the brother and sister were still eating little wontons. The driver shouted, "Stop eating. We're leaving. It's time." Who knew the tall young man waved his hand at the driver. "You go ahead, we're not leaving. We'll leave whenever we've eaten enough." Driver. Fine, he really had picked 2 foodies. When Li Yunjin heard the 2 wanted to stay, she immediately recommended the Ma family's small inn, clean and hygienic, good value for money. The 2 saw it was next to the breakfast shop and agreed very readily. The innkeeper and his wife were overjoyed. The landlady came over carrying several melons, and she and Li Yunjin ate melon while chatting. The coach set off again. Tong Ranhua stood at the doorway looking thoughtful. "Nice one. Lao Huai, our Huai is the boss. You opened that bottle like a pro." Lei Shang had come over at some point. Seeing the scene, he stood there at an angle and applauded. "But I'm really curious. If the other person hadn't been intimidated by you and had told you that information, what would you have done? Would you really have sliced him with the bottle?" Tong Ranhua. She looked helpless and innocent. "You have such a wild imagination. I really just thought he was too hot, and wanted to give him some chilled peanut milk to cool him down. Nothing else." "Really? But the way you open a bottle cap doesn't look like that to me," Lei Shang said, puzzled. Tong Ranhua took out another bottle of peanut milk, covered the cap with her palm, gave it a light twist, and the cap came off. A chill puffed out of the bottle mouth and slowly rose. She handed the peanut milk over and said earnestly, "I really was just opening a bottle cap." Lei Shang took the cold peanut drink and doubted his own judgment. "Really?" Tong Ranhua nodded. "Your pearl is really something. I see you also broke a bottle of peanut drink?" Lei Shang glanced at the shards of glass scattered on the floor. This was purely a coincidence. It must have been too cold, then too hot, and the sudden change made it explode. "It has nothing to do with me," Tong Ranhua explained earnestly. "What if the other person doesn't answer your question? Would you really not smash a bottle over their head?" Lei Shang was very doubtful. Tong Ranhua laughed. "Of course not. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? You see, I'm so beautiful and kind-hearted, so devoted to peace. How could I possibly use violent means to solve problems?" Lei Shang asked. "Then what will you do?" Tong Ranhua thought for a moment. "Of course I'd reason with the other party. I think that driver should be someone who can listen to reason. After all, if it came to blows, he'd be the one to suffer the losses." Lei Shang. Love peace? Yeah, well, isn't that basically a threat? As expected, her judgment was right. This is definitely our formidable Huajie. If you need help speaking up, don't be shy. Although what I can do is limited, digging up some information and dealing with a few scumbags is totally doable. Lei Sheng said. Tong Ranhua took out another bottle of peanut drink, casually twisted it open, and bumped it against the peanut drink in Lei Sheng's hand. With a clink, the 2 girls smiled at each other and took a sip. The innkeeper's wife and Li Yunjin whispered upstairs. I asked around. "Those selling buns in town are all from other towns. There's only one from your village, and she only just returned recently. She probably hasn't figured out what your shop is about yet. If you want to know something, you can ask her." The 2 of them were upstairs analyzing and speculating, while the woman who had just returned from Nanshan village, and who they'd been talking about, was chatting with Tong Ranhua. The woman was very shrewd. She blurted out everything, who had contacted her and how they were trying to steal business from the breakfast shop. At the end, she even took out her phone. "I took these secretly, but my phone's camera isn't great. The pictures aren't very clear. See if any of them hold a grudge against your family." Tong Ranhua was stunned by the whole operation. Almost instinctively, she added the other party on WeChat and received the photos. When the woman tried to leave, she grabbed her and asked, "Why did you tell me this?" Chapter 206. Let's make peace and prosper together. The woman felt a little embarrassed. "We're from the same village after all. We should have told your family. I'm just after the free reverse riding donkey and the insulated box. Together they're $500 or $600. I didn't mean to steal business from your family, and besides, no one can take your family's business away. Tong Ranhua laughed. This one was a reasonable person. Actually, she didn't really regard the competitor who had appeared in town as a threat. What worried her was the person behind them. After all, the vegetables used in the shop all carried a bit of spiritual energy, and their flavor beat other vegetables hands down, even if those others sold for cheaper than the shops. But then again, a bun wasn't expensive to begin with, only about 1.5 yuan each. Even if the other side sold theirs for 50 cents apiece, anyone who had tasted the buns from their shop wouldn't buy the rivals for that extra bit of money. Even if someone bought them at first, after trying both and comparing, you can tell immediately which is better and which is worse. Businesses run by people like these won't last long. I don't know whether the people behind this have ever eaten the buns from their place, but if any of them had tasted them, they wouldn't have come up with such a cheap trick. Still, this woman who managed to fleece them is quite a capable person. Does their village really have someone that formidable? Just listening to it, I couldn't help but find it a little amusing that whoever's orchestrating these schemes behind the scenes seems to think so highly of themselves. Tong Ranhua raised her phone and sent the photo to Lei Sheng. Don't you think that's quite a coincidence? Lei Sheng made an okay gesture. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll come find you for dinner. Tong Ranhua returned the okay gesture. I know, I'll make you a whole northeastern stew. Lei Sheng went off happily to tell his grandfather the good news. This was a dish neither of them had ever eaten before. After seeing off the Smolens landlady, Li Yunjin and Tong Ranhua exchanged information. Putting things together, Tong Ranhua figured out which sister was the one who liked to scout bargains. Sualao San's younger sister, Suna. Sualao San was one of the many villagers who had been hired by Tong Dali to clear the mountain fields. He worked very hard, never shirked, and was skilled at his labor. When Sona was young, she married a local young man nearby, and the young couple then went south to work, seldom coming back. But from what Sualao San said, his sister was doing well down south. The young couple earned quite a bit, over 10,000 a month together, so he said that if she kept at it for a few more years, coming back to buy a house would be no problem. Something happened that nobody knew about. Sona and her husband came back a few days ago, both bearing injuries. Sona was less hurt. After resting for only a few days, she went out to find work. I guess her husband is still at home recovering. The mother and daughter talked all the way, and by the time they reached Old Wu's pork shop, the topic had pretty much been exhausted. About the pork issue, you still need to have a proper talk with Wu Lauer about it. What's this about breaking our agreement at the last minute? Li Yunjin liked to chat. She could chat with anyone, and accordingly she really had good relations. She also got along well with the shopkeepers in town. Although Zhang Yanner had already told her about Wu Lauer's behavior, when she spoke to Wu Lauer she still asked politely, "We clearly agreed before that we'd buy pork from your place every day. How is it that it's suddenly gone?" Old man Wu had a cigarette in his mouth. Flush with unexpected wealth, he was in a great mood. At noon he'd had 2 tails of white liquor, with fried peanuts and spicy pig ears, simply delightful. By now he had drunk a bit too much. Hearing Li Yunjin, he leaned back, acting wildly, his eyes nearly popping out onto his forehead. "I can't conjure pork out of thin air." Wu Lauer spoke rudely, reeking of alcohol in the hot summer. Li Yunjin frowned tightly. But she still wore a smile. 1 pig weighs over 200 jin. It's not like a market day. How could there suddenly be no meat? Besides, we already agreed beforehand. Even if someone else wants to buy, shouldn't they be put behind me? That's only fair, right? Wu Lauer popped another peanut. We didn't sign a contract, it was just a verbal agreement. This is my shop. I can sell to whoever I want. Li Yunjin's chest heaved with anger, steam practically coming out of her ears. She wanted to grab a folding stool and smash it down on his crossed legs. His words were infuriating. But that was only a thought. She put away her smile. Things have come this far, you don't need to keep hiding it. Who exactly told you to do this? Wu Lauer felt the bank card in his pocket. The 50,000 had only just been deposited, and he was still riding high. Hearing Li Yunjin's nagging questions, he felt unlucky. He waved his hand impatiently. Who are you talking about? You're funny. Who says I can only sell my pork to you? I can't run my own shop how I see fit. Anyway, there won't be any pork left tomorrow. No matter what you say, there won't be any. Old Wu Er waved his hand angrily, almost hitting Li Yunjin. It was Tong Ranhua on the side who quickly grabbed his wrist, stopping his fly-swatting motion. Old Wu Er felt a sudden pain in his wrist. He bent over, frowning, and shouted, "Let go! Let go! Hurry up and let go!" "Can you speak properly?" Tong Ranhua asked with a faint smile. Can. Old Wu repeated. Only then did Tong Ranhua let go. "We're from the same town, we see each other all the time. It's not right to go too far with things like this, is it?" Old Wu rubbed his wrist with one hand. He'd thought it must be injured, but on closer inspection there wasn't even a red mark, just an agonizing pain that went straight to the bone, and his temper flared. What did I do that was so extreme? And what are the two of you doing coming into my shop like this? Are you trying to force a sale? I'll say it right here and now. From now on my pork won't be sold to you. Go cool off somewhere. I want to see how your shop runs without my pork. Old Wu shouted at the top of his lungs, his neck and face flushed bright red. The surrounding shopkeepers could hear him clearly. Tong Ranhua only smiled faintly. Business is about keeping things cordial, Uncle Wu. Maybe you should think it over. After all, there's no grudge between our two families, is there? Hearing that, he thought she was backing down and grew arrogant again. There's nothing to think about. It's not easy for me to slaughter a pig every day. Pork prices will go up tomorrow. Unless you apologize to me, and even then, if there's any left after I've sold to others, I might consider selling to you. Li Yunjin's short temper flared up. You still have the nerve to ask us to apologize? With how careless you are. I wonder how long your business will last. Saying that, she grabbed Tong Ranhuan's hand and stomped off in a huff. Old Wu Air spat once behind the two of them, then went back to drink the little wine he had brought back. Tong Ranhuan watched her furious mother and found it rather amusing. Worried his daughter would be upset, Li Yunjin quickly reassured her. Huan, it's nothing serious. Don't you worry. There's only the Wu family selling pork in our town. Doesn't the next town over sell pork too? At worst your dad can get up early and go buy some from the neighboring town. Even if we can't get pork, we can still make vegetable-filled buns. In this heat, the vegetable ones might even sell better. Tong Ranhua smiled through tears. She put her arm around her mother's shoulder. With a mom as capable as you, what do I have to worry about? Besides, this is easy to solve. There's really nothing to worry about. She genuinely didn't think it was a problem. Chapter 207. An unexpected situation occurred. Lei Shang's abilities were still undeniable. At the dinner table that night there was a pot of northeastern mixed stew, containing kidney beans, potatoes, eggplant, chili peppers, tomatoes and spare ribs, and Lei Shang ate 3 bowls of rice. It should be noted that even when her training was at its most intense, she had at most eaten 2 bowls of rice, but ever since she came here, every meal had been 3 big bowls of rice. In just a few days she felt like all the injuries on her body had healed. When she was first discharged from the hospital the wound still hurt a bit, but in these past few days she hadn't felt anything at all. Also, she had injured her knee before and it would hurt terribly whenever she got chilled, but this time before the rain, it only hurt in a token way for a moment. In the past that old injury would always come on fiercely whenever it rained, and even applying plasters wouldn't help much. But this time it was unbearably easy to deal with, that tiny bit of pain was negligible to her. Could this be the power of dietary therapy? If they brought his entire squad over to fill in for 10 or 15 days, wouldn't that mean everyone would be fully restored? Lei Shang was lost in limitless fantasies. Meanwhile Tong Ranhua was looking at the investigation information Lei Shang had sent her. It turned out this young man was called Yu Jing, who had returned to the country not long ago. The moment he came back he started causing her trouble. The targeting was very obvious. But Tong Ranhua thought hard and across 3 lifetimes, didn't know this person at all. Yu Jing was just a very wealthy second-generation rich kid. She shouldn't have offended him. Digging into his personal information will take time. But the most important thing right now is how you're going to handle the pork issue tomorrow. When I came by this evening the whole town was talking about it. Lei Shang asked. Tong Ranhua smiled. What is everyone saying? They summarize 3 points. First, they say old Wu Air is incompetent and untrustworthy. He agrees to things and then backs out, so deal with him less in the future. Second, they say old Wu Air is too greedy. In 1 week the price of meat has already gone up twice. If it goes up again tomorrow that'll be the 3rd time. It's obvious he's brazen because he's the only one in town selling pork. Tong Ranhua nodded. It was about what she imagined. And the 3rd? Lei Shang put on a deliberately serious face, holding back laughter. The 3rd is that the Tong family's eldest daughter is the strongest. Don't be fooled by her thin arms and legs. She's got real strength in her hands. She just grabs a wrist and makes old Wu Air, a grown man, howl. Tong Ranhua. Why do I feel like you're taking particular delight in this? Lei Shang shrugged. Can't help it. After all these years, you're the only person who's had the same experience as me. Always praised by family for being incredibly strong. Can she not be desperate about that? Have they forgotten she's a woman? Tong Ranhua thought of Lei the Canon's way of speaking and looked at Lei Shang with sympathy. You haven't had it easy either, having a grandfather who spoils his granddaughter like that. Lei Shang was already used to it. She was more interested in something else. You don't let Uncle Tong get up early to go to the other town, so you must have another idea? Hurry up and tell me, what's your plan? At that moment Zhang Yan'er arrived. Looking at the beautiful wooden house, even prettier than the ones on TV, Zhang Yan'er couldn't take her eyes off it and almost forgot what she was supposed to say. It wasn't until after eating a slice of cooling watermelon that her attention finally shifted completely away from the exquisite little courtyard and the pretty wooden house. Zhang Yan'er came over voluntarily to offer help. When she learned that Wu Lauer wouldn't sell pork to the shop, she began to worry about tomorrow's business. Since her family raised 2 pigs, after discussing it with the householder and her in-laws, she decided to slaughter their pigs and use their pork to tide them over. How could this Tong Ranhua possibly agree? She had been to the Cho family many times and remembered their pigs, only a bit over 100 jin. Selling them now would be a huge loss. This is the time to fatten them up. The Cho family manages to raise big pigs every year, and by the end of the year they can reach around 300 jin. Every year they sold a pig at the end of the year. It counted as a household income. The husband's medicine, the children's spring tuition, and the expenses for spring plowing all came from that pig. If it were sold now, it would be a real loss. Hua, you don't need to feel embarrassed. I'm not giving it to you. I'll sell it to you at a normal price. What's there to be shy about? Besides, that Wu Lauer is just waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. We can't let him look down on us. Zhang Yan'er was very generous. Although selling the pig now would indeed be a loss, current prices weren't as good as end-of-year prices. All of her work had come from the Tong family, so what was wrong with helping out a bit? And now, Hua always asks the head of the household to weave straw baskets. The head has things to do and is earning money, and he looks more spirited than before. Before she went to work at the shop, there wasn't even a sound of laughter at home. Since she started working there, everything at home has been moving in a positive direction. The head speaks more, her son smiles more, and the atmosphere at home has improved. The breakfast shop was the beginning of everything. Now that the shop's business has hit a rough patch, she will of course do her part to help in any way she can. Tong Ranhua was very happy and deeply moved. Although this really wasn't a crisis for her, she hadn't even imagined anyone would offer help. When she saw someone willing to assist like this, she was truly touched. Aunt Zhang, I'm really not being polite with you. We won't be short of pork. She had barely finished speaking when 2 more people arrived. Also working in the shop were Mao Ping and Gu Yun. These 2 had come to offer advice. Mao Ping's family only raised 1 pig, and it didn't even weigh 100 jin. With the skin, bristles and blood removed, there wasn't much left. Even if it were slaughtered, it wouldn't be of much use. So she took a different approach. My father and my uncle are both excellent at slaughtering pigs. We can buy a pig and slaughter it ourselves. It'll save a lot compared to buying meat directly. The only thing is the shop would need 2 more freezers. We certainly won't use a whole pig in one day. Gu Yun even pulled out a sheet of paper, obviously torn from a primary school grid notebook, and said, "These are the numbers of the households in Xingxing village that raise pigs professionally. They raise grain-fed pigs, not feedlot ones. I checked with them all. Each family has several they can sell. If you need them, you can go and fetch them directly." Tong Ranhua smiled sincerely and handed out slices of watermelon to everyone. "I've received all your kindness. Thank you for helping us at a time like this. But don't worry, this little thing won't trouble you. Tomorrow, as usual, there will be people who volunteer to deliver pork to the shop." When the 3 heard this, they realized the owner had already thought it through, and they felt even more reassured. But the few of them looked at each other with rather meaningful glances. Everyone was thinking of taking the chance to show off a bit. Not to win the boss's gratitude, but at least to get this month's Outstanding Employee Award, right? But unexpectedly, everyone went for it at the same time. Still, looking at the situation now, it wasn't entirely a wasted effort. The 4 of them had a very pleasant conversation. At that moment, Li Yunjin from the side leisurely said, "Does anyone still remember that I was the owner of the breakfast shop? Zhang Yan'er, Gu Yun, Mao Ping." This was, well, rather awkward. Chapter 208. You blew it. Wu Lauer got up early, waiting to see Li Yunjin and the others make a fool of themselves. If that person hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have known that selling just breakfast could earn so much money. He sold them so much pork every day. Why on earth did the breakfast shop make so much more than he did? They're both doing business, and he's the only one in town selling pork. For the breakfast shop to earn so much, he should have had his share. The price of pork did rise, but it rose too late. If he'd known earlier he should have raised prices sooner. He could have made more money. Today he's going to teach that Li Yunjin a lesson and show her what it means to offend him, Wu Lauer, in this town. By then, no matter how much he raises the price, Li Yunjin will have to obediently accept it. At the thought of the fortune rolling in from now on, old Wu number 2 felt cheerful, opened a bottle of beer, and in gulps drained half the bottle at a time, just waiting to see the breakfast shop's embarrassment. Those who had been told in advance to come buy pork had been arriving one after another. After a 200 jin pig was divided among these few large households, more than half of it remained. Today he raised the price again. Now a jean of pork costs 15 kwai. Old Wu number 2 thought this price was very reasonable. If he sold this pig, he'd make a 50% profit. Thinking that he could make money like this from now on, Old Wu number 2 only felt he had been too stupid before. Why hadn't he thought of this method sooner? After seeing off those big customers who came to buy meat to take home and make mince, Wu Lauer waited for other customers to arrive. But it was still early. Very few people came to buy meat in the early morning, so he wasn't in a hurry. He stood at the door, gazing down the quiet street. By this time, Li Yunjin should already have come to pick up the meat. He hummed a tune in a very good mood, just waiting for them to come and apologize. Us common folk were really happy today. Us common folk were really happy today. Wu Lauer's wife glanced at him and muttered softly, "How can you be happy? Tell me what you're thinking. Sister Li was such a good big client, and you offended her like that, and you've kept raising prices. Aren't you afraid no one will come to buy our meat anymore? You old woman, what do you know? Long hair, short sight." Wu Lauer suddenly shoved her shoulder and scolded her in a nasty voice. The woman staggered and her lower back slammed directly into the table corner by the meat stall. The pain turned her face pale and she sucked in a cold breath. But Wu Lauer acted as if he hadn't seen anything. "You mind the shop, I'll take a walk." Wu Lauer's wife dared to be angry but didn't dare speak, not making a sound. The common folk, today we're really happy. The common folk, today we're really happy. Old Wu hummed a tune, feeling as happy as could be. Then as he walked along, the song suddenly stopped. A new shop had opened near the station. Red silk hung on the signboard, and 2 plates of firecrackers sat in front of the shop. Opening a small shop in town was simple. Any old sign, a piece of red cloth, pick an auspicious hour, set off some firecrackers, and that was it. However, the red silk covering the sign hadn't been lifted yet, and the firecrackers hadn't been set off either, but Old Wu could tell at a glance what kind of shop it was. He ran over in a nervous little trot. "Old Lu, didn't you go traveling? How did you come back so soon?" Lu Qing laughed. "It's been months already? If I didn't come back now, it wouldn't be traveling anymore. I'd be settling down out there, wouldn't I?" Old Wu number 2 frowned. "No, what are you thinking? Even if the breakfast shop closes, you could rent out the storefront. A sure profit in any weather. You say you'll risk opening a new shop, but you've never sold pork before. Aren't you worried about losing money?" Lu Qing smiled broadly. "It's all right, the shop is our own. We only sell 1 pig at a time. Even if it doesn't sell, we can eat it at home. We won't lose out. Wu brother, from now on we're in the same line of work. You've been doing this longer, so I'll have to ask you for advice. When the time comes, make sure you look out for me a bit." Wu Lauer felt stifled in his heart. Who the hell would want to take care of you? Haven't you heard that fellow traders are rivals? Wu Lauer's face darkened, and a bad premonition immediately rose in his mind. He had once been the town's only pork seller, so prices were naturally dictated by him. But now another shop had opened, so his place was no longer everyone's only choice, and he could no longer raise prices whenever he wanted. Wu Lauer's face turned even darker. He looked again at the price of pork in Lu Qing's shop, his head buzzing. 10 yuan a jean. His pork was 15 yuan a jean today. That's it, who the hell would buy meat from his place now? Wu Lauer hurried over to the breakfast shop. Outside the shop a large steamer was already set up. Every time the lid opened, hot steam billowed up. You could tell at a glance the shop had clearly already received the meat long ago. Otherwise the first batch of buns wouldn't have been ready so early. Where that meat came from is easy to imagine. Wu Lauer walked back and forth in front of the breakfast shop with his hands behind his back, his breathing growing heavier and heavier, when he heard a familiar tune. The common folk, oh today we're truly happy, we common folk really truly happy. Everything went smoothly, and Li Yunjin hummed happily. Seeing Wu Lauer's sullen face, she started singing outright, her smile as bright as sunshine. This enraged Wu Lauer so much that his head seemed about to start steaming. What are you so smug about? Don't think that just because Lu Qing has started selling pork you won't have to worry anymore. He's a novice. Who knows how long his shop will stay open? Don't think selling pork is easy. Wu Lauer sneered viciously. Aya, you don't need to worry about that. But rest assured, our family will never buy meat from your place again. Li Yunjin swore it solemnly. Wu Laodu's face turned ashen with anger. After glaring at her fiercely, he finally left. After giving Wu Laodu a piece of her mind, Li Yunjin continued humming a little tune as she entered the breakfast shop. She never would have imagined her daughter had such foresight. Long before their breakfast shop opened, Tong Ranhua had already suggested to old Lu across the way, who ran a breakfast shop too, that they sell pork. How to put it, everyone is from the same town, and they just drove old Lu's breakfast shop out of business like that, although competition in business is perfectly normal. That old Lu's breakfast shop closed down only shows their shop was just a simple little place with no competitiveness. If the taste were even a bit better, Someone else would replace them. But, neighbors and villagers have ties beyond business. Her reason for opening the shop for her mother wasn't simply to make money. If she wanted to get rich, there are far easier ways than this. She still wanted to live an easy, carefree life, with everyone getting along and benefiting, and no one ending up too badly. So, on the opening day of the breakfast shop, she went to see Lu Qing and suggested he change trades. The town only had one pork seller. Adding another would be perfectly fine. But Lu Qing didn't agree immediately. He said he'd think it over. Chapter 209. This retribution came too quickly. Later, the breakfast shop partnered with Zhang Hui, and every day had to supply 2,000 buns to a high school, which required even more meat. Tong Ranhua contacted Lu Qing again, offering that if he sold pork, their shop would order a batch from him every day, guaranteeing him a steady daily income, at least to give him a little compensation. Although competition is the norm in business, in principle she didn't need to help Lu Qing. Then again, they were neighbors from the same village, so it wasn't necessary. It's better to coexist peacefully and cooperate for mutual benefit. Lu Qing thought it over for a few days and felt Tong Ranhua's suggestion was really good. The better the breakfast shop did, the better their shop would do too. This was also a bit of luck. Just a few days ago, Lu Qing had returned and completed the related paperwork, and when he heard about old Wu Er's flashy move, he immediately decided to open today. Rushing to hand someone over to the opponent was such a good opportunity. If he still couldn't seize it, wouldn't that be a waste? Buy pigs, bring them back, get up early to slaughter them, then send part to the Tong family, take the rest back to the shop. At first it was a bit chaotic, but once they really got to work it was fairly manageable. When Lu Qing first opened, he thought about lowering prices the first day to attract customers. Who would have known old Wu Er was so considerate? By raising prices for the third time, if he kept the original price he would draw in many customers. As it turned out, today really was a lucky day. The firecrackers hadn't even been set off when business came to their door. They were all familiar faces. Lu Qing hurriedly cut the meat, weighed it, and calculated the prices, his smile never leaving his face. When the auspicious time arrived, the firecrackers were lit. As they crackled and popped, the red silk was pulled back and Lu family's butcher shop officially opened. The former breakfast shop had simply changed its sign and appearance and started selling meat. Even the signboard was carved from wood by Tong Dali, identical to Sister Li's breakfast shop across the way. Asterisk. Wu Lauer hurried back to the shop. He only wanted to make money, big money, and he wasn't stupid. Although in Tong Ranhua's eyes Wu Lauer had already become synonymous with being brainless, he himself believed he was very clever. Back in the shop, he immediately wiped the price off the little blackboard, changing it from 15 yuan back to 10 yuan. Otherwise no one would buy the remaining pork, and he'd be finished for the day. After restoring the original price, Wu Lauer wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately he caught it early. Otherwise the meat would have really gone bad. In Wu Lauer's view, his family had been selling pork in the town for more than 10 years. With the prices the same, everyone should surely come to buy from him. After all, over these more than 10 years everyone had already developed the habit. But as the street got busier, this should have been the time when people normally came to buy meat, yet not a single customer showed up. Wu Lauer frowned, went to the meat stall and looked at the little blackboard beside it. Could it be that the 10 he wrote wasn't obvious enough? Wu Lauer boldly increased the font size and bolded the price. He just didn't believe passing pedestrians could miss it. It's just that the price tag was indeed very obvious, and the pedestrians really did see it, but what that attracted wasn't customers, it was a few big buyers from the morning. The one leading them was Sona, whose facial wound hasn't healed yet. Wu Er, you really have some nerve. You sold us pork this morning at 15 yuan per jean, and how long has it been? You're already cutting the price. Do you think because we're all women we're easy to bully? Exactly. Do you think because we're soft you can bully us? Another auntie shouted, one hand on her hip. Give me my money back. I spent 50 kuai this morning. 3 jean and 4 liang. Refund me 5 kuai per jean, that's 17 kuai in total. Yes. You must give the money back. Don't think you can bully us just because we're women. We're not easy to mess with either. The 5 women surrounded Wu Lauer in the middle. Every single one of them had loud voices making his ears ring. Wu Lauer couldn't stand this kind of intimidation. He shouted at the 5 of them. Once sold, no returns or exchanges. It's already been sold, want your money back? I'm telling you no. Way. Possible. Clang. Sona grabbed the cleaver from the chopping block and slammed it down hard on the board, making the nearby pieces of meat jostle. Her gaze was fierce. Are you going to refund the money or not? Old Wu trembled with fright and hurriedly said, Back, back, back. His hand shaking, he hastily took money out of the cash box. His hands counting the bills were all trembling, his eyes fixed on the cleaver in Sona's hand. You be careful. Jew. Just don't hurt anyone by mistake. Return the money and everything can be talked about. Sona kept a cleaver clutched in her hand and showed no sign of letting go. After those 5 people left, old Wu Er's short-sleeved shirt was soaked through with sweat, not from heat but from fear. I heard Lu Qing has started selling meat too? Boss, what are we going to do? How will our family's meat sell? Wu Laodier's wife hurried in, her face anxious as she asked. Ask. All you know how to do is ask. What else can you do besides asking? Useless thing. Wu Laodier snapped loudly, scaring his wife into trembling. She immediately hung her head and fell silent. Just then a customer arrived, and Wu Laodier's wife went to attend to them. The visitor was a relative of the Wu family who often bought meat from them. Seeing meat prices had dropped, they didn't want to keep going farther, so they came nearby. No, heir's place, what's going on with your meat? Why are there so many flies? The couple hurriedly waved their hands to shoo the flies away. Old Wu Er smiled and said, "This is all good meat from our place. This pig was slaughtered just this morning. It's just those people who left a while ago, the ones who sell buns in our town. They all buy our pork to make the filling." The newcomer frowned, scrutinizing the sliced leg and belly meat. It does look pretty fresh. She had just poked the meat when another big swarm of flies flew over. Not 1 or 2 flies but a whole swarm. They were a dark mass circling around their meat stall non-stop. That frightened the customer so much he stepped back hastily. "This isn't a diseased pig, is it? I'm not buying here. I'm going to Old Lou's." "Don't go. This is all good pork, not a diseased pig. The pork is absolutely fine." Wu Lauer shouted toward the man's retreating back. "Huh? Do you think you can fool a 3-year-old? The man stopped and yelled at Wu Lauer. "If the meat from your place really had no problems, why are there so many flies? You heartless person among our neighbors and kin. You actually sell us diseased pork. I'll never buy meat from your place again." That shout, people who didn't want to walk in the heat and had planned to buy meat nearby. After hearing that, who would still dare come buy meat? One by one they all went to Lu Qing. Now they already had another option. They had at last gotten a customer, yet not only did they fail to keep them, they scared off the other customers too. Old Wu Er was furious. Watching the meat stall get swarmed by more and more flies, Old Wu Er was so furious he didn't even know where to vent. Out of his sight, a fluffy little furball was crouched under the meat stall, one front paw covering its mouth as it let out a small yawn, daring to bully the little Ling plant master. They really are asking for trouble. Chapter 210 Great National Treasure. We're at a loss here. News travels fast in the town, and it goes even faster when people gather in crowds. They say a woman's tongue is worth 500 ducks. When Lu Qing's pork shop opened, it wasn't just one woman's gossip. Men and women came in droves. On top of that, even relatives from Wu Lauer's family said Wu Lauer was selling diseased pork, which made it sound more credible. Hearing her describe how many flies were circling the meat made everyone feel sick. Some people didn't believe it and thought it was an exaggeration. Although Wu Lauer liked to drink and take small advantages, after selling pork for so many years, no one had ever heard he would sell diseased meat. They believed what they saw and even went to Old Wu's place to take a look. The result almost made them puke. Old Wu thought customers had finally come. Before he could get happy, he looked more closely and saw these people were each carrying freshly bought pork. Clearly, they hadn't come to buy meat at all. He was so angry he gave up on swatting flies. No matter how he tried he couldn't finish, so he just closed up shop and quit doing business. Tong Ranhua strolled over and happened to see the scene. Old Wu frantically waving a fly swatter while stuffing pork into the fridge. The sight was, in every way, ridiculous. The only thing she didn't understand was, didn't little dumpling go for a stroll with Yinin and Guan Nanshan? How did he end up here? Besides, deliberately confusing the swarm of flies and making them hover here just to deal with one Wu Lauer, doing something that consumes so much spiritual power or national treasure, isn't that a loss for you? Tong Ranhua, what are you laughing at? Am I so funny? Wu Lauer, indignant, shouted at Tong Ranhua. You think everything's fine just because Lu Qing also sells pork? I'll tell you, you've offended someone important. Sooner or later you'll be dealt with. Tong Ranhua smiled, clasped her hands with fingers interlaced, making a crisp cracking sound. Do you believe me? If you keep shouting you'll be dealt with right away. Old Wu Er immediately felt a sharp ache in his wrist and dared not speak recklessly. He packed up, locked the shop and left. Then there was a clang, and Old Wu Er went down flat on his face. Just hearing that sound made Tong Ranhua wince in pain. She glanced at the little dumpling who had quietly passed by Old Wu, and the national treasure raised one front paw that was stepping on Old Wu's shoelace, running up to Tong Ranhua with an innocent expression. Oh wow! This is absolutely a coincidence, really? This foolish mortal doesn't watch where they're walking and can trip on flat ground. Tong Ranhua crouched down, patted its little head, and looked at its big innocent eyes. Smiling, she said, I also think it's a coincidence. Little Tuanzi got excited, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thought there was going to be more classes? Tong Ranhua saw its worry at a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Exactly, little Tuanzi only wanted to teach Wu Lauer a lesson, so he'd know what happens when you offend Tong Ranhua. But the result seemed to be a bit too much. None of the other 5 women selling steamed buns in town could sell any, not even at extremely low prices. Because they had bought their bun meat from Wu Lauer, and now everyone was saying Wu Lauer had been selling diseased pork. Who would dare eat buns made with that meat? The 5 of them couldn't expect any business in town today, unless they sold to outsiders. That's right, unless those outsiders had just arrived in town. If anyone wandered around the town for a bit, they wouldn't buy their buns. Because right now the whole town is still buzzing about old Sun Tu buying tainted pork. Almost everyone is talking about it, and anyone paying the slightest attention would know. You could say that Zaichuanzi incidentally wiped out 5 small vendors who couldn't even be called competitors. Tong Ranhua returned to the shop with the national treasure. She stood at the shop door. Inside, a teeming crowd pressed together so tightly she couldn't get in even if she wanted to. Why is it still like this? Tong Ranhua asked, pulling Lei Sheng. I didn't go in either. I just heard that a streamer came, quite famous. People haven't seen a live streamer in person, and live broadcasts are rare, so they were probably just curious. Lei Sheng speculated. Tong Ranhua frowned. Of all times, a live streamer happened to come to the shop now. Things couldn't be this coincidental. She focused and listened closely. She could hear the voices in the shop and more or less understood what was happening. Xiao Qi said that Meisher is a very popular streamer. Just how popular is she? He's basically a cooking enthusiast. Food lovers more or less have heard his name, or have seen his short videos. Xiao Qi says he never accepts promotions or ads for food. Whether visiting restaurants, recommending places, or crossing items off his list, it's all sincere and personally tried by him. It's precisely because of his absolute genuine feelings and sincerity, speaking plainly and saying things as they are, that he has attracted many fans. Having 2,000 Weibo followers, he's also a formidable figure in the streamer world. This time he specifically went to the breakfast shop, saying he was checking out the breakfast shop run by the streamer Lao Hui's family. Once that headline went up, whoa, the traffic shot up fast, frighteningly fast. However, Xiao Qi was also a streamer who had seen the world. Every time he went live his growth rate was roughly the same, so he wasn't surprised. Yujing was also sitting in the shop. He wanted to see with his own eyes the shopkeeper's reaction to the scene that would unfold next. In order to invite that little Qi to make an appearance about food, his little stash was half depleted, but it was okay. You can't catch the wolf without risking the child. He believed this money was well spent. Not like that useless Wu heir, who couldn't handle even the smallest thing. Yujing sat in the corner seat, his gaze sweeping the shop back and forth, finally resting on Li Yunjin, but the person he was looking for never appeared. He felt somewhat regretful. If that old Hui isn't present, wouldn't he miss the chance to be the first to relish her flustered, fearful and anxious expression? However, we have plenty of time ahead. Hearing Xiao Qi say the feast had already begun, Yujing also focused his attention. Chapter 211. Fake-busting livestream. Lately Lao Hui's been really popular. A lot of my fans told me that Lao Hui's food is absolutely unparalleled. Here I'll skip the 2,000-character rainbow praise from those fans. When I heard that, I immediately followed this mysterious new streamer. A chubby boy sat in the chair, talking non-stop into his phone, utterly unconcerned by the curious gazes of the other customers around him. When Tong Ranhua heard that, she formed a judgment. This guy called Xiao Qi was indeed impressive. His ability to control the scene was unmatched. Right from the start he used Lao Hui's name to draw the fans' attention. Lao Hua entered several raffles, but because she had so many fans, the winners were always very few. And those very few lucky winners would do some sharing after receiving their prizes, and these sharings kept coming without interruption. The most shocking thing was that all those shares were positive reviews, not a single negative one, which made everyone even more curious. Xiao Qi also selected some clips from Lao Hua's live streams where she tried food. She praised everything on the spot, complimenting the ingredients as healthy and the dishes as delicious. One could only say that she had certainly studied the art of verbal expression. Her praise even had Tong Ranhua a bit heady. This streamer has completely mastered the art of praising before revealing intent. After 10 minutes of all-around compliments, he finally announced today's theme. He held his phone and panned around the shop's decor. Today, the streamer has come to the breakfast shop opened by Lao Hui. Look, the shop's layout is simple, but it has a great vibe. These tables and chairs are all solid wood. And even the menu hanging on the wall is carved from solid wood. At this moment, Xiao Qi's food livestream had already risen to 3 million viewers. Seeing the number of viewers in the stream, the host introduced things even more enthusiastically. He wishes he could describe every table, chair, and bench in detail. If possible, he would even praise every grain and pattern on them. The host also found out that this shop is not only famous throughout the 10-mile villages but also well known among passersby, especially the buses that go through town and tourists who like road trips. They all give very high praise to the food in the shop. Today the host will personally try it to see whether Old Huai's shop is as good as the fans say. Is the food here really that extraordinary? For this meal, the streamer hasn't eaten since last night. He wanted to try every dish in the place, making sure nothing slipped through. The live stream's fans loved watching Xiaoqi visit shops to expose fakes the most. Because Xiaoqi always stuck to his principles and wouldn't take money to influence his reviews, many internet-famous restaurants hyped online didn't escape his sharp tongue. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. When it came to delicious food, Xiaoqi would sincerely and unpretentiously praise it. When it was bad, he would mercilessly point it out. It was because of this trait that Xiaoqi had accumulated so many fans, step by step becoming the top streamer he is today. At this moment, the viewers in the live chat were very excited, because this time the stream title was Exposing Old Huai's Shop. Lao Huai has been extremely popular recently, attracting a lot of attention with national treasures, delicious food, and a leisurely rural life. Many onlookers online are very skeptical. Are the dishes in the live stream really that tasty? Or is it all staged, all marketing just for the sake of the live stream effect? And all of this is about to be revealed. Fans all eagerly presented gifts, faces full of anticipation. This was their favorite segment. By this time, the long table was already filled with food. 6 kinds of stuffed buns, 2 types of wonton fillings, 2 types of dumpling fillings, several kinds of porridge, and not a single small pickle was left out, arranged into a 9-square grid. There are also tea eggs, salted duck eggs, boiled eggs, and steamed egg custard. The table is packed full. Aside from the fresh milk, everything else is served in delicate wooden tableware. No one had ever ordered so much before, and seeing it all displayed on the table now gives off an indescribable sense of refinement. It's really hard to imagine that such a tasteful, artful little shop would be located in a rural town. Fans who were originally happily anticipating the live streamer's review, hoping the streamer would be proven wrong, were one by one drawn in by these simple yet exquisite utensils. Well, let's be honest. Regardless of whether the food tastes good, just looking at these tablewares makes you feel the owner truly has a conscience. I thought they'd be those very cheap plastic ones. It really gives such a vibe. A square plate made of solid wood with a plump white bun on it, a bottle of fresh milk beside it, a 9-compartment cold dish. All the little wooden square deep dishes. This satisfies this aesthetics loving me. I won't say anything else, but I'm really skeptical. At this price point with this level of decor and tableware, does this place actually make money? Seeing that the viewers in the live stream were about to be won over just by the decor and tableware, Yujing's prearranged shills immediately started steering the conversation and changing the subject. I'm telling you enough already. What's the use of all these flashy things? Good food is what really matters. Don't forget why the streamer came today, to evaluate the food. Those trendy restaurants, aren't they just as pretty, and yet aren't their dishes often awful? Sure enough, as soon as the paid commenter said that, many people immediately chimed in. Everyone thought it made sense and no one talked about the tableware anymore. Yujing was very pleased to see this. He specifically wanted Lao Hua to be ruined online. He's just a newbie streamer. Once there's a blemish on their online reputation, and the matter is blown up a bit, it will be much easier for him to take action. This is also why he spent half of his little stash to invite this so-called big streamer, who never takes ads and claims to be objective. Even among big streamers, his influence is a bit greater than Lao Hua's. If he says the food here is mediocre, nobody will doubt it and everyone will deliver a final verdict. Even if someone doubts and rebuts Xiaoqi, and the two sides start tearing into each other online, that works even better. It makes it easier for him to fish in troubled waters and take Lao Hua down. Xiaoqi had already picked up his chopsticks. Yujing looked on expectantly, waiting for Lao Hua to mess up. Many fans shared the same thought, staring at the screen without blinking. Xiaoqi first poked the plump, pale bun with a chopstick. The bun's skin was very soft and caved in as soon as it was prodded. This bun skin is very soft and thin, but I wonder how much filling is inside. Whether it's the kind where you take a bite and half the bun is gone without even seeing any filling. Saying that, he took a small bite. It really was only a tiny bite. In fact, it wasn't even as big as the bite our 5-year-old Bao Xiaonhua would take. He had already thought of what to say. He'd claimed the shop had no conscience, that such a big bun barely had any filling. But instead, he tasted the delicious spicy chili meat filling. Xiaoqi was a bit stunned, but he quickly held up a bun with a small crescent-shaped bite taken out of it to the camera, the exposed filling clearly visible to all the fans. He couldn't straight up slam it either. Since the words were already on the tip of his tongue, he had to spin them around and turn them into... Everyone saw that, right? The owner really has a conscience, the filling is plentiful. I can say this is the shop with the most filling of all the buns I've ever eaten. Fans. Wasn't this supposed to be to expose a fake? Why does it feel like things are heading in the wrong direction? Chapter 212. Are you really okay being two-faced like this? The fans were puzzled and naturally wanted streamer Xiaoqi to explain. Watching the barrage of comments asking about the bun's taste, Xiaoqi munched on a bun and made a nonchalant face. If you ask about the taste of these buns, they're just sus. Then the whole livestream audience watched him polish off a big white plump bun in 3 or 4 bites. At first, that tiny little nibble was really hard to imagine came from him. Xiaoqi secretly marveled at how delicious the buns were, but showed no expression of it at all. He simply reached his magic paw toward the remaining 5 buns. The second one was pork and cabbage filling. He gave a perfunctory remark about how much meat there was, but the result was the same as before. This time he didn't wait for fans to ask, he just munched away and said, I can only tell this is a cabbage and pork bun, not very tasty. Then in only 3 bites the big meat bun was gone. Next, the third, fourth and fifth were like copy and paste, except Xiaoqi skipped any comment about how much filling there was and only told everyone what filling he was eating. By the last one he wasn't saying a word anymore, just focused on eating. However, his fans were very thoughtful and filled in for him in the live comments. Comments like the taste is just so densely filled the entire screen. The fans swallowed and sent barrage messages to complain. Streamer, is it really okay for your words and heart to be so different? Right in the middle of the day, you've gone and made me hungry. I know these baozi only taste so that you can eat 3 in 1 bite. Sigh, today's diet will have to be forcefully paused again. Lunch today is baozi. Xiaoqi played dead, deliberately not looking at the barrage of comments. He just about choked on a baozi. No choice, these buns were just too delicious. He also loved to eat, and in a moment he became a bit greedy. He casually grabbed the fresh milk beside him and took a gulp, intending to soothe his throat, but the milk was silken and rich, full of dairy aroma. At that moment Xiaoqi felt like a wild man who'd never tasted anything good. And in just a few sips he finished the whole bottle of milk. If it weren't for the payment sitting in his bank account, he'd definitely be raving about this fresh milk. He kept up a cold expression. This fresh milk isn't much different from what's on the market. Personally, I think it still doesn't compare to the few big brand fresh milks in the malls. The fans twitched at the corners of their mouths. Xiaoqi, before you say that, can you wipe the milk mustache off your mouth? As if we didn't know how picky you are about milk. Last time at that Michelin 3-star restaurant review, who was it that took 1 sip of the pastry and proceeded to spit the other's fresh milk all over them? Before eating the steamed egg, Xiaoqi kept reminding himself silently, you're here to debunk. You're here to debunk. You're here to debunk. Maintain professional ethics. But the first bite, the steamed egg cake was tender and smooth, without the slightest fishy smell. It immediately conquered his taste buds. This time he didn't even do a review. In the blink of an eye, that small bowl of steamed egg was gone. Fans all started doubting reality. Isn't it? Am I seeing things? I just bent down to pick up a pen. So how did that little bowl that holds the egg cake end up empty? I also thought I was seeing things. I only took the time to pour a glass of water, and the egg cake was gone. So, is the streamer really here to expose fakery? A fan asked that question and everyone chimed in. Honestly, the streamer is just way too inconsistent in words and actions. At first everyone came into the stream with expectations, thinking they'd see their favorite comeuppance scene, right? But what was the outcome? Where the hell does this streamer look like they're here to get slapped in the face? Watching the growing number of empty plates on the table, the fans couldn't help but question their lives. When they saw the streamer enthusiastically eating even ordinary millet porridge and salty pickles, they became certain. Was this streamer even trying to debunk anything? This is clearly here to do a mukbang. There are many of Old Hwi's fans in the livestream room, each enviously starting to feel sour inside. Their followers who chase the streams can't taste Old Hwi's food, but they let other streamers eat it. They eat it and still say it's so. Xiaoqi's fans and Lao Hua's fans reached a strange harmony, united in denouncing Xiaoqi. The barrage of comments was dense. Those mocking and those in the know all recognized them as Xiaoqi's fans. Those who didn't were left thinking a huge number of haters had come in. The most anxious was Yu Jing. He had spent real money to specially bring Xiaoqi over, so who would have expected the situation to turn out like this? He had the paid commenters try to steer the narrative, but the livestream audience had already broken through 5 million. Xiaoqi's own fans plus Lao Hwi's fans were mocking the streamer, leaving no room for the paid commenters to operate. Although the paid commenter squad was also very large, however many of them there were, could they outnumber a streamer's genuine fans? It wasn't that their ability to stir things up had declined, this tactic still worked in livestreams, but the key point in using it is that everyone notices the comments they send. Only if everyone saw it could the paid posters continue to guide people's thoughts and then add fuel to the fire. But right now, everyone was busy mocking Xiaoqi for speaking without a heart and venting their grievances. Who had the time to pay attention to a few flippant quips dropped by the paid posters? As a result, Yu Jingqing's paid posters were useless too. Yu Jing, sitting in the corner, gripped his chopsticks hard, his eyes darkly fixed on Xiaoqi seated in the center of the shop. The little henchman beside him was even more nervous. Young Master Yu, what do we do now? We've put the trending topics out there. If Xiaoqi can't explain or make amends, this joke will blow up. Yu Jing knew that, which was why his face was sullen. That's right, to make absolutely sure there were no mistakes, Yu Jing planned to link a live broadcast with the trending topics and completely take Lao Hua down. As soon as Xiaoka started streaming, he bought the trending search. Then this joke just escalated. Chapter 213. There's a streamer here who betrayed them. On Weibo. Hashtag Xiaoqi says food fraudbuster Lao Hua. It's all just marketing. Hashtag landed at 5th on trending. Oh, that was 20 minutes ago. It's already 3rd on trending now. Yu Jing imagined it beautifully, wanting the onlookers to enter the live stream to watch Xiaoqi's entire expose of Lao Hua, to witness Xiaoqi tear off Lao Hua's mask together. That would be more dramatic and make the incident blow up bigger. When the time comes, viewers in the live stream will boost the topic's popularity, and those who witness everything firsthand will express even more genuine emotions when discussing it on Weibo. That will definitely drive the onlookers and a batch after batch of opportunistic marketing accounts looking to ride the wave. No one will care about what the truth really is. They only chase traffic and trending heat. Then the matter will run wild like a runaway horse, uncontrollable. He will fish in those troubled waters, and in the end, Lao Hua will be swallowed up by the enormous online traffic and heat, devoured until not even a bone fragment remains. But his perfectly designed revenge was ruined by the streamer Xiaoqi. Yu Jing's expression was taut as he saw the viewers in the live stream had already risen to 7 million. Most of the extra viewers came from the Weibo trending list, but the situation had shifted from exposing fake Lao Hua to people roasting Xiaoqi and praising how delicious Lao Hua's family's food was. The ending place he had arranged for Lao Hua had, damn it, actually turned into a living billboard promoting her. Yu Jing kept sending WeChat messages to Xiaoqi, his fingers striking the keyboard with brutal force as he typed. He reminded Xiaoqi that he had been paid. Once he took the money, he would get the job done. Otherwise, don't blame him for being rude. At this moment, Yu Jing was already addicted to sour radish, cold shredded potatoes, sour long beans and garlic eggplant, unable to pull himself away. The simple millet porridge made loud slurping sounds as it was eaten. The phone on the dining table kept vibrating non-stop, and he naturally glanced at the messages on it. Originally, Xiaoqi had decided to let the matter drop. At worst he'd refund the money after the live stream ended. But that threatening remark reminded him that this newly returned rich second-generation kid had a wild temperament, a lot of aggression and quite a few connections. At a young age he already had many ways to mess with people. After a mouthful of millet porridge, Xiaoqi pulled out a tissue from the side and wiped his mouth. Taking the opportunity, he glanced at Yu Jing and once more felt the intimidating, threatening look. Xiaoqi thought to himself that he had only himself to blame. Xiaoqi grit his teeth, stamped his foot, and flashed his signature smile at the live stream. So satisfied. Lao Hua's family's food really lives up to its reputation. It's just so delicious. This one meal is worth 3. I won't need to eat until tomorrow. Though there's only one drawback. I think the shop should prepare some digestive tablets. Everything is made so tasty that if you're not careful you overeat, and end up too stuffed to move. As he spoke, Xiaoqi rubbed his belly. The moment he said that, fans popped up saying he was a clickbait artist. What happened to exposing the fraud? Isn't this deceiving the feelings of the vast number of fans? Xiaoqi glanced around, sighed deeply, and assumed a remorseful, contrite look. I'm really not clickbaiting. Actually, there's more to this matter. No wonder he'd studied the art of expression. He summed it up in a few sentences. Someone had paid him a 7-figure fee to come do a review and to trash Lao Hua's family's food, and he laid it all out clearly and cleanly. At first he refused. After all, in all these years he had never taken money for this kind of thing. But the other side offered far too much this time, so he agreed. The live chat exploded. The streamer confessed to taking payment for fake ads, and it was Xiaoqi, who had always stood by his principles and claimed he could never be bought. This news was explosive. At this moment the barrage of comments was so dense you couldn't even see the streamer's face. As you can see, everyone was so shocked and puzzled. But Aunt Hui's cooking is just too delicious. Really, there's nothing like it. It's explosively good. It's so good that my conscience kicks in. How could something this delicious be slandered? I have to let everyone know. I must share it with my followers. For you all, I must refuse this 7-figure bribe. If you have the time and the money, come and try it. You definitely won't regret it. Xiaoqi couldn't stop gushing praise, even more enthusiastic than a livestream seller. He was like a different person from the calm, indifferent one who'd eaten the buns at first. He did food reviews for a living, and when he described food his adjectives never repeated. With samples on hand and many people watching him eat, his descriptions had everyone swallowing hard, their mouths watering with desire. At this moment, Tong Ranhua finally entered the shop and seeing this reversal with her own eyes, could only laugh and cry. Strange things happen every day, but today was especially odd. She knew her family's food was tasty, but it couldn't possibly be that good, could it? They even managed to turn the streamer who handled payments and business to their side. Everyone criticized the streamer for lacking principles, knowing they couldn't get anything, yet saying it so enticingly. Wasn't this blatantly just trying to make them crave it? The live chat was lively. Many people were asking which shameless person had paid to bribe the streamer. Most of those concerned about this were Lao Hua's fans. They convinced themselves their fanbase hadn't worked hard enough, and that's why those haters were running wild. Lao Hua's fan group was also extremely lively. On days when Lao Hua wasn't streaming, everyone was usually very idle. Now that they heard their streamer, who always lounged around like a salted fish, had actually attracted someone's attention and was being targeted for a smear, the fans instantly sprang into action. Baishazhua, the PR talent who converted from hater to fan, immediately organized people and started a counter-smear campaign. A group of them divided tasks clearly, and all rushed into Xiaoqi's stream to praise the food in unison. Seeing this, Yu Jing realized he was powerless to change today's situation. He stood up to leave and think of other solutions. As for Xiaoqi, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. The customers in the shop were all focused intently on Xiaoqi's livestream, and didn't notice the situation here at all. Yu Jing thought he could leave smoothly. But as it turned out, he had reached the main gate when a slender arm was placed directly in front of him, stopping his steps. "Get out of the way." Yu Jing's irritable voice rang out, colliding with Tong Ranhua's apricot-shaped eyes that were half smiling, half not. "Everyone's interested in the patron who bought me, how coincidental. He just happens to be here today." Tong Ranhua hadn't yet had the chance to teach this troublemaking illegitimate son a lesson when Xiaoqi, quick-eyed and quick-handed, shoved his phone camera straight at her, literally face to face. If Tong Ranhua hadn't reacted quickly, she would certainly have been filmed. "Everyone look closely. It's this rich second-generation heir Yu Jing. He gave me a 7-figure sum and bribed me to frame old Hua." Chapter 214. A backstab from my son. Xiaoka suddenly seemed to be pumped full of adrenaline, raising her voice with enthusiasm, just like a sports commentator getting excited at an amazing play, and startled the other customers in the shop. Come on. Everyone remember this face. If in the future you hear online, or see someone say Lao Huai's food is not tasty, they are definitely haters. I can't vouch for everything else, but for Lao Huai's food I stake my reputation on it. It's absolutely exceptional. One bite and it's a taste of heaven. The live stream chat exploded. Amazing. So damn amazing. What a twist, badass. Meanwhile, Baishazhua had already led his fans in denouncing Yu Jing. Yu Jing had become somewhat famous online, though not for a good reason. Yu Jing hadn't expected things to escalate this way. He held a hand over his face while trying to grab the phone from Xiaoqi. He flew into a rage and cursed. "Xiaoqi, are you out of your mind? How dare you treat me like this? Do you want to die or what?" Although Xiaoqi was fat, he was an agile fat man, and even amid the chaos he didn't forget he was live streaming. Everyone heard that, right? If one day I suddenly vanish without a word, it must be this young master Yu Jing getting physical with me. When that happens, don't forget to call the police for me. Yu Jingqi's face flushed. Logically, with a little follower and 2 against 1, he should have had the upper hand. But Tong Ranhua was right beside him, periodically tilting the odds in their favor, preventing Yu Jingqi from getting a grip and leaving him impotently furious. "I get it now, you're all in this together. You've been planning this, teaming up to set a trap for me. Hua, I really underestimated you. I never imagined you'd be such a treacherous little person." Tong Ranhua casually draped a hand over his shoulder. It seemed light as air, but to Jingqi it felt like a mountain pressing down on him. Yu Jing at first simply didn't take Tong Ranhua's move seriously and even struggled hard, preparing to push her away with his other hand. But the moment he moved he realized it wasn't like he had thought at all. His whole body couldn't even manage to struggle, let alone counterattack. Facing Yu Jing's nearly blazing eyes, Tong Ranhua smiled. "Putting everything else aside, you're actually quite good at divergent thinking. It's just, who are you? And what value do you have that would make me waste my precious time and energy designing you?" Tong Ranhua gave a light laugh. "If I have that kind of time I'll go for a stroll, climb a mountain, go fishing, take in the scenery, play a round of mahjong. What could be wrong with that?" That familiar voice immediately energized those longtime Ranhua fans in the livestream chat. One by one they cried out, denouncing Ranhua. "Can't you add a livestream to those activities of yours? Isn't live streaming worth your time and effort? That's not right. Haven't you always been a barbaric live streamer? When did you start spending time and effort? Just as everyone was venting their dissatisfaction, they heard Tong Ranhua continue. Young man, don't go down those crooked paths if you can help it. The time and effort you spent targeting me would be better spent visiting your father in the detention center. But you might be misunderstanding me. Niu Chong went to jail because he himself broke the law. It has nothing to do with me. And he turned himself in. Isn't your taking it out on me pretty unreasonable? Yu Jing gritted his teeth, his face iron gray. You must have tampered with something. Otherwise how could my dad possibly turn himself in for no reason? Tong Ranhua feigned surprise. What you said is really interesting. Are you saying that in your eyes Niu Chong is nothing but a complete villain? Is it impossible for him to have a sudden change of heart, examine himself, want to reform, and start over as a new person? Yu Jing was so taken aback by the rebuke that he couldn't utter a word. Tong Ranhua said earnestly, although Niu Chong is arrogant and conceited, lawless, cunning and treacherous, insatiably greedy, likes to seize and plunder, appropriates others' formulas as his own, and after becoming successful kicked his wife and children aside to marry a young, beautiful girl, yet he wasn't satisfied and kept mistresses, even keeping a string of them, and Juelu even evaded taxes amounting to over $1 billion. But, as a son, even if he's only an illegitimate child, you must believe that your father is a man of conscience. Didn't he just turn himself in? Yu Jing. Shut the hell up. He was so angry he couldn't find any words to retort. This time he had underestimated her. He didn't expect such a little girl to be so troublesome. The live room got livelier, my goodness. This scandal is huge, and it's so delicious to watch. One by one, people started digging up Niu Chong online. Niu Chong, who was already in custody, suddenly became a hit on the internet. Yu Jing thought that was the end of it, but how could he have known? Tong Ranhua hadn't finished. Tell me, Niu Chong is so shrewd and cunning. How did you inherit his cunning while not inheriting any of his cleverness at all? Tong Ranhua looked regretful. Think about it. If you hadn't stepped forward and had stayed quietly abroad, the police might never have found out about you being his illegitimate son. But now you've come out in such a public way, rushing to avenge your father. Oh, although you picked the wrong target for revenge with your intelligence, such a mistake is normal. I can't expect too much from you. Your appearance is basically a glaring sign to the police that Niu Chong has a small family abroad. So is it possible that he has already transferred large sums of assets overseas? Is it possible that he has more than one small family abroad? Yu Jing's face went white in an instant. Tong Ranhua sighed. Sigh, as a sunny, kind, and justice-filled citizen, I really appreciate you stepping forward to point the police toward more lines of investigation. But, from another perspective, if your father Niu Chong finds out what you've done, then he'll probably. Saying this, she put on a show, shaking her head regretfully. I suppose he'll probably be driven to death by you, his unfilial son? With your backstabbing like that, I figure Niu Chang's punishment will be upgraded straight to life imprisonment. When Yu Jing heard this, his whole body staggered, almost collapsing to the ground. If Tong Ranhua's hand hadn't been constantly patting his shoulder, seeing his knees go weak and him about to sit down, she instinctively moved her fingers, grabbed the fabric on his shoulder, and hoisted him upright. Attention! It's real, lifted up. Yu Jing realized. How were his feet no longer touching the ground? What was this sensation of hovering? After all, he was a man of over 150 gene, and Tong Ranhua was using just one hand. Just picked him up like that? At that moment, Yu Jing had some doubts about his life choices. Xiao Qi was even more perceptive and seized the moment, stepping back repeatedly to show the livestream audience the scene of Yu Jing's feet leaving the ground. Everyone marveled at Lao Huai's arm strength, lifting a grown man as if he were a chick. Chapter 215. Oh my god, this is a huge windfall. In this round, Yu Jing had completely and utterly lost. At this moment his mind was in a tangle. Tong Ranhua's analysis had utterly crushed him. Tong Ranhua realized what she had done instinctively, immediately withdrew her hand and put it behind her, acting as if the scene had never happened. Yu Jing's feet finally touched the ground. He didn't even have the heart to trade harsh words with Tong Ranhua anymore. He just wanted to leave as quickly as possible and go back to think about what to do. But just as he took a step forward, the collar at the back of his neck was grabbed by Tong Ranhua. Yu Jing was furious, struggling hard. Tong Ranhua, what exactly do you think you're doing? Can't I even walk? Or are you trying to restrict my personal freedom? If you stop me again, I'll call the police. Tong Ranhua blinked, a little embarrassed. No need to call the police, right? It's such a small matter. No need to trouble the policeman. After all, it's not much money. Sending officers out for this would be a waste of police resources. Yu Jing snorted coldly. You still want money from me, still trying to blackmail me? There are so many people here, they're all witnesses. I knew it, you, a country girl from some backward village, haven't seen the world. How could you not be money grubbing? I'm calling the police right now. She suddenly scratched her head in helplessness and gave a smile. That you, Jing, are you misunderstanding something? I mean, you ordered a whole table of food and haven't paid yet. What's the matter? Are you trying to get a free meal? You, Jing. It was like a bolt from the blue struck Yu Jing's forehead. His face flushed, he never imagined it was over something like this. Tong Ranhua wore a faint smile and shook her head helplessly. The bill is only 20 yuan. Calling the police over 20 yuan isn't worth it. I'm a village girl who hasn't seen much of the world, and I'm kind-hearted. As long as you pay for the meal, you can leave immediately. No one will stop you. This time Yu Jing was truly ashamed and furious. His little follower immediately pulled out a 20 yuan note and went to the cashier to pay. Throughout his life, Yu Jing had never lacked money. He was usually the one giving tips to others. Forgetting to pay for a meal like this was really a first for him. The customers in the shop were also pointing and whispering about him. There was nothing to be done. Even though they were villagers without much money, none of them had ever stiffed someone on a meal. It was obvious that Yu Jing was not short of money. Someone that wealthy still eating and running made everyone disdainful. People were already pointing fingers and murmuring behind his back. Yu Jing had been pampered since childhood. Everyone bowed and flattered him, and he couldn't stand this. He turned to the onlookers and sneered. I really don't get why you lot are making such a fuss. You're all from the countryside. Tong's vegetables sell for 10 kuai a jean and you? Nobody buys them for 2 or 3 kuai, right? Wow. The shop fell silent at once. Yu Jing was very pleased, cast a malicious glance at Tong Ranhua, and continued spilling the beans. Your free-range eggs can only sell for 2 yuan each, but the Tong family can get 5 yuan apiece, and goose eggs can even fetch 10 yuan each. And honey, the Tong family sells a bottle for 10,000 yuan. It's the same amount of work, yet they make more money than you. And you're still here defending them. Why don't they, out of the friendship they claim to have, reveal the secret recipe to you so you can earn more too? Yu Jing thought simply. Even if he couldn't touch Lao Huai this time, these villagers could. They were locals, and if they wanted to cause Lao Huai some trouble, it would be so convenient, so easy. He didn't even have to act directly. These envious villagers would help him achieve his goal. After all, the worry is not scarcity but inequity. The more he thought about it, the more he saw it as a good plan. His anger in his heart diminished considerably, replaced mostly by the pleasure of watching the drama unfold. Before his beautiful dream had even faded, he heard an older woman shout mockingly in a full, strong voice. I'm telling you, young man, are you out of your mind? You already said this is a secret recipe. If it's a secret recipe, can you just casually tell others? The little inn's landlady looked at Yu Jing as if she were looking at an idiot. I heard your family runs a restaurant. You're so generous. Why not share the secret recipe for your restaurant's signature dish with everyone? This was said by Lu Qing, who had just finished selling all the pork. Some people, not only thick-skinned but big-faced too, speak without thinking, immediately asking for secret recipes as soon as they open their mouths. No wonder he's Niu Chang's illegitimate son. Love snatching other people's secret recipes, it fits. This was Wu Shizi, who had rushed over in a hurry. More townsfolk and regulars at the shop thought Yu Jing was crazy. The old Tong family can sell things at a good price, that's their skill. To expect them to hand over the means to settle down and make a living just because you ask? I couldn't do such a shameless thing. An old man gave Yu Jing a blatant eye roll without any courtesy. No, young you always bring up secret recipes. You must have done this kind of thing so often it's a habit. I wonder if the police have uncovered all that Niu Chang did. Folks, after the stream ends, please help spread the word online. Anyone whose secret recipe was once taken by Niu Chang through underhanded means should go to the police to file a report. Everyone needs to learn to protect themselves using the law. Xiaoqi was still stirring the pot, looking at the 9 million views in the live stream. As long as one viewer mentions it on Weibo, the Niu family will definitely trend. And Jiwei Lo's reopening remained a distant, uncertain prospect. Yu Jing looked at these villagers who were united in their outward stance and felt his head throb. His attempts to sow discord had failed, and the opposition had targeted him. They were clearly accusing him. He didn't dare say another word, tucked his tail and hurried off. Ruan, are your vegetables really sold that expensively? A regular customer asked, pondering. Tong Ranhua nodded. You can probably taste it yourselves. Our food is better than others, that's why. The man slapped his thigh. My goodness, we've hit the jackpot. They can sell those vegetables for 10 yuan a jean outside, but they make buns and side dishes for us. A bun is only 1.5 yuan. A side dish is only 2 yuan a plate. Someone else chimed in. Exactly. The Tong family charges 5 yuan for a raw egg, but we only pay 2 yuan for a boiled egg. Egg custard is only 3 yuan. Folks were making a killing. Good heavens. Hearing this, everyone thought that eating in the shop was actually making money. No cooking tomorrow morning, we'll eat at the shop. An extra meal was like earning an extra meal. Everyone agreed in unison. Each of them felt they were getting a bargain by eating at the shop. In fact, they really were getting a good deal. Regularly consuming food imbued with spiritual energy could strengthen the body, slowly heal old injuries, and even extend one's lifespan. However, no one knew about these invisible benefits. At this moment, the villagers felt they had gotten a bargain on the price. Having watched the excitement, people no longer lingered here. They each returned to their own shops or went home to tell others about this bargain opportunity. Tong Ranhua. It left some people amused and exasperated. So, should we stock up a little more for tomorrow? She glanced at the few employees in the shop, decided against it, and prepared the normal amount. After all, money can't all be earned at once. Whether customers can buy them will depend on everyone's luck. Besides, the scramble to buy makes it more lively anyway. Chapter 216. The bodyguard has arrived. Tong Ranhua really hadn't planned it out so meticulously. As long as she could get the money from Bao Shan and make a little extra for daily expenses, that would be enough. She didn't need a lot, just enough to get by. Whether it's vegetables or eggs, the prices of 10 yuan or 5 yuan aren't their intrinsic value. They are the value Tong Ranhua has assigned to these things. So that's how she supplied the shop, pricing everything like a regular breakfast place. She didn't think it was a big deal. Her parents at first disagreed with using homegrown vegetables, feeling they would lose a lot of income and it was too much of a loss. They wanted to grow their own vegetables and eat what they grew, but no matter who planted them, the nearby vegetable plots had long ago been made incredibly good by Tong Ranhua using the lake water from the secret realm. The soil now contained a certain spiritual energy, so it made no difference who planted them. The couple wanted to buy vegetables and buns from someone else again, but that would add extra work, and Tong Ranhua felt it was really unnecessary. Most importantly, when it comes to growing vegetables, Tong Ranhua can grow as much as needed, so there's really no need to buy from others. In the end, the couple could only agree to let everything remain the same. After a while, they no longer thought much of it. After all, their daughter didn't sell vegetables that often, and with so many vegetables in the fields, wouldn't it be a waste if the shop didn't use them? The couple had come to accept the situation, and now everyone knew about it and was clearly quite interested in the matter. Li Yunjin was pulled into a conversation by the owners of the neighboring shops. They were all very curious about why these two were doing business at a loss. Fine, in everyone's eyes, if you don't actually get the theoretical money in hand, it's a loss. The villagers' thinking is just that plain and simple. Tong Ranhua stayed in the shop to finish up. Although Yu Jing had left, Xiaoqi was still there. Wu Shizi knew Xiaoqi. When she first entered the streamer field, she hoped she could also become a powerful streamer like Xiaoqi. In her free time, she would watch Xiaoqi's streams for entertainment and stress relief, and sometimes she would send gifts. However, this person actually took money to smear her sister. That made her an enemy. At that moment, Xiaoqi very sensibly turned off the stream. I always thought you were a breath of fresh air in the streaming world. Not bowing to money. Doing things according to your own tastes. I didn't expect you'd do such a conscienceless, money-driven, black-hearted thing. Wu Shizi was extremely angry. Lei Sheng nudged Tong Ranhua's arm. What's going on? Tong Ranhua. Maybe my idol filter just shattered? Lei Sheng looked at the chubby boy across the way, then glanced at Wu Shizi. I really didn't expect you to like this. Wu Shizi was speechless. What on earth is going on here? Tong Ranhua smiled and looked toward another corner where the tall young man who got off halfway yesterday and a girl were sitting and eating small wontons. If I'm not mistaken, you're Wu Baihua, right? Wu Baihua, who was enjoying his food, put down his spoon. How did you know? Did Guan Nanyan tell you? After he spoke, he felt it was wrong, and looked toward Lei Shang at the side. That kid is locked in the project group. With the Lei family she-devil here, there's no need to use Guan Nanyan. Lei Shang smiled, raised her hand, fingers interlaced, and with a sharp snap flexed her joints, making cracking sounds. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Could you repeat that? Wu Baihua immediately raised both hands in surrender, making a capitulation gesture. My bad. You're not a she-devil, you're just a bit stronger. The originally tense atmosphere vanished at once. Xiaoqi relaxed and sat back down in his chair. So you all know each other. Then the matter is simple. Wu Shizi was still baffled. But Hua Hua and that young man know each other, not you. How does that make things any simpler? Because Xiaoqi was acting on your instruction and agreed to Yu Jing's payoff to make this trip, right? Tong Ranhua looked at Wu Baihua. Though it was a question, her tone was very certain. Wu Baihua gave her a thumbs up. Smart as expected. That kid Guan Nanyan didn't beg me easily. Since he agreed to protect you, of course I'll handle these matters. He selectively forgot the deal he made with Guan Nanyan, and unilaterally turned it into Guan Nanyan begging him for favors. It's the Niu family. The situation is complicated. Niu Chongtai was very fertile. I overlooked Yu Jing, that illegitimate son. I was watching the other branches of the Niu family in the capital and forgot about this fly. Fortunately, I'm on good terms with Shao Qi. He agreed to help and turn the tables, taking the chance to deal with Yu Jing. Otherwise, who knows what other dirty tricks that bastard would have cooked up. We'd be defenseless and it would be even more troublesome to handle. Wu Baihua explained, studying Tong Ranhua carefully. She was indeed pretty. Judging by her looks alone, she really did suit Guan Nanyan, so that's the type Guan Nanyan likes? But she's so clever. Maybe what Guan Nanyan likes is her mind. Guan Nanyan, who was conducting the experiment, sneezed twice in a row. Lao Hua, how did you guess this matter had something to do with that tree? Lei Sheng asked, puzzled. Tree. Tong Ranhua looked at Wu Baihua in confusion. Oh, his WeChat name is a tree. I'm used to calling him that, Lei Sheng explained. Wu Baihua was very proud of his WeChat name. How is it? Isn't it especially suitable for me? Tong Ranhua was even more puzzled. Shouldn't it be 2 trees? Or is there a single tree called Baihua that I've never heard of because I'm so ignorant? Wu Baihua. Now he knew what Guan Nanyan saw in her. Probably the same wiring in his brain, right? The last time Guan Nanyan used the same tone and the same words to mock his WeChat name. Lei Sheng on the side stifled a laugh. That doesn't matter. Hurry and tell us. I only told you Yu Jing's identity and that this tree had appeared. You didn't know about Shao Qi's relationship with this tree. How did you guess that Shao Qi and this tree had teamed up to set a trap and frame Yu Jing? The others were all curious and turned to Tong Ranhua, wanting to know how she had found out. Chapter 217. Do you want the iron rice bowl? Actually, Tong Ranhua hadn't done much. While being squeezed outside the door, she went online to look up this streamer Shao Qi. She discovered that Shao Qi had extremely high ratings online. He never took advertisements, never did promotions, and certainly never accepted money to do things. There was even a topic online where people bet on when Shao Qi would take his first ad and which brand would get his first advertisement. How could a streamer who had stuck to his principles and himself for so many years so easily give up those principles? Moreover, Tong Ranhua also found that although Shao Qi was very low-key, the details he inadvertently revealed about his clothing, food, housing, and transportation during streams indicated he was a wealthy person, and not just ordinarily rich, but someone with substantial family assets. How could someone who fundamentally doesn't lack money possibly be bought with money? Don't mention 7 figures, even 9 figures might not be enough to buy this person. But Shao Qi agreed, so there must be some other reason. Besides, Wu Baihua was also here. He sat in a spot out of Yu Jing's sight and midway through Shao Qi's live stream, opened his mouth several times to guide the pace of the broadcast. Although Wu Baihua's voice was quiet for Tong Ranhua, who has keen senses, it was still very easy to make out what he said. That's right, Shao Qi had a miniature communication device tucked in her ear. The exact kind that shows up all the time in cop movies. When everyone heard that Tong Ranhua could even hear that, they each widened their eyes, jaws nearly dropping. Lei Sheng's eyes lit up. She stepped forward, took her hands and shook them vigorously. Lao Hua, you really are the kind of extraordinary talent we most need. How did the state ever miss someone as outstanding as you? Lei Sheng was distraught. Then her eyes brightened. Lao Hua, how would you like a new job? Civil servant pay, stable come rain or shine. All 5 social insurances and the housing fund paid at the highest level. Super secure. She really wanted to pull people into their bureau. Tong Ranhua chuckled. Knowing this person had been fighting on the front lines for years. She admired Lei Sheng and liked her personality very much. No, someone as lazy as I am isn't suited to such a serious and proper organization. Otherwise I'd be reprimanded for coming in late or leaving early in no time, and my salary would be completely docked. Lei Sheng visibly showed her disappointment, but this outcome was also within her expectations. But Tong Ranhua changed her tone. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just call out. If it's something I can do, I'll definitely help. Lei Sheng smiled again. Not bad, huh? While those few chatted in the little shop, the internet had already exploded. The trending topic that Yu Jing bought really backfired on him. Shao Qi and Lao Hua are both very popular streamers right now. One is a veteran streamer, the other a newcomer, and both naturally draw their own fan traffic. Once the trending topic dropped, it pulled a bunch of people into the live streams, and those viewers witnessed Yu Jing's downfall in real time. With Tong Ranhua revealing some insider details, netizens showed zero tolerance for lawbreaking. They were currently lambasting Niu Chong and Yu Jing on Weibo. At this point, Bai Shajua didn't need to take any big actions. He only had to direct his fans to stir things up at Ganjian moments and reveal some of Niu Chang's misdeeds. Yu Jing wanted to use public opinion to crush Lao Huai. Bai Shajua returned the favor in kind, using public opinion to crush Niu Chong and Yu Jing. Let them reap what they sow. Let them know not to think they're the smartest people in the world, that they can do whatever they want and be reckless and entitled about it. The internet has many skilled users, especially those who investigate information online. Before long, Niu Chang's various wicked deeds were exposed online. Together with Yu Jing, they were being insulted so badly by netizens that their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Insulting them online wasn't enough. Many netizens went straight to the police to file reports, and the list of charges grew. The once wildly successful big boss was in an instant reduced to a rat in the street, with everyone calling to beat him. The Niu family was also quite well known in the capital. Now that this matter had come out, Niu Ben was so upset by his son that he fell ill and was admitted to the hospital. He even waved his cane, warning everyone in the family that no one was allowed to pull strings or seek favors on behalf of Niu Chang. He broke the law and committed a crime. Whatever sentence is appropriate, that's what he should get. He brought it on himself. Although Niu Ben was old, his words at home still carried a lot of weight, and no one dared defy him. In the detention center, Niu Chang was still bitterly waiting for his elderly father to use his powerful connections to pull him out, but he didn't expect that because of his illegitimate son's big scene, things would be blown up. His past deeds were all exposed to the public, and his guilt was now a done deal. No one could help him. He was just waiting for the court sentence, and that would be that. As for Yu Jing, he didn't fare any better. Originally, he was Niu Chang's illegitimate son, even using his mother's surname, unable to gain recognition from the Niu family. With Niu Chang in trouble and unable to provide them a luxurious life, and being uneducated and idle, the only way for him to survive was to rely on himself. But he wasn't an easy man to get along with, and he'd offended quite a few people. Back then no one moved against him because they took him for a rich man. Now that he doesn't even have money, of course those people will take revenge for old grudges and settle scores. Yu Jing's fate is predictable. If he could rouse himself in adversity, if he could rise up in a desperate situation, then that person would still have a future. It's just that asking a 25 or 26-year-old who, aside from spending money, is good at nothing else, to rise up is indeed somewhat difficult. Of course, besides those satisfying matters, there was one more good thing. What level of streamer is Koike? Her fans are frighteningly numerous. This livestream was like a food collaboration. Koike's fans include many foodies, and when those foodies encountered delicious food, the result was predictable. Lahua's Weibo followers shot up to 12 million in no time, and the bigger the incident got, the faster her follower count grew. As for Xiaoxiong's livestream platform followers, they also surpassed 10 million. You could say she is now the big streamer with the second most fans after Ingzi. However, in terms of follower stickiness, contribution and loyalty, Lahua leaves Ingzi in the dust by miles. Ingzi can only take advantage of her larger follower number to claim the title of the top streamer on Xiaoxiong's platform, and maintain the appearance of being number one. But watching how quickly Lahua's followers were growing, Ingzi became extremely anxious. She racked her brains thinking up every possible live stream trend just to gain followers, even increasing her streaming time by 2 hours every day. After all, since becoming the platform's top streamer, Ingzi basically only live streamed about 2 hours a day. Most of the time she filmed videos, did promotions, and took ads. You can imagine how much pressure Lahua put on Ingzi. Ingzi had already put on a show of posture, vowing to defend the title of the platform's top streamer to the death. And the guy she regarded as her strongest rival was sitting under the grapevine by the cabin with a group of people, eating watermelon, honey cupcakes with animal-shaped cookies, drinking watermelon juice, shelling sunflower seeds, and eating watermelon ice cream. Simply delightful. Chapter 218. The National Treasure's new teaching material. Yi Xian's baking skills were absolutely top-notch. With eggs, milk, and those raw ingredients, the finished products alone could make children drool. Especially the National Treasure. Although the kitchen was still some distance from the doghouse with that nose of his, he was far better than De Huang. By the way, speaking of De Huang, in order to move into the doghouse, this dog, the biggest and bulliest in the whole family, has completely become little Tuanzi's lapdog. That title really is exceptionally fitting. Specifically, when little Tuanzi tells him to go east, he will never go west. When little Tuanzi tells him to chase dogs, he absolutely will not chase chickens. Especially in terms of patrolling, De Huang has improved a lot. Under little Tuanzi's guidance, De Huang can now stroll several rounds every day through the cowshed, the grove where the chickens are kept, and the riverbank with the ducks and geese. Sometimes he even goes to the sunflower field to check out the beehives. You could say that little Dumpling's daily work was halved and handed over to the strong, mighty De Huang. Because De Huang was so steady and reliable, he finally got his own bed, little nest, in the doghouse. Over time, having successfully moved into the luxury doghouse went to De Huang's head a bit. It showed up as him being unable to resist food the moment he saw it. Whether it was the National Treasure's meal or not, he drooled over everything. Just like right now. This watermelon was chilled by being thrown into the well. That's right. Tong Ranhua worried the cottage sat too high for the tap water to reach, so she dug a well behind the cottage and installed a pump to supply water to the little house. In this midsummer heat, using the well to chill watermelon, beer, and drinks is perfect. Tong Ranhua really liked the two fluffy ones at home. When they ate watermelon, of course Little Dumpling and Big Yellow got their shares. It's just that Zaichuanzai has steel teeth that could gnaw on a Jianmu and a steel stomach. Dahuang is just an ordinary Chinese rural dog. Zaichuanzai has no taboos about food, but Dahuang can't handle that. When they both gnaw on watermelon, Dahuang only gets a small triangle. But Zaichuanzai can get a whole basin of little triangles. It's really a basin, not an exaggeration. Tong Ranhua herself cut it, slicing a large round watermelon in half. She looked at Zaichuandua's big shiny black eyes, which were almost touching the watermelon, so she cut the larger of the two halves into 10 triangular pieces and put them all in a bowl, which she handed to Zaichuanduo. As for our Dahuang, there was only a small piece. Dahuang finished it in 3 bites, while the other side's national treasure still had a whole bowl. Looking at that red watermelon, Zaichuanduo narrowed his eyes and took a bite, juice streaming everywhere, eating with utter satisfaction. Even with a whole watermelon, Xiao Tuanzi ate it very carefully, insisting on finishing all the red flesh and only stopping once the white rind was exposed. Dahuang stared at that reddened flesh, drooling. At that moment, the foodie instinct overrode the fear in his heart. Just as Xiao Tuanzi picked up the last piece of watermelon, Dahuang's foodie instinct suddenly ignited, and he dashed over to that piece in a blur. Seeing this, Xiao Tuanzi moved lazily, shifting from sitting and nibbling the watermelon to holding it in his mouth. It stood up, and just as the big yellow horse was about to run up close, the little black and white ball suddenly darted over to Wu Baihua. Seeing this soft, fluffy black and white little ball, Wu Baihua was ecstatic. When he first came into the courtyard, he had his eye on the little ball and wanted to feel it. But it turned out the little ball was very tsundere and completely wouldn't let him touch it. Now the little ball was approaching him on its own. Wu Baihua was overjoyed. He even abandoned the watermelon in his hand, crouched down, and was about to pet the national treasure. Who knew, just as he reached out, the little puffball that had stopped in front of him suddenly surged forward, darting rapidly behind him. It turned out that child Guan Nanshan was holding a small cake. Seeing the national treasure approaching, he immediately offered it up, crouched down, fed the cake to the national treasure, and then expertly stroked its fur. Wu Baihua looked on with envy. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. Then his body tilted and he fell straight off the chair. Things happened so fast that Wu Baihua couldn't react in time. It wasn't just him. No one present had time to react. They all felt like everyone was eating watermelon. Wu Baihua reached to touch the national treasure, and then he fell to the ground. And the instigator of that gust of wind was happily eating watermelon on the side. Yes, the watermelon that had been in Wu Baihua's hands was now in Dahuang's mouth. Originally just trying to snatch the watermelon from Guobao's mouth, Dahuang bizarrely changed his robbery target during the chase, and Wu Baihua thus became an innocent robbery victim. When Tong Ranhua and Lei Shang brought over the small cake and little bread, they saw this ridiculous scene. "Oh, it's not even a holiday or festival, you're giving such a big gift. Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? I feel unworthy," Lei Shang teased with a smile. Wu Baihua snapped back to reality, not feeling embarrassed, just glancing at Dahuang crazily gnawing on a watermelon, and then at the little dumpling lying at the foot of Guanan Mountain, enjoying being fed. "Why do I feel like I've been conned?" He looked at Tong Ranhua and pointed at the little dumpling squinting while eating a cookie. "Has your dog become sentient? I never thought that one day I'd be schemed by a dog." Tong Ranhua looked doubtful. "You're not joking, are you? Don't belittle yourself. Why would you compare yourself to a dog?" Lei Shang agreed. Exactly. You need confidence. Although you do seem not very bright, you're not on the same level as a dog. Ooh, not very smart. Bo Hua. Could it really be that he was overthinking? Could it really have just been a coincidence just now? Did Zaichuanzi come over only to look for Guan Nanshan, and he was the one who fancied things and stepped forward, rather than Zaichuanzi deliberately drawing him on to use him as a shield? Wu Bohua looked at life with a face full of doubt. Tong Ranhua put down the small cake in her hand, walked up to Dahuang and said with a stern face, "How could you steal a guest's watermelon?" Dahuang, who had just finished off a slice of watermelon, had seeds stuck at the corner of its mouth and stared blankly at the rind in front of it, then looked at little Tuanzai, who also had a piece of watermelon rind before it. Oh no! It hadn't stolen the boss's watermelon. It stole the guest's watermelon. Dahuang stepped back a few paces, as if unable to accept the fact. Howl! 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 Little Tuanzi ran over with an eager face, very considerate. Little spirit botanist, don't blame De Huang, it didn't mean to, it didn't want to, it was just too greedy. That's why it went and snatched the guest's watermelon. De Huang's pupils trembled. Boss, I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. What I want to snatch is your melon, not the customers. Tong Ranhua. Where does this familiar tea scent come from? Chapter 219. I just wanted to find a classmate. Tong Ranhua smiled and looked at the little bun. Is that really the case? Howl. 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 Really? 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 That's really how it is. Little Tuanchuan couldn't wait. I saw it with my own eyes, it can't be wrong. Tong Ranhua added another sentence. Has nothing to do with you? I came much earlier and saw everything clearly. Little Tuanchuan squatted down in front of her in an instant, very obedient. Not only that, it cocked its head and looked toward the child Guan Nanshan. So cute, I can't stand it. Who could resist such a fluffy thing? Guan Nanshan came running over pitter-patter, holding a little biscuit, and as soon as he arrived he eagerly tried to feed it. Little Tuanzi wolfed it down in one bite, squinting his jet-black eyes, enjoying it as if it were the most delicious thing. Huahuajia, that's exactly what happened just now. The national treasure saw me and ran over like that, and then I fed it a little biscuit. De Huang was the one who grabbed Brother Wu's watermelon himself. It has nothing to do with the national treasure. Young Guan Nanshan spoke each word carefully, very earnestly helping little Tuanzi explain. The little dumpling eating deliciously nodded repeatedly, looking at Tong Ranhua with an innocent face, as if to say, you really misunderstood me. This human cub is pretty good, could get along with. Tong Ranhua pressed a hand to her temple. Today was another day her head ached. The national treasure had now learned to get people to testify, and the key was it was tricking kids into giving testimony. What on earth was to be done? Awa! The little dumpling only cried out to warn once the danger had passed. De Huang is a first-time offender. It wasn't deliberate. Little spirit botanist, don't worry. Tong Ranhua pondered, nodded and said, since De Huang had extenuating circumstances, then this matter. Ayo. Little dumpling panicked, hurriedly interrupting her. Even so, De Huang did something wrong and should still be punished. Otherwise it won't learn its lesson. Tong Ranhua, as expected. She looked troubled. This is really hard to punish. Little Tuansu's eyes lit up. It wagged its tail wildly in front of Tong Ranhua, looking extremely excited. Howl. 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 Oh, I know this one. This is really simple. De Huang is not a kid anymore. It's time he learned. Why not just attend classes with me? Tong Ranhua, fine, case closed. Little Bun here is trying to snag himself a classmate. De Huang. You're not a kid, just learn on your own. Why drag me into this? I definitely won't be able to learn it. Tong Ranhua looked at De Huang's face full of refusal and suppressed the urge to laugh. Snatching someone's things is indeed a bad behavior and needs to be properly taught. Little Tuansu felt relaxed in body and mind, as if every hair on his body had unfurled. Even the corners of his mouth held a smile. However, after many blood-like lessons, little Tuansu was no longer the naive, ignorant kid he used to be. Even though the goal was almost achieved, he still restrained the impulse within. It sat on its haunches in front of Tong Ranhua, looking obedient. Oh. De Huang simply suffered from not having learned. Once he attends class, such things won't happen anymore. Little spirit plant master, you don't need to worry. But De Huang was just beginning to learn, so it couldn't study for too long, nor could it take on too many courses, otherwise it would develop rebellious sentiments. Little Tuanzi hinted frantically, little spirit plant master, don't you think I'm currently taking far too many courses? Shouldn't we cut back a bit? Otherwise I'll develop rebellious feelings toward you? Alright, understood. This isn't just about finding a classmate for itself, it's also about reducing the burden. Tong Ranhua forced herself not to laugh. She crouched down to meet Xiao Tuanzi's eyes. So how many lessons do you think De Huang should be scheduled for? Xiao Tuanzi sat down directly, extended a front paw, revealing sharp, pointed claws, and casually raked through as he counted one by one. Howl. 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 No need to teach protector animal De Huang. He can't even catch Little Red, let alone other protected animals. If he actually ran into a protected animal, who would know who would hurt whom? De Huang beside him nodded along. Yeah, I'm useless, I can't hurt anyone, it's all the other animals hurting me. Tong Ranhua's mouth twitched. De Huang was really pulling out all the stops to avoid attending class and studying. She looked at little Tuantu again. You're De Huang's boss. What classes do you think should be arranged for him? Little Tuantu reached out a front paw, patted his dog head, and struck a thinking pose. Ow. Moral education class is a must. De Huang only needs to take that one. If I take one lesson, De Huang should at least take 5. After all, there's only one dog as clever as me in the world. I can learn it in one lesson. If De Huang can learn it in 5 lessons, that would already be remarkable. The little round one's chin was raised high. That little expression was extremely proud. De Huang widened his doggy eyes, hardly able to believe it. Boss, all I did was snatch a slice of your watermelon. Well, actually I didn't even get it. Must you treat me like this? De Huang turned to look at Tong Ranhua, hoping his little owner would change his mind and not listen to the boss's slander. He really doesn't need to study. Unexpectedly, Tong Ranhua gave a faint smile, put his hands together and clapped 11 times. All right, it's decided. Since the National Treasure has analyzed things so clearly and thoroughly, from now on De Huang will attend moral education class with you. Clack. That was the sound of De Huang, all 70 genes of him, falling to the ground. Ever since taking on half of Xiao Tuanzi's work, De Huang slimmed down in a very short time. He's now a sturdy dog, not remotely fat. He just lay there, his doggy eyes staring wordlessly at the sky, the real-life version of the lost all will to live meme. How did his life get so miserable? The dog's joys and sorrows are not the same. Zaichuanzai couldn't contain his feelings after hearing it and jumped 3 feet high. Ow ow ow. He shot the despondent De Huang a look. Don't you dare romp around when I'm studying every evening again. Now look, karmic retribution, huh? Only, his happiness didn't last a minute before Tong Ranhua laughed and spoke again. De Huang did something wrong and must be punished. As De Huang's leader, you failed to teach your junior properly, so you will be punished as well. From now on, arrive half an hour early to evening study every day and learn one more subject. How to teach your juniors, okay? Zaichuanzai felt as if struck by lightning, petrified. His whole body motionless, as if his dog life had been filled with darkness. Clearly he only wanted to give De Huang a small punishment. Why did he suddenly have to study an extra half hour? It immediately reached out a forepaw and kept pawing at the calculations. Now it was studying 3 whole hours every day. With a soft plop, the little dumpling tipped its head back and fell over. Its round, plump body lay straight down, both forepaws neatly folded on its chest, eyes tightly shut, face peaceful. Forget it. And that was that. Lie flat. Be destroyed. Tong Ranhua. Her family's national treasure is becoming more and more dramatic. She smiled mischievously. Oh, your national treasure. From now on, how about more sincerity and less scheming? Okay? Little Bun opened one eye and looked over slowly. Oh woo. Your national treasure just can't do that. Tong Ranhua. Got it, the case is solved. Still watching Empresses in the Palace. Chapter 220, the fans are angry. When you punish, you must also give a sweet treat. Tong Ranhua knew this well. After scolding the 2 fluffy ones at home, she fetched some small cookies to give them as snacks. At this moment, 1 big and 1 small were under the peach tree in the yard, turning their sorrow into appetite and burying their heads in a frantic feast. If their throats felt dry, there was Tong Ranhua's specially diluted spring water beside them for the 2 dogs. And hanging on the sturdy peach tree was a very pretty wooden birdhouse. This one wasn't made by Tong Dali, but was the result of Tong Ranhua's own tinkering, with help from her especially skilled father. Although it certainly wasn't as refined as Tong Dali's, Xiaoheng liked it very much. It had already made its home on the peach tree. It also had some of the small snacks that Guobao and Da Huang had. Only, because of the shape of its beak and the capacity of its stomach, it always ate the least each time. In the quaint wooden courtyard, beneath a flourishing peach tree, 2 fluffy creatures nibbled on little biscuits, while the small red on the tree sipped from a spring and called out every now and then. Everything looked so beautiful, so harmonious. It seemed peaceful and distant, content and carefree, evoking longing. But the reality was that Zaichuanzi was devouring food like venting, while Da Huang, nervous and timid, ate very cautiously, afraid of being schemed by the boss again, although his speed at eating the little biscuits wasn't slow at all. Wu Buohua witnessed the whole process, utterly shocked. You actually let your dog attend class? Are you a demon? Tong Ranhua was also helpless. Our national treasure is rather studious. It always picks up skills from various film and TV works that I can't counter. The others in the courtyard were already fans of the live stream. They were well aware of this clever little puffball's ability to learn and imitate, and felt a lot of sympathy for Tong Ranhua. After all, to outwit and outplay the little puffball and avoid disaster, she had also binge-watched the very long The Legend of Zhen Huan from start to finish at a perfectly normal pace. Wu Baihua was completely baffled. Lei Sheng immediately took out his phone, pulled up various clips of the little bun's dramatic antics, and began giving this tree a crash course. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi, who had been lost in thoughts of watermelon, cookies, little cakes, watermelon ice cream and watermelon juice, lifted her head, shook her phone and asked, "Can I post that clip just now?" Wu Shizi's 2 invisible streamer antennas on her forehead instantly shot up. She got up and walked over, indicating she needed to check the quality of this short video first. She couldn't ruin Lao Wan's reputation. Just now all her streamer friends had been sharing gossip with her, saying that Yingzi was about to be beaten by Lao Wan. She'd been struggling to survive lately, trying to hold on to her position as the #1 streamer on Xiaoxiong's platform. At this crucial moment for toppling Ingzi, no accident must be allowed to ruin the currently excellent situation. Although Hua herself didn't care about this situation, it should be said that she might not even know that her status had skyrocketed. What's worse, she might not even know about this ranking. But Wu Shizi still cared a great deal about it. After all, she and Ingzi didn't get along. Ingzi was always targeting her, always scheming against her, always playing dirty behind her back. She had long looked forward to the day she could surpass Ingzi and knock her down. Although she didn't do it, her buddy was about to. Rounding it up, it's practically the same as if she had. Wu Shizi was now both excited and nervous. Watching Xiaoqi gobble food while filming, she looked solemn. She absolutely couldn't ignore a single little detail. Details decide success or failure. Wu Shizi's serious expression affected Xiaoqi beside her. He even stopped drinking his watermelon juice, a straw still between his lips, and watched her tensely like a student waiting for exam results. Maybe Wu Shizi's expression was too serious, so Tong Ranhua also came over. Not okay. Wu Shizi's expression was solemn as she said seriously, "It's great. The angle, composition, colors, the text, every part is very good, much better than what I took. Songed, look at this part." She immediately started giving an on-the-spot lesson. To help her older sister accumulate enough short videos to soothe her fans, Tong Ranhua has been filming almost every day these past few days, and she of course had recorded that scene too. If she only looked at her own filming results, Tong Ranhua would still feel a bit proud, thinking her work was pretty good. But when the two were compared side by side, anyone with eyes could see the difference. Tong Ranhua took out the little notebook she always carried and began furiously taking notes, learning the lesson to correct it in the future. Wu Shizi was thinking the same. She'd been a host for several years, but when it came to shooting and editing videos, the gap between her and Xiaoqi was as wide as the distance from Nanshan village to the capital. Who taught you your shooting and editing? Wu Shizi also really wanted to find a mentor. There are no real barriers to becoming a streamer, but to last in this field you must keep learning, constantly exploring, always maintaining your strengths, and continuously creating new ones. Otherwise, in a live streaming industry that births newcomers by the dozen, lacking distinctiveness will sooner or later get you replaced. Wu Shizi was very clear-headed. Although she currently appeared flamboyant, she had a definite understanding of herself. Now that she's come across an opportunity that can boost her own competitiveness, she will definitely seize it. Learned at school, Xiaoqi answered. Xiaoqi is a top student from the directing department at CUAA. With his camera skills, he's pretty famous at school. He just didn't become a director. Otherwise, he definitely would be one. Wu Baihua gave a thumbs up. The girl beside him chimed in. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Got it, this is pure academic style. People like them who come from unconventional backgrounds simply can't match that kind of flattery. At that moment, Wu Shizi felt somewhat disappointed. The video is fine, go ahead and post it, but you must tag Hua's Weibo. Xiaoqi of course had no objections. His fingers were fast. He opened Weibo and sent it immediately. Xiaoqi says about the food. I promise you've definitely never seen such a dramatic dog. Also, Lao Huai's family's watermelon is absolutely perfect. No arguments accepted. The small cake and cookies are also incredibly delicious. Having 20 million Weibo followers is no joke. Once this video was posted, that group of foodie fans exploded instantly. That bright red watermelon, the watermelon juice in a glass with ice cubes, topped with a fresh green mint leaf, plus that rosy ice cream scoop, and the little cookies shaped exactly like national treasure figures, along with the small cake on the wooden plate. This is definitely a feast for both looks-obsessed and food lovers. In the video you can also hear Xiaoqi eating ravenously, along with various sound effects of him commenting as he eats, which made hungry fans' mouths water. Later, when the national treasure appears, everyone squeals with delight at how cute it is. One by one they pack their bags, clamoring and arguing to go visit Lao Huai's house to play. What surprised people most was that when Lao Huai's fans saw it, they felt jealous. As fans, to check the streamer's updates they actually have to go through another streamer. The fans are furious they can't find Lao Hua, and they can't find Shizi either. Livestream. Lao Hua must do a livestream. Chapter 221, Who doesn't have a side hustle these days? Wu Shizi was just marveling at Xiaoqi's expert skills when her phone started vibrating non-stop. She opened it and wow, the phone froze completely and stopped responding. Tell me, how many fans must have sent her private messages asking Tong Ranhua to go live? Wu Shizi thought it was utterly absurd. She never imagined that one day her phone would be slowed to a crawl by fans urging her to livestream. The most important thing was that someone else was pushing it, not her. Wu Shizi helplessly powered off and restarted her phone. Tong Ranhua also helplessly went back into the room to rummage for her phone. She hadn't streamed in so long she couldn't remember where she'd left it. Little Chi, who was a streamer herself, was utterly shocked by Tong Ranhua's move, and exclaimed that she had learned something new. As expected of old Hua, so distinctive. Tong Ranhua put on her mask with practiced ease. As soon as she went live, the chat flooded in dense and fast, drowning the entire screen. She glanced through them. Most were basically accusing her, had she forgotten to go live again, or criticizing her for being useless, not turning to her fans to complain when bullied, and reminding her to lean on them for support if anything like that happened again. Of course, the largest number were requests for her to sell things. They could buy farm eggs at 5 yuan each. They could also buy vegetables at 10 yuan per gene. A bottle of honey that costs 10,000 yuan? They can do even more. Fans waved wads of cash, and their goal was simple. They wanted to buy the goods. Tong Ranhua smiled with crescent eyes. I wondered why you were so persistent. I'm a person who keeps her promises. Unless I genuinely forget, what I say won't change. The fans immediately sighed, especially the wealthier ones. They wanted to buy it but couldn't. It was the first time they'd felt the same frustration as when trying to buy a limited high-fashion item. No, it should be said that it was even worse than buying luxury goods. At least luxury goods are sold openly. As long as you have enough money, you still have a chance to get what you want. But old Hua's family's vegetables? She isn't even selling things in the livestream room. No matter how rich they are, they have nowhere to spend it. No one knows who started it, but people began saying that Lao Huai's family's vegetables are harder to buy than a Hermes bag. That phrasing practically hit the hearts of many fans. Everyone started swapping out Hermes bags for a certain brand's haute couture dresses, that brand's limited edition shoes, that brand's limited edition bracelets. Tong Ranhua felt deeply embarrassed. She glanced toward the vegetable garden, then thought of the prices of those name brands, and found herself strangely agreeing with the fans' complaints. Hua, I think if one day I quit being a streamer, I could switch to being a purchasing agent or something. Your fans in the chat could support me. Wu Shizi said with a smile. The fans, upon hearing this, instantly got excited. Ah, Shizi. Beautiful and kind Shizi, you could actually consider being a purchasing agent now, totally. That's right. These days, who doesn't have a side hustle? Getting rich is all about side jobs. I think you're perfect for being a purchasing agent. Huh? What? Shizi can be a purchasing agent? That's great. Should I just transfer the money now? Wu Shizi. She was only making a joke to liven things up. How did that turn into an extra job for her? She had to appear on camera and explain. Everyone calm down, I was just joking around. I'm not cut out to be a purchasing agent. Tong Ranhua led the agreement. That's right, Shizi can't do this job. Wu Shizi looked puzzled and turned to her. Why? Saying she can't do it was just an excuse to evade, but from Tong Ranhua's tone it was clear she truly thought she couldn't. Have you forgotten the rule I set? You can only buy up to 60% of your personal contribution points. Look at how many fans are in the group, think about your small frame, and your stamina that's even less than Songji's. If you really did proxy purchases, you'd probably only be able to open one order a week. Tong Ranhua explained with a smile. Wu Shizi then remembered the bizarre rule Tong Ranhua had come up with because she was too lazy. Well, everyone knows I'm a technical person, right? This kind of physical labor really doesn't suit me. Come on, you keep filming, I'll go honestly do my housing management. She swiftly changed the subject, then immediately disappeared from the camera. Losing a formidable reseller disappointed the fans, but they quickly turned to discuss contribution points. When they found out you actually have to work before you can buy things, the fans started discussing whether they should step up their exercise. Otherwise, even if they had the chance to come to Lao Huai's place, they wouldn't be able to buy much. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Some suggested going to the gym every day. Those who don't have time for the gym were thinking about lifting dumbbells at home after work. Even more absurd, some female fans have already started treating physical strength as a criterion for choosing a boyfriend. That's just completely over the top. And those who already have boyfriends or husbands, who don't like exercising themselves or don't have much strength, have already put reminding their boyfriends or husbands to work out into their schedules. Although I still don't know if I'll have the chance to go to old Huai's house, the preparations must be done well in advance. As the old saying goes, it's better to be prepared. Ning residence. The same family of 3 watching the livestream had grave expressions. Ning Yuekong frowned between his brows. I think I haven't gone out for too long. I've been single for too long. I should find a strong and robust boyfriend. Father Ning agreed wholeheartedly with her idea. Yes, when you're in the prime of your life you should be out having fun. Just, when you break up don't get physical, okay? Besides, you might not be able to win. Mother Ning added. Given how often you break up, this single period of yours is indeed a bit long. But haven't you always chosen boyfriends based on looks? Strong and muscular types, better to pass on those, right? Ning Yuekong's mouth twitched. You really are my wonderful parents. Ning's father and mother spoke in unison. Could it be that what we said was wrong? Ning Yuekong was at a loss for words, and nodded with difficulty. Right. At that moment, the door was pushed open and the eldest Ning brother returned. Dad, Mom, I think I'd better not look for a boyfriend. Didn't we already have Big Brother? Look at his build. He can definitely do the work, Ning Yuekong said excitedly. Ning Dad and Ning Mom looked the eldest son over, nodding repeatedly. Eldest brother of the Ning family felt a creepy sensation all over, a bad premonition. It seemed coming back at this moment was not a good choice. He'd better return to the company first. Trying to run? That was impossible. Because Laohua was about to start a lottery. Chapter 222 Watermelon won't do. Watermelon absolutely won't do. Tong Ranhua decided to make the giveaway rewards for the fans who had fought on the front lines for her. She had been saved from danger several times thanks to these enthusiastic fans. Many times before she even noticed something was happening, her fans had already taken care of it. Tong Ranhua was very grateful to them. Seeing how much everyone liked the things from her place, she thought she might as well hold a giveaway as a way to thank these lovely fans. The fans were naturally overjoyed. If they couldn't buy these tasty items, a giveaway would do. With 6 million viewers in the live stream right now, every single one of them was excited. To be honest, after all, not every fan can afford to spend money on goose eggs that cost 10 yuan each or vegetables that cost 10 yuan per gene. Now that there's a chance to get it for free, of course everyone is overjoyed. Lotteries weren't new in Laohua's live stream room. Many winning fans had shared their pre-draw rituals online. That's right. For fans who can win with such odds of 1 in millions, they're truly the luckiest of the lucky. But, after all, the ultra-lucky are a minority. Most people are still the unlucky ones. The unlucky ones want to win, so naturally they start thinking of ways to make it happen. Then Tong Ranhua saw all kinds of strange prayer rituals. There wasn't time for incense and bathing, but washing hands was a must. Specific hand soaps, hand-washing postures, and the exact duration of washing all had detailed requirements. There were also people burning incense and praying to Buddha, wearing lucky bracelets, wearing talisman beads for changing luck, and other unorthodox mystical methods. Some were even more extreme, not just upgrading their Wi-Fi or crowding around the router, but going all the way to the base station itself just to try their luck in the giveaway. Tong Ranhua was speechless. She had originally planned, as usual, to pick 100 lucky fans, but seeing this she suddenly felt sorry for them. She decided on the spot to double it, make it 200. The number rose from 100 to 200. Although it was only an extra 100 people, the fans were still elated, jubilant. Gift effects filled the sky like fireworks, non-stop. There were terrifyingly expensive luxury cars, yachts, helicopters, and also cheap little bear biscuits worth only a few cents. Everyone sent gifts together, and the momentum was tremendous. Tong Ranhua quickly changed the subject to stop the fans from tossing money at the slightest disagreement. The number of lottery winners is set. What about the prizes? What do you want? The watermelon broke through the pack, leaving all others behind, defeating eggs, chicken, duck, goose, and potatoes becoming the item everyone most longed to get. Tong Ranhua scratched her head, a little embarrassed. A watermelon? Ayo. The little dumpling, who had been snacking under the peach tree, suddenly sprang forward and leapt onto the wooden table. It sat directly in front of Tong Ranhua, waving its 2 paws with a very clear attitude. No, we can't give it the watermelon. There isn't enough watermelon, we don't have enough to eat. Wu Shizi, seeing this, very deftly aimed the camera at the little ball, letting the National Treasure's parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters get a good look at this fluffy creature. Tong Ranhua wasn't fond of cameras to begin with, so this was just fine. She looked at Xiao Tuanti's rounded little back, shrugged her shoulders a bit helpless. You all saw it, watermelon is the National Treasure's favorite right now. The thing is, I only planted a small patch of watermelon this year. There's not much in total. Giving away watermelons isn't very realistic. Let's exchange it for something else. Xiao Tuanti nodded along, looking very serious. Woo! Change it. With such a little cutie around, the whole livestream audience was practically melted by the adorableness. Finally, after several discussions, it was decided. Chicken eggs, duck eggs, and milk powder were crowned the 3 favorites. This time Tong Ranhua was very generous. For every winning fan, there were 20 of each kind of egg, plus a pound of milk powder. When everyone heard this, the disappointment at not getting a watermelon vanished instantly. They became even more enthusiastic, eyes shining, hands itching. Ning residents. Big brother, did you hear that? This time it's a prize bundle. You've got to come through. Ning Yuekong stood on the balcony and said to the eldest Ning brother in the living room. Father Ning this time had taken over the position by the wireless router. Daughter, don't worry, this time I will definitely win the prize. Mother Ning's good spot for winning had been snatched away. She wasn't angry but went to the bathroom instead. My luck will surely be as good as ever. You 2 siblings better perform well. Ning Yuekong raised her hand, On her wrist was a string of jade beads. I will definitely win, otherwise it would be a waste of the hundreds of thousands I spent on these luck beads. They were blessed by a master. Big brother, this is for you. You must wear it. It will bring good luck. This is a red cord threaded with a smooth wooden bead. Ning family's eldest brother was delighted. His sister had never given him a gift outside of his birthday before, and he immediately put it on his wrist. Although he felt very happy inside, he said, "How much pocket money do you get a month? Don't spend your money on this. If you have money, buy more nice clothes." Ning Yuekong blinked. This wasn't bought. When I prayed for a lucky bead, the temple gave it to me free, no cost. Ning's eldest brother. Fine, he was overthinking it. Stop talking, it's about to start. Ning's father reminded. Begin. End. The whole process takes no more than 3 seconds. The live stream audience has already risen to 8 million people. Drawing 200 names, with that probability, winning would absolutely require the favor of a lucky emperor. That really means some are joyful while others are distressed. The joy of winning is uplifting. They decide to go buy lottery tickets later. If one can win with such low odds, buying lottery tickets is definitely worth it. Fans who didn't win began smashing the gifts in disappointment, not caring whether they were free or paid, hoping they'd have better luck in the next draw. The Ning household was quiet at this moment. Ning's father stared at his phone, frowning. This is impossible. Ning's mother smiled cheerfully. What's impossible about it? I won and you didn't. It only proves my luck is better than yours. Ning's father was very unconvinced. Why? Didn't you win last time because you were guarding the router? Ning's mother chuckled happily. Same place, same method. I won and you didn't, which only proves that I'm luckier. Ning's eldest brother was an honest man. He glanced at his dejected father, then at his smug mother, and finally spoke a sincere line. Could it be that mom installed a signal booster in the bathroom? Ning Pa looked at his simple, kind wife with a face full of disbelief, surprised. He could hardly believe she would do such a thing. You installed a signal booster and didn't tell me? Ning Ma looked utterly innocent. You didn't ask either, did you? Ning Pa was breathing heavily, somewhat angry. He clearly wasn't convinced. That's cheating. You won because your connection was faster, not because you were luckier. Honest big brother Ning spoke again. It's not that. I don't have a speed boost, I also won. Ning's father. Ning Yu angrily glared at her brother. How can you say that? Ning's father's cold, desolate heart finally warmed a bit. As expected, having a son is just to annoy you. Daughters are better. Daughters are your little padded jacket. Only Ning Yuekong kept talking. Big brother. You won because of the lucky bead I gave you. You don't have a network speed boost, but you have a luck boost. Dad, you don't have a luck boost or a network speed boost, so it's normal that you didn't win. Ning Dad. Heh, he'd overthought it. What little darling. This little darling lets the wind in, and his heart grew colder. As the only person in the family who hadn't won anything, Ning's father let out a deep sigh. Was he supposed to get one of those consecrated luck beads and wear it too? The other 3 all won, and only he didn't. Head of the household, how embarrassing. Chapter 223. What misunderstanding do you have about your own stamina? When the draw ended, Little Ball saw his watermelon was safe and stopped caring about anything else. He leapt down from the wooden table. Wu Baihua looked at his empty hands, very disappointed. He had almost touched the national treasure a moment ago. That fluffy thing must have felt great. The live stream was still on, but Tong Ranhua had already disappeared from the camera. Only the little dumpling teasing De Huang remained in the stream. Counting the winners' list, addresses, packing the prizes, there was so much to do. Of course, don't think Tong Ranhua has suddenly become industrious. She just feels the opportunity is too good to miss, it won't come again. With so many people, strength lies in numbers. If everyone pitches in, this little bit of work won't take much time. Everyone was led to the old house's storage room. Looking at baskets upon baskets of chicken eggs, duck eggs and goose eggs, the crowd was stunned. Wu Baihua got excited. How many eggs are there here in total? A few tens of thousands, I guess? Actually, Tong Ranhua hadn't counted them precisely, only had an approximate number. Leave it to me, I'll take care of all of them. I can definitely help you clear them out. Wu Baihua was very excited. Aside from goose eggs, he tried them all. If these were placed in his hotel, they'd definitely be a core competitive advantage. Tong Ranhua smiled. She looked Wu Baihua up and down. I don't think you can pull it off. Wu Baihua was provoked. He immediately stood up straight, swore confidently, and put on the air of a corporate elite. My hotels are a national chain covering major cities. So far there are already 100 locations. You only have a few 10,000 eggs here. With the scale of my hotels, we can definitely handle them. Tong Ranhua hadn't spoken yet when Lei Sheng spoke up first. I mean Shu, who gave you the impression that all the delicious things from Old Hua's place couldn't be sold and could only pile up in the warehouse? Wu Baihua, such a big guy, stood in the warehouse, his thoughts momentarily tangled. As Wu Shizi passed him, she patted his shoulder. If Huahua really wanted to sell, the livestream could clear everything out. Next was Xiaoqi, who also patted his shoulder and looked at his old friend with great worry. With your intelligence, how is it possible your hotel hasn't gone bankrupt? Quite a miracle. Last was the young woman who had come with Wu Baihua. She also patted his shoulder and was even less merciful with her words. Brother, intelligence is a good thing. You deserve to have it. Wu Baihua. The others were all pretending to be various things. He just stood there, looking somewhat out of place. In the end, Tong Ranhua was still kinder. She took the initiative and said, I don't mean to question your professional ability, but if you want to buy things from me, you have to follow my rules. Wu Baihua immediately remembered what Wu Shizi joked about during the livestream when talking about buying on behalf of others, and the rules she mentioned. You can only buy 60% of the contribution value. That's tens of thousands of eggs. How much work would he have to do? Although he was a regular at the gym, he had never done farm work. Imagining himself under the blazing sun in the fields, swinging a sickle and hoe with all his might until his hair turned white, Wu Baihua shook his head violently. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. He couldn't keep going. How did a grand CEO end up becoming a peasant uncle? Can't you pull some strings? After all, he's a businessman. His mind is still very resourceful. I just helped you crush that brat Yu Jing. Tong Ranhua raised an eyebrow. That doesn't sound right. I remember this was supposed to be your deal with Guan Nanyan. You came over to be a bodyguard for a while, and he told you where the tomatoes come from. Wu Baihua went into a shell. Guan Nanyan actually told her even that. Still, he didn't lose heart and kept smiling. Look, you're friends with Guan Nanyan, and Guan Nanyan is my childhood buddy. Friends of friends are friends. Just open a back door. Tong Ranhua shrugged. Then you probably don't know. Even Guan Nanyan had to trade labor for food. The Guan old man and the others are the same. There's no back door to be had. Thinking of Guan Guoqiang and Lei Depeo, Wu Baihua chickened out. Those two big shots worked honestly. As a junior, what weight did he have to open any back door? He glanced at Tong Ranhua. This person had a pretty good temper and was patient, unlike those other jerks earlier who kept mocking him. Tong Ranhua stood at the warehouse door, watching everyone bustle about, feeling very satisfied. It's great not to have to do anything herself. Wu Shizi truly was her childhood best friend. Hua, are you standing at the door to be a lamppost? Come help. Don't think about slacking off. Tong Ranhua looked at her in shock. How can you think that of me? I think you're all doing fine. There's no need for me to interfere. Then what are you standing there for? Wu Shizi asked. I want to prepare something to eat for you tonight. It's your first time here, so I definitely have to make something tasty to treat you. Tong Ranhua said. Everyone immediately worked even more willingly. Lei Shang chimed in. Leave this little thing to us. Dinner is important. Just handle that. Lei Shang's words received unanimous agreement from the group. Xiaoqi, you've eaten so many delicious dishes. Any good suggestions? We have more northeastern cuisine here. Are you used to eating that? Tong Ranhua asked very considerately. With a whoosh, chubby Xiaoqi became the focus of everyone's attention. Hey Lao Hua, we met earlier and were closer. Why didn't you ask me what I wanted to eat? Lei Shang was jealous. She hadn't received such a VIP treatment, so why did Xiaoqi get it on his first day? Then what do you want to eat? Tong Ranhua went with the flow. Lei Shang's eyes lit up. Braised chicken with potatoes. No problem. Tong Ranhua then looked at Xiaoqi. Is there anything you want to eat? Or any particular flavor you prefer? Xiaoqi felt a bit embarrassed. Can we really order dishes? Of course, go ahead. As long as it's something I know, it's fine. Tong Ranhua smiled brightly. Pickled cabbage with pork and blood sausage, northeastern mixed stew, braised carp. Xiaoqi didn't hold back, naming dishes at once. You could tell he'd been craving them for a long time. Tong Ranhua said it was no problem. While preparing dinner, Lei Shang quietly asked in the kitchen. Why are you treating Xiaoqi specially? Giving him the chance to order dishes. Tong Ranhua was serving dishes and Wu Shizi was the first to offer comfort. Don't worry, Hoa definitely won't lose out. I actually think you should be more worried about Xiaoqi right now. Lei Shang turned his head to look at the chubby Xiaoqi in the courtyard and lowered his voice to ask. So Lao Hua, what is it that you're after? Chapter 224. Lao Hua is definitely calculating people. You'll see soon enough, Tong Ranhua said with a smile. Wu Shizi knew her too well. This person was definitely scheming. On the wooden table under the grapevine in the small courtyard, Xiaoqi was actively pouring drinks. Indeed, Tong Ranhua had gone all out this time and prepared a large bottle of chilled watermelon juice. It's just, I don't get it. Given my relationship with Guan Nanyan, I should at least count as Lao Hua's half-friend, right? If we're entertaining friends, why wasn't I asked and instead you? Someone she's meeting for the first time were consulted. Wu Bohua was both puzzled and jealous. Xiao Qi smiled cheerfully. His fair, chubby face even had a little dimple. Maybe it's because I'm better looking than you? After all, handsome guys have privileges no matter what they do. Though Xiao Qi's voice wasn't loud, he sounded very confident, and the others nearby heard him. Wu Bohua was indignant. No way. What kind of misconception do you have about your looks? Saying you're better looking than me? Do you have even 1/10,000th of my handsomeness? Come off it, bro, you're really shameless. In our family you're the ugliest, okay? The girl really showed no mercy to Wu Baihua. With you and Qiji like that, big brother, don't laugh at second brother. None of you have Guang's looks. Xiao Qi and the girl were also very familiar with each other and didn't mind her teasing at all. Instead they were full of confidence. Don't judge Lao Huai by your worldly standards of beauty. Do you even think Lao Huai is a normal person? They all fell silent. Lao Hua really doesn't seem quite normal, Wu Baihua said after thinking. After all, a normal person wouldn't pass up making money like that. Why do I feel like you're insulting me? Tong Ranhua came over smiling, holding 2 plates of food. No, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Wu Baihua hurried to explain. Tong Ranhua sat down and said earnestly, my taste is perfectly normal. Xiao Qi grinned, his chubby face full of smugness. So my analysis was right. It's because I'm handsome that I get special treatment, right? Tong Ranhua's brows lifted slightly, then she quickly changed the subject. Actually, what I care more about is your talent. Xiao Qi is a big streamer. There was no way he'd be so easily placated. He frowned thinking. So, I'm not handsome. Tong Ranhua felt a bit embarrassed. Looking at that chubby, round face, she really couldn't insincerely call him handsome. Start eating or the food will get cold. What else could Xiao Qi not understand? This was someone who simply couldn't appreciate his handsome, good-looking appearance. He immediately turned his grief and indignation into appetite. The sauerkraut and pork stew with blood sausage was delicious. The blood sausage was so tender, with a hint of sauerkraut's sourness wonderful. Eating authentic northeastern mixed stew for the first time, Xiao Qi was stunned. This was far better than anything he'd eaten elsewhere. He finished a whole bowl of rice just like that. It's simply unreasonable. How is it that every meal at Lao Huai's place is always so delicious? Each grain of rice was crystal clear, fragrant and soft. Even this plain rice tasted better than what you'd get at a restaurant. As a foodie, Xiao Qi no longer cared whether he was handsome or not. He only knew that the braised potato and chicken were delicious, the red braised carp was delicious, the eggplant sandwiches were delicious, and the tomato and egg stir-fry was delicious. Tong Ranhua checked the time and taking the initiative to start a conversation, asked, what do you think of these dishes? Tasty. Very tasty. Extremely tasty. This was the highest praise Xiao Qi could give. Tong Ranhua smiled. Actually, the Northeast has many other specialty dishes. Gobera, crispy sweet and sour pork. Lai Rujuan, stir-fried meat chunks. Lu Sanyang, 3 stir-fried items. Luganjian, stir-fried liver tips. Lu Feichong, stir-fried pork intestines. Di Sanxian, 3 earthly treasures. De Lapi, wide mung bean noodles. Basi Digua, caramelized sweet potato. Xiaoji Dun Mogu. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Taigua Dunda Ibigu stewed in an iron pot. And so on. Hearing the dish names, Xiao Qi Guang's mouth was already watering. He was actually eating, yet still felt like drooling, a feeling Xiao Qi had never experienced before. Tell me, how can I taste all these dishes? Tong Ranhua smiled. Smart people know the way. Our scenery here is beautiful, the mountains clear, the waters pristine, the air fresh. Definitely a great place for leisure and retirement. You can stay a few more days. I'll cover food and lodging. As long as, while you enjoy the mountains and waters, you can spare a little time to give some guidance on Shizi and Brother Song's shooting and editing. Tong Ransong and Wu Shizi, who were eating, immediately looked up. After a brief surprise, they fixed their burning gazes on Xiao Qi, a graduate of a prestigious school's directing program. Where would one find a teacher like that? So Hua Hua had been scheming against Xiao Qi for this all along. Wu Shizi was very moved. No wonder she was the childhood best friend who had grown up with her, practically telepathic and so thoughtful. She felt incredibly fortunate. No way. Even if Songgo has started school, she still has to often help Hua Hua shoot videos to calm the fans urging for uploads. Tong Ransong was even happier, linking arms with Tong Ranhua while his eyes curved into crescent moons from smiling. Big sister really was amazing. She saw through her idea at a glance. When Xiao Qi heard that it was actually so simple, he hurriedly agreed. Of course that's no problem, but I can teach the technical aspects, not the art and aesthetics, and it's almost September. Your sister should be starting school soon, she won't have much time to learn. Tong Ranhua wasn't worried at all. Proudly she patted Tong Ransong on the shoulder. Don't worry, our Songji is very smart, quick to learn. She will definitely be able to pick it up. Tong Ranhua was confident in himself too. Teacher Qi, I will study hard. That night, Xiao Qi became the first guest to successfully move into the wooden cabin. This made the others envious, especially Lei Shang and Wu Shizi. Both wanted to live in the cabin, and Tong Ranhua had no problem with that. There were empty rooms. Shizi was her close friend, and Lei Shang she liked as well. She enjoyed seeing pretty girls move into the cabin. However, Lei Shang worried about Lei Depeo, and Wu Shizi worried about her mother being home alone. So in the end only Xiao Qi succeeded in moving in. This made Xiao Qi very proud. Sure enough, looks are fleeting, talent is what matters most. Wasn't it by virtue of his talent that he became Old Hua's first board and lodging guest? Xiao Qi was very dedicated. She had prepared all night and was ready to teach the two students first thing the next morning. Tong Ranhua was preparing to go to the county seat to send off the prize. Only, before she had even left, a visitor came calling. Chapter 225. A visit to ask for help. The visitors were Sona and her husband, Li Yinshan, who had 3 fingers severed. The two of them came carrying 2 boxes of canned goods. As soon as Tong Ranhua saw them, she understood the village custom. If a family needed help and wanted to ask someone to assist, they certainly would not come empty-handed. Only, she really wasn't familiar with Sona. Their only intersection had been when she had informed on someone before. After Sona returned to the village, the thing she heard most about was all the matters of the Tong family, especially Tong Ranhua, who liked to act in ways that defied convention. At a young age she returned from the big city to the village to retire, cured Tong Dali's illness, leased the largest stretch of mountain in the village, bought a car, built a house, purchased shops and opened a store for Li Yunjin. You could say she was doing very well. Everyone in and out of the village knew Tong Ranhua was capable. She didn't flaunt herself, but somehow quietly lived her life low-key, and completely transformed the Tong family. And yesterday Sona also saw with her own eyes that Lu Qing's butcher shop was booming. On the first day of opening, a whole pig was sold clean, while Wu Lauer's family, who used to sell meat, was completely ignored. According to Lu Qing, Li Yunjin's breakfast shop was originally opened right across from his place, which forced him to close his shop. He couldn't stay open anyway. No one came to eat at his place. The various foods at Li Yunjin's shop utterly outclassed all the breakfast shops in the town. Then Tong Ranhua suggested he sell pork. As it turned out, Tong Ranhua's advice was spot on. After switching to selling pork, Lu Qing's business continued to do well as ever. Sona knew that although she had worked outside for several years, compared with Tong Ranhua she really didn't have much experience. She truly didn't know what she should do after going home. It was precisely because of that when someone offered a donkeyback ride in an insulated box, and even paid for them to make buns, selling the buns they agreed. Her thought at the time was very simple, just to get something for nothing. A gift offered at the door shouldn't be refused. Selling buns and steamed bread in town was definitely impossible. No shop could compete with Sister Li's breakfast shop. But they still had to eat and drink, pay for their children's schooling, and her husband was injured. There wouldn't be many jobs to find in the city, so they could only think about doing something at home. They pondered for a long time but couldn't come up with a suitable idea. So they turned to Tong Ranhua, hoping she could point them in the right direction. Tong Ranhua didn't know what to say. She thought they'd come to borrow money. To be honest, her family could now be considered the richest in the whole village. She hadn't expected them to want her to offer guidance. Seeing the two of them look at her with eyes full of yearning, Tong Ranhua finally got her long lazy brain working. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, the breeze rustled the leaves, and the summer cicadas and birdsong came into sharper relief. Sona and her husband were both a little nervous. The couple gripped each other's hands tightly, as if giving each other courage. Seeing the hope in both their eyes, Tong Ranhua glanced at the little blue scooter parked in the courtyard and smiled. I do have a suggestion, but whether it can be done well depends on you. The couple's eyes lit up and they nodded immediately. Actually, it wasn't a big venture. Tong Ranhua suggested that the couple set up a delivery/pickup point in the town. Online shopping is becoming more and more common, and e-commerce has gradually become an important way for people to shop. Many villages and towns have courier points. In their Nanshan town there was only one post office. If you wanted to shop online, you'd either use postal parcels or go to the county seat to pick up packages. None of these options are very convenient. If the town had a courier pickup point, then people who like online shopping from 10 or 20 nearby villages could have their packages sent to town and pick them up when they come for market day. That would be much more convenient. Although many middle-aged people like Li Yunjin and Tong Dali have only heard of online shopping and don't understand it, and even now the shop still takes mostly cash. For things like mobile payments, the couple feel uneasy about paying with money they can't see. The shop's customers are also used to keeping change on hand. Except for a very small number of self-driving tourists who prefer to pay by phone, the shop's transactions are still mainly in cash. However, there are still some people who like online shopping, such as students, school teachers, government employees, and some middle-aged people who adapt quickly to new things. They also shop online. It's just that the lack of a courier point dampens their enthusiasm for online shopping. After all, not every online store supports postal small parcels. If a courier point could be opened in the town, it would make things convenient for everyone and could earn money too. At first it would be a bit difficult and the profit wouldn't be large, but the investment wouldn't be small either. For example, there would definitely need to be a storefront in town, and there would certainly need to be a computer. These are all the basics. Tong Ranhua spoke very slowly and also analyzed the pros and cons clearly. She only offered a suggestion. Whether to accept it was for them to decide. Swona seemed thoughtful. Li Yinshan wasn't as pensive. He just said aloud what he was thinking. It seems there aren't any vacant houses in town right now, and even if there were, rent isn't cheap. That shop on the street charges 1,000 yuan a month. We're running a delivery station, we don't need street frontage, just somewhere in town. Doesn't the old supply and marketing cooperative yard have a few empty warehouses? We could rent one, only about 500 yuan a month. Li Yinshan nodded. That computer stuff isn't cheap. We don't need to buy a new one. Let's get a used one for now and make do, Sona said. You're right. The rest is just running the paperwork. Neither of us knows anything about that, Li Yinshan added. Sona pondered. We don't know, but there must be someone who does. She looked at Tong Ranhua. She was a top student, had returned from the big city, had seen the world, and would surely understand these things. Seeing this, Tong Ranhua waved her hands repeatedly. I really don't understand this, but I can sell you my current laptop at a discounted price. 500 yuan will do. The couple were overjoyed and kept thanking her. As for the formalities, don't they always say, if there's a problem, go to the government? Tong Ranhua reminded. Sona understood. Let's go see the town chief and ask him to point us in the right direction. On the big level, we can say we're returning home to start a business. On the small level, we can say we're serving the villagers. We just want to ask the leaders for guidance, not to beg the government for money. They should help us. Li Yinshan nodded repeatedly, clearly the kind of husband who agrees with whatever his wife says. He'll just follow orders, wherever his wife points is where he'll act. With their objective achieved, Sona beamed and kept thanking them. Ranhua, thank you so much. If you hadn't helped with ideas, we'd still be like headless flies with no direction, not knowing what to do. Niuxin Mountain is such a big place. If you have work at home in the future, just give us a shout. We don't have much else, but we've got plenty of strength. Tong Ranhua smiled. All right. If I need help in the future, I'll definitely ask you. Sona and her husband left in high spirits. Their steps were lighter than when they arrived. The confusion was gone, replaced by hope and energy for the future. You're doing part-time entrepreneurial consulting now? Wu Baihua, having caught the gist from the side, teased with a laugh. Chapter 226. Labor delivered to the door. Tong Ranhua didn't mind. I just want to make it a bit more convenient to send parcels in the future. Wu Baihua raised an eyebrow, his gaze gentle. Some people are like that, they feel they haven't done much. Yet they bring boundless hope to others and might even change someone else's life path. Are you free right now? Tong Ranhua asked suddenly. Wu Baihua was slightly stunned, not knowing how the conversation had turned to this, and then somehow he got into Tong Ranhua's car. He had originally thought she was going to take him out for a drive. After all, he was also Guan Nanyan's brother, not the same as ordinary people, so he ought to receive some preferential treatment. Wu Baihua was quite happy. After all, it was his first time here and he wasn't very familiar with the surroundings. But who would have thought the preferential treatment would be of this sort? He had mysteriously become a laborer. A big box of milk powder, a big box of chicken eggs, a big box of duck eggs, and 2 big boxes of goose eggs. Moving those 5 boxes into the courier station left his forehead drenched in sweat. As for Tong Ranhua, she was standing under a fan, enjoying the cool breeze while chatting with the little supervisor at the courier station. Wu Baihua. So why on earth did he get into Tong Ranhua's car? I have to say the SF Express staff are just professional. They pack quickly and neatly, and ensure nothing gets damaged. The speed is beyond question. Tong Ranhua especially liked their work efficiency. They had originally offered to pick up the items, but Tong Ranhua knew all too well how fragile the things she was sending were, so she brought them herself. The shop had plenty of packing supplies, they could use a bit more. Otherwise, if a fan received the parcel and found the eggs cracked, wouldn't they faint and cry in the bathroom? The shop staff were quite familiar with Tong Ranhua by now. A pretty woman selling agricultural products, and not even rare or valuable ones. The postage could easily cost more than the goods. She was definitely a beautiful oddity. Even with the discounted price for 800 packages, that's still nearly 10,000 yuan gone. When the courier station's junior manager saw Tong Ranhua off, his smile was dazzling. That one delivery alone was worth half a month's performance for them. I hope the truth will come here more often every month. Wu Baihua pondered. I believe what you said. I suggest that family open a courier point. It would indeed make things more convenient for you. Tong Ranhua shrugged and said with a smile, I told you I'm not that kind-hearted. Wu Baihua looked at the red marks on his palm, knocked there while moving boxes, his arms sending waves of soreness. I don't know about others, but I really am not that kind-hearted toward myself. Tong Ranhua laughed. I'm just getting you to exercise in advance. With your small frame, if you really want to buy all kinds of poultry eggs from my family, this workload alone won't be enough for you. Wu Baihua felt troubled. He felt even more that Tong Ranhua was a real oddball, having money and not earning it. Refusing money handed to her on a silver platter. Tong Ranhua was definitely the biggest problem he had ever encountered in his business career. He had gnawed through the toughest bones before, but Tong Ranhua wasn't a bone at all. She was a rebar. There was simply nowhere for him to bite. It was the first time he had met someone like Tong Ranhua. Not after money, not after fame, not after profit. He had watched her for half a day but still didn't know where to begin. Instead he had become her loader and unloader. By the time he returned to the Tong family's wooden shack, Wu Baihua felt his arms aching, a dull soreness. Looking over at Xiaoqi, dressed in gray short sleeve and shorts, not a drop of sweat on her face, she could feed that unusually clever black and white puffball and groom its fur at the same time. They had obviously come together, yet their treatment was completely different. Thinking about his own day made Wu Baihua feel even more bitter. After dinner, everyone sat under the peach tree chatting. No, mainly Xiaoqi was bragging to Wu Baihua about what delicacies he had eaten at noon. As for Wu Baihua, he and Tong Ranhua had eaten in the county town at noon, and it was just a plate of dumplings. The taste was a so-so, and with the weather being so hot his arms were sore and his palms hurt, so he had little appetite and was even more annoyed. Maybe the contrast was too sharp. Wu Baihua's competitive streak immediately flared up. Tomatoes this delicious are far too scarce. Can we grow more of them? Tell me, are you short on money or on labor? I'll invest, you handle the planting, I'll handle the sales. Together we'll be a perfect match, a pair of swords joining. We'll definitely make a fortune. Indeed, Wu Baihua's focus had finally returned to tomatoes, because they were simply too scarce. Even if he could solve the labor issue, he still couldn't buy them in large quantities. Tong Ranhua lay on her chaise longue, cracking melon seeds and said lazily, forget it, it's such a hassle. Wu Baihua. He didn't see what could be so troublesome about planting a tomato. You only need to handle the key technology. You can leave everything else to me. How does that sound? Wu Baihua took a step back. Tong Ranhua. Not very good. Wu Baihua. He really wanted to swear. You can change the mind of a merchant who doesn't want to cooperate with you, but you cannot change the mind of someone who simply doesn't want to do business at all. Seeing Wu Baihua about to blow up, Xiaoqi still showed brotherly feeling and spoke up to persuade him. I think it's better for us to be practical. Look at that warehouse full of poultry eggs. First get hold of whatever you can buy there. Don't bother thinking about those unlikely tomatoes for now. Otherwise, if someone buys up all those eggs. Xiaoqi's words trailed off halfway. And when Wu Baihua pictured that scene, he suddenly felt that everything was wrong. No, that entire small storeroom, he saw the whole lot of it. He has to get it all in his hands. A peasant is a peasant, but business is still the most important thing. He rolled up his sleeves, steeled himself, closed his eyes and said, speak. What work do you need done? Give it to me. I'll definitely do it neatly, efficiently, and beautifully. Tong Ranhua looked at his lean arms, a slight lift at the corner of her brow, very dubious. Are you sure? A real man, a true gentleman, a spit is a nail, keep your word. Wu Baihua was very brave. Tong Ranhua smiled. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Chapter 227 Business is too booming. Wu Baihua felt he had been deceived. Staring at the low peanut plant stretching out in patch after patch, the ridge seemed endlessly long. Wu Baihua felt that standing at one end he couldn't even see the other. Wu Baihua swallowed. Lao Hua, how big is this peanut field? Tong Ranhua replied casually. Not even 2 mu, I think. Wu Baihua felt his legs go weak. 2 mu. Said so lightly. How long would it take to dig through ridge after ridge like this? Tong Ranhua bit back a laugh. This tree really was interesting. I'll leave it to you. Have confidence in yourself. You can definitely finish harvesting in one day. Tong Ranhua said with full confidence. Oh, one day. Wu Baihua's voice changed. Tong Ranhua nodded, even making an encouraging gesture toward him. I believe in you, you can do it. Once all these peanuts are harvested, you can take 10,000 bird eggs from the small storeroom and mix them yourself. Hanging a carrot in front of a hard-working donkey, she did it very skillfully. Wu Baihua's eyes lit up. Free. You said you're not beautiful, so don't be so fanciful. Tong Ranhua raised her eyelids slightly and smiled. Normal price. After saying that, Tong Ranhua left first. The breakfast shop was too busy. Since everyone knew the shop sold only good things, and believed that getting to eat them was like making a profit, customers kept coming non-stop every day. The shop was understaffed, and yesterday morning it kept them all running. Li Yunjin couldn't even keep up with collecting payments. Early this morning, Tong Ranhua had gone to the shop with Li Yunjin to help with the bookkeeping and money collection. Now she was going to swap back and still needed to follow Xiaoqi to learn. Only Wu Buohua was left alone in this vast peanut field. He had just wanted to sit down and think of a solution when a little black and white fluff ball suddenly sprang out. Ow, ow, ow. Don't be lazy, get to work. Wu Buohua. Is this little fluffy ball here to supervise? Asterisk. Sister Li's breakfast shop has really become a huge hit. Not to mention the townsfolk, people from nearby villages within 10 miles heard about it. They absolutely have to take advantage of this bargain. By the time Tong Ranhua arrived, she saw all 12 tables in the shop filled to the brim. Whether people knew each other or not, where one table used to seat 4 people, now 5 were crammed in, some even squeezed 6 in. Although Tong Ranhua had installed the largest air conditioner in the shop, in this midsummer weather sitting so close together, was that really okay? Aren't you all feeling hot? Tong Ranhua stood by the window, glanced around and felt hot. Since there really wasn't room inside, Li Yunjin could only have everyone queue up. The shop had utensils, so people just bought their food in line and went to eat it by the roadside. The only problem was that you could take buns by hand and milk came in bottles, but there was no way to handle thin porridge and small side dishes. However, the people's wisdom is endless. The owners of the little inn next door contributed over 40 plastic stools. Do you think those stools were for everyone to sit on? No, they were for guests to use as little tables. Placing a bowl of porridge and a small salty side dish on them worked perfectly well. Tong Ranhua thought the scene before her was indeed a bit exaggerated. Even if it's taking advantage, isn't this an expensive way to do it? Using her nimble steps, Tong Ranhua finally got into the shop, reached the bar, had Tong Ransong, who was doing the billing, relieve her so she could go home and continue studying. There were simply too many customers. A few staff were clearing tables and washing bowls at the same time, but even so they couldn't keep up. By the time it was Bao Xiaonua's turn, the shop had already run out of bowls. After losing 5 jin last time, she had lost another 10 jin in less than a month. The child was getting so thin so fast that it scared the family. Fortunately, classmate Guan Nanshan had pulled her over and asked Sun Bangxia to take her pulse properly to confirm there was nothing wrong with her health, and only then did the family relax. Because of that, Bao Xiaonua can now not only eat 1 steamed bun in the mornings but also drink half a bowl of thin congee. Lately the child has taken a liking to fragrant, soft red bean porridge. Hearing there were no bowls, Tong Ranhua worried the child might cry. But to everyone's surprise, she very deftly took out from her backpack the lunchbox she used in kindergarten. Hua hua, just fill yours here. My lunchbox is much smaller than your bowl, so I need to charge half the price. Tong Ranhua. Aren't you a bit too practiced at this? Li Yunjin beside them smiled and explained that children are allowed to drink an extra half bowl of porridge each day. Every time the child comes they bring their own little lunchbox, and that's the half bowl amount. Tong Ranhua didn't understand. Why bring a lunchbox? The little girl with braided pigtails sighed in a perfectly practiced way. Because if it's only half a bowl, my stomach will feel that's too little and protest, saying it's not full. But if it's a whole packed lunchbox, my stomach will feel there's so much, it will definitely be full. Tong Ranhua. It sounds like it makes some sense, but do even such young children already know the art of psychological victory? It was just a small incident, but the people waiting in line seemed to have had some switch flipped whoosh. They all ran to the nearby convenience store to buy lunchboxes. What? You think the lunchbox is sold out? Then a stainless steel rice bowl will do. Today, because of Sister Li's breakfast shop, the little convenience stores nearby were doing incredibly well, especially with lunchboxes and rice bowls. They really sold out all their stock. It didn't matter if the restaurant didn't have enough tableware. People could bring their own. They really are the most considerate customers. Until 9 o'clock. All kinds of porridge in the pot were scraped clean. It's no exaggeration to say not a single grain of rice was left, not a drop of rice soup remained, and even cleaning the pot became easier. No more, folks, there really isn't any left. Looking at the people still in line, Li Yunjin felt a bit helpless. The porridge is gone, what about the buns? Buns would be fine. After waiting in line so long, not even getting a bite to eat would be too miserable, right? Li Yunjin was even more helpless. The steamed buns sold out first. The other party had tears but no cries. He shouldn't have overslept, not even another hour. Now look, he didn't even have any food to eat. Whatever comes, comes. I won't be picky. This was already his last bit of stubbornness. At that moment Tong Ranhua lifted the curtain and revealed the kitchen to everyone. The shop really has nothing left, even the boiled eggs have been sold out. He stood on tiptoe, scrutinizing carefully and thoroughly, and after confirming it was really gone, he gave up hope. Sister Lee, your business is doing so well. Prepare more tomorrow, will you? Look, it's just not enough to sell. Li Yunjin chuckled. The shop is short-staffed. This is already the limit. If everyone really wants to eat, come early tomorrow. The customers who were eating in the shop looked at one another and silently decided they would come earlier tomorrow. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food. And those who had stood in line for a long time but bought nothing were even more determined. Tomorrow they would arrive early. Seeing everyone eat so heartily made their mouths water. Really? Chapter 228. Asking for praise. Zhang Yan'er didn't quite understand. Business at the shop is so good. Why don't we prepare more buns and porridge? That way we could sell more, right? Tong Ranhua smiled. Aunt Zhang, does your arm hurt? Zhang Yan'er moved her shoulder and arm. She'd been busy just now and hadn't noticed or felt anything. Now that she stopped, she realized her arm was very sore. The others in the shop were also grimacing in pain. For the sake of everyone's arms, don't increase the portions, just prepare the normal amount, Tong Ranhua said. The others also smiled, a bit embarrassed. Where does a boss refuse profitable business because the staff are tired? Just the Tong family then. Ranhua, you're too kind. It's really wonderful that you can come work at the shop. Mao Ping sighed deeply. She had worked outside before too. If a boss didn't exploit their workers' labor, that was already good. Who would bother worrying whether employees were too tired? The other two chimed in, and the three of them surrounded Tong Ranhua in the middle, thanking her and showering her with praise as if compliments were free. Tong Ranhua. Isn't this a huge misunderstanding? She just simply found it troublesome. Li Yunjin smiled. Aren't you mistaken about one thing? I'm the one who pays your salaries. Zhang Yan'er. Guyun Mao Ping. Zhang Yan'er. Praising Hua is no different from praising you. Your child naturally inherited from you. Guyun. Praising Hua is praising you, you're a good mother. That's why Hua is so outstanding. Mao Ping. Hua is your child. Praising her is the same as praising you. Nothing wrong with that. Li Yunjin was speechless. She spoke as if it were true. Have all the years of her obsessions been for nothing? Can't tell sincere from insincere? Clean up and then clock out. Go home early today and rest, Li Yunjin said. Who doesn't like getting off work? The three of them perked up and swarmed around Li Yunjin with extravagant flattery, as if they just remembered who the boss was. Seeing this, Tong Ranhua went straight home, leaving the rest of the matters for mom and dad to handle. She also went by Lu Qing's pork shop. Business there was good, and Lu Qing was a steady, hard-working man. His life was sure to be reasonably comfortable. She then slipped over to the meat stall of Wu Lauer upstairs. The shop was quiet and empty, not a single customer. Although his pork no longer had flies swarming like before, people still preferred the ever-smiling Lu Qing, who could meet any request, was very patient, and had an exceptionally good attitude. Not like Wu Lauer, who always put on a long face whenever someone asked him to grind some meat, remove a rind or cut a bone. He acted as if their requests were too much trouble. Sometimes he was too lazy, so he would just say the machine was broken and couldn't be fixed. The people who went to buy meat were helpless. Now Lu Qing's family was also selling pork. By comparison, as long as you weren't out of your mind, you'd definitely prefer to buy meat from Lu Qing's place rather than come to Wu Lauer's. Clearly all the problems lay with Wu Lauer, but he himself refused to see it that way. Seeing his wife slumped and staring toward the street, he poked her head hard with a finger and scolded viciously. You Jinx, why do you hang around dejected all day? You've chased away both luck and fortune. The woman was poked and hurriedly stepped back. She didn't dare explain and simply listened in silence to Wu Lauer's scolding. Seeing this, Tong Ranhua frowned. It was obvious that Wu Lauer was rotten to the bone beyond cure. Wu Lauer's wife was likewise submissive. From Wu Lauer's practiced way of moving his hands and his practiced tone of shifting blame, it was clear that this kind of thing was surely a daily occurrence in his household. She didn't know how long such days had gone on, but the fact that she could go on without resisting living like this made her a capable person. A person must first have the will to save themselves, or actively ask others for help, before anyone can really assist. Someone like Wu Lauer's daughter-in-law, who keeps silent and bears everything alone, leaves outsiders with no way to help even if they want to. Tong Ranhua turned and left silently. She was in a bad mood. How could someone let their life become like this? The most infuriating thing is that, even after it has come to this, she still doesn't know how to resist. However, when she wandered into her husband's sales cooperative compound, her mood improved. She saw that Swona and Li Yinshan had already rented the warehouse and were busy inside and out. The improvised backward-riding donkey became the main means of transport. One of them had the brains, the other followed orders, and with Swona's high energy, the little warehouse had already been organized almost completely. Obviously, as long as the paperwork was in order, This courier point could open for business immediately. Tong Ranhua liked people who worked hard for a living. No matter what difficulties or painful hurdles they encountered, they could grit their teeth, face them, and struggle fiercely. People like that always radiate warm smiles, their eyes forever sparkling with enthusiasm for life. In a good mood, Tong Ranhua walked with her hands behind her back, her face all smiles, softly humming a tune, almost as if she had the words happy written on her forehead. My home is in the northeast on the Songhua River, where the hills are full of soybeans and sorghum. When she returned to the peanut field, she stopped humming and stared dumbfounded at the scattered figures in the field, and at Wu Baihua standing there, patrolling back and forth with a stern face. She's not exactly foolish, she knows to ask for help, right? Aren't there just a few too many people here? She was especially familiar with each figure. They were all the village elders, aunts and uncles. Don't worry, it won't take a day. I'll definitely finish harvesting the peanuts on these 2 acres for you, Wu Baihua said proudly. If he had a tail, it would be wagging high right now. Tong Ranhua showed no particular expression. How many people did you hire? 10, right? 12. How about that? Don't you think I'm very clever? Wu Baihua boasted proudly. How could you hire so many people? Tong Ranhua asked, puzzled. Don't be fooled by the villagers' lack of education. They are very alert and wary of strangers who suddenly arrive. And now they've come to work for Wu Baihua? It was simply unbelievable. Tong Ranhua still hadn't resolved this confusion when Wu Baihua instead frowned. I've come up with a brilliant response strategy. Shouldn't you praise me? After all, a handsome guy with intelligence like mine is a rare sight. Tong Ranhua. She was utterly speechless. Any halfway sensible person would think of hiring someone to do the work, okay? If you can't even think of that, then you're the one with an intelligence problem, right? Thrilled and waiting for praise, Wu Baihua. Ah, what on earth did Guan Nanyan see in her? Is it because he liked her sharp tongue? Chapter 229. The battle hasn't even begun, and it's already lost. The villagers of Nanshan village were all in good spirits today. A big spending boss had come to the village and hired them to harvest peanuts. Young men are paid 120 yuan a day, women 100 yuan, and older people regardless of gender get 100 yuan. Here, older means under 70 years old. Anyone over 70 is not allowed. Wu Baihua is worried that elderly people working under the hot sun won't be able to handle it. In the height of summer in the northeast, this is the off-season for farming. Being able to do work right at your doorstep and earn money at this time is truly a wonderful thing for villagers. Also, this boss is especially kind. He even provides everyone with chilled drinks during work. His only requirement is to be meticulous. Not a single peanut can be left behind. He secretly tried one. The taste of fresh peanuts is truly wonderful. Wasting even one is a crime. For the villagers, this is simply too easy. As long as the wages are paid properly, it's no problem. Besides, some of the older folks are naturally meticulous and wouldn't waste even the smallest bit of grain. Everyone works a day and gets paid in the evening at least 100 or so yuan. Spending 5 yuan tomorrow to go to the town breakfast shop for a bun and a bowl of porridge isn't too much, right? Thinking of that, everyone worked even harder. By the end of the day, from 2 mu of land they harvested more than 3,000 jin of peanuts. For peanuts, that yield was quite good. In Tong Dali's words, after so many years of farming, this year's harvest was the best. Tong Ranhua silently recalled how many times she had secretly watered this peanut field with the secret realm lake water, hiding her gong yu ming. She casually picked up a peanut, pinched it between her fingers, popped it out of its shell and ate it. The fresh peanut was juicy, tasting better the more she ate, and not too dry. Fresh peanuts, huh? Maybe I could make some boiled peanuts? Salted boiled peanuts, 5-spice peanuts, any of those would work, it seemed. Tong Ranhua hadn't eaten them in a long time, and was rather looking forward to it. After paying the workers, Wu Baihua instinctively followed along, and then somehow became one of the main forces washing the peanuts. Standing in the river, looking at the winnow in his hands and rubbing the dirt off the peanuts, Wu Baihua suddenly realized. He was a big boss, a successful man. How had he become Tong Ranhua's laborer again? He looked up at Tong Ranhua, who was also standing in the river, frowning and thought, how had he fallen into Tong Ranhua's trap again? But it seemed that, from start to finish, Tong Ranhua had only said one sentence. That she wanted to boil peanuts. Wu Baihua. Alright, there's another possibility. Tong Ranhua didn't set him up at all. He was the one who walked right into the setup. With an extra pair of hands, the peanuts got washed especially fast. Boiled peanuts are very simple. Put the clean peanuts into cold water, add various seasonings, then turn on the heat and wait for them to cook. A continuous aroma drifted from the kitchen. Under the corridor in front of the kitchen, the little dumpling paced back and forth, waiting anxiously. Every now and then he twitched his nose, nearly drooling. And little brother Da Huang was already sprawled under the eaves like a dead dog. Ever since becoming classmates with the little dumpling, De Huang felt life as a dog was hard. Having to listen to half an hour of heavenly script was simply too much for him. The whole dog was in a state of having been schooled into uselessness. But even so, his head was still turned toward the kitchen. He absolutely had to be the first to get a taste of those fragrant cooked peanuts. Little Tuanzi only glanced at it with contempt. There was no way it would get to the peanuts before him. When it came to snatching food, his national treasure had never lost. Tight on guard, little Tuanzi defended resolutely, and De Huang stood ready in formation. The two dogs watched each other warily, a fierce battle about to erupt. Finally, Tong Ranhua emerged from the kitchen carrying a small basin of boiled peanuts. Little Tuanzi dashed forward, and De Huang sprang up off the floor in a flash. The two dogs moved at the same time. Little Tuanzi arrived in front of Tong Ranhua earlier, but a beautiful wild pheasant was standing on Tong Ranhua's right shoulder, cracking and eating a plump peanut. Little Tuanzi questioned its dog life. De Huang, who had rushed over, was also stunned, widening his dog eyes to look at the contentedly eating Xiao Hong. I didn't expect you to be like this, Xiao Hong. You actually took action before we did, slipping ahead of us when we weren't paying attention. Little Red, whom the two dogs hadn't taken seriously, became the biggest winner. The war hadn't even started and she had already achieved absolute victory. Little Red shook her glossy, sleek feathers, lifting her head high. She finished one peanut, popped another into her beak, and glanced at the two dogs on the ground. Xiao Tuanzi could distinctly feel the contempt of a queen. To think that as a boss he would be looked down on by his own underling. Xiao Tuanzi was so furious that he plopped down right on Tong Ranhua's instep. Tong Ranhua was truly bewildered. She was holding a basin of peanuts with both hands, and a pheasant was perched on her right shoulder. The bizarre sight looked a bit ridiculous. What's the matter? Tong Ranhua looked down at the little bun and asked. The little bun didn't even lift its head. It hugged Tong Ranhua's right leg with both front paws, looking completely withdrawn, not wanting to talk to anyone. Wu Baihua, quite perceptive, quickly stepped forward, trying to take the basin of peanuts from Tong Ranhua's hands. The little bun seemed to have eyes at the back of its head. When he was still 2 steps away from Tong Ranhua, the sullen little bun suddenly turned back and cried out, "Owo, owo, owo! Don't come over! Don't you dare steal my peanuts!" Wu Baihua looked at its sharp teeth, his whole heart trembling. He stepped back several paces. This was too scary. His legs surely weren't as tough as little Tuanzi's teeth. Seeing this, Tong Ranhua didn't need Wu Baihua's help. She picked up the basin and went straight to the wooden table under the grapevine. That's right, little Tuanzi was very stubborn, clinging to her leg like that, holding onto her calf the whole way as if it were a leg ornament, refusing to let go. Wu Baihua, who still hadn't managed to pet the fur successfully, couldn't help but reflect. What exactly was he doing wrong? Why did little Tuanzi not only refuse to let him pet its fur, but also bare its teeth at him? Finally, Tong Ranhua walked to the wooden table, set down the basin, bent over to pick up little Tuanzi, only for it to skid off her leg and jump down, clearly refusing to be picked up by her. So? What's going on? Tong Ranhua asked, puzzled. Little Tuanzi sat on the ground with its hindquarters, its 2 front paws folded over its chest. The dog's head turned to the side, clearly in a state of anger that couldn't be soothed. This round, fluffy little thing posing like that was unbearably cute. Tong Ranhua restrained the impulse to laugh. National treasure if you're unhappy, say so. Otherwise I won't know why you're upset. The little ball twitched its ears, a bit hesitant. Tong Ranhua moved toward where it had turned its head, but it coquettishly whipped its head to the other side, refusing to interact with her. Tong Ranhua felt a headache coming on. She really had no experience coaxing a national treasure. What should I do? Chapter 230. Is this jealousy? Tong Ranhua crouched down, propping her chin with one hand, pondering. It seems I misjudged. Our national treasure isn't angry. I was mistaken. You just wanted to think alone. After saying this, Tong Ranhua was about to stand, but unexpectedly the little dumpling suddenly burst into tears. A pair of jet-black eyes, brimming with crystalline tears. This pitiful, aggrieved little expression was utterly pathetic, and Tong Ranhua immediately had the strange thought that she was some kind of huge jerk. She immediately pulled from the little pouch hanging on Xiao Tuanzi's chest a handkerchief printed with a giant panda chewing bamboo and wiped its tears. Why are you still losing golden beans? Who bullied you? Tell me and I'll beat them up for you. Oh wow. Xiao Tuanzi glanced at Xiao Hong standing on the wooden table. The look in its eyes somehow resembled that of a little wronged wife. Am I not your most beloved baby anymore? The delicious things you make are no longer the first ones I get to eat. Little Tuanchuan sniffled, about to shed golden tears again, looking utterly pitiful. Alright, case closed, this is jealousy. Tong Ranhua felt as if a flock of crows had just flown over her head. She thought carefully, then with a grave expression said, I think this matter should be blamed on you. Little Tuanzu opened his eyes wide, forgetting even to cry. Tears still clung to the corners of his eyes. He looked at Tong Ranhua in utter disbelief and shock. Ow. Why blame me? How can this be my fault? Little Ling, don't argue dishonestly. Tong Ranhua felt Sire Chuanzu was about to stamp her foot. She forced back a smile and reasoned earnestly. Look, I didn't know you wanted to boil the peanuts. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have given them to Xiaohong first. Sire Chuanzu tilted her head and thought seriously. It seemed that really was the case. Could it really be wrong? The moment the thought occurred, the little dumpling shook its head violently. No, it won't be tricked by the little spiritual botanist. It immediately stood up, lifted its forepaw and slapped the ground hard. Ow. You never used to mention it, but whenever you made something delicious, you were always the first to feed me. Now you actually gave it to Xiaohong. So you don't love me anymore, do you? Does love disappear? Tong Ranhua. This is the second downside of the little bun attending class for too long. It's getting harder and harder to fool. Just in the few seconds Tong Ranhua was reflecting, the little bun tidied the small bag hanging in front of them, then stammered and glanced at Tong Ranhua. Ow. I'm not your favorite baby anymore. I'm running away from home. Then the little bun moved with incredible speed. The pace of leaving home was comparable to an ant, almost like marching in place. After finally taking a few steps, it would quietly look back, nonchalant, and casually glance at Tong Ranhua as if nothing had happened. Tong Ranhua. Where did it learn all these messy tricks? It even knows how to run away from home. What could she do? I could only step forward and coax the little bun back. I can't really let it run away from home. She took a few steps forward, then very deftly scooped up the little bun who had no intention whatsoever of running away from home and lifted her onto her arm, carrying her back to the wooden table under the grapevine. Isn't it just peanuts? Here, I'll shell them for you. Tong Ranhua moved very quickly, swiftly gathering half a handful of peanut kernels, then held them up to the little bun's mouth. Is this service satisfactory to our national treasure? Oh wow. Satisfied. Little Tuanzi nodded as he ate, his dark eyes squinting into slits. He looked utterly content. Tong Ranhua kept smiling as she shelled peanuts. Little Tuanzi lifted his chin slightly and glanced at Little Red on the wooden table, his challenge obvious. I'm the little spirit gardener's favorite kid. With a whoosh Little Red spread his wings and flew up onto Tong Ranhua's shoulder, instantly looking down on Little Tuanzi. Only I can stand on the owner's shoulder. Guobao felt his paw itch and really wanted to smack Little Hong's pretty little head with it. But remembering the miserable incident that started his learning career, Little Dumpling put away his twitching paw. Tong Ranhua put all the shelled peanuts into the small wooden bowl, showing her preference plainly. Each plum peanut made Little Dumpling eat with pure joy. Oh well, it's the boss. She must be magnanimous. This time she'll forgive Little Red. Eating delicious food is the most important thing. After the little bowl was emptied, Little Dumpling let out a peanut-flavored belch of satisfaction, then returned to its luxurious wooden hut to play in its little hammock. Tong Ranhua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried she couldn't placate Little Dumpling, but she hadn't expected a single small bowl of peanuts to do the trick. Fortunately, it didn't take the opportunity to make any demands. Otherwise, all she could do was agree. After all, Little Dumpling had gotten so mad it threatened to leave home. The little dumpling that happily climbed into the small basket only then realized. How did it come back like this? It had been practicing the sad, tearful skill for days. Wasn't that supposed to make the little spirit plant master cancel its evening study session? But what did it even do? It only ate a bowl of boiled nuts. The little dumpling clattered, lost its balance, flipped right out of the little basket, and fell to the ground. It stared up at the wooden rafters with big round eyes, motionless, utterly bereft of will to live. All the skills it had labored to cultivate were wasted just like that. Still, eating without having to peel its shell felt pretty nice. Forget it, I'll watch TV with Xiaolingji's mom next time and pick up some useful skills to learn. Meanwhile, Tong Ranhua munched on boiled peanuts and asked Tong Ransong, who had finished his studies, has Mom been watching a new drama lately? Empresses in the Palace finished. Mom seems to be watching The World Between Us. Tong Ranhua hadn't seen that one. Since returning, the only drama she'd watched was Empresses in the Palace. And that was only because of Xiao Tuanzi. Does it have the part where someone leaves home? Tong Ranhua was almost certain, but still asked. Yes, it does, right at the beginning. A young girl, for love, volunteers to become an educated youth in the countryside. Tong Ransong had clearly already watched it. Alright then, knowing the source of the material is still some progress. But should she also watch A World of Men? Next time little Tuanzi plays tricks again, she can react in time and won't be caught off guard like today. Tong Ranhua sighed. She never expected that the one disrupting her leisurely retirement would be little Tuanzi. Well, here comes a new round of binge-watching tasks. She only hoped this drama didn't have too many episodes. Not like Empresses in the Palace, which took her several days to finish. She looked at her phone and, okay, Empresses in the Palace 76 episodes, Human World 58 episodes. Indeed, it doesn't have as many episodes as Empresses in the Palace, but 58 episodes is still a lot. Headache. Chapter 231. Is this really my big boss at home? Making full use of his cash power, Wu Baihua successfully bought 10,000 poultry eggs from Tong Ranhua. He specifically informed the purchasing manager and personally took charge of the matter. When the big boss gives an order, can the manager not take it seriously? Unless he doesn't want a promotion and a raise. Seeing the internal email saying he must personally bring trustworthy people over, making it also secretive, the manager was left puzzled. They are a nationwide hotel chain. Their biggest regular purchases are bed linens, toiletries, and bathroom-related items. But no matter what they're buying, it doesn't need to be kept this secret. After all, many hotels actually use items from the same suppliers, so secrecy is truly unnecessary. By the time the manager, following the address and GPS, had trouble making his way to Nanshan village, he was already beginning to question his life choices. He had started to imagine that maybe the big boss was playing a prank, setting him up, and that he had taken it seriously. Otherwise, why come all the way to such a remote little village? It wasn't that his mind was unusually fanciful, but given the current scene, this was the only conclusion he could reach. The mountain ranges stretched on endlessly, all he could see was green and the natural scenery was quite nice, but there probably wasn't even a small factory here, right? How could there possibly be any decent suppliers? The manager tried hard to reflect on whether he'd recently done something wrong at work that had made the big boss upset with him, and that's why this prank was being pulled. However, his self-reflection vanished the moment he saw Wu Baihua. He looked at the man in front of him wearing army green shorts, a tank top, with the skin of his arms and the exposed neck starkly contrasting with the rest of his body. There was a big straw hat on his head. If it weren't for Wu Baihua's face being exactly the same as in his memory, he wouldn't have dared to recognize him. He looks like a peasant through and through, hardly like the big boss of a nationwide hotel chain. Wu Baihua led the men to the warehouse of the Tong family's old house, said nothing, and started loading the truck. The manager didn't even get time to ask questions before he was handed a pair of work gloves and began grunting and toiling. As for the truck driver, don't even mention him. Wu Baihua got hands on himself, so could anyone else just stand idle? The manager was miserable inside. He had worked at the company for 5 years, and had only just been promoted from a lowly clerk to manager of the purchasing department. Even when he was a clerk, he had never done such physical labor. But looking at the big boss puffing and wheezing as he hauled things, what could a lowly procurement manager say? Some things can still be said. Mr. Wu, do we have to move all the poultry eggs in this warehouse? Wu Baihua shot him a sideways glance. Wishful thinking. There are only 10,000 in total. With just these, I've already worked my butt off. If I, your boss, weren't so clever, I'd probably be coughing up blood from exhaustion by now. The manager was a bit bewildered. He didn't quite understand. Isn't money all it takes to buy something? The company's finances have always been sound. It couldn't be that they couldn't even come up with the funds for procurement, right? Mr. Wu, is the supplier someone you know? There are so many things in the warehouse. We're just going to move them all like this with no one watching. The manager asked again. Before Wu Baihua could answer this time, a round, chubby black and white little ball strolled over leisurely from the side. As if a lord inspecting his territory, a pair of jet black eyes scanned the three of them and finally settled on the manager. For a moment the manager didn't even dare move, his legs went weak, the eggs he was carrying almost slipped from his hands, and he could hardly speak smoothly. Wu, President Wu, is this place raising pandas? Seeing the serious little round-faced fellow, Wu Baihua also felt his legs go weak, but as the boss he absolutely couldn't lose face. He explained in a tone that implied, how can you be so ignorant? First, giant pandas are basically all in Sichuan and the surrounding panda bases. Second, keeping a giant panda privately is illegal. The most important is the third point. No matter how much it looks like a giant panda, this is still a dog. As an executive of our hotel, how can you not even know this? It's unacceptable. You need to educate yourself. Manager. Not President Wu. If when you say that you could avoid sneaking backward, it would be more imposing and classy. Wu Baihua didn't want to either. Don't let little Bun's small size fool you. Its threat is huge and its combat power off the charts. This morning he saw with his own eyes it slap that big yellow one down with a single paw, knocking its head spinning. With such formidable strength, how could he dare provoke it? With his little body, if it landed a slap like that, lucky case he'd be sent straight to the hospital. Unlucky you wouldn't even need to call 120, they'd just send him to the crematorium. The three of them went in and out of the warehouse, adding egg supports to all the eggs, quite a tedious task. Little Dumpling sat against the warehouse wall like that, watching the three of them while eating boiled peanuts. These are Little Dumpling's new favorite. Peanuts are much better to crack than sunflower seeds, and he was eating them very happily. Before long, the once bulging little carry bag had gone flat, and beside it on the ground a small pile of peanut shells had accumulated. The three of them toiled and panted, tired and hot. Little Tuanzi munched peanuts with a crunch, feeling pleased as punch. The manager suddenly felt from the bottom of his heart a pang of pity. How could he be so miserable, not even as good as a dog? At last, little Tuanzi's little carry bag was empty. It reached out with its two front paws, grabbed the bag and shook it hard. Unfortunately, not a single peanut fell out. With nothing to eat, Little Dumpling was very sad, watching the three moving slowly. "Awoo! Hurry up, will you? They're loading the truck so slowly. Useless. None of them can compare to the little spirit planter. If he finished it earlier, he could go back sooner to eat peanuts." Wu Baihua somehow eerily understood their disdain and couldn't help but urge. Hurry up, finish so we can eat. Don't let the place's small size or inconvenient transport fool you. The food is really good." When the two heard that, their stomachs gave a rumbling growl, and they actually moved a lot faster. Half an hour later, work finally ended. Wu Baihua locked the warehouse and was about to get into the car. But when he turned around, a fluffy thing was blocking his path, standing squarely in front of him. "Mr. Wu, what's going on?" the manager asked, puzzled. "What the hell do I want to know what's going on too? Just a moment ago everything was fine. How did one turn and suddenly I'm not being allowed to leave?" But stubbornness as the owner kept him from swearing. Instead he earnestly reasoned with Little Dumpling. "I'm telling you, National Treasure, we've finished loading the truck and now we're leaving." The manager's mouth twitched. He began to doubt once more whether the person before him, who looked so much like a peasant, could really be the big boss of their hotel. He was seriously talking to a dog. Isn't that just idiotic? A dog isn't a person. How could it possibly talk to you? Who knew that Little Dumpling actually started shouting at him? "Ow, ow, ow. Manager." It just felt a bit like being slapped in the face. Look at Wu Baihua again. He had already dashed back to the warehouse door, his back pressed against it. If the door hadn't been locked, the manager had no doubt he would have ducked straight into the warehouse. Alright, he now knew the boss was truly terrified of the little ball in front of him. Wu Baihua was genuinely scared. His mind kept replaying the scene from that morning when De Huang was swatted away with one paw. Old. Tong Ranhua smiled faintly. "Don't be like that. We've only been apart since this morning. How did my seniority suddenly become so great? Skipping straight past marriage and childbirth, the child getting married, and upgrading me to grandmother already. Wu Baihua." He took a deep breath. "Hurry up and come see your National Treasure. If you had come any later, someone would have died." Tong Ranhua. Chapter 232. Old Heart well pleased. Someone's been killed? Little Tuanchuan's jet black eyes spun round and round. Tong Ranhua raced over at the fastest speed of her life, fearing something irreparable had happened. Then a strange scene appeared. When Wu Baihua saw Tong Ranhua, it was like seeing a savior. He suddenly rushed toward her. Little Tuanzi saw Tong Ranhua and dashed over even faster, using his size advantage to leap straight into her arms, lifting his head and babbling with his little mouth, striking first. "Owo, owo, owo. He's a bad silver. He's a thief. He stole our eggs and didn't pay for them." When Tong Ranhua heard that, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, one hand stroking Little Dumpling's fluffy little head. It really felt nice. Wu Baihua panted, looking at the obedient Little Dumpling curled in Tong Ranhua's arms, feeling a strange sensation as if he himself were being accused. "Did you secretly put an extra egg in?" Tong Ranhua cut off his wild imagination. "How is that possible? I said 10,000 and that's 10,000. How could I take more? I'm not short of that $5. Wu Baihua had his hands in his pockets and suddenly felt something wrong. When did an oval object appear in his pocket? He fished it out and it turned out to be a big egg. Wu Baihua went dumb, staring blankly at the egg in his hand. Meeting Xiao Tuanzi's pitch-black eyes and Tong Ranhua's smiling almond-shaped eyes, he felt like even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't clear his name. "I can really explain this." Tong Ranhua of course knew he wouldn't take advantage of an egg, but with Little Dumpling there, she still had to make him understand. "Explain. I was only thinking about moving the boxes at first and forgot to take the egg tray, so I shoved the egg I picked up into my pocket, then went off to put away the tray, and got busy and forgot about it." Wu Baihua clearly understood what Tong Ranhua meant. While explaining, he kept looking at Little Dumpling. Little Tuanchuan twitched its ears. It couldn't care less what was going on with that foolish mortal. All it wanted now was to go back and eat boiled peanuts. He had eaten everything it brought. But his silence made Wu Baihua misunderstand. he went on. It was my mistake just now. I thought the national treasure was going to bite me, so I reacted a bit exaggeratedly. Saying someone might die was just a joke. Little Tu Anchuan lazily lifted its head and gave him a cold glance. Ow, ow. No need for that apology. After all, if I weren't worried about getting little spirit plant master thrown into jail, I really would have clawed you. Wu Baihua felt a cold breeze pass behind him, then looked at Tong Ranhua in puzzlement. Tong Ranhua smiled with a proud, comforting feeling, like a parent delighted that a child raised for years had finally come into their own. All these months of studying have finally paid off. It really wasn't easy. It already has that awareness. It looks like we won't have to worry about Xiaochuansu hurting anyone anymore. The purchasing manager at the side was already having an existential crisis. Could it be that he's already become disconnected from society? You had no idea dogs have become smart enough to understand human speech now? Otherwise, why would Director Wu be apologizing so earnestly to a dog? And of course this dog responded half-heartedly, which was just incredibly exasperating. The whole matter ultimately ended with Wu Baihua apologizing by shelling a large bowl of peanuts for little Tuanzi. And the purchasing manager, who had been shocked since Nanshan village, was stunned so many times in a single day that even he began to deeply doubt himself. Was he simply too inexperienced? Why was he repeatedly astonished by things that everyone else took for granted? Especially after tasting the unusually delicious sauerkraut and pork dumplings. He had eaten at many well-known restaurants, but he had never had dumplings this good. He struggled to control his expression, but he really wasn't the type to hide his emotions. Lacking sophistication, he excitedly kept praising how good the flavor was. But he received no agreement or approval from the colleague across from him. The manager looked up and saw the driver's cheeks puffed out from eating. Upon hearing his words, he could only nod. On closer inspection, the driver had already finished that plate of dumplings and had begun moving on to the next one. The procurement manager just felt foolish. These dumplings are so tasty, why not eat a few more? Why praise them or sigh over them? Is he the only one with a mouth? But even so, the procurement manager, seeing Wu Baihua standing to one side, couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, Mr. Wu, aren't you going to eat with us? These dumplings are especially delicious. Wu Baihua looked proud. No, you guys eat. I'll go to Lao Huai's place later to eat. Lao Huai's cooking is absolutely extraordinary. So good it could make you swallow your tongue. The purchasing manager. Those delicious dumplings instantly lost their appeal. He glanced sideways at Wu Baihua and curled his lip. Such tasty food and we can't get any. You're still going on and on praising it? Isn't that a bit much? The procurement manager, who was practically drooling, retaliated slyly. President Wu, while you've been away from the company, things haven't been going well. Several hotels have been deliberately targeting our company. Wu Baihua raised an eyebrow. The Niu family? The procurement manager nodded, his expression grave. Although Niu Ben doesn't let the family take advantage of Niu Chang, as you know, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a broken boat has a few nails left. The Niu family has already started looking into you. Wu Baihua had already suspected that. The Niu family did have capable people, but they were all in different branches. When he chose to help Tong Ranhua, he had already considered these future troubles. Even if members of the Niu family discovered his involvement, they wouldn't use the family's connections and influence to attack him. There are unwritten rules in that circle. Juniors handle juniors' matters. As long as no assassinations occur, the elders won't step in. Even if the other side targeted him, they would only use legitimate business tactics. And he was never afraid of normal commercial competition. Don't worry, those people won't amount to much. Wu Baihua said confidently. The purchasing manager, however, dropped a bombshell at that moment. Chapter 233. The day before going home. Nuren's Mengtu Hotel has captured more than half of the travel agencies in the capital, and has teamed up with many three-star hotels to besiege our hotel. The procurement manager wore a stern expression. Previously our hotel and Mengtu Hotel had different positioning. They focused on serving business people, while we prioritized serving travelers. This time they aggressively partnered with travel agencies and even joined forces with other agencies. They're clearly trying to poach our business. Wu Baihua looked thoughtful. Unlike Niu Ren and Niu Chang, he was deep-thinking and capable. Although he used the Niu family's connections in his business dealings, he never broke laws or rules. He conducted business honestly within the system. This man was very good at seeking profit and avoiding harm, and he always thought things through carefully before acting. It was as if, when Niuren first decided to open a hotel, he deliberately avoided Wu Baihua's business domain, doing his utmost to steer clear of competing with him. And now that he had decided to besiege Baihua Hotel, he certainly had made every possible preparation. Signing contracts with travel agencies and poaching tour group guests would greatly reduce Baihua Hotel's occupancy rate. To prevent guest overflow and spare Baihua Hotel from picking up the leftovers, Nyoren joined forces with other 3-star hotels. Even if there were too many tourists, the others could take them. In short, do everything possible to steal Baihua Hotel's customers. If these were ordinary business competitors, such methods would have been about as far as they'd go. But Nyoren surely had more tricks up his sleeve. Wu Baihua's instincts as a businessman told him this was the most deadly of all. "How's the company doing recently?" he asked calmly. The purchasing manager couldn't help but marvel. The boss is the boss. No wonder he can start a business while he's just an employee. In such a short time he can think of so much. The company's atmosphere isn't good. Hotel occupancy has already dropped to 20%. We have 100 stores nationwide, but now we're barely breaking even. If this continues, the company will surely lose money. The frontline employees are okay, but the middle and senior staff are anxious. Wu Baihua smiled. Nyoren will probably take this chance to offer high salaries and poach our employees. If a large number resign, it will be a major blow to our company. The purchasing manager grew agitated. "If you already know that, how can you still be smiling?" Wu Baihua looked at the truck parked outside. Because Nyoren was destined to have his hopes dashed and all his efforts in vain. The purchasing manager was baffled and didn't understand why the other party's hopes would come to nothing. What clever idea had Director Wu come up with? Everyone else had the same brain in their heads, so why was Director Wu's head so especially smart, able to think of everything? At dinner, Wu Baihua said his goodbyes to everyone. He didn't mention the company crisis. He only said he was returning to Beijing for work. When Tong Ranhua heard this, she proactively handed over a small piece of watermelon. "Leaving tomorrow? If it's not that urgent, you can wait a bit longer. We're planning to have mutton soup tomorrow." When Wu Baihua heard that, his appetite instantly perked up and his mouth started watering. "Is it like that Xinjiang-style beef offal soup?" Tong Ranhua shook her head. "Not exactly. You probably haven't had our mutton soup here. It's from a freshly slaughtered sheep, cooked straight away in a big iron pot, simmered with the bones. The broth turns milky white. Wait until the meat is done, cut it into small cubes, put them in a large bowl, add some cubes of sheep's blood, sheep tripe and so on, and finally ladle the broth that's been simmered for hours into the bowl. Finally add some tender green scallions and cilantro, table salt MSG. If you want it spicy, add some chili powder. It's incredibly delicious, absolutely amazing." Slurp slurp, Wu Baihua was already frantically swallowing his saliva. This person's mouth wasn't just sharp. He was particularly good at talking, extremely talkative. These past few days Tong Ranhua has been tricking him, and proud Mr. Wu has finally gotten smarter. He put on an air and didn't answer Tong Ranhua right away. Instead he asked, "In this heat, why drink piping hot mutton soup? Don't you think it'll make you feel hotter?" Tong Ranhua smiled and explained, "There's a custom in our village. On the 6th day of the 6th month, ants come home to eat mutton. The elders say drinking mutton soup during the dog days is good for the body. The dog days are extremely hot. Mutton is warming in nature, which helps expel dampness from the body and warms the stomach." Wu Baihua was taken aback and could only look in astonishment at Sun Bangxia across from him. She was the only one here who understood medical principles. "Dr. Sun, is that true?" Sun Bangxia nodded. "There is indeed such a saying. See, we've all planned to come tomorrow to drink the mutton soup." When Wu Baihua heard that Sun Bangxia would also come, he figured the Guan family and the Lei family would definitely be there too. It sounded pretty safe. They probably wouldn't fall into Tong Ranhuai's trap again, so he agreed. Tong Ranhuai smiled faintly and said nothing. Early the next morning, Tong Dali called his brother Tong Dagong and Lu Jigua to come along to shear the sheep and slaughter them. The 3 sheep at home had drank water from the Secret Realm's lake and grazed on the Secret Realm's pasture for so many days. Who knows how they would taste? Tong Ranhuai was very much looking forward to it. Little Tuanzi was even more excited. It had been staring at the 3 sheep in the pen for a long time and had wanted to eat them for ages. So when Tong Dali took his younger brother and Lu Jigua to catch the sheep, it eagerly followed and even moved from the back of the group to the front, subtly assuming a leadership role over the 3. Tong Ranhua didn't stop it. Sheep are hard to catch, especially those that have been fed the Secret Realm lake water. Their physical condition and constitution are far better than ordinary sheep, making them harder to seize. The sheep pen wasn't far from the cowshed, and the Xing father and son came over to help. Sun Bangxia has been treating Xing Yun during this time, with remarkable results. Although his speech is still slurred, Xing Yun can indeed now open his mouth and make sounds, which is a very good sign. Seeing the effects of the treatment, Xing Yun became much more confident in himself. He no longer keeps his head down all day. He's not just working gloomily without a smile. Instead, he squints and smiles all day. At a glance you can tell he's in a great mood. Someone unfamiliar might even think he found money. Xing Yi was overjoyed to see his son's change. He works with extra vigor every day, and his spirit and appearance are much better than before. Put simply, it means having spirit and vigor. The 5 of them finished dividing the work and were ready to grab the biggest one. Looking at it, it should weigh over 120 jeans. Tong Dali had never grabbed a sheep before and was a bit nervous. He had mentally prepared himself, and only then stepped into the sheep pen. Who would have thought, before his foot even touched the ground, a little black and white ball of a sheep charged into the pen with great bravado. It didn't do anything else. It just butted the big sheep's head hard with its own. With a clanging thud, the big sheep of over 120 jean collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up, its head spinning wildly. As for our little dumpling, it had already landed safely. Tong Dali. He is very interested in Zaichuanzi's head right now. Has he practiced iron head skill? That head really is stubbornly hard. With Zaichuanzi's help, the few of them caught the sheep very smoothly. Chapter 234. It's so flimsy, how am I supposed to find a girlfriend? Wu Baihua kept thinking about mutton soup. He even dreamed about drinking it at night. So bright and early after eating at the breakfast shop, he came over. The 4 members of the Guan family, Sun Bangxia, and the lay grandfather and grandson shared the same idea and, upon arriving at the lower hut, wanted to help. They had been raised by Tong Ranhua to adopt the good habit of starting work whenever there was good food to be had. Only today was unusually different. Tong Ranhua, exceptionally, did not let everyone help clean up the sheep. That task was left entirely to Tong Dali and Tong Dagong. Even Lu Jigua only helped herd the sheep back. He wasn't asked to pitch in with the follow-up work. Old Lord Guan, seeing this, immediately asked, Lao Hua, you haven't changed your mind, have you? You're still going to treat us to mutton soup, right? We're about to head home soon. This is the last meal. Besides, you were the one who suggested giving us a send-off and treating us to mutton soup. You wouldn't break your word, would you? Guan Guoqiang was terrified, worried that Tong Ranhuai's little mouth would blurt out a yes, and they'd miss a delicious meal. Tong Ranhua smiled and reassured him. How could I? Once I promise I won't change my mind at the last minute. However, we just slaughtered the sheep. It's still too early to drink the mutton soup. Come with me, let's loosen up our limbs first, exercise a bit, burn off our breakfast, then come back to drink the mutton soup. Then everyone was given a pair of gloves. A bad premonition immediately arose in Wu Baihua's heart. Sure enough, everyone was pulled out into the field. There were already farm machines plowing the field, furrow by furrow, all the same size, neat and orderly. Tong Ranhua smiled. Our task today is to plant the autumn vegetables. Don't worry, there aren't many varieties, just Chinese cabbage, radishes, and carrots. Very simple and very easy. Everyone. Sure enough, Lao Hua was still the same Lao Hua. Not working was out of the question. Fortunately, with many people the work went quickly, and besides it wasn't everyone's first time doing farm work, so they picked it up very fast. Only Wu Baihua sighed. He had been too naive, thinking things were too simple. How could someone as lazy as Tong Ranhua possibly pass up the great opportunity to get free labor? He was holding a hoe digging holes while Guan Guoqiang sowed the seeds. They worked in pairs. The young dug the holes, which was relatively more physically demanding, and the older one sowed, which was not tiring. Lei Depeo was naturally paired with Lei Sheng. Ye Xian and Yang Shufan were a pair. And Tong Ranhua was, of course, teamed up with Sun Bangxia. The 4 teams worked one way and then back, covering 8 furrows. Then they placed a log on the ground and rolled it back and forth once, burying all the pits. One can only say that the common people's wisdom is inexhaustible. Because of that, the speed was extremely fast. The speed of planting vegetables depended on the person digging the holes. Ye Xian was the oldest of the 4 people digging holes, and also the slowest. But even so, she was still faster than Wu Baihua. As for Tong Ranhua and Lei Sheng, the 2 of them had gone much farther already. You could say that while Wu Baihua was still at this end of the field, the 2 of them were nearly at the other end. Both of them were heavy-duty when it came to physical strength, simply not comparable to normal people. Ye Xian was pleased to be ahead of Wu Baihua. When she straightened up, she couldn't resist teasing him. You're no good either, Baihua. You're so young. How come you can't even beat an old auntie like me? Wu Baihua. He didn't want to, but he had no strength left. Wu Baihua really wasn't good at fieldwork. Auntie, I was just thinking of taking it slow, deliberately coming in last to give you some face so you could stay ahead. Otherwise it'd look bad with the 3 of us young ones leaving you so far behind, right? Dishonest and all about saving face, that's him. Heh, you little brat. Ye Xian laughed. Come on, don't bother giving me face. I'm old, what face do I need? If you can beat me, good for you. Wu Baihua froze in place. He wanted to slap the previous version of himself. Why had he been idle and talking big? What use is face? Can it be eaten? Then he saw Ye Xian speed up. Huh. I haven't agreed yet, why are you already going full throttle? Can you give me a chance to admit defeat? What else could Wu Bihua do? He could only grit his teeth and speed up. But even so, if you don't know how to do farm work, you just don't know how to. No matter how hard Wu Bihua tried, he couldn't catch up to Yi Xian. Then he received a lot of puzzled looks. Wu Bihua's face was covered in sweat. The sleeveless hurdling vest he was wearing had already been soaked through by sweat. The amount he was sweating far exceeded that of the other three. Of the three, only Yi Xian had a bit of sweat on her forehead, enough to dampen her hair. Lei Shang only had a fine patch of sweat beads on the tip of his nose. After working all morning, not even his breathing had changed. As for Tong Ranhua, she didn't look like she'd done any work at all. Not a drop of sweat. It was simply baffling. Wu Bihua looked as if he had seen an alien. He panted while scanning her up and down. Are you even human? After working most of the day, you're not tired at all. Tong Ranhua returned the same look. Are you all right? After doing so little work, you look like you were just hauled out of the water. Aren't you too weak? At those words, everyone nodded, and Sun Banxia even reached out and felt his wrist, which shut Wu Bihua up immediately, though he had meant to argue. This one doesn't give pulse readings to others easily. He looked nervously at the elderly man in front of him, whose head was full of silver hair, until Sun Banxia finished taking the pulse. Well? Am I in peak health, robust and vigorous? Exceptionally strong. Wu Bihua asked expectantly. How could a healthy 30-something like him be weak? It's pretty weak. I'll prescribe you some medicine to strengthen yourself, otherwise how are you going to find a partner? The old lady said bluntly. Wu Baihua's expression became somewhat indescribable. How weak was he, that he couldn't even find a partner? Wu Baihua was left wanting to cry but with no tears. Next, considering that he was really too useless, old Master Guan took over the trench digging work, and the sewing ended up being done by Wu Baihua. Wu Baihua was so regretful. Why did he have to be greedy for a bowl of mutton soup yesterday? If he hadn't been greedy, he would have returned to the company today. None of this would have happened. Fortunately, that delicious bowl of mutton soup at noon made up for his physical and mental hurt. Tong Ranhua really hadn't lied to him. The mutton soup was incredibly fresh. The lamb had no gamey taste at all. It was almost unbelievable. After a tiring morning, when it came time to drink the soup, Tong Ranhua served it straight into a stainless steel basin. The rice bowls simply weren't big enough for everyone. Half a basin of stew tender lamb, plus a bit of offal, and the rest was the milky white broth that had been simmering all morning, with bright green scallions and cilantro floating on top. One sip was both savory and satisfying. Wu Baihua felt again that staying was absolutely worth it. Let people think he was weak if they wanted. If he hadn't stayed, how could he have tasted such delicious mutton soup? It's just that they're leaving tomorrow, and after that they will never be able to eat these delicious foods again. Wu Baihua was very sad. However, even sadder was the child Guan Nanshan. He didn't want to go home at all. Guobao, do you have any way to let me stay tomorrow? The child asked while feeding Ziachuanzu some lamb. Chapter 235. Guobao faces the greatest crisis since his birth. The national treasure had its mouth full, its cheeks puffing in and out as it chewed, looking very cute. As soon as the mutton in its mouth was swallowed, another small torn piece was immediately brought to its lips. Little Dumpling opened its mouth in response, took a bite and kept eating, while Guan Nanshan's little friend kept chattering on. If I go home, I won't be able to play with you anymore, I won't be able to feed you snacks, and I won't be able to go collect chicken eggs, duck eggs, or goose eggs with you anymore. Maybe every child is born with a gift for chatter. Once they start, they never stop. Little Tuancy sat obediently on the ground, tilting his head as he ate the mutton, behaving sensibly like a tree hollow. Well, a tree hollow that eats. Watching that small bowl of mutton nearly half gone, Guan Nanshan still hadn't finished talking. What if I pretend to be sick? But if I fake it, Grandpa and Grandma and Mom will all worry. Or I could hide first. Wait until they all leave, then reappear? That doesn't seem to work either. If Grandpa and Grandma can't see me, they definitely won't leave. The child began to tug at his hair in a temper. His small head couldn't come up with any good ideas, so he could only pin his hopes on Little Dumpling. Guobao, what do you think I should do? We're buddies who share snacks together. Now that I'm in trouble, you have to help me. As he spoke, he fed him another large piece of mutton. The child had grown quite a bit over the past month, though his face was still thin. Guobao was much fatter than he was. The two little ones sat side by side like that, and if you didn't look closely, from Guobao's side you couldn't even see him. The little bun tilted its head and watched it, chewing constantly. This human cub was far too unintelligent, expecting it to come up with ideas while still feeding it meat. It only has one mouth, it can't do two things at once. However, for the little bun, eating was definitely the most important thing, coming up with ideas wasn't. Then it heard the child say excitedly, "What if I run away from home like you?" Ziachuanzi shivered all over. the little hairs on top of its head standing on end, and its chewing stopped. Guan Nanshan didn't notice, lost in his own reverie. His big dark eyes were bright and his little face even more excited. Look at last time you were carrying that small bundle, you were going to run away from home, right? Huai said you were going to run away. And to coax you she even peeled you a bowl of boiled peanuts. Xiaochuanzi felt its head buzzing. Mentioning that made it sad. It had worked so hard practicing that skill for a long time. Crying in a way that was pitiful yet adorable is not an easy thing. But to avoid having to stay for evening study, it kept practicing for a long time. It finally succeeded. And its reward was a bowl of boiled peanuts. It got a raw deal, okay? Little Dumpling was very sad and decided to turn its sorrow into appetite, vigorously chewing the mutton in its mouth to vent its dissatisfaction with itself. The skill it had painstakingly practiced was wasted like that. What other methods could it use to avoid evening study sessions and successfully reduce its workload? Little Tuansu puckered up its little face, thinking as if burdened with great resentment. Perhaps thinking required energy, for it began eating faster. At this moment, child Guan Nanshan was also lost in delightful daydreams about the future, feeding more slowly and not very promptly. Little Tuansu's mouth was finally freed and could make sounds. But before Little Dumpling could speak, Guan Nanshan's voice grew more excited. See? The moment you threatened to run away, Sister Huahua treated you so well. If I threatened to run away too, Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom would definitely agree to let me stay. They would for sure. Little Dumpling. Howl. 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 Wait, something seems off. How did it end up being something you learned from me? Guan Nanshan could understand what it meant. Hearing its assent made him even happier. He grabbed the Little Dumpling's two front paws with both hands and kept shaking them up and down. Do you agree with my plan too? I knew it. We're snack-sharing partners, of course you'd agree with my plan. The Little Dumpling frantically shook its head. Ow, ow, ow. Not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly make the mistake of coaxing a human child to run away from home? I'm a spirit pet who has received higher education. I would absolutely never do something like that. Who knew? Guan Nanshan suddenly clapped both hands on its wildly shaking head. I know you also think my plan is great, but don't be so excited. It's too early to celebrate now. Everything has to succeed first. Little Bun. Are you out of your mind? You should go have your eyes checked. Am I celebrating for you or what? I'm clearly opposed to this. Little Tuansu is a bit irritable. But Guan Nanshan, caught up in excitedly refining his run-away from home plan, didn't notice Little Tuansu's unusual behavior. Upon hearing that, when little Guan Nanshan planned to hide in his doghouse that night, it could no longer listen, sprang up with a rub, and irritably began slapping the ground with its front paws. Howl! 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 No, no, absolutely not. Running away from home is your own idea. Don't push it onto me. I'm not taking the blame for this. I'm not letting you live in my house either. Guan Nanshan chuckled. Guabao, you don't need to worry about me. I feel like I'm getting healthier and healthier. Even if I live in a doghouse, I won't get sick. Little Tuansi. Who's worried about whether you'll get sick or not? You drank the spring water and ate a month's worth of spirit-filled food. Even if your body was a wreck, it would have long since healed, okay? No matter who falls ill, you won't get sick. What I'm worried about is that I'll set a bad example, and they'll make the course longer. Little Tuanzi is facing the biggest crisis since birth. What will we do if he can't communicate? It's almost furious. Little Tuanzi spun anxiously in place, but to Guan Nanshan the child, that just looked like Little Tuanzi worrying about him. This completely moved him. He suddenly stepped forward and hugged Little Tuanzi, stroking its fluffy fur. It felt wonderful. Don't worry, my plan is very thorough and will definitely succeed. Then we can play together forever. Little Tuanzi didn't even try to struggle anymore. It just let the child lift it by the armpits and hold it in his arms. Forget it. Tired. Let it be. If it can't communicate, what else can it do? It's just a little spirit pet. Seeing Wu Baihua, who was so exhausted he didn't even want to move, felt very envious. I've been here so many days and haven't been able to touch the national treasure, but it likes Xiao Shan and even lets him hold it. Do animals generally prefer children? Xiaoqi was already struggling, but at this moment she still couldn't resist teasing him. No, you're wrong. I don't really know whether other little animals prefer children more, but a national treasure definitely isn't like that. It only likes smart people regardless of size. Wu Buahua. You mean I'm too dumb, right? See, I told you, you always take shots at me whenever you get the chance. How am I dumb? If I were really stupid, could I have gotten into a 985 university on my own? Could I have succeeded in starting a business? In any case, he wouldn't admit he was dumb. He just wasn't perversely smart like Guan Nanyan. Guan Nanyan was a genius while he was an ordinary person, not someone to compare to a genius. Xiao Qi was used to bickering with him and teased. You still haven't figured out why we all petted it successfully and only you failed. And you still say you're smart. Chapter 236 Mixed Doubles. I noticed it. How did I not notice? National Treasure just loves kids. Wu Baihua began to argue. Then your powers of observation are really something. Doesn't this indirectly prove you're even dumber? Something everyone could see, and you didn't. Xiao Qi said with a smile. Wu Baihua glanced at the others around him and stopped forcing it. He really hadn't been paying close attention, and since he was leaving tomorrow, it was already too late to start observing now. He gave up immediately. In the few days he'd been here, he'd learned one rapid skill. Nothing in the world is difficult if you're willing to give up. He went straight for the answer. Then explain this to me. Why did it let Xiaoshan hold it so obediently, but won't let me touch it even once? Xiao Qi wore the smile of a victor. Of course, it's because we all fed the National Treasure tasty treats. Every time you come over and want to pet it, have you fed it? Wu Baihua thought it over himself. It really seemed there wasn't one. He glanced at the little dumpling that Beiguan Nanshan had already put down on the floor, then looked at Tong Ranhua lounging on the chaise, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. Sure enough, the pet's owner both loves to eat and loves to trick people. Tong Ranhua lifted her eyelids and looked over, keeping a smile. Thanks for the compliment. I'm deeply honored. A twitch appeared at Wu Baihua's mouth. He fell into deep self-doubt. In the sentence he had just said, which word could possibly be taken as a compliment? How could he not know? Wu Baihua quietly added another thought in his mind. Besides the 2 points above, also thick-skinned. But grumbling aside, business mustn't be delayed. Before leaving, he had to touch the National Treasure. He picked up a bone he had gnawed from the wooden table and walked over to the National Treasure. At that moment, the National Treasure was in a state of complete refusal. The communication problem couldn't be solved, and it simply could not get along with the human cub in front of it. Just then Wu Baihua happened to hit the bullseye. He held out a small piece of lamb bone and said, "Dogs all like to eat bones, right? This one smells really good." He reached out to pat Zaichuanzi's head as he spoke. But just as he was about to succeed, Zaichuanzi twitched his little nose, glanced up at him, then turned and walked away, leaving behind only a round, chubby figure for Wu Baihua. The moment he felt watched, Wu Baihua's whole body went rigid and cold, unable to move. It was like being locked onto by a ferocious beast, as if his life were about to end. Watching Zaichuanzi walk off, Wu Baihua finally stood up. He had probably been squatting too long. His legs were a little numb, and when he stood, he nearly fell over. After steadying himself, he started to call out Xiao Qi. I don't think you're all that clever. You know? The rule you summarized is wrong and useless. Xiao Qi was baffled now. When he fed the little bread, the National Treasure was perfectly happy to let him stroke its fur, wasn't it? Lei Shang mocked from the side. Have you ever considered that the rule works for others but not for you because the problem might be you? For example, maybe you simply don't have a way with animals. Wu Baihua immediately retorted. That's impossible. I often feed stray cats and dogs and they all like me. Don't help Xiao Qi diss me. Tong Ransong still spoke kindly. Brother Wu, little Bun is very clean. He has more than a dozen little handkerchiefs of his own, and he always wipes his mouth and paws after eating. That bone was already chewed by you. She said it very politely. After all, he was a guest, her elder sister's client and the teacher's friend. But some people weren't so particular. In other words, the National Treasure thinks you're dirty. Lei Shang and Xiao Qi said in unison. Wu Baihua. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Since when did you two get so close? Or are you saying Aunt Lei no longer has to worry about your personal issues, that you came here for a visit and managed to solve them? Then Wu Baihua was subjected to mixed doubles. If it were just Xiao Qi, Wu Baihua could definitely beat him. Xiao Qi looked chubby but wasn't really threatening. After all, Wu Baihua was someone who frequented the gym, and dealing with him was no problem. But with Lei Sheng added, there was no need to even think about it. It was an instant wipeout. This person was a warrior, truly a female killer god, notorious far and wide, the kind who could take down 2 men with 1 hand. The outcome was predictable. Fortunately, Tong Ranhua's courtyard was large, so he could still maneuver a bit. Otherwise, he would have been defeated even faster. Even so, Wu Baihua only held out for 5 minutes. After drinking so much broth, how could he possibly still run? He sat down right at the edge of the viewing pool, one hand on his waist, breathing heavily. I'm saying, Lei Shang, you're a woman, don't be so brutal, okay? With how good you are at fighting, aren't you worried you won't be able to get married in the future? Lei Shang's fists itched again. So what if a woman can fight? Are you eating your family's rice for it? Wake up, that era ended a long time ago. Xiao Qi stood to the side, nodding repeatedly. Exactly, Wu Baihua, your thinking is too old-fashioned. How great is it that she can fight? It feels so safe. Hearing that, Lei Shang tilted her chin slightly, very pleased. I think you should stop calling me One Tree from now on. Just call me Old Stick in the Mud. Wu Old Fossil Baihua. What's wrong with my WeChat name? Do you have to mock me like this? And chiming in together so tacit. Yet you say there's no affair? Tell the Lei family aunt and alert her as soon as he returns. What crooked idea are you having? Lei Shang's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked coldly. Holy shit. No wonder she's the femme fatale of the police force. She could see that. But that had just been kicked hurt even more. Desperate to survive, Wu Baihua thought quickly and immediately answered. I was just thinking, you're so good at fighting, Lao Huai is freakishly strong too. I just wondered which one of you two is stronger. In an instant everyone's eyes fell on Tong Ranhua, who was lying on the chaise lounge. Clearly, everyone was very interested in the topic. Aside from Tong Ranhua, many people probably wanted to know the outcome. Lei Shang was even more eager. Shall we have a match? Maybe not? We've been working all morning, don't you feel tired? After eating, sitting and enjoying the breeze, having some fruit or something. How nice. Lazy Hua really didn't want to move. It's fine, this amount of work isn't tiring. It's not even as much as our daily basic training. Lei Shang really didn't feel tired. Lao Huai, are you worried you can't beat my granddaughter and losing face? Lei De Peo interjected. He said with a smile. You really don't need to worry about that. Lei Shang has had formal training. You haven't trained, so it's normal you can't beat her. No need to feel ashamed. Guang Guoqiang, who also wanted to know the outcome, stood by and egged them on. You girls should learn a few self-defense moves. If something unexpected happens, at least you'll be able to protect yourselves and not be at others' mercy. Tong Ranhua's heart stirred. Songgu was about to start school soon. Although the school's environment was relatively safe, you can't be too careful. With that thought, she sprang up from the fainting couch and called her two younger sisters over to watch. Old Master Guan is right. Girls out in the world should learn a few self-defense moves in case of emergencies. Tong Ransong and Tong Ranyin nodded. Lei Shang was very excited. Let's do it. Chapter 237. This is you asking me to strike back. Tong Ranhua actually didn't know self-defense techniques, but she did know fist and foot kung fu. In the cultivation world, whether you were a miscellaneous laborer of a sect, an outer disciple, or an inner disciple, when you first joined you had to learn a basic beginner set of methods, which included fist and foot kung fu and basic sword moves. New disciples who entered the mountain sect used this to temper their bodies, absorb spiritual energy, and expel impurities from their bodies. Tong Ranhua belonged to the miscellaneous duties. She was in charge of the sect's spirit plants, which was also the cultivation technique she practiced every day for 100 years. If it weren't for that, her small body couldn't withstand high-intensity work at all. Cultivating spirit plants requires a large amount of spiritual energy. If one's meridians aren't wide enough and the flesh and blood can't contain sufficient spiritual energy, one simply cannot sustain the large area spells that cover whole spirit plants. This is only the most basic, fundamental requirement for staying in the sect. If Tong Ranhua couldn't even do this, she would long ago have been replaced. It's just that she's been back for so long and hasn't properly fought anyone yet. She's not sure about the right intensity. If she hits too hard and injures someone, that would be bad. Lei Shang had wanted to spar with Tong Ranhua for a long time. But at first, when she had just arrived, she felt awkward bringing it up. Later, after they became familiar, she fully realized how lazy this person was. She wouldn't do any meaningless work, so she never mentioned it. She had basically given up, but unexpectedly such a good opportunity appeared. How could she not be excited? She looked at Tong Ranhua, who was frowning, and smiled. Go ahead and be bold. I'll control the strength and the moves, I won't let you get hurt. Tong Ranhua pressed her lips together, a little helpless. But I'm worried you'll get hurt. Lei Shang felt even more determined. Then there's even less to worry about. When we spar on our team, getting bruised and battered is common. Come on. You go first. Tong Ranhua wasn't being modest. She truly had no experience. She worried that if she made a move, it would be over immediately. Lei Shang didn't hesitate either and threw a punch straight away. Her fighting skills were among the best in the team. During every combat training session, there were very few who could beat her. Her strength, speed, agility, and adaptability were all top-notch. Besides, she had trained under her parents' guidance since childhood, giving her many more years of practice than ordinary people. Coupled with her natural strength, she had a significant advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Lei Shang did not underestimate her. As an operative, no matter who the opponent was, she never took them lightly, a professional habit from years working on the front lines. But even so, she couldn't even touch Tong Ranhua's sleeve. You can't say Lei Shang was too weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. But the key was that Tong Ranhua had practiced. Her 5 senses far exceeded those of ordinary people, And with added strength, speed, and agility, she was in a league of her own. To ordinary eyes, Lei Xiang's attacks were already incredibly swift, but to Tong Ranhua they were slow motion, like a student learning a new radio calisthenics routine, breaking the moves down one by one. Tell me, with such a huge gap, how can they still fight? The result everyone saw was that Lei Xiang's expression was tense, his moves swift and powerful. When a punch was thrown, it carried the wind with it. Tong Ranhua was leisurely and carefree. She took a step forward, then half a step back, turned, tilted her head as if playing, showing not the slightest nervousness. Compared side by side, the difference was glaring. Lei Xiang frowned. Why didn't you fight back? Tong Ranhua thought, I have to see how much you can take, otherwise if I land this punch I might very well send you away. Fight back. Lei Xiang swung a punch. This was what you said. Tong Ranhua stepped back half a pace, caught her wrist with one hand, pressed her shoulder with the other and pushed her away. She didn't even dare use a proper move, just that one shove. Then Lei Xiang went clattering, directly flying about 10 meters away and landing face down. Tong Ranhua. She hurried forward, holding out her palm. How are you? Where are you hurt? Look, you insisted on making me act, so how is it now? Where did you fall? Does it hurt? For a moment Lei Xiang's mind was dazed. Being shoved so far, the last time had been during a mission. The other party had been especially strong and had kicked her flying. But that had been a big muscular guy. And besides, the other person used their full strength. Nowhere near like Tong Ranhua, with just such a light push she flew across. Is this reasonable? It's completely unreasonable. Lei Xiang stared at the pale, soft palm extended before him. It was hard to imagine that these hands could be so powerful. Tong Ranhua saw her staring at her hand and frowned slightly. Could it be that I knocked some sense out of her? But when she pushed her just now, she had been very careful about direction and angle. There was no way she hit her head. But Lei Xiang's behavior was really strange. Tong Ranhua turned around. Old son, go check on Lei Xiang. I feel like she might be out of her mind. Lei Xiang, who had been intently studying her palm, quickly stood up and brushed the dust off her clothes. I'm fine, I'm fine. If she doesn't get up soon, Tong Ranhua will probably think she's a cripple. Are you okay? Hurry up and get up. You scared me to death, Tong Ranhua said, exasperated. Lei Xiang didn't explain why she had been studying the palm, but she admired Tong Ranhua even more. How are you so strong? It's the first time I've met someone stronger than me. Just so. Tong Ranhua seemed not to know how to be modest. You're amazing, your skills are so good. Not joining our team would be such a waste. Think about it again. Civil servant benefits are very good. Lei Xiang is determined to recruit Tong Ranhua into the ranks of public servants. Tong Ranhua waved her hands repeatedly. I can't. I'm not fit. Don't embarrass civil servants. She pushed Lei Xiang's back. You give Brother Song and Yin some guidance on counterattack moves for emergency situations. Then she slipped away. Ridiculous, she came back to retire, how could she go do hard labor? Tong Ranhua was about to sneak away quietly. After only taking 2 steps, she saw a little black and white ball rush over and loudly barked. Ow, 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 ow. Tong Ranhua failed to sneak away. Master National Treasure, I never thought that one day you would stab me in the back. Little Tuanzi tilted his head and looked at her, blinking his eyes. Ow. But I have something very important to say. Chapter 238. The child has grown up and is not easy to fool anymore. Lao Huai, don't go. After I finish coaching our younger sister, you coach me too. See if there's any room left for me to improve. Just teach me the footwork and moves you use to evade my attacks. While Lei Xiang was demonstrating for Tong Ransong and Tong Ranyan, he didn't forget to grab hold of an old Huai who was trying to slack off. My little sister? Alright then. As long as you're happy. Slacking off and sloughing were a bust, so Tong Ranhua didn't leave either. She squatted down and started talking with the little dumpling. Seeing this, little dumpling set aside the other matters and went to lodge a complaint first. It raised one front paw, pointed at Wu Baihua and snapped angrily. That foolish mortal actually fed me the bone he'd gnawed on? He has absolutely no manners. Did he never learn moral education in elementary school? Tong Ranhua fought back a laugh. A top student from a 985 university. Being told she hadn't learned moral education was pretty surreal. He learned it, but maybe he didn't learn it very well. Tong Ranhua tried hard to save face for Wu Baihua. The little dumpling rolled its jet black big eyes and said slyly, little spirit plant master, look. He learned it but still lacks manners. This course must be useless. Why not just skip it? Tong Ranhua. How can everything be turned into an excuse to skip class? Looking into its expectant dog eyes, Tong Ranhua smiled and patted the dog's head. Classes are still very useful. Look, haven't you become very polite? That's proof the class worked. First battle lost. But it was fine. The little bun's mind worked fast. Howl, howl, howl. See, I've already learned it, so I don't need to take this course anymore. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste of time? So then, better not learn it after all? Tong Ranhua nodded thoughtfully. What you said makes a lot of sense. Little Tuanchuan was very excited. His puppy eyes instantly sparkled. Will the second attack succeed? Who knew? Tong Ranhua said. You really don't have to take this course anymore, but your little brother can't, can he? De Huang isn't as smart as you, nor as capable. As his classmate and his leader, you have to help him learn this course as quickly as possible. Help each other and make progress together. Little Tuanzi's mouth twitched. His whole body stood frozen in place, as if unable to accept this bad news. He never would have imagined that one day his little brother would become the obstacle to his reduced workload. The most important thing is that Da Huang originally didn't have to attend classes. Yet it was Da Huang who tricked Da Huang, causing it to have to attend classes every day. So doesn't that mean it betrayed itself? Little Tuanta couldn't accept this outcome. With a clang, the whole dog flopped onto the ground, eyes vacant, utterly despondent. Why did it, while watching Da Huang play wildly while it worked so hard studying, spitefully drag it over to attend classes with it, making it taste the bitterness of classes too? Mingming Da Huang really didn't do anything wrong. Little Tuanzi sat sullenly silent. When asked, it said it was full of regret, so regretful its guts had turned green. Tong Ranhua tried not to laugh, stroking its plush soft back. Come on, tell me. What are you feeling right now? Ow! Is this what the demon beasts often call getting their comeuppance? Tong Ranhua couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. That's right, the way of heaven is cyclical. No one is spared. For you spirit beasts, remember well. Good begets good, evil begets evil. Recently, while cultivating in the secret realm, Tong Ranhua paid more attention to the methods by which spirit beasts cultivate. During her century in the immortal cultivation world, she never raised a spirit beast and didn't know how they were supposed to cultivate. She never expected that returning to the present she'd have one. Although the national treasure is still a spirit beast baby, it will, after all, grow up. She could only gather more information to prevent it from making some of the most basic mistakes. As for everything else, forget it. She hadn't even figured herself out, let alone a spirit beast. Besides, this is the modern era. Who knows whether a national treasure could even grow or advance properly? She decided to leave everything to fate. Tong Ranhua looked at Little Dumpling. You're already a spirit beast that's received education. The rest is up to you. Little Dumpling stared at Da Huang ahead, who was playing a toss-and-catch game with Tong Dali. Its gaze was firm. It was determined to make Da Huang finish the moral education course in the shortest time possible. If it couldn't learn, then make him stand in punishment. Don't let him come in to sleep. Don't give it any food. Don't give it any snacks. Make it do all the work it needs to do itself. Watching Da Huang grunt and work while I ate beef jerky and ham sausage, feeling pleased with myself for supervising it. The happily playing Da Huang had no idea that in the future it would live through hardship. It's like a student facing a monthly exam, having to gnaw on books frantically. Xiao Tuanzi's moods come and go quickly. It sat up, sniffling, and began to praise. Howl! 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 That foolish mortal just gave me a bone he chewed on. Did I really not lay a hand on him? Little Bun slightly lifted its eyelids, secretly glancing at Tong Ranhua and beginning to hint. Tong Ranhua blinked, pretending not to understand its meaning. Oh, he just got beaten up, so you can consider your anger taken out. Little Bun. That's not what I meant. Awoo. Little Dumpling kept hinting. If it were before, encountering someone like him, I wouldn't care so much. I'd definitely swipe a paw and give him a good beating. Saying that, it lifted a front paw and swung it hard, kicking up a gust of wind that stirred the stray hairs by Tong Ranhua's ear. Not to mention anything else, if that swipe had hit Wu Baihua, it probably could have actually sent him away. Looking at it with that look that begged for praise, Tong Ranhua stopped teasing it and pinching its armpit lifted it up whole. Well done, great national treasure. Those lessons weren't for nothing. You've really improved. That's right. The little dumpling tilted its head back, proud and puffed up, utterly self-satisfied. Seeing this, Tong Ranhua went on praising. How are you so smart? You pick things up instantly. It's the first time I've seen such an intelligent spirit beast. There was no way around it. She hadn't taught other spirit beasts, so she didn't know if they were equally clever. Naturally, the little dumpling was the smartest she'd ever seen. These little inner details of Tuansu of course didn't know, but as long as it praised him, that was fine. Look, you're so smart, so capable. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't learn more? How about we start recognizing characters? Actually, at first Tong Ranhua didn't plan to make Tuansu endure so much. After all, it's just a dog now, and as long as it didn't use force to attack, that would be enough. Learning to read would be too much for it. But recently she discovered in the secret realm that the cultivation methods for spirit beasts also contained written characters. If this little bun can't recognize characters, wouldn't she have to read each character to it one by one? Thinking of that thick book, Tong Ranhua felt daunted. So she decided it was better to let the little bun fend for itself. Having your own is better than relying on anyone else. Moreover, the sky can bring unexpected storms and people can face sudden fortunes or misfortunes. If she were to have an accident in the future, Little Dumpling doesn't know how to read, so it wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Although she believes that with her current abilities it's almost impossible for her to die unexpectedly, still, as I said before, what if? Yes, she's doing this for Little Dumpling's sake. Everything is for its good, and it's definitely not because she's too lazy. That's it. Self-hypnosis successful. Tong Ranhua continued to praise. Think about it. Once you learn to recognize characters, you'll be the only dog in the world who can read. The one and only cultured dog. A fighter among dogs. The top dog. How classy. How flashy. How handsome. Little Tuanchuan was so praised that it floated on air, dazed, and almost nodded yes. Long practice with tricks had calmed it down at the moment before it was about to nod. Learning characters equals attend class equals extra lessons. When that equation was presented, Little Tuanchuan widened its jet-black eyes. Aya! Little spirit botanist, you trick me like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Tong Ranhua sighed with regret. Sure enough, as the child grew older, it was harder to fool them. Chapter 239 Little Spirit Plant Master, are you brushing me off? But Tong Ranhua didn't tease the little bun, and the little bun began to exert its power. It raised its little head. Ow ow ow? I didn't even beat that foolish mortal, don't I deserve some reward? Tong Ranhua. Alright then, so my feelings were waiting for her here. Didn't I just praise you? Little Dumpling rounded its eyes, somewhat incredulous. Owo owo? Just a verbal reward with no tangible prize at all? Little spirit botanist, are you giving me the brush off? Tong Ranhua. Oh no, you've seen through that. She decisively shook her head. No. Then she looked sorrowful. How could you misunderstand me? Little round thing. It lazily lifted its eyelids. It was no longer the national treasure that could be easily tricked before. Owo. Little spirit gardener, stop pretending it's so fake. Why don't you watch Empresses in the Palace? The acting there is more authentic. Tong Ranhua. What a grand statement. She's already watched Empresses in the Palace. Okay. Her acting was even scorned by Xiao Tuanzi. Tong Ranhua thought she might need to take some time to learn an actor's self-cultivation. She instantly wiped the aggrieved look off her face. Then you stop pretending too. Say it, what reward do you want? The little dumpling laughed. Oh woo. My demands aren't high, just for example reduce study time by half an hour every day. Tong Ranhua was speechless. Fine, after going round and round she had come back to this. Take a break, a whole week off. How about that? Little Tuanzi, upon hearing this, was first astonished, then grinned. 1 week. 7 days. Not a single minute of class needed. Don't even have to do homework yet. Much better than that little runt who has to do summer homework every day. At that moment, little Tuanzi was practically bursting with excitement. So happy. Feels like my dog life has reached its peak. Thinking about the next 7 days of wild fun, the little dumpling was ecstatic. Overjoyed, he sprang down from Tong Ranhua's arms and began tearing around the courtyard. It leapt onto the edge of the reflecting pond one moment, then onto the wooden table under the grapevines the next, and that wasn't all. It was also very interested in the swing beneath the peach tree and hopped on to swing a few times. Finally, when the swing reached its highest point, it leapt straight off and ultimately landed successfully on the fainting couch beneath the peach tree. There it was, leaning against the fainting couch, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, its 2 front paws folded beneath its head, looking absolutely delighted. If you add a pair of sunglasses, hang a big gold chain around your neck, and play the most dazzling ethnic style as background music, you'd totally look like the boss of the streets. Everyone looked on and found it completely hilarious. Such a tiny little one, it's just too amusing. How can it be so funny? After the excitement passed, little dumpling realized it had become the center of attention, but with an owner like Tong Ranhua, it didn't know the meaning of embarrassment. It puffed out its chest, lifted its head, and accepted the admiration. This little expression made everyone laugh again. They were leaving tomorrow, so everyone stayed at Tong's wooden house playing until very late. It wasn't really playing though, it was more like a large-scale lesson. Lei Sheng asked Tong Ranhua to teach a few moves. At first Tong Ranhua taught according to the punches and kicks recorded in the original manual, but by the second move Lei Sheng simply couldn't do it, literally couldn't. Not even copying the form would work. The first move exhausted all her strength. She had absolutely no energy left to continue with the second move. Seeing the sweat on Lei Sheng, Tong Ranhua understood that this most basic cultivation technique was intended to purge and temper the meridians of entry-level disciples, and those disciples all had spiritual roots, plus the immortal cultivation world was rich in spiritual energy. But now spiritual energy was nearly non-existent, and Lei Shang had no spiritual root. For her to manage the first move was already extremely rare and impressive. Tong Ranhua also dared not continue teaching. If Lei Shang wanted to learn, she would have to learn a simplified version. The moves from the manual could not be copied directly. Tong Ranhua revised it on the spot, but even so it wasn't easy to learn. Everyone thought it was interesting and followed along, mimicking the moves. In the end, except for a few younger kids and Wu Shizi, the rest were drenched in sweat, exhausted and still couldn't get it right. Tong Ranhua was quite surprised. She hadn't expected Shizi to be a hidden martial arts prodigy. Wu Shizi herself was also surprised. Lei Shang was exhausted and collapsed, but she was just standing with her hands on her hips, gasping heavily. Although very tired, she didn't look as utterly worn out as the others. Lei Shang was lying flat on the ground. Yes, not sitting anymore but sprawled out. She looked at Wu Shizi with envy, panting. "Your talent is just too high. You have to train properly." Wu Shizi smiled. "I thought you were going to ask if I wanted to consider becoming a civil servant?" Lei Shang clenched her fist and pounded the ground, laughing. "Didn't I just tell you to train hard? Only if you train well can you become a civil servant." Wu Shizi laughed even louder. "So I still don't qualify, huh?" Lei Shang nodded. She laughed until she couldn't breathe, had no strength, and could only use gestures to express herself. When she recovered, she said, "The state's salary isn't that easy to get." On that point, Wu Shizi readily agreed. "She only has that one bit of ability. She's not qualified to hold that iron rice bowl of the state." The crowd stayed still for a long while before helping each other up and preparing to leave. They were leaving tomorrow and should go back and pack. Meanwhile, the little round one lay on the chaise longue the whole time, watching as if it were a play. As everyone was getting ready to leave, it suddenly felt like it had forgotten something. What exactly was it? It reached out a front paw to scratch its head and tried hard to remember, but simply couldn't. Just then Little Dumpling suddenly heard Yi Xian's voice. "Where's Xiao Shan?" Everyone quickly looked toward the peach tree, where Little Dumpling was lying on the chaise lounge. At that moment the little round one's memory returned. It widened its eyes as if it had suddenly remembered something it had forgotten. "National treasure. Did you see the little hill?" Yi Xian asked casually. Her son loved this little round one the most. He was basically with it every day, chasing it and feeding it snacks. Xia Chuanzi was struck as if by lightning, petrified on the spot, and abruptly looked toward Tong Ranhua. Chapter 240 Fan Behavior. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Xia Chuanzi moved at the fastest speed of his life and dashed up to Tong Ranhua. To everyone, 1 second the little round thing was lazily lying on the concubine chair under the peach tree, and the next second it was right in front of Tong Ranhua. That speed was a bit astonishing. Wu Baihua reacted the fastest this time. "Laohua, is the national treasure really a dog? Its speed rivals a cheetah." Tong Ranhua hadn't spoken yet when the little dumpling turned its head, its temper flaring. "Ow, ow, ow, ow. Shut up, I'm in a hurry. Don't you dare snatch it from me." Wu Baihua blinked. Okay, he was certain now, the national treasure simply didn't like him. It had only been a few days, and the national treasure had already barked at him several times. The little dumpling seized the moment to confess. It raised its forepaw pointing toward the doghouse. "Ow, ow, ow. That human cub is hiding in my room. He doesn't want to go home, he wants to run away. But this has nothing to do with me. Nothing at all." Little Tuanchuan wore a serious expression and spoke solemnly. Its hint was already very clear. This matter had nothing to do with me. That human cub was being disobedient. It had nothing to do with me, and I can't be punished with extra lessons for it. Tong Ranhua restrained a laugh, then turned to Yi Xian and said, "Xiao Shan is in the doghouse. He probably doesn't want to come home, throwing a tantrum." Hearing that, Yi Xian felt a bit helpless. Her younger son had been frail before and always quiet, rarely speaking. Back then she had wished he would be more lively, move around more. Now it's the opposite. He's hardly ever home, bouncing along with the national treasure up mountains and down rivers, too lively for his own good, and now he doesn't even want to come back. He saw the doghouse the first day he came and wanted to live in it. Now that he's leaving tomorrow, of course he wants to give it a try. Yang Shufan said with a smile. They say grandparents are especially fond of grandchildren. Anyway, in her eyes Guan Nanshan was good no matter what. But even after the few of them went into the doghouse, they still didn't find the child. There was nothing to be done. The doghouse was so big, filled with many little carved items by Tong Ranhua used as toys for the national treasure, and there was a second floor, so it was hard to see the whole layout at a glance. But others didn't know where Guanan Mountain was. Zaichuanzi did. It clattered up the wooden stairs and went to the second floor. You could see its chubby body trembling with each step. It's hard to imagine that such a fat little dumpling could move so fast. Everyone followed up to the second floor. Beside the open area were a few potted green plants, and several cabinets were placed around. Functionally speaking, this room wasn't much different from the shinobi residence. In addition to that, in the exact center of the room's suspended space, there was a hammock absurdly large. This is why Tong Ranhua saw that the little ball-like swings in small hammocks, so she used the spider spirit silk to make it a hammock suspended high in midair. The spider spirit silk threads were strong and sturdy, and from appearance they looked no different from ordinary ropes. Using them wouldn't attract attention, would let the little ball mess around to its heart's content, and the hammock wouldn't break. But how on earth did Guan Nanshan get up there? A huge hammock, a child lay on it. Gravity made the hammock sag, and the child was so nervous he didn't dare move. If he moved, the hammock would start to sway. He hung there in midair, which frightened Guan Nanshan so much his face went white. He didn't dare call for help, worried his mother would scold him and that he wouldn't be able to get down alone, so he lay there frozen, holding his position. Just as he truly couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to call for help, the little dumpling darted over. The child immediately teared up. National treasure, I knew you were the best. I knew you'd come save me if I ran away from home. No sooner had his excited voice fallen than he heard a familiar voice. Guanan, you ran away from home again. You really are something else. Yi Xian, walking behind the little dumpling, said sternly. Guan Nanshan's excited face showed a look of disbelief. Guobao, how could you betray me? Are we still snack-sharing buddies or not? Little Tuansu instinctively tilted his head, glanced cautiously at Tong Ranhua, then tightened his face and said solemnly, Owo owo. Running away from home is wrong. How could a child run away from home? Also, I didn't share snacks with you. You're the one who keeps giving me snacks. We're not in a relationship where we can share snacks. My snacks can only be mine. Absolutely not sharing with anyone. Little Tuansi tilted his head back, convinced his idea was completely fine. Classic yours is mine is still mine. Tong Ranhua looked at Guan Nanshan, still in the hammock, with a face full of sympathy. The snacks for this whole summer vacation had basically been given away for nothing. Who would have thought? Guan Nanshan patted his small chest magnanimously and said, all right, since you've apologized to me, I'll forgive you. After all, we're good friends who can share snacks, aren't we? Tong Ranhua. No, where did you get the idea that Zaichuanzi was apologizing to you? When Xiao Tuanzi heard that, he exploded too and hurriedly tried to explain. Oh. Who said I'm apologizing to you? I'm not wrong, why should I apologize? Seeing this, Guan Nanshan slowly crawled toward the edge, bit by bit. Don't be anxious and don't worry. I can get out myself. I was just trying to see if the hammock was comfortable. Little Ball glanced obliquely at a certain human cub who lived to save face and suffer for it. Awoa. Who knew who had just seen it coming and excitedly assumed it was coming to rescue them. Still saying you're not scared. Also, who's rushing? Why are you stuck in the hammock and panicking about it? Saying that, little Bunstead stood up on its two hind legs, its two front paws clinging to the railing, watching the child who was crawling like a turtle with anxiety. Guan Nanshan used both hands and feet, forcing himself not to look down, trembling as he climbed. National treasure, you really don't have to worry. See, I'm out now, aren't I? Little Bunstead raised one front paw and slapped his own forehead hard. Why does this human cub always misunderstand him? My head hurts. Yi Xian, seeing this scene, felt both angry and amused. She said sternly, what a feat of yours. At your age you already know how to run away from home. You're so little. If you run away from home, be careful you don't get grabbed by traffickers and sold into the mountains. When his feet finally touched the ground again, little Guan Nanshan seriously reflected after hearing that. Guobao, did you hear? You mustn't run away from home anymore. I won't follow your example. None of us will run away. If we're sold, we won't be able to come back. Little Tuansi's pupils trembled. What do you mean you're not learning from me anymore? It looked at Tong Ranhua with a face full of anxiety, jumping around in a panic. It explained with an extremely strong survival instinct, owo owo owo. This is purely his own behavior and has nothing to do with me. Fan behavior. The idol won't foot the bill. If this means extending my study time or canceling my vacation, I won't accept it. Tong Ranhua. Do you happen to know a little too much? She raised a hand to her forehead. Has this little bun started fangirling? Why do I have a bad feeling?